Chapter 161, Poisonous Action. The Strength Skeleton looked down at the Ratman's head, then looked at the Speed Skeleton. The Speed Skeleton shrugged, as if to say, I don't want to kill him either. But he came here on his own. Danita, aren't all these skeletons at this level? Binial asked with some difficulty. Otherwise, do you think I would blow the whistle casually? Danita glanced at Binial, and said in a muffled voice, well, these skulls are too old-fashioned. It is not a problem of strong, but the problem of growing speeds. He watched these skulls growing from weak chickens all the way to now. It can be said that he helped grow up in one hand. So, did I accidentally take the trial stone of a skeleton in front of me? Danita suddenly felt a little boring. I knew this for a long time. It was better to take advantage of them when they were weak, and they might be completely fighting and directly cut them on the spot. I really didn't expect things to come to this. Danita was a little skeptical. Could the 10-man team that came to support? Oh, now it was a 9-man team. Plus himself. Kill the 5 skeletons? Would they let them grow again? If these skeletons cannot be killed quickly, it is better to run early. Danita kept thinking about it. And things could not be done. He planned to run for respect. And the support that summoned with the whistle was exactly as a cut. At this point, there was no other good solution but to fight. Binial asked the team members to get ready, swung the big stick in his hand, and rushed towards the undead first. The sun rises and sets, and in the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. It was as if the undead had reached some kind of agreement with the demonic creatures in the underground world. The undead would not rush out of the passage and attack the city of Kamailan, and the demonic creatures would not go to the ground to find the source of the undead and kill them. An inexplicable balance was formed. Every day, a large number of demonized creatures would go out of the city to hunt in Kamailan. Some of them would remain with the group forever, and their bodies would disappear completely. Some would return to the city and become stronger. No one will ask the magic creature that died due to failure. If you ask, it is not sophisticated to learn art. Who can't do it, and who you are dead. And those who come back are sought after, attracting more magic creatures to the grand castle of Kamran. White-haired Plan felt that his life was getting better and better. It was originally just a border city. It couldn't be said that no one cared about it, but it was not a famous dungeon. However, due to the existence of the undead, it was now overcrowded. There was no room in the city, and many people set up tents outside the city, or simply slept on the ground. However, although the city is developing better and better, White-haired Plan is still wary of the undead. After all, he is the lord of the city and controls the city defense forces. He can get a lot of information that other people don't know. The undead is getting stronger. This is obviously not good news. But this is the fact. When the demonized creatures are hunting the undead are also using the demonized creatures to hone themselves. Developing this way. One day, maybe the undead would really attack the city. How many undeads are there in the channel? No one knows that it hasn't been in any way. And the number of undead seems to have not changed. They killed a batch, and there was another batch. The huge number of undead really killed from the passage. Whether Kamailan can stop it is really unknown. White-haired Prang didn't want to wait for death. He wanted to leave a way out for himself. The so-called rear way is that he was secretly thinking about attacking other dungeons. In this way, even if the great city of Kamailan fell, he didn't matter. That's right. He never thought that the undead was completely removed from the passage. Instead, he pondered his own people. The undead was actually very useful in the channel, and attracted a large number of magic creatures to come to the grand city of Kamland. This is a great benefit for the grand castle of Kamailan. And if he is really determined to eliminate the undead, let alone whether he has the ability to do so, what benefits will there be after eliminating the undead? Without the undead, Kamlan will no longer be attractive. And who will come to other demonized creatures? Therefore, the danger is always coexisting with the crisis. The undead does not attack the city. He doesn't care. Instead, he feels so good now. Everyone get along peacefully. Liziu also feels so good now. He likes this peacefulness model. Although he has never been to the ground. He has never been to the Grand Castle City. He has never seen White-Hair Pulong. And he doesn't know what the white-haired proof has gained from the undead. But he knows what he has gained. The body of the magical creature. A large number of corpses of demonized beasts and demonized creatures were continuously sent up from underground. Even though he lost a lot of skeleton undead, It was definitely not a loss. Relying on the corpses in his hands, he could barely raise a legion of alien undead. As for why he had never considered attacking the dungeon, it was because Li Ziyu felt it was unnecessary. The reason he came here to look for the dungeon was to obtain the corpses of demonized creatures, and thus summon more alien undead. This was what he wanted. Siege. He has no siege equipment. The way to think of is to use the bone dead spirit to pile up the city to break the city. How much to consume the undead is much easier than siege. Even if he can break through the dungeon, he will still fight. The undead will still lose. Of course, there are other resources in the dungeon, but those resources are not of much help to Li Ziyu. What he needs most are still various corpses. Now he does not need to attack the city. He just needs to let the undead stay in the passage. And the demonized creatures will come over in waves. Isn't that great? Li Ziyu can be sure that the other party will definitely get benefits from the undead. He can see that the magic creatures are not to attack the undead to grab the underground passage. If they want to snatch the underground passage, they have to send the army at least for so long. Can the other party know how many undeads in the channel? The number of magic creatures in the passage can be actually not enough to clean up the undead, or even very scattered, without systematic training. It is not an army at all, but more like a mercenary and hunter. This kind of good thing is good. Li Ziyu wants to persist for a while. It is best to collect more magical creature bones. He has enough bones in his hands. Night. Fortress of the Dead. Main building. Boss. Important information. Zhang Peng hurried in from the outside and shouted while running. Li Ziyu retracted the sight of the night outside and turned to Zhang Peng with doubts in her eyes. During the period of Raider's Dungeon, Li Ziyu was very relaxed. When he had time, he and Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing held the system screen to watch the chat channel. Are demons and angels fighting? Vampire attacked the werewolf again? The Neptune raid the coastal stronghold of the giant beast? Anyway, the three of them were enjoying watching the fun. They didn't know what Zhang Peng saw this time that made him make such a fuss. The coalition forces of goblins, headhunters, and lizardmen are making a move. Zhang Peng said seriously when he came in front of Li Ziyu. Huh? Oh, what's going on? Li Ziyu asked first, and then asked. He had been living in comfort here for too long, so he didn't realize immediately that Zhang Peng was talking about the cancerous coalition. He almost forgot that he had such a powerful enemy. Alas, it is true that one must be prepared for danger in times of peace. Recently, it is too peaceful, resulting in a feeling of being on vacation, which is not good. While Li Ziyu was conquering the dungeon, the Cancer Alliance was also looking for clues everywhere, wanting to attack the Undead Fortress. However, he ran too far and too far away. In addition, the Cancer Alliance's reputation was not very good, not inferior to the legendary Undead. Everyone was laughing at the joke. For the various tribes living in this wilderness, this was a dog-eat-dog drama. They would not take the initiative to help the undead, nor would they reach out to the Cancer Coalition, which resulted in the Cancer Coalition not being able to find Li Ziyu after searching for a long time. I see and find it. The problem that the Tumor Coalition is going to be unable to support it. Hundreds of thousands of people are gathered. Every day, people eat horse chewing. But they are not a small number. Their supplies have to bottom out. Starting 10 days ago, some of the people in the Tumor Coalition forces have not been able to accept other tribes. And even medium tribes have been extorted. This caused chaos in the wasteland. And the reputation of the Cancer Alliance not only did not improve, but became worse. By now, the Cancer Coalition can no longer hold on. If they don't fight, without the help of the undead, they will collapse on their own. So they can't wait any longer and must seek war. The Cancer Coalition also wised up for once. They discovered that although the Undead Fortress had left the mountains of the dead, there were still traces of the undead in the mountains, and they had been collecting resources. So they simply stopped looking for the Undead Fortress and set out directly, ready to eliminate the undead in the mountains of the dead. Although I can't do the Undead Fortress, I can destroy the undead, and I have hard work without credit. Besides, I attacked your old nest. Don't you come back? The news received by Zhang Peng was that the Tumor Coalition forces opened in the direction of the Dead Soul Mountains. After hearing this, Li Ziyu nodded and raised his eyebrows. This time he really had to go back. The Soul Mountains is his most important resource point. He has left, and it is true to leave the undead mining resources. It is impossible to watch the resource of the narcotics demonstration of the nomads to eliminate the undead. It's time. Let's go. We should go back. Li Ziyu looked outside. Through the bright moonlight, we can see the big hole on the ground. Understand? Shang Peng nodded, turned away, and notified Lu Xingxing. Return to the fortress and get ready to go. Li Ziyu issued orders to the undead in the underworld. After waiting for a while, there were movements in the ground. There were constant bones and dead spirits. The heterogeneous undead came out and returned to the bone-board platform. Over time, more and more undead came out of the ground. The undead retreating took a day and one night, and the next night, all the undead was withdrawn from the ground and returned to the undead. During the period of underground hunting, more than 100,000 undead were lost down there, a number that exceeded a full-strength legion. Li Ziyu saw the 5 skeletons with tattoos returning in the main building. These 5 guys have been through a lot down there, spending almost every day in battle. They have changed so much that Li Ziyu almost couldn't recognize them. The most conspicuous is the constitutional bone. This guy should have a lot of beatings below. When it goes down, about 250 centimeters is about 250 centimeters. This time, there is almost 350 centimeters. It is a section higher than the cattle demon and the heavy hammer warrior. The armor is average. Even the skull changed, becoming a semicircular head. The nostrils disappeared, leaving only a mouth and 2 eye sockets. The neck did not become longer, but shortened and became very thick. In addition to the body shape, the bone color of the constitution bones has also changed, and it is no longer white, but the light soil yellow with halo. Why does the physical skeleton look familiar? Li Ziyu frowned for a long time, and suddenly his eyes were glaring. Lying down? Anti-Hulk armor? The skeletal skeleton is like the bone version of the anti-Hulk armor in previous lives. It is too magical to grow up like this. Looking at his weapon again, Li Ziyu covered his face and asked, "Have you ever seen a 4-meter-high shield? Not only is it, but the image is weird. The 2 shields on both sides of the skeleton can fight together. The edges of the 2 sides are arc-shaped, while the upper and lower and stitching parts are straight. The center is raised, forming a skull shape, and the bottom is triangular, which can be erected on the ground steadily. This can't really be called a shield. It's just a pure wall. And it's the kind of wall that you can tell is very hard just by looking at it. Wow. After going down there, he developed an absolute defense. That's awesome." Taking his eyes away from the physical skeleton, Li Ziyu looked at the other 4 patterned skeletons. They had also changed a lot. The strength of the bones. The change is not smaller than the constitution bone. The height of this guy is also 300 centimeters, which is obviously tall. But it seems that it is very solid. Yes, it is a very strange feeling. It looks very high. It feels very short. A wave of horizontal. The arm, the legs, and the thick were destructive. But it was because of this that he could bear it. And he continued to grow. The color of the strength skeleton's bones also changed, having a strong metallic texture, as if a layer of molten iron was poured on the outside of the bones. As for his hammer, well, it's a bit scary. It's longer and bigger than the hammer of the heavy hammer warrior. Moreover, the hammer head is not a normal sphere, but a skull with fangs and soul fire inside. If you get hit by this hammer, it would probably not be a pleasant experience. The physical bones and strength bones are the 2 most conspicuous. After all, their physique is too large, and standing in place is very eye-catching. Another one that has changed a lot is the speed skeleton. He is very magical. Others are getting taller and taller, but he is going down and shrinking. When he was just summoned, he was 170 centimeters tall, but now he is barely 160 centimeters tall. Let's say, your height hasn't increased. But why has your head grown? Other people's heads are round, but the skeleton's head is oval, like an underdeveloped olive pit. Li Ziyu subconsciously twisted his fingers. With such an olive pit head, wouldn't it have taken away 5 old men? Speed bones not only become shorter, but the bones have become thinner. But the shape has a weird fluency. It should be to run faster. What makes Li Ziyu strange is that when he looked at the speed bones, he always had a vague feeling. Am I dazzled? Li Ziyu rubbed his eyes and looked at the speed of the skeleton. Still a vague feeling. After tilting his head and observing carefully for a while, Li Ziyu was surprised to find that this guy was actually moving all the time, jumping slightly on the spot. And because his speed was so fast, it looked blurry. It's just outrageous. Chapter 162, Journey Home. You stop for me. Li Ziyu narrowed his eyes and shouted to the speed of the speed. When he called for a stop, the figure of the speed skeleton suddenly became clearer and was no longer as blurry as before. Li Ziyu turned around the skeleton and found that his weapon actually changed. The 4 knives on his arms and legs looked strange, full of streamlined types, and seemed to have other evolution. What's wrong with your knife? Li Ziyu asked curiously. Speed Bones looked down, raised his arms, shaking his legs, and 4 sharp knives began silently. With the chills of sin, Li Ziyu frowned. Although the shapes of these 4 swords had changed, their previous basic shapes could still be seen. The shield of the Constitution skeleton and the hammer of the Strength skeleton had not changed much. Could it be that he had seen it wrong? Did the Speed skeleton sword not grow very fast? That's it. He looked at the Speed Bone again. The speed of the bones moved, and he stood away from Li Ziyu, motioning him to look at himself, and then shook his body. Brush. The shapes of the 4 knives changed instantly, like 4 transparent wings spreading out. Speed skeleton was very proud, and he looked like a butterfly about to spread its wings and fly. Wing. Li Ziyu was surprised again. The physical skeleton created a skeleton version of the Hulk blocker armor, and the speed skeleton created butterfly wings? No, those were not ordinary wings. He walked forward, looked at them carefully, and couldn't help swallowing. They are not wings at all. They are just small knives as long as fingers, and as thin as cicada wings. They are like scales, stacked layer by layer to form transparent wings. This thing looks amazing. Li Ziyu hurriedly asked the speed skeleton to show off. He felt that the speed skeleton, which was once the weakest, should have grown into a terrifying one now. The speed skeleton was willing to show his abilities to his master. He started to run very fast. So fast that he could create an illusion. He took off into the air and glided in the air with the help of his transparent wings. Oh! It can really fly with its wings. Although it can't fly high and not fast, it can really fly. After landing, the 4 wings suddenly collapsed like falling feathers. They were actually small knives as thin as cicada wings. These knives did not fall to the ground, but rotated in the air by themselves, surrounding the speed skeleton. Oh my god! If this guy goes to the battlefield with this skill, won't he turn into a meat grinder? It's so fast that no one can catch it, and there are blades surrounding it that are hard to detect. It's deadly. He is strong, but he is my subordinate. Li Ziyu was satisfied and thought happily. Physique, strength, and speed, all 3 of them belong to the lower level of pattern mark skeletons, which are at the bottom of the pattern mark skeletons. Even the lower level pattern mark skeletons have undergone such a huge change. So how strong will the middle level pattern mark skeletons and the upper level pattern mark skeletons be? With 3 skeletons with tattoos in front, Li Ziyu's anticipation was aroused, and he looked at the violent skeleton. The violent skeleton had undergone a huge transformation and was almost unrecognizable. It looked completely different from before. His bones were now blood red, and from time to time they emitted ashes like burning ashes, and no one knew where they came from. In addition to the change in color, the shape of the bones had also changed. A lot of bone spurs had grown on them, making them look very hideous. His teeth became sharper, not like human teeth, but more like wild beast teeth. His soul fire burned extremely vigorously, and was full of vitality. The 2 blue and black vertical stripes on his face were still there. The more he looked like a barbarian from the Middle Ages. In addition, there are 2 large axes with crescent hooks hanging behind him. The axe blades are sharp and serrated at the ends. There is also a gun-like setting at the end of the axe handle. It is a weapon that is purely created for fighting. Simple bone evolution alone could not satisfy him. After all, he was a mid-level pattern skeleton. The violent skeleton had more than just bone changes. He had also evolved mysterious abilities, and there were circles of ever-expanding halos under his feet. Li Ziyu didn't know what the role of this halo was, but this must be related to magic. Maybe it was still a group buff. Violence, Zhang Kuang, fierce, and small. These words are used on the current violent bones. There is no problem at all with his appearance. These words are just right. Considering that the violent skeleton was an uneasy guy, Li Ziyu did not intend to let him conceal his abilities, like the speed skeleton did. He would have plenty of opportunities to show them in the future battles with the Cancer Alliance. The last one is the Dark Skeleton, which is also the existence of Li Ziyu's great expectations. The only upper tattoo bone. When Li Ziyu looked at the past, he was a little bit turned. And this guy, the change seemed not too big. Compared to the previous 4 pattern skeletons, the Dark Skeleton has not changed much. His bones have changed from pale gray to dark gray. The color has deepened a lot, and it is smoother. He has an extra weapon that looks like the Grim Reaper scythe. And then, that's it. Just that little change? Li Ziyu felt a little disappointed but unwilling. He frowned and walked around the Dark Skeleton for a few times. Suddenly, he found that his shadow seemed a little wrong. The 5 tattooed skeletons were clearly standing in a row. Logically speaking, the Dark Skeleton had the least change, and its shadow should have been the smallest among the tattooed skeletons. However, what Li Ziyu saw was the opposite. The shadow of the Dark Skeleton was long and strong, much larger than the shadows of the other tattooed skeletons. Recalling that the Dark Skeleton had mastered various skills related to shadows and darkness before, Li Ziyu felt that this guy was probably hiding his abilities. Are you playing tricks on me? Are you trying to hide something from me? Just because I feel powerful, I can't just take your head off and kick it like a ball. Right? Li Ziyu said with a gloomy face, rubbing the Dark Skeleton's skull. The soul fire in the Dark Skeleton's eye sockets jumped twice, and some unbearable past events came to mind. I'll give you a chance. Let me see how much you've grown. If you're not willing to show it, then forget it. It won't have anything to do with you in future fights. A weakling is not worthy of going to the battlefield. Li Ziyu still felt that it was not strong enough, so he added fuel to the fire of the Dark Skeleton. The threat of this fire is more powerful than taking off your head and kicking it like a ball. The speed of evolution on the battlefield is countless times faster than natural evolution. If you are not allowed to go to the battlefield, isn't that equivalent to not allowing evolution? The Dark Skeleton cannot stand this grievance. He didn't want to stand still and watch a group of skeletons with patterns that were not as good as himself become more powerful than him. After Li Ziyu finished speaking, he took 2 steps back and waited for the Dark Skeleton to move. Just after he stepped back, the shadow of the Dark Skeleton suddenly exploded, turning into darkness and spreading around. The 4 skeletons beside him immediately moved. They jumped away without hesitation and ran out of the shadow range. Li Ziyu did not move. He was just an ordinary human being. Even if he ran, he could not escape. He could only pretend to be calm and stand there motionless. When the shadow came to him, it went around him. The shadow of the Dark Skeleton covered half of the hall. Li Ziyu's bone chair and the dining table slowly sank into the darkness, as if sinking into a swamp. The Dark Skeleton stood in the center of the shadow, wearing a hooded robe as black as the shadow. The hem of the robe was connected to the shadow swamp on the ground, and it looked like the swamp was spreading out from his long-distance running. TSK. This image is right. It coincides with the image of the Grim Reaper. Even the weapons are the same. It's okay. Li Ziyu nodded, satisfied with the current appearance of the Dark Skeleton. It was much better than the ordinary appearance he had just seen. After hesitating for a moment, Li Ziyu took a step forward. As his footsteps fell, the shadows dodged, revealing the original bone ground for him to step on. Well, that's good. You even know to give me space. Since he would not be dragged into the quagmire, Li Ziyu had no reason to hesitate. He walked towards the Dark Skeleton and came in front of him. This guy was covered in a robe, and he could only barely see his face when he got close. The strange thing is that under normal circumstances, the soul fire of the Dark Skeleton is black. But after putting on the robe, his soul fire turned white, and it had a holy taste. Well, pretty good. Li Ziyu nodded. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he smiled at the Dark Skeleton. Go to the battlefield. The Dark Skeleton sent a message. When you go to the battlefield, it will be a big battle. Li Ziyu smiled widely, revealing a row of white teeth. Okay. The Dark Skeleton was happy. He had reaped the benefits during his time underground. The refreshing feeling after evolution made him obsessed. As long as he could go to the battlefield, he didn't care who the enemy was. The stronger the better. After meeting the 5 grown skeletons with tattoos, Li Ziyu gave the order to set off and return to the Mountains of the Dead. After the order was issued, the entire Undead fortress shook, and Li Ziyu could clearly feel the undead cheering. In the minds of many undead, the Mountains of the Dead are their home. A place where countless companions are waiting for them. Back home. Under the moonlight, and in the darkness of night. The undead fortress started up, and moved rapidly towards the mountains of the dead. The underground world. The great city of Kamailan. The city gates opened as usual. And demonic creatures swarmed out in groups, rushing into the passage with excitement in their eyes. They have become accustomed to this kind of life. When the city gates open, it is time for them to hunt the undead. They either die in the passage and leave no trace of their bodies, or absorb a large amount of soul fire and return with a full load. But today seems a little different. It's too quiet. The demonized creature that entered the passage was a little confused and was looking around along the passage. Where's the bait? What about an ambush? What about the undead? They wandered around for half an hour, but found nothing. This was very different from usual. In the past, when they entered the channel, they could always find that those undead would arrange bait, trap, and waiting for them. If they were strong, these bait and traps would help them hunt more undeads. Even if they don't find any bait or traps, they can still find some lone undead or skeleton beasts and gain something. But today, there was nothing. No sound in the passage, and no signs of any undead. This is not normal. The confused demonized creatures searched around in the passage, and occasionally they would run into other teams of demonized creatures. After communicating with each other, they found that the other team had also gained nothing. This is strange. Where did the undead in the passage go? They continued searching, moving forward, until they reached the end and saw a large hole leading to the ground. This is the end. Why are there no undead? Have the undead left? Impossible. I don't believe it. I came all the way to Kamailan University just to hunt the undead. They can't leave. How about we go up and take a look? We don't know what's up there yet. What if all the undead are up there? That would be suicide. If you want to go, you go. I won't go. No matter what. I won't give up. If you are afraid of death, just stay down there. I want to go up and take a look. Wait for me. Some demonized creatures who were unwilling to return empty-handed looked at their companions with contempt, reorganized the team, headed towards the pit, and reached the outside world through the pit. Among these bold demonized creatures, many have lived underground since birth. This is their first time reaching the surface, and they are looking at the world above ground with curiosity. Oh, so that is the sky. So vast, without any trace of stone. Oh, that's the moon. So big, so round, and so bright. Oh, those are the stars. So small. It's a pity that it's not daytime. I heard that during the day, the sky is blue. The moon disappears. There is a big fireball called the sun hanging in the sky, and white clouds float in the air, moving slowly. The world outside is not as good as imagined. There are no green plants, and no piles of wild beasts. Where are the undead? Why are there no undead? The unwilling roar regained the attention of the demonized creatures. They suddenly realized that, yes, they left the underground world, and came to the ground to look for the undead. What about those skeletons? They withdrew their gaze, and looked around. They had stayed in the underground world for too long. The vast and empty world above ground made them feel uncomfortable. They had seen too far. It felt so good. Although it was fun. No trace of the dead was found. There are so many skeletons. It's impossible for them all to disappear. Didn't they come up from below or hide underground? A demonized creature guessed so. But his companions did not agree. The careful companions discovered that there was something unusual on the ground. Messy footprints, soil that was flattened and different from other places, and deep ruts. A huge monster once appeared here, but now it has left, taking the undead with it. He shared his observations with his companions. In other words, if we follow these traces, we can catch up with the undead? A demonized creature squatted down, touched the ruts on the ground, raised his head, and asked with shining eyes. Maybe, but I can't tell how long the other party has been gone, said the demonized creature who discovered the unusual thing. No matter what, we have to try. Tell the people below, and the rest of you, follow me to chase. The demonized werewolf stood up, looked in the direction where the wheel tracks continued, said something casually, and ran out along the wheel tracks. The other demonized creatures looked at each other. Some of them followed the werewolves, while another group returned underground. In the underground world, there are also regulations that they cannot leave and go to the ground at will. This is for fear of attracting the attention of the races on the ground and bringing a devastating disaster to the underground world. But they are demonized creatures after all. They can usually live by the rules. But now, there are undead, and they can become stronger. Rules mean nothing. Are rules meant to be broken? The demonized creatures that returned told the news to their companions, who were still waiting below. When they heard that there was no ambush up there, and it was very safe, and that the undead also had clues, more demonized creatures were immediately tempted. They knew that the opportunity was not to be missed. So they started chasing. More demonic creatures came to the ground and followed the wheel tracks. The remaining demonized creatures felt that they still needed to wait and return to the city of Kamailan first. Chapter 163. The war is coming. The undead disappeared? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No one knows the undead better than me. They won't just disappear like that. Conspiracy. It's all conspiracy. In the palace of the Lord of Kamailan City, the roar of the white-haired prang continued to be heard. After the city gates were opened today, a large number of demonized creatures returned to the city, which made the city defense army feel extremely strange. On normal days, there would be at least half of the people missing when they returned. But this time, there seemed to be no loss. Driven by curiosity, they went up to ask and got a piece of news that surprised the city defense army. The undead had disappeared. There is no undead in the channel. Clean. Feeling something was wrong, the city defense officer immediately sent the news to White-Haired Plan. White-Haired Plan was also shocked, and his first reaction was disbelief. How is it possible? There are tens of thousands of undead in the passage, and they suddenly disappeared. Is this a magic trick? But the fact is, all the demonized creatures that came back this time said the same thing. With one voice, there were no undead in the passage and they gained nothing. The white-haired prang was now a little confused. He couldn't figure out the situation, and at the same time felt a little scared. The undead is gone. So what about the magical creatures in the city? They came here just because there are undead in Kamailan. If there are no undead in Kamailan, what's the point of them staying in Kamailan? Of course they will choose to leave, and Kamailan will return to its former appearance. A marginal city. For the ambitious white-haired plan. Since he has already felt the benefits of the city's rapid development and the beauty brought by power, he will never give up. He does not want the demonized creatures to leave. He cannot bear the grievance of Kamailan returning to its previous state because of the disappearance of the undead. My lord, city lord, they said they have reached the end and found the hole where the undead came from. The hole leads to the ground, the city defense officer said helplessly as he looked at the white-haired plan with disheveled clothes and flying hair. No matter whether the city lord believes it or not, no matter how he roars, he cannot change the fact that the undead has left. All they could do was think about what to do next. Either to disperse the gathered demonized creatures, or to find a way to keep them. With the current speed at which information about the undead was spreading in Kamailan, they didn't have much time left, and they needed White-Haired Plan to come up with an idea. Have you sent anyone up there to investigate? Are there any undead on the ground? The White-Haired Plan staggered up to the officer, grasped his collar tightly with both hands, and asked with red eyes. According to the hunters who went out, they did not find any undead spirits, but they found traces left behind when the undead spirits left. The officer leaned back hard to avoid the saliva sprayed on his face by the white-haired plan. They found traces left by the undead, which meant that the undead had really left. Damn it! What happened to these undead? Why did you leave suddenly without telling me in advance? Aren't we partners anymore? The white-haired prang loosened his grip on the officer's collar, walked back to the table with heavy steps, sat down, leaned his head on his shoulder, and fell into deep thought. Lord City Lord, what should we do now? Asked the officer. Let me think about it, white-haired prang said sullenly. But outside, the officer wanted to remind him that more and more people outside must know the news of the disappearance of the undead. And time is running out. Damn it. Let me think about it. I'm telling you. I need to think about it. Get out. The white-haired plan suddenly raised his head, interrupted the officer, and roared like a madman. The officer was startled when he saw the white-haired plan's red eyes, the spreading black blood vessels, and the faint tendency of madness. He quickly saluted and hurried out. It was not until the officer left that the white-haired prang took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress his violent temper. Don't lose your mind. Think cautiously. After gaining power and experiencing the beauty of power, he was absolutely unwilling to let it go. He didn't care whether the undead left or not. He didn't go out to hunt the undead anyway. That was the business of demonized creatures. What white-haired Prang really cares about is whether the demonized creatures will leave, and how to keep them in the city of Kamailan. The undead left his trace. And it can be tracked since there are traces. After thinking for a long time, he decided to break the established rules of the underground world. He wanted people to go to the ground to track down the undead. Not only the city defense forces would go, but other demonized creatures, as long as they wanted to go, could go. He wanted to tell the other demonized creatures in the underground world that he not only had the undead here, but also had information about the undead. And it could also lead to the ground, allowing them to return to the world of their ancestors. Right. That is it. In this way, his great city of Kamailan will once again become the focus. White-haired Prang figured it out. The retreat of the undead might actually be a good thing. Now his propaganda is not just about the undead, but also about the ancestral world. See, the same thing, as long as it is expressed in a different way, can have a better effect. This is the charm of language. The white-haired Prang laughed and called the city defense officer in and told him his idea. The city defense officer widened his eyes. It didn't matter whether to track the undead or not. But this statement was very powerful. Originally, going to the ground was not allowed in the underground world. But now the city lord was under the banner of returning to the ancestral world, which meant something else. City lord, you are so great. When the city defense officer left the city lord's mansion, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, why else would he be the city lord? His brain is really different from his own. He could never think of that. It's obviously the same thing, but the meaning expressed is completely different. What happened in the underground world? The white-haired Prang was about to initiate a pursuit, and a large number of demonized creatures were about to break out of their cages and rush into the above-ground world. Li Ziyu didn't know about these things. He was now sitting in the undead fortress with full power running, rushing back to the mountains of the dead. Traveling was boring, so he simply studied how to summon an army of alien undead. Calculating the time, he could reach the mountains of the dead souls a little earlier than the Cancer Legion. But the other side would soon come to kill them, and it would be a tough battle by then. So he had to prepare in advance. This time when we went to the underground world, we not only harvested the corpses of demonized creatures, but also a large number of corpses of demonized beasts. These are all good things, and can be directly transformed into alien undead. On the way back, the alien undead army under Li Ziyu was officially established. Alien Undead Legion Leader, Dark Skeleton. Deputy Legion Leader, Violent Skeleton. Alien Undead Corps High-Ranking Officer, Physical Skeleton. Strength Skeleton. Speed Skeleton. Triple Enchantment Skeleton Bull Demon. Below it has two main military regiments. The Heterogeneous Undead Military Regiment and the Heterogeneous Beast Corps. The Alien Undead Army includes Constitution Skeleton Towering 1,000 people. Strength Skeleton Ogre 500 people. Strength Skeleton Hill Troll 500 people. Strength Skeleton Giant 500 people. And Violent Skeleton Knoll 10,000 people. The Alien Beast Army includes Constitution Skeleton Claw Explosive Bear 50 heads. Speed Skeleton Saber-Toothed Savage Lion 100 heads. Speed Sabered Cheetah 200 heads. Violent Skeleton Giant Fang Pig 10,000 heads. Darkness Skeleton Savage Wolf 30,000 heads. Plague Sabered and Gray Squirrel 30,000 heads. The total number was less than 100,000 of the regular Skeleton Undead Army. But Li Ziyu really tried his best. For this Alien Undead Army, he invested a full bonus of 1.1 million units of soul energy, and put most of his wealth into it. He firmly believed that such an Alien Undead Army would definitely give the Cancer Coalition a huge surprise. Boss. Information. Zhang Peng came in from outside, and handed a piece of paper to Li Ziyu. Zhang Peng also knew that the war was right. Without the slightest relaxation, he kept investigating the information of the Tumor Legion, and continued to monitor the movement of the other party, and reported it to Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu took the paper and took a look. It recorded the types of soldiers that had been discovered in the Cancer Legion. In addition to the regular types of soldiers, there were also some special types of soldiers, such as the giant monsters that were huge in size, and could throw boulders far away, and were controlled by goblins, and the lizardman shamans that sat on big lizards, and could add buffs to the warriors. In order to deal with the undead, the three races have sent out their best troops. Troops that are not usually seen have all been dispatched this time, just to completely eliminate the undead and become famous in one fell swoop. The number of the cancerous coalition's troops is between 350,000 and 400,000, and the exact number is unknown. Among them are many mercenaries, most of whom are of races with a bad reputation. They claim to have an army of 1 million. Haha. You really used all your strength to deal with me. Li Ziyu looked at the information on the paper and chuckled. After this battle, the power in this area should be our strongest, Zhang Peng said on the side. The 3 races of the Cancer Legion wanted to become famous by destroying the undead, and then advance into the central area. Coincidentally, Li Ziyu also thought so now. As long as he destroyed the coalition forces of the 3 races, he would have no opponents in this remote corner of the wilderness. He could develop with peace of mind and then prepare to attack the center, or find a way out of the wilderness. If I win, the world will be mine. If you lose, you won't even have a life. Under the night sky, the wasteland remains the same as usual. But tonight the undead, who are collecting resources in the mountains of the dead, seem particularly excited. Our home is back. The city lord is back. And our brothers are back. They can feel the constant breath. That is a familiar atmosphere, where they are born. Sensing the changes in the undead, the creatures in the ghost mountains were terrified. They were afraid of being killed. These bone beasts were merciless and wanted to kill them. However, as long as they didn't get close to them and didn't provoke them, these bones wouldn't cause them trouble. Under the moonlight, the huge undead fortress came from the darkness in the distance and approached the mountains of the dead. Ding! Warm reminder, you are close to the resource area. The fortress warehouse is automatically connecting. Connection is successful. Welcome back. When Li Ziyu opened the system and saw the prompt, he smiled. It really felt like home. Looking through the window of the main building at the undulating mountains in the distance, a familiar feeling came over him. In the eyes of outsiders, the mountains of the dead are a forbidden area for the living and a cursed place. Anyone who gets close to it will die. But in the eyes of the dead and Li Ziyu, this is not a forbidden area. It is their place of prosperity, and the home of millions of dead souls. Li Ziyu was away during this period. But the skeleton undead were not idle at all. They were doing what they had to do. Not to mention how much minerals, stones, and bones they collected from the mountain. Just the fact that a large area of trees on the mountain were bare was enough to show how much resources they had collected. After the fortress warehouse and the resource point were reconnected, a large amount of resources poured into the warehouse. The amount was so large that Li Ziyu almost laughed his eyes out. The undead fortress returned to the original position and stopped. Rerouted, as before when he left. According to the information Zhang Peng obtained, the Cancer Alliance was less than 10 days away from the Ghost Mountains and would arrive soon. Li Ziyu began to make preparations. The following days were ordinary. Li Ziyu prepared to fight against the Cancer Legion and replenish his own warriors. He expanded the Skeleton Undead Legion to 15, 10 of which were controlled by skeleton warriors, and the remaining 5 were reserve legions that could be deployed to the battlefield at any time during the battle. Li Ziyu didn't care about the combat effectiveness of the Cancer Legion. He would prepare as much as possible. The investment this time was absolutely terrifying. Not to mention how many troops Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng have prepared. Just talking about Li Ziyu's troops. There are 10 regular skeleton undead legions with 1 million troops, 5 reserve skeleton undead legions with 500,000 troops, and 1 alien undead legion with 80,000 troops. Other troops include 1,000 plus skeleton longbowmen, 1,000 skeleton shortbowmen, 3,000 elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors, 1,000 giant strength skeleton warriors, and some skeleton hammer warriors added by Li Ziyu, bringing the number to 3,000. The battle between the Cancer Legion and the undead has touched the hearts of many tribes in the wasteland. They realize that this battle is very likely to change the current power structure in the wasteland. If the Cancer Alliance wins, it will surely become famous. And perhaps the rulers of this land in the future will be the goblins, headhunters, and lizardmen. If the undead win, the consequences are unpredictable. They don't know much about the undead. But each tribe has its own legend about the undead. The Cancer Coalition has angered the undead. If they are defeated, the undead may sweep across the entire wasteland as in the legend, and they will witness the legendary White Tide. Every tribe of any size sent out scouts to closely monitor the battle and pass on intelligence as quickly as possible. The attention of the wasteland was completely attracted. Not only were there eyes on the wasteland, but even in the system forum, there were posts about the impending war between the undead and the coalition forces. Zhang Peng was the first to discover it, and told Li Ziyu the news. Li Ziyu is not surprised. The scale of his fighting is indeed a bit large. And the crosses are not fools. Among them, there may be many fun people who live with different world gossip every day. Observing them, it is reasonable. Anyway, as long as they do not interfere with the battlefield, everything is good. Such a war involving millions of people cannot be hidden. And there will inevitably be war reports. Just like some time ago, there were war reports from the central area of the wilderness. It was also a large-scale battlefield with millions of people fighting. One side was the coalition of time travelers, and the other side was the indigenous central rat people from the alien world. The ending was somewhat tragic. The coalition of time travelers did not win. Not only did they not win, but they were beaten extremely badly. Not only did they suffer heavy losses, but several city lords also died in the battle. The rat people also took advantage of this war to reach the peak of their reputation and became as prosperous as ever. In comparison, Li Ziyu's undead battle against the Cancer Coalition was actually a small scene. The time passed quickly, and the Tumor Coalition was getting closer and closer to the Souls Mountains. It has already begun to send spies and pioneers. Li Ziyu also arranged for the Dead Soul Corps to wait for the other party to come over. At the same time, Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing dispatched. The attacks on the opponent's spies and pioneers must not let the other party swing up like this, and then take their information away. Chapter 164 Night Attack Vanguard. Beep. The giant beast horn was blown, and the mighty army continued to march forward. As their footsteps moved, dust rose up and flew all over the sky, forming billowing smoke. The team composed of goblins, lizardmen and headhunters marched forward, with shouts, curses, and the sound of war drums heard incessantly. In this corner of the wilderness, there has not been such a large-scale mobilization of troops for many years, and almost all tribes have forgotten the horror of large-scale battles. The reason why a cancerous race is not only because they act arrogantly, but also because they have terrifying numbers and combat effectiveness, which makes others dare not fight back. On the top of the hill, the commanders of the coalition forces gathered together, all looking very proud. Their plan was successful. Ha ha, the main force of the undead is back as expected. Yeah, I thought they were so awesome. No matter how powerful they are, they can't abandon their own nest. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have gone looking for them. I would have just attacked them directly. Looking at the coalition forces below, they were full of pride and felt that the battle had already been won. Even the undead were afraid of such a terrifyingly large army. If they are not afraid, why should they leave? If they hadn't decided to attack the lair of the undead, they might have been able to hide for the rest of their lives. The terrifying undead in the legends were nothing in front of hundreds of thousands of coalition forces. They could be destroyed with a wave of the hand. They even felt that they were making a big deal out of nothing. If they had known that the undead were so cowardly, they should not have sent so many elite troops. The coalition forces gathered by the three tribes this time are all composed of elite troops, who were drawn from the Gidge tribe. They are all good fighters, and can be said to have given their all. Not to mention the undead. They even dared to touch the races in the central area. The powerful strength of the coalition gave them immense confidence. The treetops of the highest peak in the mountains of the dead. Wow! It's really spectacular. Li Ziyu held onto the tree trunk and looked at the land in the distance. Dust and smoke were rising over there, and a dark army was moving slowly. Wow! It reminds me of the Lord of the Rings. Lu Xingxing shouted with excitement in his eyes. There are not so many actors in the Lord of the Rings. This is an army of hundreds of thousands. It looks like we will only have 1 or 2 days left. How are we going to fight? Zhang Peng squatted on a tree, smoking and talking incoherently. During this period, he and Lu Xingxing would go out for a stroll from time to time, killing many spies, and occasionally provoking and harassing the opponent's vanguard. Although they did not go to war with the vanguard outright, they did slow down the opponent's pace. Now the enemy's large force has arrived, with no intention of hiding, and they are coming over in such a mighty force. It seems that they are planning to head straight for the mountains of the dead and start a decisive battle with them. Let's take action tonight and get rid of their vanguard first. As the art of war says, he who strikes first is the strongest, and he who strikes later will suffer. Li Ziyu retracted his gaze. There was a camp near the Ghost Mountains. That was the vanguard of the Cancer Legion, which numbered nearly 30,000. Which book of military strategy says this? Lu Xingxing asked. scratching his head in confusion. If you say that this sentence is an old saying, then there is no problem. But if you say that it comes from the art of war, then that is a bit too much. Grandson? Li Ziyu said after a moment of silence. Which grandson? Lu Xingxing kept asking. A brief analysis of the art of team management. Zhang Peng said silently. Is this book the art of war? It doesn't sound like the art of war at all. It's not even an old book. You can tell from the name that it's a modern work. Lu Xingxing felt that Zhang Peng was fooling him. Why? He was clearly seeking advice humbly. How come it's not an old book? You still read it. Zhang Peng turned his head to look at Lu Xingxing and said calmly. Nonsense. I have never read such a book. Lu Xingxing retorted immediately. He didn't study management. So how could he have read any brief analysis of the art of team management? Journey to the West. Haven't you read it? Zhang Peng said with a grin. Lu Xingxing, _ Journey to the West? I have actually read this. I haven't read the original book, but I have watched the 1986 TV series several times. However, the brief analysis of Journey to the West and the art of team management, it seems to really make sense. Even if it is Journey to the West. It is not a military law. Lu Xingxing suddenly reacted and said to Zhang Peng. Stars. Look at the following. Is it tall? Zhang Peng pointed below. No one knew how many years the tree they were standing on had been growing. But it was so high that someone could definitely fall to death from it. High. Lu Xingxing looked down and replied. You ask more. I'm afraid that your grandson will be thrown by the boss. And a teacher will die before you go. Zhang Pengyin said. Forehead. Lu Xingxing shut up and glanced at Li Ziyu secretly, only to see that Li Ziyu was looking into the distance seriously. And he felt relieved. He finally realized his mistake. It didn't matter whether that sentence was from the art of war or not. What mattered was that it was Li Ziyu who said it. Nightfall. The sky was plunged into darkness. The stars disappeared. The moon was dark, and the wind was strong. About 5 kilometers away from the Undead fortress is the vanguard camp of the Cancer Alliance. Nearly 50,000 soldiers occupy a large area. Various tents are scattered around. The lights are bright, and the sounds of shouting and yelling can be heard. Goblin wearing armor was dinner around the bonfire, and the weapon was thrown beside his hand. He ate and made trouble while eating. He laughed. From time to time, Goblin turned his face and hit a group of people around him. The other Goblin did not mean to persuade him. The vanguard troops sent out by the Cancerous Alliance this time are also composed of elite soldiers. But goblins will always be goblins. Even the warriors from various tribes cannot change their bad nature. Knowing that they are not far from the undead, they still act as they please and have no discipline at all. Among the pioneer camp, the number of goblin is the largest, covering the largest area. The worst tent, the worst of the tents, the most disciplined, and the head of the hunting ethnic groups are too lazy to ignore them and build the tent in a slightly farther place. The headhunters seemed very quiet. They stayed quietly in their camp, wiping their weapons, organizing their equipment, and occasionally looking in the direction of the goblins with fierce eyes, as if they were killers who might suddenly attack at any time. They don't like these noisy dwarfs who have poor fighting ability and like to make trouble. If they are not allies now, these green skins who dare to hold a bonfire party next to the enemy will be their first targets of attack. Obviously, the lizard man is much more chapter than goblin, and their camp accounts are more neat, like decent. But at this time, the number of people in their camps is not large. More lizard men are sent to warn. In the darkness around the camp, there are dark shadows passing by from time to time. 5 kilometers. It is not a safe distance. The enemy may be killed at any time. Especially the undead is not good for defense. They are different from normal creatures, so they must be more vigilant. They had been harassed for some time, and not many people died. But their formation was slowed down a lot, so that when they arrived, they found that the undead were already ready for a fight. Their vanguard army originally wanted to catch the undead by surprise, but they didn't expect that the clown would be themselves in the end. However, they still chose to set up camp not too far away from the undead to prepare for the army that was coming from the rear. The lizard people always feel uneasy in their hearts. Today's night is not very good. On weekdays, the bright moonlight is not shining on the ground tonight, and the temperature of the wasteland has dropped a lot. After all, they are cold-blooded animals. They hate this low temperature. Under such circumstances, the lizard men were naturally full of vigilance. The lizard man's worries were not unfounded. Liziu also noticed that tonight was different. There was no moon, no stars, and it was darker than usual. Darkness is good. The undead like darkness. On a dark and windy night, it is time for murder and arson. At this time, if you do ain't go to attack the pioneer army, it is hard to accommodate. If you miss this village, you do and have this shop. The vanguard is coming. Then don't leave. If you can't leave it's sorry for the night that God gave me. There are 2 soldiers and 2 roads. They are the Beast Corps. The 5 major skeletons lead the 5,000 violent skeleton giant dolphin and 20,000 dark skeleton bone wasteland wolf, coupled with the 1,000 skeleton short archer. The front raid. And the other road is Zhang Ping's 3,000 barbarian warrior with his mouse man. Li Ziyu has been operating in the Ghost Mountains for so long. And Zhang Peng has not been idle either. There have been many tunnels dug underground. And one of them happened to be near the Vanguard army camp. When the frontal assault begins, he can let the Ratnan fortress emerge from underground, release 3,000 Wildhammer warriors, and then give the enemy another wave of attacks. If the enemy is defeated, these 3,000 Wildhammer warriors will become reinforcements to cut off the enemy's retreat. Li Ziyu did not send out the skeleton undead army or heavy troops. It was not that he did not want to, but that he could not. The movement speed of the skeleton undead and heavy troops were quite slow. He was launching a surprise attack on the Vanguard army this time. If he sent out the skeleton undead army, the target would be too big and the enemy would easily find them. Moreover, if the enemy wanted to run, the skeleton undead could not stop them or catch up with them. As for putting heavy soldiers in the mouse human fortress, it is not enough. Whether it is the elite skeleton heavy hammer warrior or the bones, the body is too large. And it is also very heavy. The load of the mouse man's fortress is limited. People are designed for the mouse man, but there are too many big guys. So Li Ziyu mobilized the skeleton beast army. The skeleton shortbowmen were lighter in weight, so they could be carried by the dark skeleton wasteland wolves and then attacked when they got close. The undead gathered quickly, and the warriors lined up into the mouse human fortress. Out! At Li Ziyu's command, the skeleton beast set off in a mighty force. And Zhang Peng also went into the cave with his own mole man fortress. In the darkness, the soul fire of the skeleton beast quickly faded away, and Li Ziyu turned around and went back to the main building lobby. It's too cold. Yeah. This night is unusual. It's not usually this cold. The 2 patrolling lizard men were running back and forth. Only constant movement could make them feel warm in the cold night. Suddenly, one of the lizardmen stopped and looked up into the distance in confusion. What's wrong with you? The other lizardman B looked at his companion in confusion and kept jumping on the spot. Do you feel anything? The lizardman still looked at the distance and asked whispered. I feel so cold. Are you going to run or not? If you don't, I'll run 2 laps by myself. I'm going to freeze to death. Lizardman B felt that in just a moment. The blood circulation speed of his blood slowed down, and he felt cold all over. Lizardman A ignored his companions, and suddenly leaned down with his face pressed against the ground. He was not listening to the sound, but feeling the vibration of the ground. Compared to the sound, they were more sensitive to the vibration of the ground. In just a dozen seconds, the lizard man's face changed straight. Huh? When he found that his companion was abnormal, the lizard man also leaned down and felt. Soon, his face changed. Something is coming. And there is a lot of it. He finally understood what his companion felt. When he looked up, he saw a small point of light swaying in the darkness. That's enemy attack. Lizardman B's reaction was even faster than Lizardman A's. He turned around and ran, taking out an alarm whistle from his arms and blowing it while running. Beep. The whistle woke up and looked at the lizard man in the distance. He found that the companions around him were gone. He turned his head and looked at it. You don't talk about your righteousness. You can call me. The lizard man scolded in his heart and chased towards the lizard man B. He chased and warned loudly. Enemy attacks. Enemies. The undead strikes. Beep. Toot. When the lizard men heard a whistle, they quickly reacted, took out the whistle, and rushed towards the camp at the same time. They did not want to face a group of undead alone. Huh? Have you heard anything? Goblin's ears that was baking shook, looking at the people around him. There seems to be some sound. Why do you care so much? Come. Eat something. His companion handed him a fruit and said with a chuckle. Unlike the goblins, after hearing the whistle, The headhunters immediately picked up their weapons, crawled out of the tent, and gathered quickly. They were not stupid and knew very well what the whistle meant. It was the lizard men giving a warning, which meant that an enemy was attacking. Soon, more and more dense whistles sounded, and the lizard people began to gather. On the other hand, the goblins, who were the largest group in the vanguard, still looked lazy. A large number of them even looked at the headhunters and lizardmen blankly, not knowing what they were doing. The rest looked excited, as if they were ready to watch a big show. Enemy attack. The undead are coming. What are you doing? Pick up your weapons. Get ready for battle. When the lizardman ran over, he found that the goblins showed no signs of gathering together, but were still doing their own thing. He immediately became angry and shouted at them. Enemy attack? Enemy attack. The confused goblins finally woke up. After waking up, they did not gather together like the lizard men and the headhunters. Instead, they became a mess, pushing and shoving each other. You grabbed my weapon. I hit you in the face. The lizard man who came to warn covered his face and sighed helplessly. This is our ally. This is the warrior who will fight alongside us. Can these guys really go to war? It's such a scam. Fortunately, the lizard man leader Momwan had foreseen all this. He went straight to the goblin leader and asked him to summon the bear goblin to forcibly shock the people below, which allowed the goblins to gather together reluctantly. By the time the goblins gathered together, the headhunters and lizardmen had already lined up outside the camp, ready for battle. But it was too late. The goblins had wasted so much time that the undead were already approaching. They had no chance to fight their way out directly, and could only gather and fight in front of the camp. The violent skeleton giant porpoises sensed the breath of life from afar. There were a lot of them, but this did not make them shrink back. Instead, it made them more excited. They approached and charged. Flame-like light burst out from the bodies of the giant porpoise skeletons, transforming them into small fireballs, and their speed began to increase. Chapter 165 Battle of the Night. Rage mode on. Charge. The giant skeleton porpoises are not real demonized beasts, but undead. They also have their own will, and know the dangers of the violent mark. When they leave the undead fortress, they do not activate it directly, but wait until they get close to the opponent's camp and discover the enemy before activating it. The giant skeleton porpoise entered berserk mode and continued to accelerate. The flaming light on its body became brighter and brighter, and it slammed heavily into the vanguard army that was waiting in front of it. Defense. The commanders of the three races looked at the violent and ferocious giant skeleton porpoises that were getting closer and closer, and shouted orders. They had never seen a violent skeleton giant porpoise before, but they knew it was an undead by looking at its appearance. It was a skeleton and could still move. If it wasn't an undead, then what was it? They just didn't know how strong it was in combat. Logically speaking, the fighting power of lizardmen or headhunters is stronger than that of goblins. But they are in the rear. It's because the goblins are more numerous and stupid. Such a frontal charge will definitely result in huge losses. They certainly don't want to bear such losses, so they decisively push the goblins to the front. If ordinary goblins saw such a ferocious creature as the violent giant porpoise, they would surely panic and scatter in a hurry, and would never defend their positions. Compared with the position, their own lives are more important. But the goblins in these vanguard armies were the elites selected from various tribes. They were much stronger than ordinary goblins. They had no fear in their hearts, but instead had a crazy look on their faces. They wore leather armor, held a shield in one hand and a weapon in the other, and were crowded together. This is their tactic to deal with the charge. This tactic is also called the meat wall in the goblin tribe, which means a wall made of the flesh and blood of goblins. The enemies who dare to attack the wall will be hit on the head and bleed. In the eyes of the lizardmen and headhunters, the meat wall tactic is stupid, consumes a lot of resources, and will result in a large number of casualties. However, the goblins have actually won many battles using this tactic, and they think the meat wall tactic is wonderful. As for the dead, well, there are always dead in battle. Besides, do we goblins care about the dead? Goblins have a very strong breeding ability, and have no reproductive isolation for many species. They come in broods like mice, so it doesn't matter if there are some casualties, as long as the goblins on the upper level are not dead. It is completely acceptable. Take the meat wall for example. All the goblins that make up the meat wall are ordinary goblins. There is not a single bear goblin. This is because bear goblins are upper level goblins with strong combat power and cannot be easily damaged in the meat wall. As for those ordinary goblins, the goblin commander doesn't care whether they die or not. The speed of 5,000 violent giant skeleton porpoises has been fully increased. They lowered their heads slightly, pointed their fangs at the enemies in front of them, and charged forward fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. The goblin in the front let out a sharp howl before dying, but did not dodge at all. He just tried to block it with a round shield in his hand. However, the quality of the shield was not good enough. It was hit by the violent giant porpoise and shattered instantly, and their bodies were pushed backwards. Groups of goblins were killed by giant porpoises, while the goblins in the back used all their strength to hold back their companions in front, refusing them to retreat. The flesh wall composed of nearly 13,000 goblins was able to withstand the charge of the violent giant skeleton porpoises. The entire formation was concave inward, and the shrill howls echoed throughout the wilderness. However, the momentum of the violent giant skeleton porpoises' charge was indeed curbed, and their speed was decreasing. Even though they were still trying hard to move forward, the densely packed goblins in front of them were still holding on tightly. The lizard men in the back showed astonishment on their faces. They didn't expect that the so-called meat wall would actually be useful, and use their flesh and blood to resist the opponent's charge. The headhunters had indifferent expressions on their faces, not moved at all by the goblin's tragic death. The goblin commander, on the other hand, had a proud look on his face, holding his head high, looking at the lizardman commander Mom 1 and the headhunter commander. Look! Look! This is the flesh wall you despised. How useful it is. If I let you come, can you stop the charge of the undead? It still depends on us goblins. However, his pride did not last long. The violent giant skeleton porpoise found that its charging momentum was blocked, so it simply stopped charging and started shaking its head. Their name is giant tusks, which means they have two long, thick and almost disproportionate tusks. Some are sharp, some are shovel-shaped, and some are antler-shaped, with many bone horns branching out like tree branches. The main attack mode of the demonized giant porpoise is not charging. Their attack mainly relies on their fangs. After facing the enemy, they shake their heads left and right, and use their fangs to kill the enemy. After becoming undead, they are the first to charge in most battles. Their role is to break through the opponent's defenses and cause damage to the enemy. This is the case in the underground passages. They rarely have the opportunity to use their fangs to kill by shaking their heads left and right. Unexpectedly, the fighting skills that were not used in the underground world were used outside. The goblins stopped their charging momentum and prevented them from breaking through the enemy formation. They actually blocked them, but also gave them the opportunity to use their fangs to kill. The violent giant skeleton porpoises in the front shook their heads left and right. Anyone who was stabbed by their fangs would be thrown away with great force. The bodies of the goblins were flying in the air. Screaming and wailing were endless, and the violent giant skeleton porpoises seemed to be dancing in a nightclub, shaking their heads happily. Anyone who is stabbed by the fangs will be in trouble. Goblins are originally short in stature, much smaller than giant porpoises. After being stabbed by the teeth, they will be ripped open by a flick. The giant porpoise kept picking up and throwing away the goblins that were in the way in front of it, and moved forward with its head shaking, turning into a bulldozer. Looking extremely happy, Mominant and the headhunter commander silently turned their heads to look at the goblin commander, who was so smug and proud. A meat wall? That's it? Yes, you did withstand the charge. And then what? Just die. This is a battlefield, not a competition to see who can die more. What's the point of just blocking the charge? You have to kill those undead charging towards you. The giant skeleton porpoise's speed was not slow at all, and it kept moving forward. The goblin commander was furious. He was actually looked down upon. This was unacceptable. He had no face left, so he yelled to the front, "Kill them! You rubbish! Kill those undeads! Charge forward, surround them, and smash their heads!" After experiencing battles with the undead, the members of the Cancer Alliance all knew that if they wanted to kill the undead, they had to smash their skulls. Other attacks would have almost no effect. Therefore, the standard defense of the goblins in the vanguard this time is leather armor and shields, and their weapons are various blunt instruments, hammers, wooden sticks, stone clubs, etc. But they didn't expect that what they encountered were not skeleton soldiers at all, but a group of wild beasts. The skull of a giant skeleton gorilla is much harder than that of a skeleton undead. Hitting its head with the weapons of the goblins will at most make its soul fire vibrate for a moment. it will recover by shaking its head and continue to move forward. To kill a violent giant skeleton gorilla, it requires a lot of effort. It may take dozens of goblins taking turns to hit it before its skull is completely smashed and its soul fire dissipates. Every time the goblins killed a giant skeleton porpoise, they were excited. The cost of killing one was too high, which made them feel that their efforts would eventually be rewarded. However, they did not realize that killing a violent giant skeleton porpoise was not the end, but the beginning of something more tragic. Skeleton beasts are not normal skeleton undead. They are alien species. Special undead with patterns. Their souls are not pure. Especially the giant porpoise, which has activated its own violent pattern. When their soul fire dissipated, the power of the mark also dissipated with it. The goblins in the battle did not notice this at all, and unknowingly absorbed the dissipated soul fire into their bodies. The power of the rage mark quietly integrated into the goblins' souls, and gradually began to affect their brains. As they continued to fight, their blood boiled and the rage mark gradually took effect, making them even crazier, and their sanity gradually disappeared. The goblin affected by the violent mark had bloodshot eyes that bulged outward, drooling from the corners of his mouth, and without even noticing, he had turned into a madman. The violent giant skeleton porpoises felt the power of the mark on some goblins. They gave up attacking these goblins, and turned to attack normal goblins. The goblins infected by the violent mark are no longer their enemies, so there is no need to pay attention to them. The violent goblin fell into a state of madness. Howling, raised his stick towards his companions, and smashed them down without hesitation, causing even greater chaos. What's going on? Your goblins are attacking their own people. Mom 1 was the first to notice that something was wrong with the goblins. He turned his head and asked the goblin commander. The goblin commander looked confused. He didn't know what was going on, or why the goblins in front of him would attack other goblins even more ferociously than when they attacked the undead. Mom and I felt that something was wrong and immediately ordered the lizardmen to go to the battlefield to quickly destroy these beast undeads. The lizardmen went to the battlefield, and the headhunters naturally would not just stand by and watch, but sent their own troops up as well. The addition of two new forces with stronger combat effectiveness instantly caused considerable casualties to the violent giant porpoises. These two races have long-range attack methods, and even if they do not get close, they can still rely on long-range weapons such as javelins to attack the enemy. Many giant porpoises were killed or wounded, but there were even more violent goblins. They became allies of the undead and attacked their own people crazily. Just when the vanguard focused all their attention on the violent giant porpoises and planned to kill them quickly, shadowy figures appeared in the darkness and launched an attack from the outside. They were dark skeleton wasteland wolves. The undead are easy to hide, and the darkness gives the dark skeleton wasteland wolves even better concealment. They approach silently and don't even attract the attention of the Cancer Coalition. When the other party's full attention is on the giant porpoise, they brazenly launch an attack. Before the lizardmen and headhunters on the periphery could react, they were bitten on the neck, arms, and thighs by the steppe wolves and forcibly dragged into the darkness, leaving behind only a series of screams. There are still enemies in the darkness. Mom and I's face turned pale. These undead beasts in front of him were just baits. There were more enemies. Just as he realized this, he heard a sound of breaking air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows shot out from the darkness, making the lizardmen and headhunters scream in pain. There were also prairie wolves attacking by surprise, taking the opportunity to drag the enemy into the darkness. When the lizardmen and headhunters tried to fight back, more arrows were shot at them, preventing them from killing the steppe wolves. The soldiers of the Cancer Alliance need to rely on torches and other lighting items to see clearly what is in the dark. But the undead do not need that. They can easily identify where the enemies are through the breath of life. Just like wearing night vision goggles, the darkness is no obstacle to them at all. The coalition forces had no idea how many enemies there were in the darkness, and could only passively take the beating. They wanted to shoot arrows and throw missiles to fight back, but the steppe wolves were too fast and often flashed by, almost blending into the darkness, making it difficult to aim. If it were daytime, they wouldn't care so much about the skeletal beasts. But now it was a night without even moonlight. Retreat! Retreat back to the camp. Seeing that the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable, the commander of the headhunters immediately gave the order, and the headhunters were the first to retreat towards the camp. There are torches and bonfires in the camp, which makes it brighter. Fighting in the camp is obviously more advantageous than fighting outside the camp. After the headhunters retreated, The lizardmen immediately followed. But the goblin commander was a little hesitant. Mom 1 and the headhunter commander didn't understand the goblins. But as the goblin commander, he knew his own people too well. As long as the meat wall was still there, they could still fight. But once they decided to withdraw to the camp, the meat wall would be gone. Not to mention whether they could stop those skeleton beasts. Given the goblins' strong nature, they would most likely be defeated. It is simply unrealistic to ask the goblins to maintain a meat wall and retreat slowly. They do not have such high discipline and can only be led with general orders. The problem is that they have to retreat now. The headhunters and lizardmen have retreated. If the goblins are still blocking the other side, then all the firepower of the undead will fall on the goblins. The goblin commander doesn't even dare to imagine how great the losses will be. Forget it. Retreat was not his idea, but the idea of the commander of the headhunters. Let's retreat. If the damage is too great, let the commander of the headhunters talk to the leaders of the army. It's not their fault anyway. The goblin commander had already thought of an excuse to exonerate himself. While retreating, he ordered the other goblins to retreat back to the camp. When the order came, the goblins in the rear, who had not come into contact with the undead, turned around and ran without a second thought. They ran so fast that more and more goblins fled towards the camp. And the flesh wall dissipated. The violent tusked pig was burning with flames all over its body, and was about to give chase. But the dark skeletons gave the order to stop the pursuit, and asked them to prepare for a second charge. The undead didn't care about those crazy goblins, as they were not their own people anyway. The crazy goblin howled and chased his companions, rushing towards the camp. Don't let those crazy goblins come over. Kill them! The commander of the headhunters shouted immediately, when he saw the crazy goblins about to enter the camp. What a joke. If these guys come in, it will definitely cause chaos. And that will give the undead an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Before the undead catch up, deal with these disturbing factors first, and then gather strength to deal with the undead. The headhunters and lizardmen drew their bows and shot arrows, threw spears, and killed all the crazy goblins chasing from behind outside the camp. Where are the undead? Mom and I looked outside the camp. There was a fire in the distance. It should be those undead beasts. However, those guys did not come over, but instead retreated a distance. The headhunters were on guard around them, punching and kicking the goblins, ordering them to stand in front, regardless of whether they could still organize a flesh wall to at least hold off the undead. Goblins die, but their deaths must be meaningful, at least giving them opportunities to attack. The goblin performed quite well just now and blocked the opponent's charge. Although he went crazy for unknown reasons in the end, it was not a big problem. The enemy's charge is coming. Get ready for battle. Mom 1 guessed the plan of the violent skeleton giant fawnfish, shouted loudly, organized people, and prepared to deal with the second wave of giant fangfish's charge. Chapter 166, Sneak Attack from Behind. A violent skeleton, with blood-red flames burning all over its body and full of fierce and domineering aura, walked behind the giant porpoise skeleton, looked at the coalition camp in the distance, opened its jaws, almost spewing flames, and roared with a voice that resounded through the soul. Attack! The violent skeleton giant pig's 4 hooves flew. Its aura surged. It entered berserk mode, and ran wildly towards the camp. The flames on their bodies connected into one piece. And from the position of the violent skeleton, it looked like a sea of fire spreading forward, turning everything into ashes. Compared to the violent skeleton, the dark skeleton was much more low-key. He simply poked his head out from the shadows, casually gave orders to the skeleton wasteland wolf, and then shrank back. In his mind, the camp ahead had no appeal at all. When they were underground, they, the alien skeletons, had experienced a lot, which broadened their horizons. There were no powerful existences in the camp ahead that could promote the evolution of the alien skeletons. For the dark skeletons, the appeal was too low. The alien skeletons have reached a bottleneck period. Except for the violent skeleton, the other alien skeletons' desire to fight has decreased a lot. The reason they fight is that the battlefield can promote their evolution and allow them to grow into more powerful undead. Without this, fighting would be boring. The violent giant skeleton porpoise was too conspicuous in the dark night, attracting the attention of all the Cancer Coalition soldiers in the camp. They stared at the enemy that was sweeping in like flames with full concentration. They knew that in addition to those enemies with glowing bodies, there were more terrifying existences in the darkness. such as the skeleton wolves that moved as fast as the wind and were good at hiding, and the archers who hid in the dark and launched crazy sneak attacks. These guys would most likely follow the skeleton pigs and rush over together. Prepare to meet the enemy. The 3 vanguard commanders gave orders at the same time. The goblins were at the forefront again, while the lizardmen and headhunters scattered into the camp, looking at the darkness vigilantly. Just as the giant porpoise skeletons approached the camp and everyone's attention was on them, the ground suddenly shook with a rumbling sound. What happened? There was an earthquake? Mamanai turned his head and looked around. But when he looked behind him, his body froze. A huge black shadow broke out from the ground behind the coalition forces, like a giant python rising into the sky, and then crashed to the ground. Get out of the way. Seeing the black shadow falling from the sky, Mamanai realized something was wrong and shouted quickly. But the incident happened suddenly, and the coalition soldiers had no time to react. The black shadow had already fallen and killed some of the coalition soldiers, who were slow to dodge on the spot. What? Mamanai widened his eyes. He was unable to describe the huge thing in front of him. He was sure that it was man-made, a bit like a snake, and a very long one. If there was a time traveler present, he would tell him that it did not look like a snake, but like a train. Unfortunately, there was no time traveler around him, no one to explain to him, and he was in no mood to listen to the explanation, because out of the body of the snake jumped out Undead holding hammers. The door of the Ratman fortress opened, and the Wild Hammer warriors jumped out of the fortress, immediately pounced on the nearest allied soldiers, and started smashing them with hammers. 3,000 Wild Hammer warriors suddenly attacked from behind, catching the vanguard army off guard. The allied soldiers had no time to react before they saw the enemy already killing their way into the crowd. Zhang Peng looked at the chaotic battlefield outside from the main building and grinned. The timing is just right. Perfect. He then gave the order to the rat people to control the fortress to retreat into the underground passage. If the battle was won, he would come to support the Wild Hammer warriors. If the battle was lost, he would return directly to the fortress of the Undead. Well, I'm just a courier. Whether I can win or not is not my concern. That's the boss's concern. Zhang Peng didn't feel any pressure at all, and was very calm. Damn it! Momona understood that this was the tactic of the Undead. They took advantage of the fact that the beast Undead in front of them attracted their attention, and launched a sudden sneak attack. This was not a moral code of war. The Undead tonight caused them to suffer a great loss, and also changed the original impression of the Undead in Mamanai's mind. The Undead used to be a group of large but slow-moving skeletons. Their biggest threat came from their ability to expand quickly. As long as the enemy died, they would become undead and join the opposing side. But in terms of mobility and combat effectiveness, it's really not that good. But what they saw tonight. First the powerful skeleton pigs. Then the skeleton wolves hiding in the darkness waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Not only that, they also planned and launched a sneak attack. The Undead are different from what they imagined. Completely different. This is the true face of the legendary horrible Undead. 3,000 Wildhammer warriors are not many compared to the tens of thousands of vanguard troops. If they are given time, they can be cleared out. But the problem is that there is no time, and they come too quickly. Many warriors were caught off guard when they encountered the Wildhammer warriors, and were undoubtedly knocked down on the spot, causing chaos, while the coalition forces were attacked from the rear. The violent giant skeleton porpoise also arrived and fiercely rushed into the camp. They don't care whether there are goblins, lizardmen, headhunters, or tents in front of them. If there is anything blocking their way, they will just rush over. The camp was in chaos, and the goblins had no way to use the meat wall tactic. When they came into contact with the giant porpoises, the casualties were much greater than the last time. Countless goblins were knocked away or killed, and the front line was torn apart in an instant. The goblins had no time to care about the lives of their companions. Instead of running away, they rushed towards the giant porpoises with weapons in hand, and pounced on them one after another with a fearless attitude. The giant porpoises were just the beginning, as they successfully charged into the formation. The steppe wolves behind them followed closely, dragging long black shadows behind them and biting at the goblins. And at the very end, there was a skeleton shorebowman hiding in the darkness, walking in small steps, holding a bow in one hand and 3 arrows in the other. When he saw someone, he didn't waste any time and just shot directly. There was a constant whooshing sound, and the shooting speed was extremely fast. Many goblins were shot, and fell to the ground before they could react. Because of the surprise attack from the rear, the lizardmen and headhunters were unable to send reinforcements in time, which led to further casualties among the goblins. We can't rely on the headhunters and lizardmen. Damn it. Let the bear goblins go over. Kill those undead beasts. The goblin commander turned his head to look behind him and found that the situation was already disrupted. This was different from what they had agreed upon. The goblins were only responsible for blocking the attack, while the headhunters and lizardmen were responsible for launching attacks and eliminating the enemies rushing over after the goblins blocked the first wave of attacks. But now they were all dealing with the undead that suddenly emerged from the ground, and had no intention of coming over to help. The goblin commander cannot let the giant porpoises and steppe wolves slaughter his men at will. If this continues, he will be left alone. As a commander without any men, the outcome will definitely not be good. He is well aware of the cruelty within the goblin clan. Since we can't rely on the lizard men and the headhunters, we can only rely on ourselves. The goblins in the vanguard are all elite. In addition to ordinary goblins, there are also some high-level goblins who can fight against the undead. There are 200 in Xiong Javelin Pioneer Army. These guys exist like the mainstay. When the giant Bulin attacks the giant dolphin, the goblin commander is not willing to send them to play. But now the situation of the battle is not good. He must press his strength. After receiving the order, the bear goblins set off. The moment they stepped into the battlefield, the morale of the goblins was greatly boosted. The goblins, who had been showing signs of decline, seemed to be given an injection of chicken blood. They howled one after another, with ferocious looks on their faces. They no longer thought about escaping, but attacked the alien undead around them. The bear goblin, who is over 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a strong waist, and holding metal weapons, stands out among the green-skinned dwarfs, and is extremely conspicuous. Whether it is the skeleton giant boarfish or the skeleton wasteland wolf, they are no match for the bear goblin alone, and will be quickly eliminated. After 200 bear goblins entered the battlefield, the situation was reversed. They first stimulated the goblins' momentum, and then began to behead the lone alien undead. They were much smarter than normal goblins, and often chose those that were easy to kill. When the other goblins saw the bear goblin succeed again and again, they became more motivated and filled with joy. They felt that this was no longer an unfavorable situation, but a smooth situation. Goblins are best at situations where the situation is favorable, and their morale is high. In the darkness in the distance, a dark skeleton half emerged from the shadows. Looking at the camp in the distance, he felt that the speed at which the skeleton beast's soul fire dissipated was accelerating, and some big guys appeared on the battlefield. It's quite interesting. The dark skeleton emerged from the shadows, and several other alien skeletons looked over. Go and have a look. The dark skeleton spoke to several other alien skeletons in the soul network, put on a black robe, and walked forward with a sickle in hand. It seemed that he was walking very slowly, but with every step he took, he would move a long distance, as if he was flashing. He was a high-level undead with a seal, and the other alien skeletons followed the dark skeleton's lead and hurriedly followed. Approaching the camp, the dark skeleton stopped and silently observed the situation in the camp. It seems there are some good guys. He sensed some unusual breath of life in the camp, including those of goblins, headhunters, and lizardmen, which aroused his interest to some extent. The dark skeleton also found out the reason why the soul fire of the skeleton beasts disappeared quickly. It would be much better if the master said bull demon over, with only giant boar and wasteland wolf. It is indeed a bit difficult. Ordinary warriors are naturally not a problem, but they are a bit outdated when dealing with the big guys. Strength, physique, speed, bull demon. You go and kill those big guys. Don't let them go on. We can't lose too many beasts. Otherwise the master will be angry. The dark skeleton pointed at the bear goblin in the camp and said to the 4 marked skeletons. The 4 skeletons with tattoos received the order, immediately stood up and walked towards the camp. In the camp, Xiong Javelin was fierce and vast. He led ordinary goblin to block the attack of the giant bone giant dolphin, and even opened the counterattack mode to push the front out. They were very proud. We didn't need those damn lizard men and headhunters. We could win the battle with just our goblins. These beast skeletons were nothing. Just when they were feeling proud of themselves, 4 figures walked out of the darkness. There are only 4 undead. Haha. What's the use of 4 undead? Could it be the commander of these beasts, who was forced by us to take the fight himself? It seems that as long as we can deal with these 4 undead, we will win the battle. A bear goblin rushed to the front and swung the mace in his hand, heading straight for the alien skeleton. He actually dared to come up here alone. I don't know whether to say he is brave or stupid. When he was underground, he killed too many people like him. The soul fire of the 4 skeletons with patterns on it fluttered with great disdain, and the skeleton's body flashed quickly and rushed out. Why is there suddenly 1 less undead soul? The bear goblin's eyes blurred, and he realized that there were clearly 4 undead just now. But now there were only 3 left. He was stunned for a moment, but without thinking much, he still rushed towards the 3 undead. Just as he was about to launch an attack in a few more steps, he let out a roar, and suddenly his vision shook. He saw a headless figure, and the headless body ran a few steps forward, then suddenly staggered, and fell to the ground with a thud, and the mace in his hand fell to the ground. Whose body is that? Why does it look familiar? The bear goblin was confused as his vision gradually turned dark and his consciousness faded. Speed Bones fell lightly to the ground, threw down the bone knife on the right arm, threw off the blood stains that were not covered at all, put the knife away, and glanced at the dead Xiong, looked up at the battlefield ahead, and chose the next goal. That's it? Weaker than me. No speed. No defense either. The 3 patterned skeletons at the back are nothing new. The speed skeleton is just like that, and likes to show off. Among the patterned skeletons, the speed skeleton's growth is average. Obviously, he is a lower level skeleton, but his combat power is similar to that of a bull demon that has been enchanted thrice. This is because of different growth methods. The growth method of speed skeleton is relatively strenuous, and the speed is naturally slower than several other brothers, which makes him unbalanced. When he was underground, the speed skeleton was responsible for harassment and sneak attacks. Most of the time he was unable to kill the enemy, so he had been holding his breath for a long time. Now that he had seen the bear goblin, he was naturally happy and wanted to show his strength. Speed Bone turned his head to look at his companion. He waved his hand with a strong constitution bone and let him be casual. The recognition of the brothers. What else to hesitate? The speed of the skeleton shaking, and ran directly into the camp. The shape was like a fish. When other goblin had no response at all, he drilled and killed Xiong Goblin. The speed skeleton relies on its advantage of speed. Ordinary goblins didn't even notice that there were undead running past them. They were still dealing with the skeleton beasts in front of them. The speed skeleton's target was not these ordinary guys. He only dealt with the big guys. As an agile assassin, the speed of the skeleton is to kill a shot, while Xiong Javelin leaps. It will rise, pass by, beheading, and the slide of the wings and fluttering for a while disappeared again. The bear goblin died in such an unclear manner that no one knew what had taken his head off. It is not possible to deal with those rough and thick-skinned and extremely combat experience. But to deal with Xiong Goblin, the speed skeleton shows amazing combat effectiveness. In a short period of time, 5 bear goblin was killed. The goblin commander in the rear noticed something was wrong. What is that? Did you see it? He only saw a leaping black shadow that brushed past the bear goblin. And then the bear goblin's head fell off. My goodness. Killing the bear goblin is like killing a dog. Because of this delay, several bear goblins died. This is not okay. We can't let these guys continue. Find that black shadow and kill him, screamed the goblin commander. Several short figures wearing red hats appeared around him, and suddenly disappeared and entered the battlefield. Chapter 167. I'm not pretending anymore. The goblin commander sent out a special force among the goblins. The assassin red hat goblins. They are named because of the top red hat. Proficient in various assassinations. They are shorter than normal goblin. Most of them are less than 100 centimeters tall and slender. But they have strong explosive muscles. They not only move fast, but also use magic. Unless it is a large goblin tribe. Red hat goblins cannot be cultivated at all. They generally only obey the orders of the patriarch. This time, it is because the vanguard army has to take the lead that the goblin commander has a few red hats under his command. Otherwise, with his status, the red hat goblins would not pay attention to him. Colleagues are the naked enemies. After the speed skeleton appeared on the battlefield and easily killed several bear goblins, the red hat goblins had already set their sights on him. At this time, the goblin commander gave an order and they took action immediately, intending to kill the speed skeleton to prove their strength. See Hobe. The speed skeleton successfully cut off a Xiong Jeblin's head. Just fell to the ground. And suddenly his body suddenly turned to the side, avoiding a flying knife that passed through the gap between the crowd. Through the layers of people. The speed of the skeleton found a few strong living atmosphere. Apparently he asked his family to pay attention. Great. The speed skeleton was not nervous at all, but was very happy instead. I am finally not a nobody who just does nothing but supporting roles anymore. And my abilities are finally recognized. He stretched his arms and legs, took a running start stance, lightly pushed his feet on the ground, and immediately shot out like an arrow, heading straight for the red-capped goblin. The physique bones embarked on the battlefield, and the huge body squeezed the giant dolphin aside, waved on both sides of the shield, filmed the goblin in front of him, and rushed to Xiong Goblin so straight, while the strength of the strength and cattle demon followed him. They couldn't dodge one goblin after another, like the speed skeletons, and go straight to behead the bear goblins. They could only use the stupid method of breaking through the opponent's defense, and killing straight forward to deal with those bear goblins. Whether it is physical bones or strength bones, their body shapes are extremely large. For the short goblin, the behemoth of the 8 classics, even if Xiong Goblin is in front of them, it looks like a child. In front of the physical skeleton shield, the goblin had no chance to resist at all. The attack hit the shield, but it had no effect except making a clanging sound. The goblins had already realized that the 3 big guys were going to cause trouble for the bear goblin, and they rushed over to stop them. But with a swing of the power skeleton's hammer, dozens of goblins flew into the sky. At the terrifying distance, the better ones were covered in blood, while those with less luck exploded into a bloody mist, as if they were hit head-on by a rocket. The goblins, who were originally timid and cowardly, were now full of courage. They kept rushing forward one after another, trying to use their bodies to block the tattooed skeleton. The physical skeleton didn't care at all. It waved its arms mechanically to push away the goblin in front of it. It also had the leisure to sweep the entire field with soul fire, looking for any trace of the speed skeleton. Walking through the layers of people, the speed of the bones fluttered the red-hat goblin. The blade on his arms and legs unfolded, and the red-hat goblin passed the past. Under this high speed, as long as it was scratched, it would be chopped into 2 paragraphs. Xiong Goblin was frequently beheaded. Ding ding ding. A series of collisions sounded, and the speed bones and red-hat goblin passed by. What speed skeleton didn't expect was that the enemy he encountered was quite strong. The red-capped goblin actually blocked all his attacks with 2 daggers. Red-hat goblin retracted his double knife, turned to look at the speed bone, and a sarcasm smile showed a sarcasm on his face. I thought it was so strong. But it's just this good. There were not just 1, but 5 red-hat goblins like him, forming a pentagon and surrounding the speed skeleton in the middle. There is no extra nonsense between the assassinations. It will not be the same as the villain in the movie anime. The fierce battle begins instantly. Whether it is a red-hat goblin or a speed bone, it is extremely agile. It becomes a fast-moving shadow and quickly play in the air. Goblin, who accidentally approached, was beheaded by relentlessly. The battles between assassins are always a matter of life and death in a split second. It is normal for anyone who approaches or tries to disturb them to be implicated. Soon, Goblin also discovered the situation here, and made it open. Dare not approach here, leaving a lot of corpses on the ground. Speed Bone 1v5. Slightly struggling, but it was tied, and it did not allow the Red Hood Goblin to take advantage. The red-capped goblins did not expect that this undead was so tricky. They originally thought that this guy was just a little faster than the others. But they did not expect that this guy was not just a little faster, but much faster. They could barely keep up with the opponent's speed, and if they were distracted for a moment, they would easily be cut into pieces by the opponent's bone blade. This shocked them, and did not expect that there was such a strong existence in the undead. If we continue like this, it will not be easy to defeat this undead just by relying on speed. We have to change our fighting method. They are serious assassins, and their fighting method cannot be as simple as relying on speed. The red-hat goblins are fast, but they know that there is always someone stronger than you, and they have never been arrogant enough to think that they can handle everything with speed. A red-hat goblin suddenly jumped backwards, escaped the sword scratched by the speed bone towards the neck, and jumped out of the battle circle. The speed bone was about to chase, but it was stopped by the double knife red-hat killed by the oblique thorns, and had to return to prevent it. The red-hat goblin jumped out of the battle circle, pulled out a short spear from behind, aimed at the speed skeleton and threw it. The speed skeleton dodged with a flash of his body, and continued to fight fiercely with the other 4 red hat goblins. He didn't take javelins of this level seriously at all. They were too slow, and could not hit him at all. Even if they did hit him, it didn't matter. As long as they didn't hit his skull, he wouldn't care. After throwing a spear, the red hat goblin immediately pulled out another short spear, and threw it out again. After throwing out 5 short spears in succession, and clearing all the short spears on his back, the red-capped goblin stopped, drew out his 2 swords, and rushed towards the speed skeleton. That's it? What's the point of just throwing a few spears? Speed Bone seeing this, and disdain in his heart, let alone the short spear. He was avoided by him. It doesn't matter if he did not avoid it. He didn't notice that several red hat goblins quickly exchanged glances, and their actions became a little strange. Speed Bones, and suddenly sideways in the shape of a sudden body, changing the original position. But it was 1 step late, and his arm fell to the ground. What's the situation? Speed Bones stopped in place, twisted their heads, and looked at the 5 red hats goblin. At this time, the 5 people actually retreated, and each person was inserted with a short spear. He raised his arm, and looked at it. He was cut off, and the incision was extremely neat and smooth. This was not what the red hat goblin could do. The speed skeleton felt something was wrong and released his soul breath to explore the surroundings, only to find that the 5 short spears stuck in the ground had a ring on the top. At some point, extremely thin wires were wrapped around the rings, and those wires connected in all directions, forming a messy net that trapped him in it. This is exactly the corpse cage used by the red hat goblin to deal with the agile enemy. The thread trap. The speed of the skeleton is not only difficult to detect after special improvement, but also very tough. If the enemy runs and encounters the thin line, it will be cut into instantly like the arm of the speed skeleton. Not only did they set up the thin wires, the 5 red hat goblins also cast a spell. The electric currents on the thin wires made a crackling sound. The thin wires could not only cut the enemy, but also cause paralysis. No matter how fast you were, it was useless. After setting the trap, the red hat goblins took out their weapons again. This time their weapons were changed. In addition to a goblin holding a pair of flaming swords, there were also goblins holding short bows, crossbows, sickles, and filaments. They entered the field again and started fighting with the speed skeletons. Now the speed skeleton was having a hard time defending himself. The red hat goblin was short, fast, and agile. He was very familiar with the dismemberment cage he had woven. He drilled in and out between the gaps, constantly harassing the speed skeleton. There were also crossbows outside that continuously shot arrows at his head. The range of speed skeletons can move very small. He can only rely on high speeds to change position back and forth to avoid the opponent's attack. So annoying. So annoying. So annoying. These dwarfs have no moral principles. Faced with this situation, Speed Skeleton became more and more annoyed. If you say fight, then fight well. It will be boring if you come up with some schemes or tricks. In that case, I won't hide anything anymore. I'm going to show my cards and kill you. Come on. Let me see. Who are stronger? You or I? Can you kill me with these strings? Or will I kill you? The soul fire of the speed skeleton burned fiercely, rushed out of the head, and enveloped his skeleton. He moved faster in the narrow encirclement, vibrating his body at the same time, causing the bone knife to vibrate at high speed as well, with the frequency getting faster and faster. Those thin lines have only experimented, and the bone knife cannot be cut off directly, and the current will be passed along the bone knife, and it will even affect the soul fire. Only during the experiment, he almost killed the other party because of the soul fire. If you want to get out of this predicament, you have to make a concerted effort. The bone knife made a buzzing sound, and it is shocked to the extreme, as if the chainsaw. The speed bone shakes hard, and the bone knife is expanded. The huge wings composed of 4 vibrating small blades extended out, and the moment the thin wire touched the small blades, it let out a mournful cry of being overwhelmed, and broke one after another, and electric sparks crackled in the air. The 5 red-hat goblins had stunned looks on their faces. They couldn't understand why the thin wire made by special method would break. This was unrealistic. They had tried various methods, and had never let the thin wire break. They didn't expect that it would be destroyed by an undead today. Just as they were surprised, the 4 wings of the speed skeleton collapsed, and turned into feathers flying all over the sky. Even though the filaments were broken, could the weapon not withstand the damage? Red Hat Goblin thought in his heart. His face showed joy, and the enemy had no weapons. And what could be afraid? However, the feathers fell, and when they met them, they opened a wound. Hiss. Ah. What? Suddenly the wound appeared on the body, and the Red Hat Goblin felt bad. They realized that the weapon of the undead was not broken, but changed a new form. Is this magic? Before they could figure it out, they saw the speed skeleton stretch out his arms with force, and feathers in the sky seemed to have received an order and flew out whizzingly. The red-capped goblins stood there and trembled constantly, as if they were hit by bullets. Feathers pierced through their bodies and flew into the distance. After all feathers shot out, the speed boned fists, pulling back hard. The feathers paused slightly in the air, rotating and flying back. Puff puff. The blood spots were like blooming roses. The feathers returned, formed into wings again, returned to the speed skeleton, folded together, and turned into a bone knife. The speed skeleton stood in the center of the venue. The 5 Red Hat Goblins around him had stiff bodies, opened their mouths wide. Their eyes gradually became empty, and they fell to the ground. Their life force completely dissipated. The drama is over. This scene fell into the eyes of Goblin Commander, making him cold. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He actually killed Red Hat Goblin. How is it possible? He couldn't believe his eyes. The Red Hat Goblin was their elite, an assassin, a special force, and it was said that there was no target that could not be killed. 5 Red Hats. 5 Red Hats. Was killed like this? How should I report to the leader of the coalition forces? Should I tell him that it was an undead that killed 5 Red Hats? The leader won't believe it. No. You seeing it in like this. You must kill this undead. Only by bringing this undead to the leader can the leader believe me. Move out. Guards. Goblin Wolf Cavalry. Move out. Kill that guy. The Goblin Commander stood up and pointed at the speed skeletons around him, where there were no goblins anymore, and screamed. Goblin Guards and Goblin Wolf Cavalry are also elite arms in Goblin. The number is not large, but the combat effectiveness cannot be underestimated. The Goblin Wolf Cavalry is a rare cavalry in Goblin. It comes to the wind. Goblin, riding a wolf, uses a big knife called plunder. The Wolf Cavalry, a kind of arms, was used by Goblin to learn from the Orc Wolf Cavalry. The knights of the Goblin Wolf Cavalry are all selected from the best of the best. They cannot be too big, but must be strong and have strong combat capabilities. They must be able to master the use of plundering. After several years of training and achieving the unity of man and wolf, they can join the Goblin Wolf Cavalry. They are reluctant to use them in ordinary battles, and usually use them for surprise attacks and raids. The Goblin Guards are no worse than the Wolf Riders. They are heavy infantrymen with thick armor on their bodies. They are made of metal, and even have protection for their eyes. They also have magical defense effects, and use two-handed swords. Even if they are pulled out alone, they can easily deal with 100 ordinary goblins. Usually, he protects important figures such as goblin leaders. Normally, the guards would not be deployed. After all, they were wearing heavy armor, and had difficulty moving. The purpose of their existence was to protect important people, such as the Goblin Commander of the Vanguard. But now the Goblin Commander is already hairy. The Red Hat Goblin is not his subordinate. It was borrowed from it. It can be said that he was dead, and the Red Hat could not die. But he was killed by an undead. No matter how many wolf riders and guards he lost, he had to kill that undead. Wolf cavalry and guards, who were ordered, were immediately dispatched and entered the battlefield. But they were big in size, and not as flexible as Red Riding Hood. As soon as they entered the battlefield, they were blocked by their own people. They could only move towards the direction of the speed skeleton while scolding. By the time they arrived, the speed skeleton had already run away. The speed skeleton had already discovered them as soon as they entered the battlefield. He guessed that they were here to deal with him. So why would he wait there? A head-on fight was the business of the physical skeleton and the strength skeleton. What did it have to do with his speed skeleton? Chapter 168 Palmita. Because of the addition of the marked skeletons, the bear goblins suffered a heavy blow. They were no match for the strength skeletons and the bull demons, and could hardly even match them. With the protection of the physical skeletons, they couldn't even attack the strength skeletons and the bull demons. They could only take a beating without any chance to fight back. After escaping the hunting of the wolf ride and the guards, the speed bones added to it, and continued to kill Xiong Goblin. And the number of casualties of Xiong Goblin increased rapidly. Damn it! What are these guys doing? Hurry up. All the bear goblins are going to die. The goblin commander's eyes turned red. These were not those trash goblins. He would feel sad if one died. But the undead that came later just focused on killing the bear goblins. In just a short while, dozens of them died. Who could bear this? Unfortunately, the battlefield was in a mess, with goblins piled together, and the wolf riders could not bring their speed into full play. Not to mention the guards. Their movement speed was slow to begin with, and now it was even worse. They were simply crawling like turtles, moving little by little, and were slipped around by the speed skeletons. The physical skeleton discovered the wolf riders and guards who were trapped in the crowd, and then looked at the bear goblin. Go kill those riding wolves and those in armor, and leave the rest to us, he said to the speed skeleton through the soul network. Speed Bones just killed a bear goblin. Stepped on the headless corpse. After receiving the news, I looked at it and responded to a word in the soul network. Okay. He turned around and rushed towards the wolf cavalry. Everyone was squeezed together, and the formation of the wolf cavalry was scattered and dispersed. One of the wolf cavalry saw the speed bone rushing towards himself. Blood splattered everywhere. What he hit was not the speed skeleton, but a goblin that was blocking the road in front. The speed skeleton had already changed its position, and the bone knife on its arm slashed across his neck and cut off his head. Now the speed skeleton has found the feeling. It's like passing through thousands of troops without getting a single leaf on it. It feels so cool. Behind the vanguard, Zhang Peng chose the perfect time, just when the opponent was completely unprepared and caught off guard. The 3,000 Wildhammer warriors who were deployed were responsible for killing indiscriminately, while the headhunters and lizardmen who were ambushed were responsible for screaming and howling. Although the Wildhammer warriors were no match for the elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors, they were still in combat formation after all. Coupled with sneak attacks, the vanguard army had to work very hard to curb their offensive momentum. They can't control Goblin in front. Let's kill the skeletons behind them first. The speed will be faster. Otherwise the Goblin will not be troublesome. Special forces from the lizardmen and headhunters were also mobilized to attack the Wildhammer warriors. The battle lasted from night to dawn, and ended with the vanguard army suffering heavy losses and retreating. Of the nearly 50,000 vanguard troops, only less than half retreated during the retreat, leaving behind a shabby camp and corpses all over the ground. The undead were not having a good time either. More than 2,000 Wildhammer warriors were killed or injured in the counterattack of lizardmen and headhunters. They were basically defeated. More than 2,000 violent giant boars were lost, and more than 5,000 dark skeleton wasteland wolves were lost. They also suffered a lot of damage. This was the result of catching the enemy off guard and a sneak attack. At the beginning of the battle, the morale of the vanguard army was greatly reduced. Later, due to heavy losses, the morale was low, so they retreated. If the vanguard continues to persist, the undead will probably be defeated here. Zhang Peng received the news of victory and ran to support. It took him 2 trips to transport all the corpses on the ground back to the fortress of the undead. Although a lot of undead were lost in this wave, Li Ziyu felt it was worth it, at least in terms of morale. He suppressed the enemy, and the vanguard army was repelled. The coalition forces are all elite, but their biggest weakness also lies here. They are not a whole, but come from various tribes. Morale is very critical at this time. If you let them have a favorable situation, it will be difficult for you to deal with them. Defeating the enemy's vanguard and suppressing their morale will have a significant impact on the enemy. The undead does not need to consider morale. These guys are loyalty and will never betray them, which means that even if they kill the last undead on the battlefield, they will not shrink back. Besides, we have more than 20,000 corpses. These corpses can provide a wave of soul energy, so it shouldn't be a big problem to increase our combat effectiveness. Among the more than 20,000 corpses, goblins accounted for more than half, and the rest were the corpses of headhunters and lizardmen. After the corpse was transported back to the undead fortress, Li Ziyu immediately ordered the system to start decomposing it. The sooner he could obtain resources, the sooner he could produce troops. Decomposition Shield Goblin +1. Get Skeletal *2 unit. Elite Goblin's Ears *1 pair. Soul Energy *50 units. Decompose Lizardman +1. Obtain 1 skeleton, 1 lizard skin, 50 soul energy. Decompose Red Hat Goblin +1. Obtain 1 skeleton. 1 pair of elite goblin ears. 1 pair of smart eyes. 1 magical goblin skin. 120 soul energy. Decompose Goblin Wolf Knight +1. Obtain 1 skeleton. 1 pair of elite goblin ears. 2 goblin fangs. 100 soul energy. Decompose Goblin Guard +1. Obtain 2 skeletons. 1 pair of elite goblin ears. 10 hardened nails. 100 soul energy. The more than 20,000 corpses of the Vanguard troops were of quite high quality, and brought Li Ziyu more than 1.3 million soul energy. It's time for another wave of enhancement. Li Ziyu has no plan to keep the more than 1.3 million soul energies. He plans to use them all to summon new undead soldiers. The main choices are Elite Heavy Hammer Skeleton Warriors, Skeleton Shortbowmen and Skeleton Longbowmen, 2,000 Skeleton Shortbowmen, 1,000 Skeleton Longbowmen, and 2,000 Elite Heavy Hammer Skeleton Warriors will consume all the soul energy obtained this time in one wave. After several battles, the advantages of Shortbowmen became apparent. If these guys were used well, their combat effectiveness would be even more terrifying than that of Longbowmen. In close range, as long as they were given enough arrows, they would be like holding machine guns, shooting endlessly. Human archers have limitations. Their strength and stamina are limited. Archery is also a strenuous job. If they shoot too much, they will get tired, and it will affect the power of the arrow. But the undead have no such worries at all. They are only affected by the soul fire. They don't have to worry about strength and stamina at all. They are very stable. Now Li Ziyu has a total of more than 2,000 skeleton longbowmen, 3,000 skeleton shortbowmen, and 5,000 elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors in his hands. This force is absolutely terrifying when used on the battlefield to deal with the Cancer Coalition. The enemy's vanguard has been repelled. And now we just have to wait for the enemy's main force to arrive for a decisive battle. Li Ziyu felt a fire rising in his body, and his blood boiling. Come on! Let's fight! The defeated Vanguard army threw away their weapons, and returned to the Alliance army exhausted. The sudden defeat of the Vanguard army, which even lost half of its men, shocked the top brass of the Allied forces. What surprised them was not that the Vanguard army had lost the battle, but that it had been crushed by the enemy overnight. That's an army of nearly 50,000. Even if there are a large number of undead, they won't be defeated overnight. At least, they can hold out for a few rounds, and buy some time for the Alliance. Even if they lose again, it will be acceptable. The top leaders of the Allied forces held an emergency meeting, and summoned Mom1 to ask him to explain the reasons for the failure of this battle. Mom and I walked into the makeshift conference hall, which was already filled with high-ranking generals from 3 races. Sitting in the main seat was a bald, slightly old, but sturdy and strong man from the Headhunter tribe. This Headhunter is called Palmita the Killing Conqueror. He is a legendary patriarch of the Headhunters, and has lived for more than 300 years. The development of the Headhunters to where they are today has a lot to do with his efforts. 2 words can be used to describe him: cruel and terrifying. Palmita was born in a small tribe of only a few dozen people in the headhunting clan. His background was not good, but it could not stop him from embarking on his own legendary journey. Since he was a child, Palmita showed amazing fighting talent. On the day he came of age, he gave himself a coming-of-age gift, and killed the chief of his small tribe with his own hands, successfully becoming the new chief. And becoming the head of the family is the beginning of his legendary road. It was as if he was on a killing spree, fighting all the way. Anyone who was his enemy would be killed, and their entire tribe would be slaughtered. He continued to do this for 100 years, killing people so much that rivers of blood flowed and heads rolled down. The small tribe of dozens of people had grown into a large tribe, with hundreds of thousands of headhunting warriors. The name of the minibus has been forgotten, and the tribe has a new name, named after the name of their patriarch, Palmita Killer Tribe. And this is only a part of Palmita's legendary journey. The Headhunters are a branch of humans. They are limited by the human lifespan. The nature of the Headhunters is not very good. They were originally a group of refugees with almost no talent for cultivation, so their lifespan is about 100 years. Some strong ones can reach 200 years old, but they will also die of old age. But Palmita's lifespan seemed to have mutated. Not only did he live to be 300 years old, he also maintained extremely terrifying fighting power. He did not look like an old man at all. He was not weaker than many elite warriors among the Headhunters, and he had always served as the tribal chieftain. The chiefs of many headhunting tribes are just younger brothers in front of Palmita. They have to observe etiquette when they meet. This is not about respecting the old and loving the young. Nor is it a moral restraint. It is purely because they are afraid that the other party will cause trouble. It would be a loss if their tribe was exterminated because of disrespecting the other party. More than 100 years ago, Palmita has gradually faded out of people's sight. Although everyone still respects him, he has become very low-key and seems to have lost his former sharpness. But this time, the three tribes' alliance formed a large army to attack the undead. But they lured him out, subdued the others, and became the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces. It can only be said that forming a coalition to deal with the undead is such a great way to increase one's reputation that anyone with ambition would not want to miss it. Apart from the legendary chief of the headhunters, killing Conqueror Palmita, the important positions in the coalition are also held by the chiefs of those powerful tribes. Clan leaders like Nando and Moss have been marginalized because their status, reputation, seniority, and qualifications are not enough. They should just obey orders obediently. Mom and I glanced around and knelt on one knee to salute Palmita, who was sitting in the main seat in front of him. As a lizard man, he didn't want to salute the headhunters. But before the coalition forces set out, everyone had established rules that stipulated that there should be courtesy and obedience between superiors and subordinates. If they did not comply, they would be executed on the spot. And this kneeling ceremony was one of them. Get up. The thick and majestic voice sounded from Monolon. In this legend, the fierce and brutal legendary patriarch was actually gentle and rarely angry at will. Momon stood up obediently, lowered his head, and did not look at Palmita, as that would be disrespectful to the superior. I remember that you called Momo. Right? The last commander of the pioneer army also had Hugh. And the two pioneers failed. Let's explain why. Why? Palmita's voice was not anxious, but he had a strong pressure. Reporting to President Palmita, the failure this time was caused by incorrect intelligence. Not the fault of our vanguard army. Although Palmita was very powerful, Malwan still managed to keep his composure and returned without the slightest panic. Is there a change in the undead? Palmita paused and then asked. Yes. The undead that attacked us at night are of a kind that has never appeared before. They are not the skeletons that have been fighting with us before. Malwan said seriously. He is a relatively conservative person who does things calmly. It is precisely because of this that Palmita let him join the vanguard again. When he heard Moimon's words, the generals around him immediately got up and asked each other. Obviously, the reason why the pioneer army failed was because the undead was different. Quiet! Palmita, who was sitting on the main position, picked up his double-sided axe. Peer the ground on the ground. Leaning on the double-sided axe, Palmita raised his head and said to Momwan, Tell me the details of what happened. Momwan told the whole story of the sudden attack by the undead that night without any exaggeration. Just telling it what he saw. Mom and I. Don't talk nonsense. We have never heard of any wild beast undead, let alone the kind of powerful and abnormal-looking undead you mentioned. A chief of the headhunting tribe stood up, pointing at Momona and cursing. Didn't they kill the undead? The undead is not those human skeletons. Why are they still doing the skeleton pigs that can be fired now? Dragging the black-tailed skeleton wolf, and the skeleton with fast wings. This is all messy. Even if you want to get rid of sin, it is not such a method. Anyway, stop your mouth. Are you responsible for our lizard man to deceive you? The lizard man was suddenly dissatisfied. This is not just blame Mono. This is dissatisfied with the lizard. What does it mean? Say we are deceiving. The president is from your headhunting tribe. So what? But if you want to put the blame on the lizard men, that won't work. Boom, boom, boom. Palmita held a double-sided axe, raised the volume and shouted. Stop! The lizard men and the headhunters glared at each other and sat down again. I believe in Moimo's words. As soon as Palmita opened, he attracted everyone's attention to himself. Then he said, He is not a fool. In this kind of thing, he will not talk nonsense at will. There are so many soldiers who are alive. If you ask, he can break his lies. So his words are credible. The headhunter who had just spoken glanced at Palmita. A hint of displeasure flashed across his face, but he said nothing more, while the lizard man showed a smug look. Look! No wonder he could become the president. He is indeed more reliable than those small clan leaders. This is called having brains. When it is goblin, what should they do one by one? They will not participate in such a discussion. Or it is useless to participate. No one cares about what they think. The real high levels and the coalition forces are all lizards and headhunting. Chapter 169. We should be grateful for the failure of the Vanguard Army. They brought us important intelligence. If there are no them, we may not know that the undead has changed. The enemies that have appeared are not terrible. The terrible is the enemy hidden in the dark. Parmeda glanced at the head of the family. Generals, slowly spoken, and the pioneer army failed, and many people lost. But in his opinion, everything is worth it. It is better than the war, and the undead is beaten by surprise. What is a vanguard? Palmeda's understanding is that it means attacking to attract the first wave of firepower, and at the same time gathering intelligence on the enemy. It is enough for Mom 1 to bring back the latest intelligence on the undead. He has completed his mission, and there is no need to blame him anymore. Is it necessary for them to expect a pioneer to win the battle? If the undead were so easy to deal with, they wouldn't need to organize any coalition forces. They could just send a few tribes and destroy them with a wave of their hands. Since Parmeda came to the coalition forces, he was sorting out the intelligence of the undead. But the information that summarized to his hands always made him feel a little wrong. And he felt uneasy. This uneasiness came from the weakness of the undead. From an intelligence point of view, when they organized the coalition forces, there were only thousands of undead. And only thousands of undeads could harass the three races to form the coalition forces. However, in fact, there were not many people that the coalition forces at the time. But as time went on, more and more intelligence was collected, and the number of undead also increased exponentially. The turning point was when the undead arrived at the Mountains of the Dead and wiped out the first vanguard of the coalition. The undead seemed to have taken a tonic and expanded rapidly. Palmeda guessed that there must be something in the Mountains of the Dead that promoted the development of the undead. But their spies could not enter it, or the spies did not dare to enter the Mountains of the Dead, so they could not find out what was happening inside. In the information of the coalition forces, the undead was dominated by skeletons, and the skeletons were out of the skeleton, and there were only very few other arms. This is obviously wrong. Palmeda's doubts about this information are the most doubts. The undead is the legendary race. It has a sweeping continent and a disaster. He does not believe it. With a bunch of human skeletons, he can sweep the mainland. How stupid must a person be to have such an idea? The longer a person lives, the more he will know many things that other people don't know. Palmeda has lived for more than 300 years. He knows more about various secrets than anyone else in this land. He is very aware of his own weakness, and even how weak the land he lives in is. The wasteland is vast, and they only exist in a place. Even so, they have not enough power to conquer this place. And how to say elsewhere? Take the central area of the wilderness for example. The races there are stronger than each other, and the forces there are more ferocious than each other. It is completely different from the land where he is. In comparison, most of the time, in the eyes of people in the central area, the battles on their side, involving thousands or even tens of thousands of people, are just a bunch of nonsense. Parmeda once traveled to the central area, seeing the appearance of there, and seeing the battlefield over there. The troops with a movement of more than 100,000 were on the battlefield. Once they hit it, it was all magical flying, and their lives were worthless at all. The central area is far richer than this side, and in order to continue living in this rich area, the races in the central area are developing desperately. They form alliances, and try to find ways to strengthen themselves. If they slack off even a little, they will die or their race will be destroyed. Before going to the central zone, Palmeda had the same idea as everyone else, believing that people in the central zone lived in peace and prosperity. However, in reality, their competition was far beyond imagination. In comparison, they lived a lazy and peaceful life. It is precisely because of the central area that after returning to this side, he was consciously stabilized and no longer crazy as before. It's not because he has no ambition, but on the contrary, he has greater ambitions. He wants to go to the central area and compete with the larger races in the central area. He, Palmeda, the legendary patriarch, will never be content with mediocrity. However, if you want to enter the central area, you need to have sufficient strength. He needs to develop his tribe and make his tribe stronger, instead of consuming the population and combat power. So he is silent. Forbearance is for greater glory. This time he came out because he saw the potential of the coalition. If everyone can unite together and form an adult to destroy the undead, then can everyone also unite together to form a more powerful force to impact the central area? If he can lead the coalition forces to flatten the undead, the benefit is too great. Not only will his fame reach the peak, but he can also firmly grasp the army. This is the whole card that impacts the central area. In addition to his ambition to live in the central zone, Palmita also hopes to use the advantages of the central zone to find ways to make himself stronger and live longer. The clan leaders and generals in the conference room had different thoughts in their minds when listening to Palmita's words. But on the surface, they all appeared to be very serious and nodded repeatedly. Everyone. The undead has become stronger than before. We must not have the slightest slack. And we must destroy them as soon as possible. Palmita made a final summary. How to fight the undead. Basically everyone has a unified idea. Be sure to start war with the undead during the day. The undead during the day is a lot weaker than the undead at night. For the soldiers of the coalition forces, there is no impact for the soldiers of the coalition forces. This is their advantage. When the Tumor Coalition was studying why the Pioneer Army was defeated, Li Ziyu was also studying how to deal with the upcoming coalition forces. Li Ziyu knew without any guessing that the enemy would definitely launch an attack during the day. In order to prevent him from launching another sneak attack, the coalition forces should set up camp relatively far away. Wait for a night. Make repairs, and then attack the next day. Lu Xingxing made a sand table and placed it in the center of the lobby of the main building of the Undead Fortress. Li Ziyu, Zhang Peng, and Lu Xingxing walked around the sand table, thinking about how to deal with each other. I feel that the other party should be stationed 10 kilometers away, so it is within this range. Zhang Peng reached out and drew a circle above the sand table. Is there a passage leading to there? Li Ziyu asked while looking at the sand table. The area drawn by Zhang Peng was a flat terrain with few hills around it. Yes, but the location is a little off. What are you going to do? Zhang Peng thought for a moment, raised his head and asked. His Ratman fortress can travel underground, but the number of troops it can transport is limited. At most, it can only transport 3,000 to 5,000 troops, and they cannot be elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors. Relying on a few thousand people to raid the enemy's camp of hundreds of thousands of people is obviously not a good choice. If you go without returning, the effect will be poor. The range of 10 kilometers, even if it is imagined to deal with the Pioneer Army, sent the bone beast, which is not realistic. This time, it is not the Pioneer Army, but the main force. The surrounding warning is not known as many times compared to the Pioneer Army. It is estimated that the skeleton bone beast has not yet arrived, and the other party has been discovered in advance. It doesn't matter. The deviation is better. You could escort me in the past. Li Ziyu raised his eyebrows and said, yes, no problem. Seeing Li Ziyu's mysterious secrets, Zhang Peng didn't ask for his mind. Anyway, Li Ziyu said, he would do it. A few laps around the map. The three studied several alternative plans, but they were not professional. The three of them were foreign men, not to mention strategic tactics. Except for Li Ziyu preferred to play instant strategic games. The other two did not even play instant strategic games. Fortunately, they have stayed on the Soul Mountains for a long time. Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng often run out to walk. They are familiar with the topographic and generosity nearby. They really let them say that the other party stopped 10 miles away and set up the camp. The intelligence quickly sent it to Li Ziyu. The coalition forces arrived in the afternoon and were busy all afternoon. The camp was connected and seemed much more standardized this time. The tents were also arranged relatively neatly. The tents of the headhunters and lizard men were in the middle of the camp, and on the periphery were scattered goblins, which were used to act as defensive shocks to prevent undead attacks. Just as Li Ziyu expected, a large number of scouts were sent out, some even to the undead fortress. But the neatly arranged phalanxes of the undead legion in front of the fortress made them dare not move forward. In the direction of the Tumor Coalition forces, Li Ziyu arranged the troops of the 5 bones of the dead souls, and arranged the square matrix with 10,000 people. Although the combat effectiveness was a bit meaningful, the number was large and neat, which was quite bluffed. The coalition forces set up camp and started cooking. They were not undead. They had come such a long way. It was impossible for them to attack the undead directly without taking a good rest. They were living creatures and would get tired and hungry. The earliest they would launch an attack would be tomorrow. Palmita gave the coalition generals and all ethnic groups had a meeting, so that they had to do a good job of warning tonight. And the pioneers could no longer be assaulted by the pioneers. In fact, there was no need for Palmita to remind them, as the generals and clan leaders all knew in their hearts that night protection must be done well. Everyone knew that the undead were nocturnal creatures, and were much more active at night than during the day. The time passed. The night fell. The stars in the sky flashed, and the bright moonlight shone on the wasteland. In the Alliance camp, there was a lot of noise and bustle with people shouting and horses neighing. But on the undead side, it was silent and eerily quiet. If it weren't for those twinkling soul fires, no one would have thought that it was the undead's territory. There was action tonight. Li Ziyu stayed in the fortress and spent the night before the night. And he didn't get up until the early morning. Let's go. It's time to set off. Boss, are you sure that only 100 hammer warriors are enough? Before departure, Zhang Peng still couldn't hold back. When Li Ziyu told him that when he only brought 100 elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors, Zhang Peng opposed that this was not to sneak attack on the opponent's camp. No matter how powerful the 100 elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors are, what can they do? That is a camp of more than 300,000 troops, let alone 100 heavy hammer warriors. Even if you are 100 dragons and rush into a camp of more than 300,000 people, they will find a way to kill you. It's okay. Rest assured. Listen to me. Li Ziyu grinned. Her chest was successful. He didn't intend to rush to the opponent's camp. He just wanted to be Huahua. The guys in the coalition forces were still creatures. Since they were creatures, they needed to rest, sleep, and nourish their stress. As long as you do not let you rest well, that is, it reduces the fighting power of the opponent. In ancient times, night attacks were very common tactics. Was the purpose of night attacks at that time really to win? In fact, most of the time it was not. The purpose was to cause chaos, prevent the enemy from resting, and reduce the enemy's combat effectiveness. Li Ziyu wanted to do just that. The opponent didn't get enough rest. If he launched a strong attack tomorrow, he would lose fewer undead and be able to delay the situation longer. The undead will become weak during the day, and the coalition forces will definitely attack when the undead is weak. If Li Ziyu wants to win, he must use the dragging tactics to drag the opponent, and the battle time can be lengthened. When the sun falls, he can fight back. As for the decisive battle with the opponent tonight, it is at night anyway, and the opponent has just arrived and is in a tired state, so the chances of winning are very high. It does sound attractive, but if you think about it more deeply, you will know that it is not very realistic. The coalition forces were not stupid. They deliberately kept a distance of 10 kilometers. The undead under Li Ziyu were mainly skeleton undead, although other types of soldiers were strong. Their numbers were insufficient, and they could only serve as secondary output or auxiliary positions. With the skeleton undead speed, they can be deployed on a large scale. When they arrive at the destination, everything will be ready. They can even set a large number of traps and wait for the undead to come over. That's not a decisive battle. It's a delivery. Especially the coalition forces that came this time. They were the elites of various races, with all kinds of arms, including ranged, melee, cavalry, magic, and priests. It was very comprehensive and not as simple as the ones we had fought before. Li Ziyu calculated for a long time that he felt that if he wanted to win, he dragged the momentum of the opponent to completely down and let the soldiers tired, so that he could win the final victory. When Zhang Peng saw Li Ziyu's heart, he couldn't move, and helplessly acknowledged that Li Ziyu and 100 elite heavy hammer skeleton soldiers entered the Mouseman Fortress. The space inside the Ratman Fortress is relatively small, and the elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors are too large. So if they want to be transported, they have to bend over and lie on the ground. After Li Ziyu entered the fortress, Zhang Peng activated the fortress and rushed to the intended location along the underground passage. In order to contact the surrounding tribes, Zhang Peng was never idle. He had dug a lot of tunnels underground. The tunnel leading to the coalition camp was also dug long ago, and the speed was very fast. Boss, here. Zhang Peng came to Li Ziyu and said to him, "Okay, you wait here for me. I'll be back as soon as possible." Li Ziyu patted Zhang Peng and said, "In this operation, Zhang Peng is a very important role. If there is something wrong with him, then Li Ziyu is really cold." Zhang Peng heard the words and nodded. The 10 elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors had left the Mouse Man's fortress first, and went to the exit to investigate. According to Li Ziyu's request, the exit was very hidden, behind a large stone. At night, the exit was covered by the shadow of the stone. The opening of the hole is not large, and at most to accommodate the two people. When Zhang Peng got the news, it was very puzzled. So a bigger hole. The elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior could not go out at all, and he couldn't figure out what Li Ziyu was doing. After determining the exit, Li Ziyu asked all the elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors to go around and walk towards the entrance of the cave, climbing up the slopes on the oblique direction. After discussing the brain at the passage, he observed for a while and confirmed that there were no coalition scouts around him. Li Ziyu carefully drilled out and posted it on the stone. He was hidden with the shadow of the stone, and the probe looked out. He could see the flames in the distance in his position. Chapter 170 Bombing. The moonlight was very bright tonight, and there was plenty of light. Besides being able to see the Allied forces camp from afar, he also saw some small black dots running back and forth on the wasteland. Needless to say, they were definitely spies from the Allied forces. Fortunately, there are not many spies on my own side, so I won't be discovered. Alas, in this case, it is no wonder that I wish you a happy holiday in advance and let you show you fireworks. Li Ziyu smiled slightly and waved in the direction of the passage. The soul coffin slowly floated up along the cave entrance and drifted to his side. Whether the night attack can be successful, it is not powerful to see the ghosts. Before coming, he had already let the dead souls enter the soul coffin and wait. This time he made preparations in advance, and all the dead souls were in the soul coffin. A little bit of a nodded from behind the stone, confirming the direction of the camp again, and estimating the distance in his heart. Li Ziyu launched the skills of the soul coffin. Meteoring meteor. The dead souls inside the soul coffin burst out with a strong soul breath. Mysterious runes appeared on the soul coffin, glowing green. The momentum became stronger and stronger. Li Ziyu's hands that were holding the soul coffin lost consciousness, and the coldness spread along his arms throughout his body. After a while of shaking, Li Ziyu's consciousness rushed to the high altitude. He could see everything below. In addition to the distant coalition camp, he also saw the Alliance spies that were quickly rushing to the soul at the distance. A circle of the center of the coalition camp was subconscious, where the firepower was covered by firepower, and fired. The power of the soul continued to shrink and crushed into the soul coffin, and the lid made a crunching sound, and suddenly opened. Boom! The soul energy inside the soul coffin burst out, and rushed to the sky. This time, it was not the same as the attacking the wolves. Last time, Li Ziyu did an experiment. The preparation was far from this time. When attacking the beings, hundreds of light bombs were sprayed from the soul coffin. And this time, one, like a small green sun, rose into the sky at a slow and solid speed. It's too noticeable. Let alone those spies. Even the coalition camp can see clearly. What is that? Anyone who sees the soul meteor starry has the same questions in their hearts. After launching the SHLS, Li Ziyu quickly retracted consciousness back to his body, throwing his frozen hand, and rushing towards the tunnel with jumping. The soul coffin followed him tightly, jumping down from the entrance and seeing the elite and heavy hammer skeleton soldiers waiting for his elite. Li Ziyu gave a slight breath. Retreat? Retreat quickly. Li Ziyu said in a hurry that he hurried to the Mouse Man's fortress, drilled in, and quickly instructed Zhang Peng to start the fort. Zhang Peng didn't know what was going on. Seeing Li Ziyu in a panic, he guessed that something had happened. He didn't dare to delay and directly activated the fortress and ran away first. Is this the green sun? A league sport looked up and looked at the meteorous meteor. Wake up! This has nothing to do with us. We have to look at it. Another sport patted him and reminded. Several spies came around the stone, and a slight inspection was found out, and found a large hole hidden in the shadow behind the stone. Damn! People run away. Should we go in and take a look? You see, the sun has moved. The spies raised their heads and looked at the green sun above their heads. They saw that the sun had risen very high and became a bright spot in the sky. The bright spot stayed for a few seconds, then suddenly accelerated and flew towards the direction of the coalition camp, dragging its long tail. Several spies widened their eyes and had a bad feeling in their hearts. They watched the sun flying faster and farther, and they couldn't do messages to pass messages to the coalition camp. The meteorite accelerated all the way and flew over the coalition camp. Boom! With a loud noise. The meteor was scattered into a skyflower rain. And the countless fist-sized small meteors fell down with a green tail flame from the air. If the wolf was a shelter, this time was a bullet attack. The power was smaller, but the range was wider. The scattered bomb fell. The sound of cracks in the camp continued. Mourning, screaming endlessly. And the coalition forces instantly made a mess. The power of small meteors is limited. After all, the coalition soldiers are elite. After all, there are no deaths. But the power of the meteor has just begun. And the power of the dead soul began to spread. The range was relatively large. And the lethality of the power of the ghosts was weakened. But it also brought great trouble to the coalition soldiers. Some were injured and some were weak. The sudden attack caught them off guard. And some tents caught fire. Cough. Stable. Don't panic. Parmeda did not expect that when the undead launched the attack was so fierce. He still pondered how to attack in his tent. He did not expect the opponent's attack first. He held his axe in one hand and rushed out of his tent with one hand covering his mouth. The camp had become messy. The soldiers screamed as if there were no flies. And Parmeda yelled anxiously. Fortunately, they were all elite. The generals and the patriarchs quickly stood out. The soldiers stabilized under the scolding of the generals and the patriarchs, avoiding the scope of the force of the dead soul. And the order recovered. Where did the attack come from? Out. Where are the spies? Why didn't you warn it in advance? After the situation was stable, Parmeda asked the general and the patriarch to meet in the meeting room and asked dissatisfied. He had reminded him before that he was afraid that the undead came to raid, and deliberately asked the generals and the patriarchs to arrange a whistle. But this happened, which made him unacceptable. The generals and patriarchs lowered their heads one by one, and they did not dare to see Parmeda. This was their mistake. But they were also very wronged. The scene of the green sun was lifting off. They also saw it. But I did not expect that it was actually the attack of the undead. Who knew that the undead would still be such a magic? Fortunately, the opponent's attack looks fierce. But the lethality is not great. There are few people who are dead. Except for a few of the unlucky eggs who have been fell asleep. Other soldiers are at most minor injuries, and do not affect the battle. What the hell is that attack? Who knows? Where is the information? Parmeda slowed down and did not investigate the spies anymore, but asked, This attack is a bit scary. The scope is a bit large, and it is shot from a distance. In the intelligence of the undead, this attack is not recorded. If you know that there is such an attack in advance, they will be prepared, and they will not be so intensive. Isn't this a chance to attack the enemy? The generals and clan leaders looked at each other and shook their heads. They didn't know. How many else do we know? Do you have to fight like this? Rush like a blind man. Parmeda was on fire again, smashing the table in front of him, and roaring. At this moment, the gas field of the killing conqueror was burst, so that the people present were cicadas, and no one dared to touch his head at this time. He roared several times, and when he saw the people below honestly, Parmeda also felt boring. He sat back on the chair with a humming. What I thought about it. Did I want to rely on these people to impact the central zone? Is it my own heart? These idiots. Even the intelligence is not good. Go to the central area and find death properly. Who is the enemy? What kind of strength? How many soldiers and horses? And what kind of attack methods? Isn't these information be the best in advance? But what are these guys in front of him? I feel that the undead is a group of skeletons. It is not unreasonable that the two pioneers have failed. Just handle information. And it is called a ghost without failure. I am afraid that I will not be pitted this time. Maybe I have to plant it here. The war must continue. Their army has all come over. It is impossible to dissolve because of the attack of the enemy. Parmeda cannot give up the fat he had. What he now needs is to think calmly and think clearly. This attack is not continuous. Otherwise it is impossible to make a meeting with this fool here. Since it is not continuous, does it mean that such a magic attack undead cannot be released on a large scale? This is good news. The undead did not attack us in large numbers. So the enemy's purpose should not be to start a war tonight. Parmeda quickly made the status quo analysis clearly, while thinking about how to deal with it. Boss, what's the matter? Where are we going now? Zhang Peng came to Li Ziyu and asked. Hey, we just put a firework for the camp over the camp. Unfortunately, I was anxious. I didn't see that the fireworks were beautiful and not beautiful. Alas, a little sorry. We went to the next place according to the plan. Li Ziyu was still shaking his hands. And now he feels still cold. Fireworks? Zhang Peng blinked and suddenly remembered something. His eyes widened immediately. He knew what Li Ziyu was doing. When dealing with the jackals, Li Ziyu once used a weapon to directly attack the jackal fortress. This time, it might be that weapon. No wonder Li Ziyu did not bring too many undeads. That weapon was enough for himself. Hey, he should think of it earlier. In this case, Zhang Peng no longer hesitated and ordered the mouse to open a fortress to the next place. During the day, Li Ziyu and him studied and set a few positions. If the strategy was successful, he moved to the next position to constantly harass each other. The soul-falling meteor cannot be released continuously. The ghosts consume their soul power and need time to recover. They have to slowly release the next attack. Li Ziyu has communicated with them, and it will take about an hour before they can release the soul-falling meteor again. This means a CD time of 1 hour is required. Moreover, if it is released 1 hour apart, the power of the soul meteor will inevitably weaken. The more times it is released, the weaker the power will be. The soul power of the dead souls will not recover as quickly as imagined. But enough? After Li Ziyu intends to release the 4-wave meteorite meteor, he withdrew to the undead. He deliberately selected this time period, because this time in the early morning was the most tired and most needed to rest. He released the meteorite meteor, just to make the other party's soldiers not rest well. And when he left, the sun was almost rising. Hee hee. Let's see what the coalition forces will do then. Whether to attack or not. Li Ziyu did not expect that his strategy was so successful. He was afraid that he would be discovered by the first attack. He did not have to play later. Obviously, he succeeded, and the opponent's spies failed to find him. As for whether the spies would enter the passage, he was not worried at all. This was the world of the rat people. Especially with the rat people's fortress. What was there to be afraid of? If the other party really came in, wouldn't it be unhappy? The underground was a big maze, and the other party might be trapped to death underground. The release of the meteorite meteor not only has an impact on the dead soul, but also has an impact on Li Ziyu. The meaning of the ice makes his body stiff. At the same time, he needs the soul when he locks the target. Don't look at the short time. But Li Ziyu is a human. He is not dead soul. After giving Zhang Peng a few words of instruction, Li Ziyu slumped to the ground, closed his eyes drowsily, and planned to take a nap to regain his energy before the next attack. The sun! The green sun is rising again. Shortly after the meeting, Parmeda returned to the tent, lying on the beast's skin pad. Before he closed his eyes, he heard the panic of the soldiers outside. Immediately got up, hurriedly came out of the tent with the axe. Looking up at the sky, a green ball of light, with a long tail of flame, streaked across the sky and headed straight for the camp. Where? Where is it this time? Parmeda looked at the sun and was growing in his heart. He had understood what the undead was going to do. They didn't want these people to rest, and used the time at night to harass them crazy. Under the gaze of the coalition soldiers, the green sun flew over the camp and exploded with a loud bang. Countless small scattered light points fell from the sky, and the camp was filled with wailing. That's the outskirts of the camp. The goblin camp? Parmeda looked at the bombarded place, calculated the whereabouts, and then relaxed. Oh, the goblin camp. That's okay. Just like other headhunters and lizardmen. Parmeda did not take the goblins seriously. Aren't these green-skinned dwarfs pure cannon fodder? They would die on the battlefield anyway. It didn't matter if they were killed or injured by the undead bombardment, as long as the central army camp was not bombed. Li Ziyu escaped back to the cave, smacking his lips as he returned to the Ratman fortress. Damn it. He missed the target. It was obviously aimed at the central area of the Allied forces. It was stunned when the launch was launched, causing the position to have a deviation, and directly tilted the surrounding the coalition camp. I did not know whether it was hit by those guys. I hope some roll. When Li Ziyu and the elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors entered the fortress, they did not need to command this time. Zhang Peng consciously launched the fortress and escaped. The release of the meteorite meteor, in addition to the power of the dead soul consumption of the soul and need to recuperate, Li Ziyu also needs to recuperate. The two skills are released, making him feel extremely tired, sleepy, and sore muscles. and it feels like a cold and fever just recovered. The side effect is quite serious. I don't know if I can sustain releasing it 4 times. If each time is more serious than the last, I will probably fall ill by the time I return to the fortress of the Undead. Allied camp. It was the goblin camp that was bombed. But it was inevitable that it caused a wave of riots. It was not to say that the hunting family was concerned about goblin. Instead, the dwarfs were frightened. They shouted in the coalition camp and ran around, disturbing other soldiers without rest. For a long time, goblin was suppressed and honest. After experiencing 2 bombardments, Palmito was in no mood to rest. He estimated the time for the next 2 bombardments. After the goblins were suppressed, he found that the time was almost up. He estimated that the 3rd bombardment was coming. So he looked up at the sky. After waiting for a long time, I did not move. Did I calculate wrong? Parmeta frowned and re-estimated the next time. There was no problem. It was almost time for the SHL. Why did the other party not launch an attack? Or does it mean that he did not plan to attack tonight and had retreated? He was puzzled. Another hour later, when he was impatient in Parmeta, he returned to the tent to rest. Enemy attack. The warning of the warrior sounded, and Parmeta sat up from the bed, stunned fiercely, and walked out of the tent. Chapter 171. The war begins today. Oh my God. I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. I don't have any strength left. In the mouse man's fortress, Liziu leaned against the wall and sat on the ground. There was a burst of groan in his mouth. He overestimated himself. He fired 4 times overnight. He really squeezed all his strength. In the last meteor, he didn't know where to hit him. He didn't know if he hit the opponent's camp. He just chose a direction. Even when he returned to the rats, he was lifted back by the elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior. He didn't expect that releasing the soul-falling meteor would have such serious side effects. It almost cost him half his life. Boss, you're okay. Zhang Peng came to him, squatted down, and whispered, I'm not good. Mom, uncomfortable. Liziu worked hard to open his mouth. His lips were white. His lips had been cracked, and his throat was burning. It seemed that someone used a knife in law. The corner of Zhang Peng's mouth twitched, and he stepped aside silently. He was still able to speak, so it was not a big problem, and he should not die. At this time, try not to be by Liziu. He is uncomfortable now, and Zhang Peng does not want to scold in the past. The Ratman fortress followed the tunnel and successfully returned to the fortress of the Undead. When the fortress left the cave, dawn had already appeared in the sky, and a new day had begun. Hi. You come back, Boss. What happened to the boss? How can you do this? Boss. Don't die. What can you do? What can we do? When I saw Zhang Peng returned, Lu Xingxing, who was worried about the night, ran over to say hello. As a result, I saw Liziu, who was lifted by the elite heavy hammer skeleton, and couldn't help grinning. Lu Xingxing was weird, and Liziu's head was even more painful. He beckoned Lu Xingxing, and Lu Xingxing quickly approached. Boss, you can say any last words. I will definitely do it for you. Lu Xingxing said with tears. You're talking bullshit. Cough cough. I'm still alive and well. Damn it. After Lu Xingxing finished speaking, Liziu widened his eyes and cursed. Lu Xingxing suddenly stunned. Tears stopped, and looked at Liziu blankly. Sure enough, I can still scold people. Zhang Peng raised his eyebrows, and he knew that it would be like this. Liziu was uncomfortable like this. It was uncomfortable. At this time, who was unlucky in front of him? Lu Xingxing's goods. Ran up to send them. Well, this is also a good thing. Liziu vented out. The problem was not big, and the fire would not be as strong as Fong. Zhang Peng, keep an eye on the stars. This guy is out of his mind. I need to take a rest. If the enemy attacks the city, come and call me. Liziu gave the order weakly, and let the elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors carry him to the main building. He now needs to sleep well, and he has sufficient spirit and waiting for the war. Boss, you have a good rest. Leave this to me for now, Zhang Peng said quickly. When Liziu was lifted away, he turned around, looked at Lu Xingxing, and suddenly said, Congratulations. I like to talk about it. Can you blame me? The boss was lifted back. Who knows that he is still so energetic? Lu Xingxing scratched his head and said with a bitter smile. Zhang Peng regardless of him. He turned around and went to busy things. He had to send the mouse to the underground passage for inspection to prevent the coalition from doing things through the underground passage. Last night, Li Ziyu released 4 meteors with the help of the underground passage. The spout of the coalition forces already knew that there was a passage underground. He still had to pay attention to some. Tumor Coalition Camp. Temporary Conference Room. Handsome President. I can't attack today. The soldiers of the soldiers did not take good rest last night. We traveled long distances. In this way, we had no advantage with the other party. A general said eagerly. Yeah. The president is handsome. Let the soldiers rest for a day. Another patriarch quickly echoed. The attack launched last night. Although it is not very strong and the damage is not very large. But in the end, it is dead. And everyone has not slept well. It was originally a long journey. It was very fatigued. In addition, I had not slept almost night last night. They thought that Prometa would let them rest today, but did not expect that after holding a meeting. He actually wanted to launch an attack. Isn't this nonsense? Even if they are just indigenous peoples, they also know that the tireless teacher is not easy to launch an offense. Almost all generals and patriarchs hoped that Palmyra could agree to let them rest for a day. The soldiers needed to keep their energy, so that the combat effectiveness was strong. Rest? Are you sure that when we rest during the day, the enemy won't come and attack us like they did last night? Palmyra looked at the generals and the clan leader and asked in a deep voice. When he asked this, the others fell silent. Who can guarantee this thing? They have no gangsters in the Undead. The spy's report had been delivered to them, and they had read all the reports. Although they still didn't know what weapons the Undead had used to attack them. They knew that that kind of large-scale attack weapon would only require a small number of troops to unleash. This means that the enemy is very secretive, and it is difficult for them to catch them in advance. After all, they have few people and a small target, and it takes time for spies to patrol. If they are not careful, the enemy will find a loophole. You all know the spy's report. There is an underground passage. Even if the other party does not launch an attack with the weapons they used last night during the day today, are you sure they will not sneak attack us through the underground passage? Seeing that everyone had shut up, Palmyra spoke again. The generals and clan leaders present all lowered their heads. Indeed, this was still a problem. The spies went down to take a look at the underground passage and found it was quite spacious. More than enough to accommodate a troop of soldiers. The enemy could use the underground passage to release magic, and could also use it to launch sneak attacks on their camp. Marshal, the enemy came out from the passage last night. That passage should lead to the lair of the Undead. What if we don't engage in a head-on battle with the enemy today, but instead send a team to launch a surprise attack through the passage? A lizardman general thought for a while, and suddenly suggested. His opinion made the others' eyes light up. And they nodded and looked at Palmyra. This is a good strategy. Since the opponent can use the channel to deal with them, they can also use the channel to deal with the opponent's undead. That's fine. I thought about doing this too. However, since the other party has dug such a spacious passage, do you think they haven't thought of this? Maybe the undead are waiting for us to do this. And when we send troops over, they will block us. Palmyra sighed. When the spy discovered the passage and reported it to him, he had the idea of using the passage. But after thinking it over, he gave up. The lizardman general was speechless. He thought he had come up with a good idea. But it turned out that the commander-in-chief had already thought of it. In addition, the spies went into the passage, which is interconnected like a maze. We may not be able to find the way to the undead's lair. We don't know if there are traps in the passage. What should we do if the soldiers get lost in it? Palmyra raised another question. The lizardman general could not answer this question. It was just a sudden thought for him. He did not know much about the situation in the passage. Everything came from the reports of the spies. Do we have to start a war today? Asked a chief of the headhunting clan unwillingly. We must go to war. We have no better choice, Palmyra said firmly. He glanced at the others and saw that they still had dissatisfaction in their eyes. He knew that it would not be enough if he didn't explain it clearly. So he continued to explain. It is advantageous for us to fight during the day. The undead will become weak during the day. So if we want to fight the undead, we must choose the day. If we don't fight today, we will have to fight during the day tomorrow. It is impossible to fight the undead tonight under the cover of darkness. The undead at night are much stronger than those in the daytime. In addition, There are actually several problems if we don't go into battle. As we just said, no one can guarantee that the undead won't attack during the day, and there is no guarantee that they won't send troops from underground. Secondly, at night, if they attack with the same weapons as last night, how are we going to deal with it? Can we defend it? If not, are we going to keep dragging it out? Everyone, please remember why we rushed here so quickly. We are running out of food. Now it's not that the undead are anxious to fight us, but we are anxious to go to war with the undead. The more Pometus spoke, the more serious his expression became. They had been forced into a desperate situation. If they did not start a war today and let the other side harass them for a few days, and if food was insufficient, the soldiers would really not be in the mood to fight the undead. By then, the morale would have reached freezing point, and it would be impossible to start a war. They ran here in a waiting mountains and waiting. Without the war, the coalition forces were scattered, and that really became a big joke. What still the ambition of entering the central area is not by other races. And the tribe laughed to death, which is a good thing. In any case, we must start war with the undead today. No matter losing or losing, you must fight. We need to make the warriors nervous and inspire their bloodiness so that they can destroy the undead. Parmeta's words are reasonable and well-founded. Many generals, the patriarchs, could not be argued, but they really didn't want to launch an attack in such circumstances. So they lowered their heads without saying a word and silently resisting. I agree with the president. We must go to war with the undead today. A young headhunter stood up and said loudly. Others looked at it in surprise, but found that it was a bald boy, a tattoo, and a double fierce pupil. Parmeta looked at NATO and raised his eyebrows, crying secretly in his heart. He knew Nadwa. After all, he was also a young and promising headhunter. Although he was not as famous as he was in his youth, he was still a well-known figure among the young headhunters today. In addition to some old-fashioned generations, few people can suppress NATO. This kid is not only crazy, but also has strength and brains. In this coalition forces, he is not small. With NATO's leadership, a group of young headhunters responded one after another, following NATO's lead. Seeing that more and more people responded, the others could no longer pretend to be deaf and dumb and resist silently. They could only compromise helplessly. After all, they had no way to express their opposition. The meeting passed that today, the coalition forces will launch an attack on the undead. The news quickly spread from the conference hall, causing an uproar among the soldiers. They wanted to attack without even taking a rest, which showed that they did not treat us as human beings. They are all very tired now. They have walked a long way and are already exhausted. They wanted to have a good sleep last night, but who knew that the shameless undead would torment them all night long, causing them to be in poor spirits and coughing all the time. The coalition soldiers were unwilling to believe it. They felt that something must have gone wrong. The generals were not fools. How could they make such a decision? But the fact is that military orders were soon issued, asking them to prepare for the attack. Do you really want to fight? I'm sleepy. Who doesn't want to sleep? I can't go. I was injured last night. The coalition soldiers were immediately filled with complaints and made waves of grumbling. As if they had expected this, teams of lizardmen and headhunters came to the warriors to oversee their preparations for battle. When they saw the governor, the allied soldiers knew that there was no way out. These guys were not easy to deal with, and they really dared to kill people. The warlords were selected from the coalition forces. They were ruthless, good at killing, and obeyed Palmeta's orders. After killing some soldiers who wanted to be lazy, the others became obedient, put on their armor, picked up their weapons, and walked outside. More than 300,000 troops were mobilized and marched towards the mountains of the dead. In the dust, the figures of aliens were looming, and the team was like a long dragon with no end in sight. Brother Peng, they are coming. The enemies are coming. Lu Xingxing put down the telescope produced by the system in his hand and ran down the bone sentry tower, shouting as he ran. Hearing this, Zhang Peng ran over and held Lu Xingxing, saying, "Take a breath first. Ha, ha, ha. They're all here. There's no end to them. There are so many of them," Lu Xingxing said, panting while leaning on his leg. "Okay, I'll go wake up the boss." Zhang Peng patted Lu Xingxing's shoulder and ran towards the main building. When he arrived at the main building, he found that Li Ziyu had woken up and was walking out. "Boss, are you up?" Zhang Peng was stunned. "Yes, the archer woke me up," Li Ziyu nodded. The speed of the undead is much faster than Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing. There is a bone sentry tower on the platform, because the enemy may arrive at any time. The skeleton longbowmen on the bone sentry tower did not hide as usual, but continued to be alert. When they found that the coalition forces were coming, they had already passed the news to the main building through the Soul Network. The undead in the main building naturally awakened Li Ziyu. After leaving the main building and finding Lu Xingxing, the three of them climbed up the watchtower together, looked out from the height, and watched the Cancer Coalition army coming in a mighty manner from afar. Boss, last night's attack seemed to be useless. Zhang Peng squinted his eyes and looked at it for a while, and couldn't help but say, hee, whether it's useful or not, we'll know after we fight. Li Ziyu said nonchalantly. He was sure that the other party had absolutely no rest last night. But even so, he still launched an attack, and the opponent's combat power should be reduced. We don't ask to defeat the Cancerous Coalition during the day, but we ask to delay it, even though the number of undead far exceeds that of the enemy. With an army of 1 million versus an army of 300,000. In fact, Li Ziyu does not have many elite troops. They are mainly low-level undead, while the enemy, on the other hand, are all elite troops. As elites, it is no problem for him to defeat 3 at once, let alone the headhunters and lizardmen, even goblins. The skeleton undead had already lined up in front of the fortress, forming square tofu blocks. They looked well-trained and very imposing. All thanks to the skeleton warriors. When the coalition forces arrived in front of the skeleton undead formation, a group of goblins occupied the front. It was a huge crowd, standing in no particular order. In the coalition forces, the goblins were cannon fodder. As the elite among the goblins, their equipment is much better than other goblins, and their bodies are also stronger. Chapter 172 Head-on Battle. Goblin, go before! The commander of the coalition army was running, shouting loudly, waving the whip in his hand, and driving the goblins forward. Goblin looked at the supervisor dissatisfied and walked to the front of the coalition forces with weapons gathered together. And their clan commanders and commanders were still working hard. Have courage. You are brave hunters. Don't be afraid. You will definitely defeat the enemy. Standing at the front is the goblin warriors. They are the largest combat sequences in the coalition forces. They are similar to normal goblin, but their muscles are more developed than normal goblin. They wear special leather armor. This leather armor is made of 3 beasts and has good defense. In order to deal with the undead, the goblin warriors' weapons were replaced with blunt instruments such. The number of goblin warriors was close to 100,000. Almost 1/3 of the coalition forces. Behind the goblin warriors are the goblin regular army. The goblin warriors. Goblin warriors are obviously much stronger than the goblin warriors. They wear metal armor. Although the armor comes in various styles, it is obvious that the defense is much stronger than leather armor. And the weapons they use are also made of metal. Goblin warriors are much taller and more muscular than goblin warriors. Their individual combat power slightly exceeds that of ordinary lizardmen and headhunters, and their number is as many as 30,000 to 40,000. Further back are the bear goblins and goblin cavalry. The formation of the lizards and the head-hunting tribe is even more backward. They are clearly divided into 2 areas and their respective formations. The basic formation of the lizard man was round. The lizard man circled around. The lizard man standing outside held the shield defense, and the lizard man inside a long gun. The formation of the head hunting is similar to the undead. It is a square array. From a distance, it is long and long. Li Ziyu stood on the watchtower, holding the telescope he got from Lu Xingxing, looking far into the direction of the coalition forces. He watched the other side constantly changing, and it seemed that they were quite concerned. Wait, what is that? Dozens of wooden machines were erected. Li Ziyu's eyes bulged. Aren't those catapults? How come these natives still have this thing? The thing in front of him was quite familiar. Li Ziyu had seen it in many medieval fantasy war movies in his previous life. It was a thing specially used to drop large stones to attack cities. Although it was not exactly the same, it was basically the same. I was too careless and underestimated these natives. I didn't expect they had such a powerful weapon. I found out too late. If I had known earlier that they had catapults, I should not have launched a night attack last night. I should have left the soul-falling meteor to these big guys. Li Ziyu's heart was called a regret. He put it in 4 times last night, which caused him to be weak and weak. even if he wanted to use the meteorite meteor to deal with the stone car. It was also weak. What the undead under his command lacked most are long-range units. The range of the skeleton longbowmen is okay, but compared to weapons like catapults, the skeleton longbowmen are out of reach, and there are not many of them. The catapults made by the coalition forces were made of a frame made of logs. They relied on a simple lever principle to throw stones. They also thoughtfully made catapult bags using animal tendons, animal skins, and vines. The headhunters and lizardmen commanded the bear goblins to carry the artillery SH/LS they had made. It was hard to find other things in the wilderness, but stones were everywhere. They made net bags out of vines, and tied the stones the size of human heads inside to form artillery SH/LS. Phil, hurry up. Don't be lazy. The bear goblin has a very high status in the goblin tribe, but in front of the lizard men and the headhunters, he could only be scolded and ordered around. Every bad guy will get his due. They grunted as they lifted the SH/LS and put them into the launching bag. This type of catapult was built by the lizard men, so they were naturally responsible for launching it. Beside each catapult there was a lizard man, who was responsible for calibrating the angle, measuring the range, and giving commands. They tinked the drums. Dozens of stones were ready, and the soldiers of the coalition forces were in place. Catapult. After receiving the news that the lizard men were ready, Palmyra stood on a makeshift platform, holding an axe, looking at the skeleton undead position in the distance, took a deep breath, and shouted the order. The order quickly reached the catapult. The lizardman walked forward with a torch, lit the fuse on the cannonball, and quickly pulled apart the tied animal tendons. The beast tendons were released. Under the influence of the leverage, the casting machine moved, and a creak sound was made. The huge long arm swinged, leaving with artillery SH/LS, and throwing it out hard. Crunch, creak, bang, boom, boom. Dozens of artillery SH/LS were thrown into the sky by the castle machine, scratched a parabolic line, and went straight to the undead. Damn! Big stone! Lu Xingxing saw the launch of the stone machine, and suddenly screamed, covering his head, and lay on the ground. Hack! Zhang Peng cursed and shook his hand on the spot. It was Li Ziyu, silently looking at the big rocks flying in the sky, standing in place. The cannon SH/LS flew in the air, and the vines tied to the stone suddenly broke, and the stone turned into a rocky rain, flying freely. Boom! Most of the stones smashed into the position of the bone-dead spirit. The bone-dead spirit was still stupidly stood in place, neither hiding nor flashing, letting the stone fall and smashing it. Many undeads were smashed with brain, and the soul was scattered. Just a wave of stone rain caused Li Ziyu to damage thousands of undead. If his men were not undead but humans, this wave would have caused chaos in the entire army. After all, humans are fearful, and no one would watch rocks fall without dodging. However, he was the undead, and the race that perfectly executed the command. He didn't care about death at all, and there was no fear of fear. Therefore, after the stone fell, they responded without response and let the stone fall freely. A small part of the stones deviated from their original trajectory and fell further, hitting the light baffle of the fortress, making a crackling sound, which made Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng tremble constantly. Whoosh! As luck would have it, a stone passed through the gap between the baffles, flew past the watchtower, and hit the ground of the platform. Li Ziyu just tilted his head slightly to take a look, then retracted his gaze, and continued to pay attention to the battlefield. As a normal person, he should be scared when experiencing such a scene for the first time. But Li Ziyu didn't know why. He was very calm and rational. He had no intention of hiding from it, and faced the stones directly. He seemed to be convinced in his heart that these stones would not cause any harm to him. In fact, this is indeed the case. There was no stone hit the whistle tower, and only one flew from the edge of the whistle. The speed of the simplicity of the stones was very touching. After being put into the stone, it took a long time to throw the bomb. Parmeda had no intention to wait for the stone to slowly load the bomb. He directly issued an offensive instruction. Kill! The sound of shouting suddenly broke out in the direction of the coalition forces, and the goblin warriors in front rushed towards the undead. Li Ziyu watched so much that the other party turned into zero, like a black line spread to his undead position. The war has begun. Li Ziyu raised his arms with clenched fists and shouted with a smile on his face. Following his shout, The skeleton undead army in the front moved. They took steps forward and faced the goblin warriors in an orderly formation. Hack. The boss is crazy. Lu Xingxing, who had just climbed up, looked up and saw the slightly ferocious smile on Li Ziyu's face. He swallowed and said timidly, he has never seen Li Ziyu's current state. The kind of excitement, the kind of enthusiasm, and the smile on his face. Like a war madness. Crazy. This is a lunatic. In the roar in Lu Xingxing's heart, the white undead square and the sea tide generally collided together. Kill! Kill them! Rush! Ah! The goblin warrior yelled incoherently and swung the blunt weapon in his hand, smashing at the rushing undead. It was a head-on collision. Extremely brutal. The goblin warriors jumped up and smashed the undead's skulls with the blunt weapons in their hands, while the skeleton undead pierced their bodies with the weapons in their hands. In an instant, the battlefield turned into a meat grinder. The undead died silently, and the goblin warriors fell to the ground howling in pain. In a state of madness, Li Ziyu stared at the battlefield, gritting his teeth, but the smile on his face became more and more intense. Old boss, you're okay. Zhang Peng looked at Li Ziyu's expression. He felt like Lu Xingxing in his heart. Very disturbing. And asked some stuttered. You see? This is the real battlefield. The movie can't be shot at all. This is the real world. Li Ziyu said without turning his head to look at them, but murmured. This? Is Li Ziyu really crazy? Zhang Peng grinned. It was a battlefield. It was indeed impossible to make a movie about it. After all, that movie didn't hire hundreds of thousands of extras. But the problem is not on the battlefield. It's with you. Boss. Why are you so excited? The killing on the battlefield continued. And the skeletal dead skeleton that was sent out could not stop the goblin warriors. They continued to rush forward, smashed the brain of the bones, or scattered them into bones. The skeleton undead can't stop them. Great tailwind. Brothers, rush. Goblins like to play when the wind is in their favor the most. They are the type of people who will fight more and more fiercely when the wind is in their favor. Seeing that the skeleton undead can't hold on, they become more excited and rush forward roaring. The Prometa behind him looked at it all, and immediately passed the order to let the goblin warrior, Xiong Goblin, and a giant monster, pressed up, supported goblin warriors. Palmyra was standing on a high place and could see more clearly. It was true that they had the upper hand in front, but the number of undead was several times theirs. In front of the goblin warriors was a huge phalanx of undead, layer upon layer. It was impossible for the goblin warriors to rush through with just their strength. Of course, they had to expand their advantage while they had the upper hand. After getting the order, goblin warrior, Xiong Goblin immediately dispatched. They did not worry. They deliberately suppressed the speed and kept the formation. They are not stupid. The goblin warriors in front have already disrupted the situation. If they kill them recklessly, they will just be cannon fodder. They are high-level goblins and cannot be cannon fodder like those goblin warriors. They have to calculate the time. Among the coalition forces, several big guys also moved. They were wasteland monsters, 4 to 5 meters tall, with gray and rough skin. They only had a piece of animal skin wrapped around their waists, and one hand held a meteor hammer wrapped with vines and stones. The wasteland trolls have no tribes, and even most wasteland races do not recognize the wasteland trolls as an intelligent race. They regard them as powerful beasts or monsters. These guys are stupid, thick-skinned, and have strong destructive power. They are typically stupid but warlike. Many tribes have been hit by the wasteland monsters. When these guys are hungry, they will run to the tribe of the wasteland to do things. They will also make the tribe a mess in addition to grabbing food. If they fail to grab food, the tribe will become their food. The wasteland giant monsters and food demons. The giant of the food, the giant monsters, etc. are close relatives. Goblins and headhunters both have the habit of taming giants. And the wasteland giant is their favorite species. Mainly because this kind of giant is stupid and easy to fool, and is lazy and gluttonous on weekdays, but very fierce in a fight. The monsters that other races avoided were natural warriors in their eyes, and could serve as heavy troops on the battlefield. The wasteland monster has no goblin warrior. The brain of Xiong Goblin. Their ideas are very simple. Let them rush. They rush, although the steps are slow, but they are big, step by step, and the span is very large. The big feet stepped on the ground with a rumbling sound, surpassing the goblin warrior and the bear goblin and rushing to the front. The goblin warriors in the front were stopped by more skeleton undeads, and the fight became increasingly stalemate. At this moment, they heard a dull noise coming from behind. Some of the goblin warriors in the back turned their heads and saw the wasteland monster walking towards them. Troll. When the goblin warriors saw the troll, they immediately screamed to alert their companions in front of them. Having domesticated trolls for a long time, they are not unfamiliar with them. These guys are brainless, and being accidentally injured by trolls during battle is not an isolated incident, but a frequent occurrence. There were quite a lot of giant monsters rushing over this time. Nearly 2,000 of them, and they came straight towards us. The goblin warriors in front were blocked by the bone-dead spirit, and they couldn't go forward again, carrying it hard. And the goblin warriors behind could not be squeezed in. At this time, when they saw the wasteland monster coming, they would not fight. The trolls didn't pay any attention to the dwarfs at all. All they had eyes for were the group of white bones. The order they received was to destroy those white bones. The dwarfs were not within their concern. As they got closer, the wasteland monsters swung their meteor hammers without hesitation and smashed them forward, falling like catapults, smashing, rolling, dragging, pulling and lifting. After a set of attacks, a lot of skeleton undeads and goblin warriors died. It's a completely indiscriminate attack. Behind the skeleton undead army, tall figures wearing heavy armor and holding sledgehammers walked forward through the gaps between the square formations. They were the elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors. Liziu naturally couldn't allow the wasteland trolls to attack wantonly. These guys could sweep a large area at a time. If he let them attack at will, his own skeleton undead army wouldn't be able to hold out for too long. A gap would soon be created, and the goblins behind the opponent would be able to rush forward. These guys must be killed, and he has been prepared for the elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior to come in handy. Come! And the heavy type is the same as the heavy type to see who is fierce. It's great to be tall. The wasteland monster also found the elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior, who came towards them. They were a bit confused. What are these guys? Do they want to fight? The order is to fight the white skeletons. But these guys seem a little different. A wasteland monster. Big in size, small in brain, and slow in thinking. Before the wasteland monsters could figure it out, the elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors had already arrived in front of them and swung their hammers. Chapter 173. Bang! Frontal hammer. Bang! Jump up and hammer. Bang! Broken meteor. 1,000 elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors went onto the battlefield and started attacking without saying a word. Kankin's 3-meter-high elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior in front of the 4-meter-tall wasteland monster. It looks really to his younger brother, and it looks like insufficient combat effectiveness. But in fact, although they are short, they are solid, and they are dwarfed. They declare that what concentrates is essence. Not as tall as you? Then try to take my hammer. The wasteland troll didn't believe it, so he accepted it. Then, the big hammer is on the chest. The chest cavity is sunken, and it is dead. The big hammer is in the big belly, and the internal organs are broken. A sledgehammer hits the head. The brain bursts, and death occurs. Green leather dwarf goblin warriors all watch stupid. What kind of thing is this? Just die. The wasteland monsters were hammered so hard that they didn't know where to go. They never imagined that the elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors, who only reached their chests, were more powerful than them. Much more powerful. So powerful that they could not resist at all. The key point is that not only is he stronger, but he is also more flexible than me. The weapon of the wasteland monster is a simple meteor hammer. If he wants to hit someone, he has to swing it. But when he swings the meteor hammer, the opponent's hammer will hit him. Even if you get lucky, you can pass the meteor hammer wheel. But the melon hammer can break the stones on the meteor hammer at once. And you can't hit anyone at all. This is not a joke. The elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors are what the system describes as a chariot on the battlefield. A small mobile fortress. They are a serious type of heavy soldier in the undead battle sequence, and cannot be dealt with by a stupid and rough monster like the wasteland giant. The wasteland monster barely managed to kill a few elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors. Instead, many of them died or were injured. It was simply frightened by the beating and dared not fight anymore. It lost all its previous arrogance and threw away its meteor hammer, holding its head and running away. They are stupid and naive. But they are not fearless of death. There were nearly 2,000 giant monsters, and hundreds of them were killed in a blink of an eye. The remaining wasteland giant monsters saw this and thought, there is no point in fighting. So they just ran away. Normally, these guys use their height and strength to bully others. Most of the races in the wasteland can't do anything to them. After all, their size is there. When a 4-meter-tall giant rushes towards them, it's like a mountain pressing down on them. They will be scared before they even fight. Every time they bully others, they rarely lose, which makes the wasteland monster not only think that they have no rivals, so they are also unscrupulous on the battlefield. I never thought that I would run into such tough guys today. These guys who are bigger than me in chest are so powerful. The wasteland monster was picked up. Fortunately, it was daytime, and the fighting power of the undead was weakened. If it was night, they would be even more unlucky, and those elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors would be even more ferocious. What is that? What are those? Palmito looked into the distance, stunned at the wasteland monster that was beaten and fled away in panic, unable to believe his eyes. What the hell just happened? How come the wasteland monsters were suddenly defeated, and so many of them were killed? These are heavy arms. They are one of their dependents on the undead, and they are actually defeated inexplicable. Palmito frowned deeply, becoming increasingly dissatisfied with the coalition's intelligence network. He had not seen in the intelligence that the undead had such heavy troops. If he had known that the other side had such troops, he would never have sent the giants into the battlefield at will. The loss of the trolls and their defeat and escape were too demoralizing, especially since this was the first wave of the charge. He sent the wasteland giants into the field in order to expand the results of the battle, strengthen the confidence of the goblin warriors on the front line, make them fight more bravely, try to use the advantages of the giants' heavy troops to break through the undead positions, let the goblin warriors rush over, and then let the lizardmen and headhunters enter the field to defeat the undead. The plan was well planned, but it didn't expect changes to happen so quickly because of a type of soldier that was not in the intelligence, which caused the giant monster to flee and the goblin warriors in front to riot. After defeating the wasteland monster, the elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors did not leave, but cooperated with the skeleton undead to attack the goblin warriors. Just like the giant monster of the wasteland launched an attack on the bones, the goblin warriors could not stop the elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior. Don't look at less than 1,000 elite and hammer skeleton warriors, but they have the ability to push horizontally on the battlefield. The goblin warriors' weapons cannot cause harm to them. No, it cannot be said that it cannot cause harm, but it is tickling. The elite heavy hammer skeleton soldiers all weighted the armor, and the bones were strengthened. In addition, the goblin warriors could not hit their heads. There was really no way. Goblin warriors' original momentum was like 1,000 elite heavy hammer skeleton soldiers who collapsed. When the wasteland giant ran, the goblin warrior in the rear knew that it was not good. He ran away with the monster. He also wanted to fight with the elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior. The goblin warrior died of a miserable. When he turned his head, he found that his companions ran away, and naturally refused to fight again. This time, the goblin warriors were defeated. Halfway, the goblin warriors met the goblin warrior and Xiong goblin, who came to reinforce the reinforcement. They didn't know what was going on in front of it. Only the monster rushed to the front from their side, and now they ran together. What's the situation? Finish fighting? The goblin warrior and Xiong Jeblin were full of question marks, and then saw the Hohuma goblin warrior, who ran to himself. What's going on ahead? Until they saw a figure in the distance. They jumped high and fell in front of them. The gravel on the ground splashed, shot on the armor, and made a bonding sound. The figure raised the hammer in his hand and smashed several goblin soldiers out. And they knew what happened. This is the defeat. We haven't even reached the destination yet, and the road ahead has collapsed. The goblin warrior and the bear goblin, who were halfway through their run, didn't hesitate at all and turned around and ran back at a speed several times faster than before. Slowly when you come, it is fast when you go back. To become a goblin warrior, not to mention combat ability, you must be able to run fast, especially when escaping. That speed is definitely enough, even though they are wearing metal armor. That can't slow them down. What are the prerequisites for becoming the goblin warrior? Combat effectiveness? Physique? Of course not. It's running fast. If you can't run fast, and you don't even have a life, how can you be called a warrior? If you want to be a warrior, you must first stay alive. So every goblin warrior ran very fast. Even if they were wearing metal armor and started running after the goblin warriors, they could not only catch up with the goblin warriors, but also surpass them. Li Ziyu saw it from a distance, and the other party was defeated. Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng were also dumbfounded, with only 2 words in their minds. That's it? Didn't they fight fiercely in the beginning? In the blink of an eye, they were almost escaping back to the coalition forces. Wow. Wow. They are much more professional at running away than charging. Goblin was short and jumped up. The speed was really fast. The elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior, chasing only half of the distance. After the goblin warrior began to escape, they stopped. This was Li Ziyu. In fact, the undeads don't want to chase well. Mainly during the day. They will become weak and make them feel bad. Therefore, during the day, the undead does not like to move. And there is no spiritual look. If this is at night, the elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior takes the lead and can directly kill the opponent's camp. Let them know why War is so popular. Seeing that the other party ran further and further, the elite heavy hammer skeleton soldiers played a flower with a hammer, and turned around and walked back. The bones who had just rushed to the skeleton stunned. It seemed that the battle was over without reaction. Parmans were punished without the defeat of the goblin warriors. But they were not angry. The reason for his anger was not the failure of the first battle. Well, he experienced a lot. He was angry because of information. This failure has nothing to do with the goblin warriors. In the eyes of Parmeda, the goblin warriors have already done it, which is better than he expected. If it is not an error in information, it has made him a wrong decision. Maybe he has won now. What can those idiots down there do? They can't even get good intelligence. And they don't even know what types of troops the undead have. How many times did it make a mistake? The last time the Vanguard camp was raided by the undead was also due to intelligence reasons. This time the first battle was lost, also due to intelligence reasons. It's so difficult to fight. Palmyra felt powerless. There were too many things that needed to be changed in this team. With their current strength, it was even a question whether they could even clear this wasteland, let alone advance into the central area. The first round of fighting between the two sides ended like this. The elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior that Li Ziyu had spent a lot of money to bring out and had been hiding by his side performed brilliantly and dealt a heavy blow to the Cancer Coalition. Cancer Alliance. Conference room. What should we do now? Just one defeat doesn't mean anything. Luckily it's daytime. If it was at night, it would be more troublesome. Yes, but we have to find a way to deal with those undead with hammers. Otherwise it will be difficult to deal with. The morale of the goblins is gone, and the goblin warriors are unwilling to move forward. I said I wouldn't fight. Now I've lost the first round. Keep making trouble. Before the lizardman chieftain could finish his words, an axe flew over and split his head in half with a puff. It then continued to fly and nailed to the wooden pillar behind him. Everyone's voice banned instantly, looking at the dying lizard man, and silently turned his head to stand up and stood up, striding towards Palmyra, who walked towards the axe. Are there any of you who want to question my words? Palmyra grabbed the axe handle, exerted a little force, and pulled the double-edged axe off the wooden pillar. He turned to look at the generals and clan leaders present, and asked in a grim tone. The generals and the patriarchs did not say anything. Look at me. I look at you. And they have lowered their heads. Since Palmyra has served as the coalition president, it is gentle to them, which has gradually forgotten the identity of this guy. Before he became the president, he was the legendary chief of the headhunters, known as the Killing Conqueror. In addition to being a chief, he was also a powerful warrior and never a good-tempered guy. This axe reminds everyone of Parmeda's identity. Those who can become generals and clan leaders may not be the strongest warriors, but they are definitely not wastes. Even among many warriors, Palmyra is a leader. In his era, there were very few people who could fight him head-on. The era in which Palmyra lived was a barbaric era, different from the present. At that time, if you wanted to become a patriarch, you had to have strong strength to back you up. Otherwise the people below would not obey you. You say you are smart and have brains? Uh-huh. What's the use of being smart? You have to be able to keep your head. In the age of Parmeda, there were not no clever people, but it was difficult for those smart people to stay in the position of the patriarch for a long time. They were either died of war or rebellion. No one would convince an insufficient patriarch. In that year, personal brave martial arts were amplified. Each of the charge, The patriarch must be the leader of the clan. And the patriarch did not take the lead. Others naturally would not rush over bravely. They needed a role model. Palmita came from that era. He used his real fists and strength to stir up a bloody storm, stepping on piles of corpses, ruling the Palmita tribe, and leading the small tribe that could be destroyed at any time to become stronger step by step. Don't look at his age. But the combat effectiveness has not diminished. Even stronger than before. Palmita, who had experienced countless battles in his life and killed countless enemies, carried the double-edged axe that had always been with him, looked around like an eagle and a wolf, and when he saw that no one dared to move, he walked step by step towards his seat. I don't want to hear the kind of talent again. You have to remember my name. My name? Pa. Air. May. De Parmeda stared at his seat, and said with a long and low voice while walking, bloody and killing spread in the conference hall. At this moment, the long-awaited conqueror recovered. The man who had just let the enemy just hear the name finally showed a fierce look. Crunch. Parmeda sat back in his seat, and his body seemed to have a great power, making a chair with a heavy sound. Boom! The double-edged axe hit the ground, as if someone was hitting it in the heart with a drumstick. The generals and clan leaders, who were not strong enough, could not help but shiver. Organize the army and fight again. We must destroy the enemy during the day, Palmita said eagerly. None of the generals and clan leaders spoke but just listened quietly. They did not want to have a direct conflict with Palmita, so they could not oppose his words. At this moment, a goblin stood tremblingly and looked at Parmita in fear. Huh? Parmita looked at the goblin chief and snorted. Respect. Respect and great president. I have something to say. The goblin chief kneeling, his voice trembling and fearful. Say. Parmita leaned back slightly, with his hands on the axe handle, looking down at Chief Goblin. Our goblin warriors don't want to go anymore. Even the trolls have been defeated. They believe that the undead are invincible, the goblin chief said cautiously. So? Palmita's eyes flashed with ferocity, feeling the strong killing intent. The goblin chief lowered his head even lower, almost buried it in the ground, and said in a trembling voice, Mighty Palmita, can we not attack today and fight another day? As soon as the goblin chieftain finished speaking, Palmita's figure disappeared from his seat and appeared beside him, swinging the axe in his hand with a flash of cold light. Ah! The goblin chieftain screamed and fell to the side. One of his arms was missing, and his face was covered in sweat from the pain. Palmita leaned down, stared at the goblin chief, and said in an extremely cold voice, That's your problem, not mine. I asked you to prepare for a second attack. What do you not understand? Or can't you do it? If you can't do it, then I will replace you with a chief who can do it. Chapter 174, Mutual Calculation. Forehead. The goblin chief covered his broken arm and looked at Palmita with horror. He understood what the president meant. If he could not lead the goblins well, he would be worthless. Palmita would not keep a worthless person. He would surely die, and he would be chopped to pieces on the spot. Sweat dripped down his face. Faced with life and death, the goblin chieftain no longer cared about the pain of his broken arm. He twisted his body and knelt in front of Palmita. He said tremblingly, President, calm down. Calm down. I can do it. The goblins can do it. As long as you give the order, we will charge for you no matter how hard it is. Palmita nodded in satisfaction, stood up, turned to look at the others, and asked, Does anyone else have any objections? There is a goblin chief as a chicken. Where can the other monkeys present dare to put forward opinions? If the cold cicadas are banned, they are not honest. They don't want to send it at this time. Parmeda apparently has a murderous heart. Whoever refutes his face will not be alive. Unless they want to challenge the president's authority, they will never step forward at this time. A group of dog things, toasting without eating and penalties. Palmita glanced at the crowd with cold and stern eyes. He had originally wanted to rely on their help to attack the central area, so he gave them some good treatment. However, these guys were still not satisfied and thought that they dared not kill anyone. How ridiculous. After so many years, it really is the same as before. The authority never relies on the mind, but from its own strength, from the fist. Only the fist is hard, and others will listen to you honestly. What kind of seniority? What is smart? What kind of reputation? There is no fart. When it is really enough to make other people work, they all want to oppose them. Only fists and real strength will let them shut up. They are trembling and obedient. It was like this hundreds of years ago, and it is still like this now. The wasteland has never changed. Since no one has any objections, let's get ready. Pamita put away the double-edged axe, walked back to his seat, and gave orders in a low voice. Yes, I respect the president's order. All the generals and clan leaders present saluted in response. Boss, do you say they will attack again today? In the main building of the Undead fortress, Li Ziyu and the other three were also resting. And Lu Xingxing asked. They will come. They will definitely attack again, Li Ziyu said confidently. That shouldn't be too fast. They just failed, Lu Xingxing said after thinking for a while. It's hard to say. Zhang Peng also felt that the Tumor Coalition would definitely launch an attack again. But when it was not good. But he would definitely take advantage of the sun. They all know that since the Tumor Coalition comes, it is impossible to retreat if they lose only once. And the opponent's opportunity is only during the day. When the sun goes down the mountain, it is not the problem of the Tumor Coalition forces. It is impossible for the Tumor Coalition commander to not know this. So the other party will definitely launch an attack. And it is definitely a fierce attack. Li Ziyu didn't say anything. He felt that the opponent's attack would not take too long. He had carefully observed the battle just now. The goblins charging in the front did not actually suffer too much damage. After the fierce battle with the skeleton undead, the opponent had the advantage, and was very motivated. They were almost suppressing the skeleton undead. The turning point of the battlefield was after the giants came on the field. The elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors hammered a lot of giants to death, which led to the goblins' rout. But there was no doubt that the morale of these dwarfs was just collapsed. And not many people died. And it did not reach the critical point of rout. In the first battle, the skeleton undead suffered heavy damage. This time, Li Ziyu was surprised by the fighting power of the goblins in the coalition. They were much stronger than the goblins he had encountered before. Fortunately, he has countless corpses in the Ghost Mountains. Li Ziyu doesn't care how much damage the skeleton undead are. As long as he wants, he can summon more skeleton undead at any time. He has already replenished the skeleton undead that were damaged in the previous battle with the goblins. And the legion at the front is still fully staffed. What Li Ziyu has to do is to drag the opponent to fight the battle during the day. This is very beneficial to him. When you come, I will stop it. When we consume it, when the undead is out of the weak state, when I launch the overall attack, let you see what the skeleton sea is called. Now you can also launch a skeleton sea. But there is no need to increase the casualties, and the weaker the undead, the more weakened it during the day. The low-level units like the bone dead. And the fighting is very reluctant. Beep beep. The three were talking about it. And suddenly a dull horn came from outside. The three quickly got up, ran towards the outside, went directly to the white bone tower, and looked at the direction of the coalition forces. The coalition forces really moved. Their soldiers were assembled. In the mobile, Goblin was sent to the front line. There was no doubt that this was to start the second wave of attacks. Kill! Chong! Goblin hacking a sharp voice and launching a charge again towards the bones. But this time, their momentum seemed to be not as sufficient for the first time. They didn't want to rush towards the undead again. Those guys with hammers left them with psychological trauma. But there was nothing they could do. Not only did the patriarchs give orders, but the coalition also sent in warlords. Whoever didn't go into the battlefield would die. Instead of being killed by the warlords, it would be better to go to the battlefield honestly. Maybe they could survive. As soon as Li Ziyu waved, the tofu squares formed by the bones and dead spirits stepped forward to meet the enemy again. If you charge, I will resist. How can I be afraid of you? The undead is not afraid of consumption. The battlefield once again turned into a grinding machine. The goblin warriors once again occupied the upper hand, continuously advanced the front of the front. The bones were defeated by the skeleton, and the tofu block of the rear continued to join the battle, trying to resist, blocking the goblin front to continue to move forward. The goblin warriors began to panic. They looked around vigilantly, but they did not find the undeads holding the hammer. Coupled with a windy situation, the hearts were settled, and they became excited, howling and slamming forward. On the top of the coalition, Parmeda silently followed the battlefield. He had made the stone throttle ready, but did not launch, and did not send more soldiers to play. So Goblin Chong. Now they have the advantage. He is waiting for the undead to make the undead. Boss, we can't stop them. Lu Xingxing saw the undead coming up wave after wave. but the battle line was still advancing towards the fortress. He suddenly felt a little panicked and said hurriedly, "What is panic? This is not just the beginning." Li Ziyu comforted. He looked at the alliance camps in the distance, and the other party seemed to have no intention of reinforcement. Oh! It seemed that he wanted to be overcast, and wanted to force me to send the elite hammer skeleton warrior, and then think of ways to destroy them? The other party must think of how to solve the elite hammer skeleton warrior. Otherwise it is impossible to be so quiet behind. But why should I send the elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors? There is no need at all. Isn't it a dream to push the front line to the fortress? In Li Ziyu's layout, the further back they go, the more undead there will be, and the coalition forces in the rear will send reinforcements. And the fewer goblins die, the further they advance, the more they will die. And he can send more skeleton undead to reinforce the front line at any time. And these cannon fodder goblins will be completely eaten by him. See who is in a hurry. Goblin does not have the ability to cut through the front. They can only advance a little bit. And this consumption is completely within Li Ziyu's tolerance. And the longer the last time, the better. Palmyra also discovered this. The undead had no intention of sending out those hammer undead. They just used ordinary skeletons to resist the goblins. This would not work. The goblin warriors were getting farther and farther away from the coalition forces. If they did not increase support, if something unexpected happened, it would be a real rout. Let the goblin warrior, the goblin cavalry, and the head hunting car hunter to support them. Palmyra ordered the order official. There was movement again in the coalition camp. The goblin cavalry set off first. They rode on wolves or dogs, carrying broadswords almost as long as their bodies, and rushed towards the undead. The goblin warriors also set out. They were more orderly than the goblin warriors, and this time, their speed was not as slow as last time. Roads were cleared, and the chariots of the headhunters were started. The so-called chariots were the kind of chariots used in ancient times, pulled by 2 horses in the front, and towed a cart at the back. 5 people from the headhunters could ride in the cart. Huge blades were installed on the wheels of the chariot, and relying on the speed of the chariot, these blades could exert considerable lethality. The goblin cavalry split into several groups while running, and the goblin warriors spontaneously made way for them, allowing the goblin cavalry to pass through the crowd and charge straight into the skeleton undead position. Wargs are aggressive in nature, and after being tamed by goblins, their ferocity not only did not diminish, but was enhanced by the goblins. Facing the skeletal undead in front of them, they leaped up and pounced directly into the crowd, while the goblin knights swung their swords and slashed left and right. Their swords are long and wide enough. With just one chop on the head of a skeleton undead, they can split the skull in half and make the soul and fire of the skeleton undead dissipate. These guys are masters among the goblins. However, goblin cavalry are not actually suitable for this kind of intensive charge operations. They prefer to ride their wolves flexibly in wide areas. The loss of mobility will cause their combat effectiveness to be damaged by more than half. But cavalry is cavalry, and their impact force cannot be underestimated. The goblin cavalry directly charged into the pile of undead and sprinted madly towards the direction of the undead fortress. But there were more and more skeleton undead in front of them, using their bodies to block them. The further forward they go, the more enemies there are, and the goblin cavalry has no way to retreat. There are more cavalry rushing towards them from behind. Either they die or they fight their way out. Fight! With the determination to die, the goblin cavalry tried hard to break through the undead line. Li Ziyu stood on the watchtower and watched the thin line spread out in the skeleton undead line. Seeing that they had broken through the line in front and were about to continue spreading, more undead immediately blocked the way and surrounded the goblin cavalry. Using the warg to charge would greatly damage its physical strength. After finally breaking through the first line, they found that there were more skeleton undead surrounding them in front. Countless weapons attacked the warg and goblin knight from all directions. The warg howled, and the goblin knight was pulled off the wolf's back and hacked to death. But they achieved their goal. They had torn open a hole, and the goblin warriors rushed in madly through the hole they had opened. It was as if there was a crack in the embankment, and the goblin warriors kept pouring in like water. As the goblin warriors poured into the gap opened by the goblin cavalry, there were finally gaps. And these gaps were exactly where the headhunters' chariots were aiming. They drove the chariots faster and faster, and charged into the undead with unstoppable force. The sharp blades on the wheels chopped the undead into pieces, killing them in large numbers. Even if the attack did not hit the head, it would still take time to recover, and this time was enough for the goblin warrior to take over. The frontline skeleton undead positions were torn apart. Li Ziyu raised his eyebrows. The opponent's commander was very powerful. He used this combination of punches very well. It can be said that he killed the undead in front of him with one move and directly cut off a piece of the undead position blocking the fortress, allowing the opponent's soldiers to get closer to the fortress. The goblin cavalry is easy to deal with, as they will eventually die of exhaustion under the pursuit and blockade of the skeleton undead. But the chariot is a bit fatal. Wherever it passes, the undead are chopped to pieces. It is difficult to get close before the impact force is completely consumed, thickened in the center, and surrounded on both sides. Li Ziyu gave orders to the senior skeleton warriors in the Soul Network. The order was passed down layer by layer, and the skeleton undead blocking the fortress immediately moved. More undead moved forward and used their bodies to intercept the chariots, while the undead on both sides spread out in a line and surrounded the coalition forces. It is true that the impact force of the chariots is stronger than that of the goblin cavalry, but the physical strength of horses is limited. Even horses from another world cannot charge continuously. Under the desperate attacks of the layers of undead, the chariots gradually slowed down and then were overturned. Naturally, the headhunters on them were either killed or injured, and they lost the strength to continue leading the attack. The enemy is planning to surround the front army. The undead are so bold that they want to eat everyone. That won't do. Palmita, who was far away, saw the actions of the undead, guessed Li Ziyu's thoughts, and ordered the catapults to attack the undead in the farthest center area. Crunch. Bang bang bang. One after another, stone bombs flew into the sky and fell on the places where the skeleton undead were the most. They disintegrated in midair, creating a comprehensive attack. Although they would occasionally injure the coalition soldiers by mistake, the skeleton undead were more damaged. Oh, so this is the plan. Li Ziyu understood, and he said that he felt something was missing in this attack. It turned out to be the catapult. At the beginning of this battle, the goblins charged, and it was not like the first time, when a wave of catapults came first. It seems that the enemy intends to lure out the elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors, and then use catapults to launch a covering attack to eliminate all the elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors. Fortunately, Li Ziyu did not fall for it. Otherwise she would have suffered heavy losses in this wave. The skeleton undead died and could be summoned again. But the elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors were different. He had spent a lot of money to create them, and it would be a pity if they died. It has to be said that under the attack of the catapults, the undead suffered indeed great damage. In order to intercept the headhunters' chariots, Li Ziyu changed the deployment of the undead from the original tofu blocks to crowded together. Now the catapults smashed down, and it was a very solid hit, especially when the stone bullets disintegrated in midair and turned into fist-sized stones that fell from the sky. Any stone could smash the skull of the skeleton undead, and there were bone fragments everywhere that were shattered after the soul fire dissipated. And this is not the end yet. Since the catapults have been launched, Palmita has also discovered that the undead have no intention of sending out the hammer undead until they see the rabbit. The catapults originally prepared for the hammer undead are now only used to bomb ordinary undead. He immediately changed his tactics and took advantage of the advantage now to achieve greater results. Chapter 175. The whole army is on the march. Palmita looked up at the sky. It was almost noon, and they could not delay the battle any longer. The battle situation is now in their favor. If they hesitate any longer, the second attack will be in vain. After thinking it over again and again, Palmita made a bold decision. He wanted to break through the defense of the undead in one go and try to end the battle in one go. The coalition's intelligence was really unreliable. He still couldn't determine what types of undead troops there were. From what he had explored, he found out there were undead beasts and skeletons with hammers. But he was afraid that this was just the tip of the iceberg of the undead. Instead of hesitating all the time, it is better to give it a try. While the other party has not reacted, break through the defense of the skeletons in front and attack their fortress. As long as the fortress can be taken down, the undead will be powerless to turn the tide. Palmita observed carefully and found that there were only skeletons in front of him. There was no trace of those powerful hammer undeads before. If his speed was fast enough, the opponent might not have time to support him. This is the opportunity. A chance for the entire army to attack. Palmita's eyes were firm as he gave orders to the herald. The messenger was stunned for a moment, then passed the order out. The coalition forces left behind 50,000 men, and the rest of the soldiers all went out and marched forward in a mighty force. The shouts of killing shook the sky. Trumpets blew. People shouted and horses neighed. Like a flood breaking through a dam. A landslide and a tsunami. And suddenly, they launched a charge towards the battlefield. Li Ziyu, who was standing on the sentry tower, was stunned. What was going on? A full-scale attack? It must be said that Pamita caught Li Ziyu off guard. He was just thinking about adding a wave of skeleton undead. But he didn't expect that the next moment, the opponent's entire army would attack him. Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng were also confused. The battle ahead was very intense. But what did the other side mean? Didn't they have any moral principles? Li Ziyu was calmer than them, and quickly understood that there were only skeletons and undead ahead, which made the other side fight to the death. What you fear will come true. If the goblins had been attacking all the time, Li Ziyu would have been quite happy. He would just drag it out. Who is afraid of who? What he fears most is the current situation. They would rush over regardless of anything. With the suppression of the sun, the skeleton undead might not be able to stop them. Without time to think, Li Ziyu immediately gave the order, Skeleton Undead Legion. Move out in full force. As soon as the order came out, the entire undead fortress shook. Then, countless skeletons of the undead jumped out of the fortress, like dumplings, and rushed to the front to support the battlefield. The number was extremely huge. Looking at the white skeleton tide that looked like a waterfall in the distance, Pamita took a deep breath. There are still so many undead souls. They are hidden too deep. If we don't attack in one wave, it will take a long time to defeat so many undead. Even if we fight for a whole day, the undead won't be hurt at all. Fortunately, we launched an all-army assault. Otherwise we would have suffered a great loss. Pamita was very grateful. Li Ziyu observed the battlefield. The skeleton undead in front were retreating step by step. The previous wave of stones had caused the loss of many skeleton undead on the front line. The defense became weak. If there was time, it would not be a big deal. Li Ziyu had sufficient resources to replenish these killed undead. But the fact is, the enemy's entire army is attacked, and there is no time to replenish the number of skeleton undead on the front line. Even the undead that have just been sent out are unlikely to be able to stop the enemy. The speed of the coalition forces rushing in from afar is much faster than that of the skeleton undead. The other party should first reach the battlefield, which means that the skeleton dead front line must be defeated. Not to say that the undeads are going to escape, but because the loss is too large to stop the other party. Damn. I was careless. We can no longer retain our strength. Alien Undead Corps. Go to battle. Skeleton Shortbowmen. Go to battle. Skeleton Longbowmen. Line up and prepare for a volley of arrows. Skeleton Wildhammer Warriors. Go to battle. Elite Heavy Hammer Skeleton Warriors line up in front of the fortress. A series of commands were issued from the Soul Network. The Fortress of the Dead seemed to come alive, with all kinds of undead swarming out, densely packed together, each running towards their own position. Pamita looked at the fortress in the distance and saw countless undead. His eyes almost popped out of his head. Oh my god! There are more! I thought that the previous wave was all the undead forces, but I didn't expect that there were more. And almost all of them were not ordinary skeletons. They looked much more powerful than those skeletons that were easy to kill. Just as the undead were making intensive preparations, the coalition forces had already arrived. This time, their fighting power was not as strong as that of the goblins, but was much stronger than them. Before the people arrived, all kinds of magic, arrows, flying knives, and flying axes fell from the sky like a rainstorm, and the long-range troops had already launched the first attack. All kinds of light exploded from the undead pile, and before the bones were reflected, they had been blown up. The coalition forces finally showed their terrifying side. They come from 3 races, and are the elite among the 3 races. They have all kinds of arms. Although their discipline is slightly poor, they are very elite, and can adapt well to group fights. Shamans, mages, priests and other professions have already started chanting to add buffs to the warriors around them, such as increased speed, increased strength, quick healing, petrified skin. It's a mess. They don't specify any particular person, but just do it on a large scale. This kind of large-scale status enhancement is very consuming for magic professionals, and because the range is expanded, the buff effect on each person becomes smaller, but the number is large. Every coalition soldier has a magic buff, from 1 or 2 to more than 10 or 20. which directly increases the combat effectiveness by several levels. Some shamans directly took out the totem pole, stuck it into the ground, and kept praying to their ancestors. Circles of halo emanated from the bottom of the totem pole, and all warriors who passed through the halo were naturally strengthened. But it is not only the Tauren who have totem poles. In fact, every tribal shaman has a totem of his own tribe, and different totems have different magical properties. The fastest team rushing towards the skeleton undead was a team of lizardman cavalry. This cavalry came from a nomadic lizardman tribe. Their people were different from normal lizardmen and were somewhat special. Lizardmen are not born from the womb, but from eggs. Normal lizardmen are in the form of lizardmen from birth. However, for this tribe, whether it is due to incomplete evolution or atavism, not all those born from eggs are lizardmen. Some are still in the form of lizards. This kind of lizard that accompanies the lizardman when they are born usually has a very close relationship with them, and is the best partner and mate. The companion lizards are also often very powerful. They have scales on their bodies, can grow up to 3 meters in length, and are extremely fast. They are natural mounts, and can communicate with the lizardman telepathically. This nomadic lizardman tribe rose to power thanks to the lizardman cavalry. They had green ribbons tied on their heads, held spears in their hands, rode on companion lizards, made strange noises in their mouths, and rushed fiercely into the skeleton undead camp. Even though there were only a few hundred people, they were no match for the injured skeleton undead. The lizardmen knights were fast, and the lizards were large in size, so they rushed around and killed people. When other soldiers just arrived, they had already fought their way out of the skeleton undead position. Next came the cavalry from other lizardman tribes and the headhunters. There were tens of thousands of cavalry in the coalition, who took turns to go into battle. The front line of the skeleton undead collapsed completely. Although they were still fighting, their numbers had dropped sharply. Whenever they wanted to gather to resist the enemy, magic would appear, and the cavalry would rush in to disperse the gathered skeleton undead. The 500,000 skeleton undead army on the front line was completely lost, and the skeleton undead army in the rear had not arrived yet. When the senior skeleton warrior saw the battle situation ahead, he immediately gave orders to stop providing support, line up on the spot, and prepare to repel the enemy. The order they received was to attack, but how to fight specifically was up to them to decide. If there were no high-level skeleton warriors, the skeleton undead would definitely swarm in and fight indiscriminately. The worst that could happen was death. How could they, the undead, be afraid of death? But it is different with high-level skeleton warriors. They still know how to judge the situation. Those brothers in front obviously cannot be rescued. The city lord's intention is to win, and definitely not to rush forward and die in vain. In this case, the strategy needs to be adjusted. There are 3 ways to attack. Rushing forward in a swarm is an attack. Integrating troops, and then confronting the enemy is also an attack. The advanced skeleton warriors instinctively realized that only by forming a good battle formation could they better fight the enemy. With the reinforcements, the goblin warriors became even more crazy. They kept advancing forward until they found an open space ahead. Killed it out? We killed it! The goblin warriors raised their heads and were about to cheer. But the neatly arranged skeletons and undead spirits before them silenced their voices. Why is there more? Moreover, the skeletons and undead were arranged neatly just like before the battle. They looked at each other with murderous gleam in their eyes. If we can defeat the undead once, we can defeat them twice. Charge, brothers! The victory in the frontline battle had made the goblin warriors go crazy. The smoother the battle went, the stronger their fighting power would be. So the goblin warriors once again charged towards the skeleton undead. While paying attention to the battlefield, Li Ziyu used the system to summon more skeleton undead. It was too late for other types of soldiers, but it was still in time for the skeleton undead. As long as there were enough materials, they could be summoned continuously, and the speed was very fast. Do you still need to worry about materials now? Until now, there are still a steady stream of corpses being mined out of the mountains of the dead and sent to the warehouse. This is the endless army of the undead. Li Ziyu gritted his teeth. As long as the front line could hold on, he would continue to send skeleton undead to join the battlefield and drag those guys to death. Army attack? Come! I'll show you the horror of low-level skeleton undead. You will live in fear of the undead for the rest of your lives. The goblin warriors were not as lucky this time as they were last time. Last time they encountered only a legion of skeletal undead that were meant to stop them, so they could rush in without restraint. But this time, In order to deal with the coalition's full-scale attack, Li Ziyu basically arranged all the undead he could. Among the skeleton undead that had just been lined up, there were skeleton shortbowmen. The skeleton shortbowmen were also cunning. When they saw the goblin warriors rushing over, they did not rush to shoot arrows. Instead, they hid behind them and stared at the little green skins silently. It was not until they collided with the skeleton undead that the skeleton shortbowmen drew out their arrows and started shooting arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bone rapid-fire arrows were shot from all kinds of tricky angles, and the goblin warriors were hit before they could understand what was happening. In this kind of large-scale battle, the purpose of the skeleton shortbowmen is not to kill the goblin warriors. That would take more time. Their purpose is to injure the goblin warriors. As long as they are injured, that is enough. The other skeleton undead will deal with them. There were skeleton shortbowmen who hid and shot arrows, and the goblin warriors suffered heavy losses. Some goblin warriors reacted and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. More goblin warriors had already rushed up and joined the battle. The main force of the coalition forces has also arrived. Although the magic bombardment, arrow shooting and cavalry charge are very powerful, the real combat effectiveness of the coalition forces still lies in the infantry, which are the real backbone. A tribe may not have shamans, mages, or priests. It may not have cavalry or archers, but it must have a large number of infantry. And those who can participate in the coalition forces are all ethnic sections. But how powerful the infantry of nearly 100,000 lizards and the leaders of the hunting tribe is. They were fundamentally different from the ordinary tribal warriors who had been fighting recklessly before. They knew how to cooperate against the enemy better. After rushing into the front line, their formation was not chaotic. Relying on the battle formation, they continued to kill the skeleton undead and advance forward steadily. Especially the infantry regiment composed of lizard men. They are neatly equipped, with shield men in front responsible for defense and spearmen in the back responsible for attack. They form a circle, and the undead cannot get close at all. As soon as they get close, several spears will pierce their skulls. The battle formation of the headhunters was even more flexible. They used a charge and retract formation. After killing the enemies in the front, they would step back and then charge again from the back, just like gears turning back and forth, tearing all obstacles in front of them into pieces. In the face of the elite coalition forces, the remaining skeleton undead on the front line had no choice but to be killed. They had no power to fight back and were doomed to be completely consumed. The cavalry had rushed out of the previous attack on the bones of fighting against goblin warriors. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook. The cavalrymen turned their heads in confusion. Their pupils suddenly dilated. The army of alien undead and skeleton beasts has finally arrived. They rushed out from the side, with the violent giant skeleton porpoise leading the charge, followed by a terrifying number of dark skeleton wasteland wolves. And further behind them was a ragtag army of various skeleton beasts. The rumbling sound was the sound of them running, and they slammed into the coalition cavalry from the side. The body of the violent giant skeleton porpoise had turned dazzling red, like a fireball, and it charged forward recklessly. Fortunately, many cavalry reaches the speed of reaction. It was directly hit by the other party. It is better to fight. The coalition cavalry turned around and rode, and the heterogeneous undead launched in charge. The two teams collided in an instant. The cavalry charge was the most brutal battle, a life and death fight. Even the violent skeleton giant dolphin couldn't stop the front of the cavalry, and it was broken instantly under the impact. And the cavalry was uncomfortable. Normal cavalry charge. That is the side of the mortal meeting. The two knights fight against each other. The bone giant dolphin running at a high speed running was injured, and it was directly mud. The dark skeleton bone of the bone giant dolphin fluttered, and the knights were rolled down to mount, causing a lot of damage. The skeleton beast corps was quite timely. They won more time for the skeleton dead corps, so that the cavalry did not join the battle as soon as possible. Chapter 176, Great Damage. The battle lasted from morning to afternoon. The coalition forces dispatched nearly 300,000 soldiers. And the undead? Li Ziyu didn't even know how many undead he had sent out. In addition to the number of combat sequences, the bones are really unable to count. At the beginning, they could still save 100,000 on the battlefield. Later, the offensive of the coalition forces became more and more violent. He did not expect the undead fighting sequence to block this war. Although the elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior, long archer, skeleton short archer and other undead fighting ability. But the number is small. The full calculation is 20,000. Facing 300,000 elite soldiers from the 3 tribes. 20,000 undead battle sequences were not enough. He didn't even dare to let the battle sequences advance. Even if they were as strong as the elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors, they would be killed by the enemy if they advanced. Not to mention other types of soldiers. Fortunately, in addition to the Undead Legion, he also prepared an alien Undead Legion, which also performed brilliantly in this battle. The Beast Legion blocked the opponent's cavalry in the early stage, preventing the cavalry from carrying out the penetration operation on the Skeleton Undead Legion as planned. The Skeleton Tauren, Skeleton Hill Trolls, and other alien undead also have extraordinary combat effectiveness. The most important thing is that when the death of the heterogeneous undead dies, the prints on their bodies will explode, affecting the surrounding coalition soldiers, causing confusion to the other party, and giving Li Ziyu a lot of time. The coalition forces of the 3 tribes were no pushovers, and they reached the fortress of the undead 3 times, but were thwarted each time by the methods Li Ziyu came up with. He really used everything he could. At the most dangerous moment, Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng drove the fortress into the battlefield and blocked the enemy, preventing them from invading the fortress of the undead. The Minotaurs of the Tab tribe did not fall behind, and they also carried totem poles to help resist. The battle was fierce, and the blood flowed into the river. Knowing that the sun began to west, Parmeda saw that the coalition army really couldn't win the undead. If you do not retreat, you will not retreat, and the coalition soldiers in front of the melee will collapse. This will be defeated, and then the calf is finished. The soldiers of the 3rd tribe are elite, but they are also living people. They will hurt when they are swords. They will be tired after a long time. They have been playing for a few hours. They can't carry it, and their physical strength and spirit have reached the limit. These are the elite troops. Otherwise, they would have been defeated long ago due to physical exhaustion, great mental pressure, and heavy casualties. Palmida looked at the undead fortress in the distance with red eyes and gnashing teeth. He knew very well that if he tried harder, he might be able to defeat the opponent. The resistance of the undead had weakened, but there was also a great probability that the warriors would collapse before they could defeat the undead fortress. Even if he is unwilling to retire in his heart, he must receive troops. If there is only his soldiers of his Parmeda tribe, that is good to say. The battle to the end, until the opponent is won. Unfortunately, this is not only the Parmeda tribal warrior, or even a race warrior. Beep beep beep. The dull horn sounded, which was the signal of retreat. When the soldiers in the bloody war heard the sound, they immediately gave up the battle and retreated towards the coalition camp. They were relieved in their hearts, and finally they could go back to rest. Li Ziyu, who was standing on the watchtower, looked at the allied soldiers who were retreating like a tide and let out a long breath. Withstood it. I managed to hold on after all. Clean up the battlefield and count the losses. Li Ziyu turned his head and said to the skeleton longbowman who was on guard at the side. The information is passed on through the network of the dead. The undead in the combat sequence began to return in an orderly manner, and the surviving bones began to gather the corpse. They are familiar with the job of cleaning up the battlefield, so they always do it and give priority to collecting the corpses. There is nothing wrong with that. Li Ziyu glanced at his fortress. He knew in his heart that the loss of this time must not be small, not to mention anything else. The light baffle facing the battlefield was broken, and the edge of the platform also had different degrees of damage, and he knew how serious the loss was. The light shield was used to resist attacks from other mobile fortresses. It was very sturdy. When fighting against the werewolf fortress, the werewolf musketeers could not cause much damage to the light shield with their guns. But this time, 3 of the 5 shields on the front were shattered, and 2 were broken, leaving only half. One of the bone sentry towers also collapsed, but Li Ziyu was lucky, as his bone sentry tower was still intact. There were many holes on the ground of the platform, in addition to those caused by catapults. Some were bombarded by magic. There were also many long-range weapons, arrows, projectiles, and other things left on the ground. The buildings on the fortress are also damaged. However, these are also easy to say. The problem is not big. The undead fortress has the ability to repair, as long as there is bones. Li Ziyu does not need to worry about it, and the fortifies will be repaired. The characteristics of the undead fortress contain skeleton building. It can be said that the building and the undead are inseparable. It is said that the entire fortress is similar to the Undead. The collapsed bone sentry tower and the damaged light armored baffle need to be rebuilt. Self-repair cannot repair something that is completely damaged. In addition to the Undead, Lu Xingxing's treasure hunting cat people, Zhang Peng's mole people, and the taboo minotaurs living in the fortress all suffered casualties. The statistical results of the Undead combat sequence came first. The elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior was damaged nearly half, and there were more than 2,000 people. The long bone long archer was okay, and damaged several hundred. The unlucky bones were short archer. They fought with the enemy in the bones. 3,000 skeleton short archers. So gone. Want to summon 3,000 skeleton short archer? It takes nearly 100,000 units of soul energy, which really makes Li Ziyu feel a little distressed. Skeleton bone hammer warriors and giant bone warriors are two soldiers. Like the short archer of the bones, they fight with the enemy at a close range. The death and injury are more serious than the bone short archer. The low-level and mid-level skeleton warriors are basically finished. But there are still many high-level skeleton warriors in reserve. Li Ziyu summoned too many high-level skeleton warriors at the beginning. And until now, there are still many high-level skeleton warriors who have not been able to take up their posts. As for the skeletal dead spirit, without statistics, it can't be counted. Before the war, Li Ziyu prepared 1.5 million skeleton dead spirits. It was still replenishing in the battle. Now there should be about 7 teams left. This battle also made Li Ziyu realize that the difference between low-level troops and senior arms. The coalition forces had 300,000 elite soldiers, and they killed over 1 million skeleton undead. After the enemy's full-scale attack, the skeleton undead were only used as cannon fodder and died in large numbers. However, thanks to the skeletal dead spirit as the cannon fodder, Li Ziyu can quickly summon the bone dead spirit, which will drag down the battle. Otherwise it is really dangerous. The damage of the heterogeneous undead is equally huge. The bone cow head, the bones of the hills, the bones, the skeleton wolf man, and other heterogeneous undead. In order to fight against the coalition forces, Li Ziyu prepared 10,000 bone giant dolphins, 30,000 bone fangs, and other skeletal beasts also prepared a lot. After the World War I, the bone giant dolphin left less than 300, and the skeleton fangs were slightly more, leaving more than 1,000 heads. It can be said that he had been destroyed by the heterogeneous undeads prepared some time ago. Although the other alien bones were almost finished, Li Ziyu left more eyes. He still held a part of the skeleton bone beast in his hand, and did not send the battlefield. It was 30,000 plague. This is his backhand. Li Ziyu made the worst plan. If the war situation is unfavorable or caught in an irreversible long-lasting war, he will abandon the Soul Mountains, and send the bones of the bones of the bones. The mark of the wasteland gray rat is a plague. It is not very effective in frontal combat, but it is definitely a powerful weapon. Once it reaches the opposite barracks, as long as there is enough time, Li Ziyu doesn't believe that the other side can survive the plague. The battle situation is still okay now, and Li Ziyu has no plan to send out the plague skeleton wasteland gray rat. After waiting for a long time, an undead made a rough statistics of the battlefield harvest and reported it to Li Ziyu. Kill over 80,000 enemies. In addition to the corpses of the coalition soldiers left on the battlefield, there are still many beasts, summoning objects, mounts and other corpses. Li Ziyu suffered heavy losses, and the other party also suffered considerable losses. 80,000 soldiers are equivalent to 1/3 of the enemy's number. That's the coalition forces, not the undead. Even if the undead suffer heavy losses, they can still be replenished by consuming time and materials. But the coalition forces are suffering from such heavy losses, so it's going to be fun. The soldiers of the coalition forces were the elite soldiers of the 3 tribes, but the best soldiers in each tribe, some of whom were even the backbone of the tribe, died on the battlefield. It was definitely a disaster for each tribe. Such a large number of casualties will also cause internal discord among the other side. After all, they are not a single entity, but an alliance. In the League, there must be contradictions. These contradictions are usually invisible, but when the loss is so huge, it will become very sharp. Allied camp. Meeting room. How many soldiers did we damage? Parmeda sat on the main position and stared at the general below asked. More than 80,000. The general said with his head and said. As soon as he said this, the conference room exploded. Everyone present knew that the losses in the second battle with the undead would be huge. But they did not expect the losses to be over 80,000. It's not just the goblins that suffered the loss. The headhunters and lizardmen also suffered heavy losses. The loss of goblin. They don't care. It doesn't matter. Who makes goblin weaker and small. And the number is large. They are not the cannon fodder. But the headhunters and lizardmen cannot afford the loss. Such a huge loss would be a heavy blow to both tribes. And they may not be able to recover for several years. Not to mention the people sitting below. Even Palmita felt a headache when he heard this number. He could use his military force to subdue the generals and clan leaders below him. But it would be difficult to suppress the problem of the army's demoralization. The military's demoralization will reduce combat effectiveness and morale. What should we do in the next battle? Fighting. The combat effectiveness has decreased. Not fighting. And lost so many people. Is it that you do and fight if you do and fight? And all of this fell on his own head. And the generals and patriarchs on the scene were full of dissatisfaction and anger in Palmita's eyes. It was you, Palmita, who gave the order for the entire army to attack, since such a huge loss was caused. Of course you, Palmita, must take the responsibility. Otherwise it will be difficult for them to explain to their subordinates. General President, with so many casualties, how are we going to explain this to our people? A clan leader finally couldn't help but ask. Yeah, handsome President, you have to talk to us. So many people can't die in vain. There must be a saying. Yes, yes, we goblins died the most. Someone took the lead. And the meeting room suddenly quarreled. And they asked Palmita to get an idea. Palmita rubbed his brows, swept his cold eyes over everyone present, and suddenly shouted, "Shut up." The people present were shocked and shut up. But they still stared at Palmita. Their meaning was very clear. We can choose not to say it. But you have to give us an explanation. With so many casualties, we can't just let it go. If you can't solve it, you don't have to be president anymore. This is the way to kill someone. Any dog can go there. What do you want to do? Do you want to rebel? Palmita shouted when he saw the eyes of the following people. Having lived for so many years, he knew very well what to do in the current situation. He had to suppress these guys first, and then deal with the problem. Whenever he is weak, the other party will try to tear himself into fragments. What alliances? Alliances are worthless in the face of interests and blame. When nothing goes wrong, it's a good thing for everyone. But when something goes wrong, it's a life and death struggle. With Palmita's roar, others have shifted their attention. They don't want to do it with Palmita here. What they need is the result. Not in the conference room. Seeing everyone was suppressed, Palmita's heart was relieved. Fortunately, there was still a chance. We are all coalitions and our own family. Now the undead is there. Do we still have to be internal and let the undead come? Mobilizing the elite troops of all races. Don't they know what to do? No one will die in the war. We are fighting against the undead. A race from legend. Don't you know this? Or are you trying to play dumb with me? As Palmita spoke, he stood up, walked to the center, and glanced at everyone while leaning on his axe. The loss is great, but he feels full of responsibility. There was nothing wrong with his judgment and instructions. And he almost took down the fortress of the undead. Now these bastards are planning to put all the blame on me. They're planning to take my life before the battle is even over. It's ridiculous. Instead of arguing here, we should think about how to face the coming battle. The undead will not let us go. Palmita's voice became low. The sun was setting, and the day was coming to an end. He was almost certain that when the sunlight disappeared and darkness came, the undead would come to kill him. Don't look at them to kill so many undead on the battlefield. It seems that the undead is damaged. But who knows the actual situation? Especially they still have so many corpses on the battlefield. How did the undead come? Isn't the corpse resurrected? Once entering the night, the fighting power of the undead will increase. They are much stronger than during the day, and they cannot let go of the coalition forces. Even if they want to retreat now, they are too late. But they will be chased by the undead. Palmita's words reminded everyone present, and their faces changed immediately. They were so busy trying to shirk responsibility that they forgot that the undead were still there. The other party is not an ordinary race. It will take a break because of the loss. We need to let the soldiers eat, sleep, take a good rest, and prepare to deal with the offense of the undead at night. Don't quarrel here for who is responsible for the death of 80,000 soldiers. If you can survive this night, come and say these words to me again, Palmyra said in a cold voice, and then left the meeting room without paying any attention to the generals and clan leaders present. Chapter 177 Fortress Charge. Decompose Red Hat Goblin +1. Obtain 1 skeleton, 1 pair of elite goblin ears, 1 pair of smart eyes, 1 magical goblin skin, 120 soul energy. Decompose Goblin Warrior +1. Obtain 1 skeleton, 2 fangs, and 90 soul energy. Decompose Goblin Wolf Knight +1. Obtain 1 skeleton, 1 pair of elite goblin ears, 2 goblin fangs, 100 soul energy. The bodies cleared from the battlefield were transported back to the fortress. The number was increasing, and Li Ziyu ordered the system to start decomposing them. This time, all the elite of the 3 races. The energy of decomposition of the soul is more than 100 units than usual. Basically, the goblin warriors are relatively small. With more than 80,000 corpses, he can obtain at least 8 million units of soul energy. This is really a lot of money. With these soul energies, he can summon more battle sequences. The system was decomposing the corpses, and Li Ziyu was summoning the undead. Just as Palmyra said, he would not let the coalition forces go. He would launch an attack at night and try to end the battle at night. The alien undead were basically all useless, and the undead's own combat sequence was also severely damaged. All Li Ziyu could rely on was to summon a large number of skeleton undead to make up for the combat power. It is too late to summon the battle sequence now. It takes time to summon undead like elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors, skeleton longbowmen, and skeleton shortbowmen. Even if we summon them now, there will not be much improvement by the evening. It is better to focus all our attention on summoning the skeleton undead and crush the opponent with a massive army at night. The time passed, and the setting sun was restarted, and the new light baffle was erected again. Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing looked at the sinking sunset, and they reddered the half of the sky. It's getting dark soon, Lu Xingxing murmured. Well, I wish you good luck. I hope to see you tomorrow. Zhang Peng nodded and blessed softly. Li Ziyu has discussed with them, and they have to cooperate with Li Ziyu to launch an attack on the coalition at night. And the battle is going to die. Even if they are lords. Once the fort is destroyed, it will still die. Hey, how about you too? Why are you emotional? Are you going to see the night view? Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing turned back at the same time, and saw Li Ziyu walking over with a smile. Stood among them, looking at the distance. In fact, if there is anything, they can communicate through the system's private chat. But the war is approaching, and for the 2 friends who are accompanying him, Li Ziyu decided to come over and talk to them face to face. Are you not rubbing the skull? Zhang Peng glanced at the undead building behind his eyes. Those buildings were very obviously stout several times. From the end of the last battle, Li Ziyu did not stop and had been wrong with the skeleton and prepared to play a wave at night. Hee hee. It's dark, Li Ziyu said without answering Zhang Peng's question, but said with emotion. Boss. Lu Xingxing wanted to speak what he wanted to say, but he didn't know how to say. On weekdays, the cheerful sunshine teenager became worried and calm at this time. It's okay. Don't worry too much. We are time travelers. How can we let a group of natives bully us? The night is our world. Kill those guys, and we can roam freely in this wasteland. Li Ziyu patted Lu Xingxing's shoulder, squeezed it hard and said, Don't worry. How can I not worry? After daytime battles, Li Ziyu found that he seriously underestimated the strength of the coalition forces. He thought that he could definitely drag until the night of the night relying on the millions of undead. But he was obviously naive. The opponent was not that easy to deal with. Not only were 1 million skeleton undead not enough, even the reserve skeleton undead were sent out. Even so, the alien undead army was almost completely wiped out, and the battle sequence was halved before the opponent was forced to retreat. It is hard to say whether we can win this battle tonight. But we must fight, because night is when the undead are at their strongest. If we don't fight at night, and wait until the sun rises tomorrow when all the enemy warriors have recovered, it will be really difficult to attack again. Of course, you can also escape. You can choose to escape. Not to mention that Li Ziyu's heart is comfortable and uncomfortable. First of all, he will throw away the vital resource point of the Soul Mountains. Only this item. He can't stand it. There is a way to go from frugality to luxury. From extravagance to frugality. Before it reaches the Soul Mountains. It is too laborious to save the undead. It is to investigate, and investigate, and investigate again. After arriving at the Dead Soul Mountains, with the support of the corpse, now he has no pressure in this million-level battle. He didn't even fight, but was just driven away in such a disgrace. Lizzie, you couldn't stand this injustice. If you are defeated, you can escape. And you can escape if you do and fight. Besides, where can I escape? Can I still escape from this area? Where can I go to develop? The most powerful enemy in this area. That is, the third Trunning forces in front of them. Eliminated them. In this area. He said that there was no power to compete with him, and directly entered the ruling class. It's time to fight. When Lu Xingxing heard Li Ziyu's words, he lowered his head. And he was still not emotional. He was not the kind of person who liked hegemony. He liked freedom. And liked treasure hunting adventure. This kind of soldier met. He didn't like it. Even if he thought about it. He felt heartbroken. There is no way. It has been forced to this step. It is meaningless to fight against fighting. Only by rushing up bravely can there be a wider world. The sun's afterglow faded away. And the last ray of light disappeared below the horizon. Finally entering darkness. Li Ziyu stretched out his hand. Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing were stunned for a moment. Then, they covered it with their hands. Their eyes becoming determined. Time is here. Let them see us. Start. Li Ziyu was breathing loudly. Go! Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng shouted in unison. The two turned around and went to their fortress. Li Ziyu looked at the back of the two, and murmured in our hearts, hoping that we could get together again after this battle. Boom! With a burst. The mouse bastion was like a big earthworm, and it drilled into the ground, disappearing without a trace. And at the same time, the treasure-hunting cat fortress also broke away from the bone-board platform, closed all the lights above the fort, and accelerated directly. Raise a fortress. Open war. Li Ziyu stood in place, opened his hands, and shouted with all his strength. The originally peaceful undead fortress suddenly began to appear with tiny blue sparks. The entire fortress began to tremble and slowly rose, revealing the bone wheel underneath. Millions of dead souls swarmed out of the soul coffins, surrounding the undead fortress and making bursts of whistling sounds. They knew what happened tonight, and the breath of the war made the dead soul very excited. During their lifetime, they were all elite soldiers of all ethnic groups. They had a natural sensitivity and longing for the battlefield. Even if they were sealed in the Soul Mountains countless years, they could still recover when the war came. When the taboo minotaurs, whose wounds had been bandaged, heard the noise, they picked up their totem poles and walked out. Although they were few in number, they also wanted to do their part. Under the supervision of Taz Tuling and Mumu, they have never been slack. The ancestors' ghosts will come to classes every day to teach them more combat techniques. Although they can't master many combat skills because of the limitation of blood, their combat effectiveness has really improved during this time. They have lived on the fortress of the dead for a long time. They are no longer afraid of the dead or ghosts. Instead, they like this kind of life. It has always been safe here, and the city lord has never asked them to go to the battlefield. He really just provided them with a place to live. The Towering were very grateful to Li Ziyu, and regarded the undead fortress as their home. When the coalition forces attacked the fortress, they stood up without hesitation. Just like when they dealt with the demonized creatures, they were determined to defend their homeland at the cost of their lives. They did not want to be displaced, and they did not want to lose it again. This time, they are going to fight together with the undead. Attack! Li Ziyu stretched his fingers to the direction of the coalition camp in the darkness, and he yelled and roared. Boom! Click! 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 The bone wheels rotated. The bone engine was turned on to the maximum power, and the countless undead rushed to the coalition camp. The direction of the city master is the peak of the undead soldiers. The will of the city lord is the will of the undead. I waited for the undead. The undead? The incarnation of death. I wait. There is no way to stop. The president is handsome, moved. The deadly. They are here. A tent who rushed to Parmeda hurriedly rushed to Parmeda. Along the way, because he was too panicked, fell a few followers, and entered the tent with rolling. After the reception was held in the afternoon, Parmeda returned to his tent to rest. At this time, he woke up. After wearing the armor, he couldn't help frowning when he saw the rumor. Explain to me, how much is the undead? Where did the undead come from? Parmeda grabbed the commander and asked him to calm down and asked, It's not the undead. It's the undead. Oh, the president is handsome. You should go out and see yourself. Their city is over, Healing said for a long time, and found that he couldn't understand. He never saw such a thing. What kind of thing is this? It is not the undead for a while. And it will be the undead for a while. Palmyra shook off the messenger, strode out of the tent, climbed up to the high platform, and looked into the distance. In the darkness, he saw a city with faint lights flickering, surrounded by a green halo, and it was approaching the direction of the coalition camp. He understood what the Bing Bing said meant. Indeed, it is the undead and the undead. It is really special to open the city. He guessed that the undead's attack would be very violent, and he arrived. But he really didn't guess that the other party actually got the old nest directly and left the score. You say that you can fight on both sides, and you send troops to go. Why do you still use a city charge? Who has seen this? And this is the biggest advantage that the time traveler city lord has over the indigenous people. When you fight, you mobilize troops and start from the city to attack us. But we are different. We will fight you to the death with our city. Either you will be crushed to death by my city, or I will destroy you all. Come on. Pretend. Come. Play happily. The undead are coming. Prepare to fight. There is no need to order Palmyra at all. So the big dead fortress, mighty in a crushing posture, approached like a mountain. The coalition soldiers were not blind, and they found it. They wanted to prepare for battle, but their hands and feet were numb. How the I could they prepare? We can kill people. We can kill the undead. We can kill a city, a mountain, but we really can't do that. We have never done such a thing. At this moment, the coalition soldiers were aggressive, and they collapsed in their hearts. They really didn't know what to do. Although they picked up their weapons, they couldn't do it. They didn't know how to fight. Use a trebuchet? The problem is that he is moving, and he can't aim. Send out large-scale troops such as giant monsters? What kind of soldiers can be as big as the city? And the gadgets are white. The coalition soldiers either ran around randomly, or prayed to their ancestors, or picked up their weapons in a daze. Liziu's all-out assault left them at a loss as to what to do. Compared with the undead's all-out assault, our all-out assault seems like a joke. Theirs is a full-scale attack, and we will take over the city for you. Can't afford it. Not to mention the coalition soldiers. Even Palmyra rose in his heart, and he really didn't know how to deal with it. Regardless of what they think, the undead fortress still moves forward at the fastest speed, constantly approaching the coalition camp. Send out the skeleton undead. Liziu looked at the coalition camp, which had begun to send out a long-range attack, and ordered it without hesitation. A bone-dead spirit jumped down from the fortress like dumplings, fell on the ground, and broke the bones, but soon respliced it. Go in. After all, the fortress of the camp did not stop at all, and went forward all the way, regardless of the fences, tents, or coalition soldiers below. They crushed all of them, no matter how strong. They couldn't stop the behemoth like a fortress rushing over. The coalition soldiers kept fighting back while dodging the fort, but their long-range attacks were useless. And hitting the fortress. Think about it. How many effects can you shoot with bow and arrow to shoot the city wall? When it is those magical professionals, they can barely cause a little harm to the fort. But they are not seen in the eyes of Liziu. He is coming to the decisive battle today. Tonight, he will win. He even has a fortress. Are he afraid? The only regret is that apart from the ferocious horns, there are almost no other attack weapons on the undead fortress. If there were some attack weapons, it would be terrible. Now the undead fortress can only be used as a huge troop carrier. When the shipbuilding bastion is completely qualified, all the way forward, the bones and dead spirits fall all the way from the fort, fall directly into the coalition camp, and you can directly start the war. The skeleton longbowmen on the fortress also began to draw their bows and shoot arrows, shooting the coalition soldiers from top to bottom. It was complete chaos. The coalition soldiers had no idea how to deal with this big guy. And it was not just the fortress, but also the undead. There were too many of them, all around the fortress. It was like a white waterfall, with endless undead falling from it, like water hitting the rocks, and then rushing around. Although the bones are weak and the combat effectiveness is not strong, the number is so numb. Previously, the coalition forces were not afraid of the skeleton undead, because the sun was high in the sky, The undead would be weakened and did not seem so scary. And they also had their own formation and took the initiative to attack. But now it was different. The other party had taken over the city. And before they were ready, endless undead swarmed in. As for the deployment of troops, what kind of formation can stop the city from crushing you? You just arranged the formation, and the enemy came over. It's better not to arrange it. Liziu did not have the low-level and mid-level skeleton warriors, who could control the skeleton undead. He simply issued an order to kill all the enemies below, and left them alone. As for how many skeleton undead he had created in the afternoon, he himself did not know. But he knew that the number was definitely over 2 million. Chapter 178. The fortress of the undead rampaged through the ally camp, scattering skeletons of the undead wherever it went. And it did not stop. When the skeleton undead reached the ground, they spread out like locusts and attacked the surrounding coalition soldiers. Kill the enemy! Kill the enemy! Kill the enemy! Liziu stood on the top floor of the fortress, raised his arms and shouted. He was very safe standing here. After all, this was the highest point of the entire fortress. Even with a bow and arrow, the enemy could not shoot so far away. Longbowmen stood on the bone watchtowers and bone plate platforms, drawing their bows and shooting arrows. They did not shoot randomly, but in bursts, specifically targeting the enemy's magic professionals and those who looked like generals. It is also very convenient to distinguish who is the general. It is also very convenient. It is sweeping with soul fire. Whose life is strong? It will inevitably be low. And the shooting is over. The elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior was also sent by Liziu. One by one, with the bones jumped down from the fort, rushed into the crowd with sledgehammer, killing the quartet. Palmyra was shocked. In his hundreds of years of life, he had experienced countless battles and led his tribe to fight all over the country. He had encountered strong enemies before, but he had never seen anything like this. This is too outrageous. Transporting the troops directly into the enemy's camp and then deploying them. What kind of fighting method is this? His news was very spiritual. He knew that people in the central area were dealing with a group of people with mobile forts. The undead was obviously one of those people. But he never thought about it. Feather in the family. The bone dead spirit came over, and Parmeta's guards were quickly supported by him. He wanted to retreat with him, but Parmeta pushed the guards away. His eyes appeared in his eyes, and he welcomed his bones in front of him. Before stepping on the bow, he turned around and turned around. He turned around with the axe. The double-edged axe scratched a blood-colored ring in the air. The bones in front of them were suddenly cut into broken bones, and even the skull was split. Rush! Solving the bones in front of the bones in one fell swoop. Parmeta pointed at the skeleton dead spirit that was still rushing, and made a roar. Don't be afraid of them. They are just some skeletons without combat effectiveness. When the guards saw how brave Parmeta was, their morale suddenly boosted. They picked up their axes and rushed towards the skeleton undead. The guards are not comparable to ordinary soldiers. They are elite, fierce and have a high degree of loyalty. In addition to the above 2 points, if they want to be a guard, they must also go through rounds of selection. They must step on the bones to reach this position. The reason why Parmeta can rise is the qigong of the blood. And most of the tribes he controls are also practicing the blood of the blood. But it is relatively simple, and the blood of the guardian practice is much more advanced. To cultivate the bloody energy is to follow the path of killing and to kill non-stop. It can be said that every strongman around Parmeta is an executioner, a butcher with blood on his hands. Even among the headhunters, they are absolutely ferocious. At this time, they stimulated their own bloody energy, continuously hacking and killing the skeletons and undead, and soon cleared a large area. The actions of Parmeta's guards fell in the eyes of the panicked coalition soldiers. They gradually stabilized and looked at the skeleton dead spirit that was continuously used by the front side. Gathering me, Parmeta stood among his personal guards, holding his axe high, and shouted loudly that he had to organize his forces and not let the undead continue to wreak havoc. If the coalition forces collapsed, there would be no hope and it would be difficult to escape. At this time, the coalition soldiers did not care about the other party. Since they have a leader, they gathered to Parmeta spontaneously. Dozens, hundreds, thousands, more and more people ran to Parmeta, and a large number of coalition soldiers gathered, which also attracted more bones to surrounded them, and siege crazy. The coalition soldiers also worked hard at this time, and kept fighting to block the undead's attack. In addition to Palmita, there were other generals and clan leaders gathering people. They all knew that unity was needed at this time, and only unity could stop the attack of the undead. Li Ziyu stood up and looked down. Above the battlefield, there were more large and small battle circles. In each battle circle, there were coalition soldiers gathered. These battle circles were the main attacks of the undead. Who made so many people gather? Since you have gathered together, I will not be polite. I will directly order the fortress to crush towards the battle circle. No matter how strong you are, I don't believe you can stop the fortress attack. In the previous battle circle, the undead had been surrounded, and Li Ziyu could not charge in forcefully, as he would crush the undead together with them. But in the battle circle that was formed later, Li Ziyu would not tolerate it at all. As long as you dare to attract people, I will crush you. With the help of the pressure from the undead fortress, Li Ziyu directly disrupted the coalition camp. However, the places he did not take into account were also not peaceful at this time. Lu Xingxing's treasure-hunting cat fortress and Zhang Peng's mole-man running fortress also rushed in. Although their fortress was not as large as the undead fortress and did not have endless undead, it was still not easy to resist for the allied soldiers and caused chaos. Li Ziyu felt relieved. According to the current situation, the coalition forces would not be able to hold out for long, even if they were elite troops. In such a chaotic situation, as long as they could inflict 40% casualties, they would surely be defeated. The battle would be over and victory would belong to him. After they defeat, whether they are chasing or stopped, they depend on what Li Ziyu thinks. Just when Li Ziyu believed that the victory was set, the dull horn suddenly sounded in the distance, and the sound was very far away at night. Even if it was a chaotic battlefield, Li Ziyu turned his head in surprise and looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a fire appearing there, like a long dragon. The undead also came to report at this time that they found a large amount of life breath approaching in the distance. What's the situation? Did the coalition forces secretly send out some people before I came? This shouldn't be the case. If a large army is mobilized, they cannot escape the surveillance of the undead. Besides, there is not enough time. So where do these people come from? Li Ziyu frowned in confusion. On the battlefield, when the allied soldiers heard the horn sound, they suddenly seemed to be energized and started fighting frantically. Reinforcements. Our reinforcements have arrived. Stop the undead. The voices of the coalition generals and clan leaders were heard from all directions, and Palmita also showed a grim smile on his face. Coming! His backup plan finally arrived. Everyone in the world knows that they have 350,000 coalition forces, and they are known as 1 million troops to recruit the undead. But he is not a fool. How can he put all the troops in front of other people and let the undead know how many men he has? They are not a coalition force of 350,000, but a coalition force of 550,000. Among them, 200,000 coalition forces did not follow the main force from the very beginning. Instead, they set out from their respective tribes in a scattered manner, passed through the surveillance of others, and hid. The first plan of Palmita was to attack the undead with 350,000 coalition forces. If it could be won, it would be the best. But if he could not win the undead, and was counterattacked by the undead, then the 200,000 coalition forces were not only his life-saving straw, but also the magic weapon to defeat the undead. Among the 200,000 coalition troops, there are a lot of cavalry. Otherwise, on the battlefield during the day, the cavalry of his coalition forces would not be so weak. It was stopped by a group of bone beasts, because the number of cavalry was not enough. Most cavalry was arranged among the 200,000 coalition forces. It was precisely because he had a backup plan that Palmita could order the entire army to attack without hesitation during the day. Otherwise, he would have fought more cautiously. The ground was shaking, and the 200,000 cavalrymen of the coalition forces had launched a charge from 4 directions. The wolf sowed, the goblin cavalry riding the wolf, the giant lizard cavalry riding a huge lizard, riding a hunter-like cavalry, and other various cavalry, with rolling smoke, came to reinforce. These guys are actually trying to play tricks on me? Li Ziyu felt a little confused as he looked at the cavalry coming from all directions. It was another empiricist mistake. He thought that the other party was just a native, and this place was remote. So he regarded the other party as a brainless, reckless man. During the day, he did not make a wrong judgment. The other party's formation was indeed not very good, and it was a mess when the entire army raided. I really didn't expect that the other party had prepared such a big gift without letting anyone know. 70,000 to 80,000 cavalry rushed into the coalition forces. The charged cavalry fighting power was very strong. With the help of the impact, they directly chisened through the bones. The fragile undead could not stop the cavalry's charge. The intense battle was instantly relieved, and the coalition soldiers ushered in a chance to breathe. In the rear, the area of the fire dragon was getting larger and larger. Following behind the cavalry, it rushed towards the main camp. There were more than 100,000 infantrymen. The situation on the battlefield seemed to have turned around in an instant. Li Ziyu fell into a disadvantage, and the coalition forces took the initiative again. Arrogant and self-centered undead. We will have the final victory. Parmeda raised a double-axe roar, and the smile on his face was really unstoppable. He waved his axe in the direction of the undead fortress. Give me. Climb on the fortress and occupy there. The coalition soldiers cheered, and then charged towards the undead fortress with all their might. TSK. This is dangerous. Li Ziyu looked at the coalition soldiers who were killing the skeletons and undead and rushing towards the fortress. Smacked his lips, and a strange smile appeared on his face, which should have been nervous. You five should go too. It's time to fight to the death, Li Ziyu said without turning his head. 5 tattoo bones led the goal. After they left, Li Ziyu ordered to keep the fortress continues to maintain speed, cross the battlefield horizontally, and summon more undead. This time he has no reservation, and he can summon what is. He could not stop the battlefield for the dead. Once stopped, he was dead, and he had to maintain a state of undead in the fortress. The other party obviously intended to impact the fortress. If the fortress was occupied, it was over. The undead fortress remained moving, and the launch of the undead did not stop. While summoning new undead, Li Ziyu raised his head and looked towards the sky above him. Sail Boran. A ghost fell, and King Boran revealed his figure and bowed to Li Ziyu, Lord of the Undead. You seem to be in a difficult battle. Yeah. The situation is a bit bad. Li Ziyu nodded and sighed. Who would think that the other party had hid so many people and didn't come out? The Lord of the Dead. What do you have to call me to come? King Boran also knew that Li Ziyu could not call him for no reason. He just watched the battle below just now. I hope you can join the battle in the battle, Li Ziyu said sincerely. If not, he didn't want to let the dead soul join the battle. Now the situation is too urgent. He has to mobilize all the power that can be mobilized on his hand. Millions of ghosts are watching the show in the sky, which is not very good. The ghost does not have physical attack power and cannot kill each other directly, but their death can also cause considerable trouble for each other, even if it is interfered with each other. The coalition forces of the three races were mainly composed of physical warriors, and there were not many mage troops. The damage they could cause to the ghosts was limited, so Li Ziyu asked them for help. I understand, Lord of the Undead. You don't have to be polite. We will lend a helping hand. King Boran did not act pretentiously, nor did he shirk responsibility. It was of course enjoyable to watch the show, but Li Ziyu was their benefactor. If Li Ziyu had not taken out the soul coffin, they would still be trapped in the mountains of the dead. The ghosts all remember this kindness in their hearts, especially since ghosts and skeleton undead can almost be said to be of the same race. It is impossible for them to just ignore it. What are the benefits of Li Ziyu's elimination of the other party? In the event of a problem, where will they go? To the soul coffin? Where will they go? To the mountains? They were in the mountains of the dead, just like being in prison, with no way out forever. After thousands of years in prison, they didn't want to go back. King Boran, thank you for your understanding, Li Ziyu said gratefully. It is quite critical to have a Tao to see the true feelings, and the ghost is willing to shot at this time. King Boran returned the salute and flew up into the sky again to communicate with the spirits above. Hearing that the Lord of the Undead was asking for help, the ghosts suddenly became excited. Many of them had already been eager to go down, but since the Lord of the Undead hadn't said anything, they didn't dare to take the initiative. Now that he was asking for help, what was there to hesitate about? The trembling scream reminds of the screams that spread to the entire battlefield. This is the excited ghost who emits the soul roar. This skill is almost the instinct of the undead. The soul roar released by the ghost had a large range, directly covering the entire battlefield, and the effect was weakened a lot. Even so, many coalition soldiers were affected, and their moves during the battle were more or less distorted. But the skeleton undead were not affected at all. In just the moment of being affected, Many skeleton undead were saved and many coalition soldiers died. This kind of battlefield is not a duel between martial arts masters, where the fight goes back and forth, and the battle can last for 300 rounds at any time. It is a place where victory or defeat is decided in a matter of seconds, and even a moment of inattention can cost one's life. After the soul roar, it was the collective displacement of the ghost, and the green light and shadow dived down from the sky, and the sky was rainy. 200,000 coalition reinforcements entered the battlefield, and millions of ghosts fell from the sky. The battle once again entered a white-hot stage. The ghosts could not directly kill the coalition soldiers, but they could draw cold and let them cold, making the alliance soldiers tireless. But they did not have a way to use the ghost. The physical attack could not hurt these guys. Their knives were cut and passed between others' bodies. There was no effect at all. Only those in the French system can hurt the ghost. But the number of ghosts is too large, dense, and shuttles through the battlefield. Chapter 179. The waves have not been settled. The long-lost battlefield excited the ghosts, and the enemy could not hurt them. It was happier. They floated in the air and continued to shuttle along the crowd. When they saw that they were not pleasing, they drifted through and scared. If they could not interfere with the enemy, they would pass through the enemy's body. It is not a good feeling to be warned by the ghost. It feels like the ice cubes passed from the body. Not only do it be snoring, but even the blood is solidified, which will cause their short stagnation. If the number of ghosts is small, fortunately, the number is mainly large. Millions of ghosts are more than 10 times that of their total number. It can be said that more than a dozen ghosts take care of a coalition soldier. That can be taken care of. But how miserable the coalition soldiers are. That is, relying on the elite. The combat effectiveness of the bone-dead spirit is low, which can be reluctant to deal with. Otherwise, under the harassment of ghosts, they have collapsed. Millions of ghosts joined the battlefield. The balance of victory was instantly tilted, and the undead once again occupied the upper hand. Parmeda was mad. He prepared 200,000 alliance forces as his back, and the other party was too dirty, and he had 1,000,000 ghosts. This is not a level of consideration at all. How can I fight? Seeing that the soldiers died more and more, they had to die. Seeing that the battle situation was unfavorable, Parmeda finally decided to retreat. If he retreats now, he still has a chance. As long as he regroups, he can fight the undead during the day. He just didn't believe the ghosts could appear during the day. The order of retreat was about to send out the sound of shouting and killing, and Parmeda was shocked. 200,000 reserve troops have arrived. So why are there still people? Are they the support of the undead? If the undead still have support, there will be no chance to retreat. When Parmeda heard the sound and looked, he saw a group of strange guys. These guys were of all races, with black air coming out of their bodies. On the exposed skin, the black blood vessels were like earthworms, bulging, as if they were poisoned. Demonic creature? Damn it. Why are they coming here to cause trouble at this time? Before the undead appeared, demonic creatures were already rampant, and were the enemies of all tribes in the wilderness. Parmeda didn't want to understand why the magic creatures were killed suddenly at this time. And there were so many. There were tens of thousands of people. Normally, a team of demonized creatures reaching several thousand people would already be a very powerful force. Not to mention small tribes. Even medium and large tribes would have to be treated with caution. But now there are tens of thousands of them. Could these guys be the reinforcements of the undead? Just when Parmeda became nervous, he found that the demonized creatures did not attack the coalition soldiers, but instead killed the undead. They are killing the undead? Parmeda widened his eyes, and looked inexplicably watching the magic creature that launched an attack on the undead. The demonized creatures are no worse than the coalition soldiers, and are even stronger than them. Under the invasion of demonic energy, they have gained extremely powerful strength. These demonized creatures were the hunters that came out from the underworld and followed the undead after white-haired Prang issued the order. They had discovered the undead a long time ago, but were not in a hurry to attack because they found that the undead were fighting against another force. This is good news for them. What they need is the power of absorbing the soul fire. And the undead and other forces fight against other forces. There will be damage. On the battlefield, there will be a soul fire that is scattered. In this way, they can absorb the soul fire without the power of blowing ash. So why do you have to run up and kill? The facts were just as they expected. After a fierce battle that lasted for a whole day, Countless undead souls were turned into broken bones. The aura of soul fire enveloped the entire area, making the demonized creatures that were chasing them extremely happy. The soul fires of millions of undead souls gathered together. Although a large amount of soul fire still dissipated between heaven and earth, the demonized creatures still absorbed a lot of it, which promoted the degree of their demonization. The soul fire dissipated too quickly, and by night, it had completely dissipated. But the demonized creature was still immersed in the joy of absorbing the soul fire. They were greedy, but unwilling to give up the opportunity to continue absorbing the soul fire. So when Li Ziyu led the undead fortress to attack the coalition camp, they lay in ambush again, silently observing the battlefield, waiting to continue absorbing the power of the soul fire. The undead at night are much more ferocious than those during the day. They caught the coalition forces off guard from the very beginning. The demonized creatures became a little anxious. This was not acceptable. If all the coalition forces were killed, who would deal with the undead? How could they happily absorb the power of soul fire? At that time, they wanted to shot. As a result, the coalition forces arrived, and they couldn't wait, and continued to wait. They thought about it. With so many aid, the undead was great this time. Unexpectedly, there was another change. Those green circles floating above the fortress, like a circular lamp ring, were composed of millions of ghosts. Suddenly, they rushed out of the sky. The coalition forces fell into despair again. Damn! These rubbish. The magic creatures know that they can't wait. They must shoot. Although they are not companions with the coalition forces, they all want to kill the undead. This is common, and it is temporarily cooperated. So more than 50,000 magic creatures were killed and rushed directly into the battlefield. Ghosts are very capable of harassing the allied soldiers, but their ability to harass demonized creatures is much weaker. Demonized creatures cannot kill ghosts, but they are not afraid of ghosts either. They just focus on killing the undead. Damn it! Where did these demonic creatures come from? Li Ziyu hammered the battlement hard, feeling so angry. Didn't he come here to disrupt the situation? We raided at night. When we were about to win the first time, the enemy prepared 200,000 reinforcements. When we were about to win the second time, tens of thousands of demonized creatures showed up again. I just wanted to win this time. Why was it so difficult? The coalition soldiers did not know what's going on. When they saw the magical creature, they were also shocked. After all, in their hearts, the magical creatures and the undead were not much different. They were all enemies. It can be seen that the magical creature was killed with the undead. Suddenly the low morale rose again, and they continued to fight against the undead. There are not many quantities of 50,000 magic creatures. In the face of millions of undeads, they are nothing. But they are a strong needle, giving the courage to the coalition soldiers who had already intended to retreat, inspiring their combat effectiveness. The demonized creatures showed no mercy when killing the undead, and they were good at killing. In the underground world, the undead had long been a hot topic. They all knew that the undead's weakness was their heads, and they could just smash them with a targeted attack. Killing the undead becomes much easier. The demonized creatures can smash the skulls of the skeleton undead with almost no effort. After all, these are low-level undead with slow movements and not very hard bones. He smashed the skull of a skeleton undead, then sucked away the scattered soul fire, accelerating the circulation of demonic energy in the body. Unlike the coalition soldiers, the demonized creatures become stronger and more excited as they fight. The soul fire of the undead is the best physical strength potion, and there is a large amount of it, and it is endless, allowing them to continue fighting without worrying about physical exhaustion. Now they were having a great time killing. They were invincible on the battlefield, and ordinary skeletons and undead died as soon as they met them, even after absorbing a lot of soul fire during the day and night. Many demonized creatures were directly advanced on the battlefield. Their appearances became more hideous and terrifying, and their lethality increased a lot. As they advanced, the demonized creatures killed the undead faster and faster, and Li Ziyu could hardly keep up with the speed at which he could summon the undead. The coalition forces also gained momentum and fought more and more fiercely, and had already launched a charge towards the undead fortress. The situation is precarious. Ha ha ha. It's so comfortable. So comfortable. The undead are a godsend. Kill. 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 The demonized creatures that absorbed the soul fire became more and more crazy. The pleasure of their growing strength made it impossible for them to stop. A demonized human with 2 horns on his head who was screaming and fighting with the undead, suddenly stopped after absorbing the soul fire of a skeleton undead. His face froze. He covered his heart fiercely and curled up and knelt on the ground. He violently tore his clothes to pieces, and his black blood vessels, like earthworms, kept wriggling. The black evil energy spread on his skin like ink dripping into water. The demonized human raised his head, opened his arms, and roared. Hack! This guy is going to advance. Quick! Seeing this, the magical creature around the magic of humans immediately hid far away. They knew what happened when the magic creature just advanced. The demonized creatures knew it, but the undead and the Alliance warriors did not. They also had no intention of paying attention to the advancement of the demonized creatures, and continued to fight. Boom! Like a bomb explosion, the black demonic energy transformed into rolling black mist, with the promoted demonized human as the center, and spread out. The surrounding undead and coalition soldiers, who did not have time to dodge, were all sucked into it. And their flesh, blood and bones were corroded in an instant. Huh? A pair of black bat wings spread, stirring the black fog of magic, and the magical humans appeared again. But his current state cannot be called human, but a demon. That's right. It's a demon. A brand new demon is born. There was a pair of white bat wings behind him. He had a long corner of the goat with goats on his head. He had a sharp claws on his fingers. The black long hair grew on his calves. The bat wings flapped, and the demonized human, who had just completed the promotion, was suspended in the air. He looked up and down at his new self, an endless surprise revealed in his ruby-like eyes. Success! Finally entered the second stage of transformation into a demon. The demonized human roared with joy, waved his hand, and threw a black fireball, which hit a skeleton undead that was walking towards him in the distance. The charred bones were scattered all over the ground, and the soul fire of the undead dissipated in an instant. The demonized human looked at his palm, then raised his head to look at the ghosts flying in the sky. He waved his hand fiercely, and another black fireball shot out. The ghost, who was about to launch a sneak attack on the coalition soldiers, was hit directly. He screamed and looked at his body. A hole appeared in his chest, and everything around him turned into ashes. No! This is impossible! The ghost screamed in disbelief, and his body was quickly burned up and dissipated. So strong! I became so strong! The demonized human is becoming more and more surprising. Before and after the demonization are two completely different concepts. This is the growth that the demonized creatures are desperately pursuing. This was a hurdle that most demonized creatures could not overcome in their entire lives. But unexpectedly, they were able to overcome it with the help of soul fire. Kill the undead. After being transformed into a demon, the demonized human stretched out his claws, pointed at the undead in the distance, and spoke to the other demonized creatures. Inspired by the successful demonized humans, the demonized creatures didn't think about anything else and rushed forward one after another like crazy. They also wanted to be transformed into demons. That was their pursuit. No one knows what the final form of the demonized creatures will be like. They only know that they have been pursuing becoming stronger throughout their lives, and they will not stop until they become stronger. They also don't know that they will become stronger only by growing and transforming. In the underground, demonized creatures that have transformed into demons are rare. They have to go through untold hardships, and also need help from chance, before they can reach that stage of transformation. They didn't expect to see the opportunity now. The power of example is strong and hard to resist in the first place. And now it is even more troublesome. Oh! God! Just play with me. Liziu picked up the city stack, looked at the battle below, and laughed at himself. At this time, he didn't have a better way. He all used the cards, and his means was exhausted. How long did he come to this world? Man proposes, God disposes. Who knew that the demonized creature would chase here and kill us at the critical moment? Thinking of getting more alien undead to deal with the coalition forces. He did it, but also added a large number of enemies to himself. And these enemies became the last straw that broke the camel's back. If it weren't for these demonized creatures, the coalition might have been defeated by now, and he would have won the victory. But the appearance of the demonized creatures made him fail. The current resistance only delays the time of defeat. It's time to retreat, Liziu thought to himself. He wanted to leave, and neither the coalition forces nor the demonized creatures could stop him. They could not do anything about the undead fortress for the time being. Although the loss was huge, at least they would have escaped with their lives, and would have a chance to make a comeback. looking at the other two directions. That was where Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng were. They were also caught in a tough battle. They don't have endless undead, so they can only rely on the mobile fortress to charge around. The coalition forces that did not come to the undead fortress have already begun attacking their fortress, and they probably won't be able to hold out for long. Opening the system interface, Li Ziyu prepared to send a private message to the two people, telling them that there was no need to continue and to retreat. Before the message was sent, he suddenly heard the rumbling sound of horse hooves. There is a large amount of life force approaching quickly. An undead emerged from the wall and reported, "Damn, there are still enemies." Li Ziyu hurriedly sent out a message to retreat, and at the same time ordered the fortress to turn around. There was no time to hesitate. Otherwise there would be nothing. If they ran away now, the losses would be less. Private chat. Don't want to take a driving test. If you fail, retreat. Treasure hunter. Got it. Conscientious businessman. Wait a minute. Boss, there is a turning point. Don't want to get a driver's license. What's the turning point? Do you have any backup plan? Conscientious merchant. It's not my backup, but reinforcements have indeed arrived. Don't want to get a driver's license. Where can we get reinforcements? Li Ziyu was a little confused when looking at the news on the screen. When did he get reinforcements? Where did the reinforcements come from? Is Zhang Peng confused? Beep beep. A dull horn sounded, mixed with another strange sound, like a hoarse person singing. The sound of horse hooves became more and more rapid. News about Zhang Peng came again. Conscientious merchant. Boss, do you hear the sound of the horn and the throat singing? I heard the sound of the horn and the sound of throat singing, eh? Is that strange sound mixed in with the horn the throat singing? What a joke. Is the sound of Huema that loud? Even with the help of a microphone, it can't be heard so far away. Chapter 180 Hydroxyslave Cavalry. High in the sky, an eagle with a wingspan of 3 meters hovered above the Allied battlefield. It lowered its head, and the battle below fell into its eyes. Even the darkness could not cover its eyes, and it watched everything quietly. 2 kilometers away from the coalition battlefield, a magnificent golden tent as huge as a city stood on the land. In front of the tent stood 12 war horses carved from solid stones. A giant eagle statue emitting golden light stood on the top of the tent, and the edges were made of gold. This huge tent, which is as big as a city, is called the Golden Horde and belongs to a man named Batabuha. Batubu, who is 192 centimeters tall and has a muscular body, stood shirtless in an open space, looking at the battlefield in the distance. Behind him were a dozen burly men with braids and big beards. Logically speaking, Batubu was not standing on a high place, was 2 kilometers away, and it was night, so he could not see the battlefield in the distance. However, the giant eagle hovering above the battlefield gave him the opportunity to see everything clearly. That's his skill, eagle vision. With this skill, he can monitor everything on the ground through the eyes of an eagle, and it is clearer than what he can see with his own eyes. In Batubu and not far away, there was an altar, on which several masked priests waving ritual instruments in their hands were performing a sacrificial dance and uttering low throat music. It's magical that the sound of the throat singing, which should not be loud, can be heard from very far away and can be heard clearly. Brothers, hold on. Batubu didn't know why the war started, but he saw clearly that the 3 mobile fortresses were fighting with the indigenous people. There was no need to ask the reason. Just help the owners of the mobile fortresses. After all, everyone was a time traveler and was just making a living in this strange world. There was nothing wrong in helping relatives instead of others. 5,000 heavy cavalrymen of the Han nationality were already approaching the coalition battlefield. Their horses had already had enough time to escape, and they gradually accelerated in a triangular formation and launched a charge towards the battlefield. Hydronians are a subhuman race from another world. They look almost the same as humans, but their bodies are exceptionally strong. Any Hydronian can be 2 meters tall, with tendons all over his body. They are also nomadic people and natural cavalrymen. This race is a race. They believe in the eagle in the sky, thinking that the eagle can bring them endless power. The beliefs of the alien world are different from the beliefs of the previous life. This is not to talk about it. The faith can really bring power. The beliefs of the Hydroxia people also bring them strong power. The Hydroxus heavy cavalry is one of their signature troops. They are covered in heavy armor enchanted by the power of faith. Even their war horses are covered in heavy armor. The heavy cavalry is very expensive, but worth the money. They have very strong combat effectiveness and are the vanguard troops. And they are the kind of death squads. Badab and the eagles in the sky watched the charge of the Hydron heavy cavalry below. The war horses were galloping, and the horse hooves rumbled on the ground. As they approached the battlefield, the leading heavy cavalry pulled out 2 scimitars from their waists and held them high. The triangular formation in the charge changed and spread out to both sides to form a straight line. At the same time, all the knights drew their scimitars and held them up flat. The sound of the huema became rapid, and the speed of the Hydron heavy cavalry became faster and faster. Visible air currents flowed on both sides of them, and an eagle with spread wings appeared above their heads. There was no roar. No roar. Nothing. The heavy cavalry of the Xianu army charged into the battlefield with the sound of galloping horses. With the impact force, faith power, and the blessing of sacrifice. Their double swords are extremely sharp and invincible. Even the airflow brought by the blades is lethal. Before the allied soldiers could understand what was happening, the heavy cavalry had already passed them by. The sharp blades flashed by, and then continued forward. What? Who? The coalition soldiers looked at it blankly, muttering something. But when they looked at themselves, they found a crack slowly appearing and blood gushing out. Being hit by the airflow of the blade would cause a huge wound, while being cut by the blade would be cut in half. The coalition soldiers, who had no time to react, fell to the ground like wheat being cut. The 5,000 heavy cavalrymen moved in like a deserted place, and all the coalition soldiers died wherever they passed. This was because they were concerned about the consequences of the undead and stopped. Otherwise, they would have killed more coalition forces. Li Ziyu stood on the top of the fortress, looking at the cavalry rushing into the battlefield in the distance, and his head became even more confused. Private chat. Don't want to rely on a driver's license, Zhang Peng. Those cavalrymen are the reinforcements you mentioned? Conscientious businessman, that should be right? I don't want to take a driving test. How can this be a question? If it's yes, it's yes. If it's no, it's no. Conscientious businessman, that's it. Anyway, they are helping us. Why should we be so clear about it now? Don't want to take a driver's license test. Where did you find the reinforcements? Why didn't you tell me? This is a powerful reinforcement. Conscientious businessman, if I say I just found it, would you believe me? Don't want to take a driving test. Forget it. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's talk about it after the battle is over. I just found it. Who are you trying to fool? Li Ziyu rolled her eyes and closed the private chat. Regardless of whether Zhang Peng is willing to say it or not, the reinforcements cannot be faked. Those cavalrymen did rush towards the coalition forces and directly cleared out a large number of coalition forces. As the battle has been going on till now, the number of coalition forces has been decreasing. Having such a new force joining is a huge blessing for Li Ziyu. Just as Zhang Peng said just now, it is not so important who comes to help. What is important is that someone comes to help. And just after the Xianu heavy cavalry charged into the battlefield, the ghosts flying in the sky brought Li Ziyu better news. There were more cavalrymen coming like a torrent in the distance, and their number was as high as tens of thousands. The sound of thousands of horses galloping and their hooves hitting the ground made the allied soldiers feel cold in their hearts. At the same time, everyone on the battlefield heard the sharp cry of Yaya Yao from a pinched throat. The heavy cavalry had just charged into the battlefield, and Palmyra hadn't reacted yet when a sharp cry suddenly rang in his ears, causing him to frown instantly. He seemed to have heard this voice somewhere before, and it was a little familiar. After killing the skeleton undead in front of him with an axe, Palmyra frantically recalled where he had heard this sound. Suddenly, his expression turned extremely ugly. Hydroxyl slave. Damn it. It's a hydroxyl slave. How could there be hydroxyl slaves in this remote wasteland? He remembered where he had heard such a cry before. It was when he was traveling in the central area and met the hydroxyl slaves. And he almost died there. The central area is very rich and full of powerful tribes. But even so, it is still not safe, and there are still many bandits and robbers. Palmyra was still very young at the time. With his fighting ability at the time, he was nothing in the central area. Even if he wanted to travel, he didn't dare to go on the road alone. Instead, he had to follow a large caravan with guards, which was safer. He still remembered that he had set out with a caravan of more than 3,000 people, including more than 1,000 fully armed guards. The caravan had taken that route many times and had never encountered any problems. No one knew what bad luck had befallen him. But the route, which had never had any problems before, went wrong that time. and the caravan of more than 3,000 people was attacked by dozens of hydroxyl slaves. That's right. It was dozens of hydroxyl slaves. They rushed into the caravan with such sharp whistles, like a gust of wind. Before the caravan guards could react, they were killed by the other side. After repeating this several times, the caravan lost its resistance. That incident left a shadow in Palmita's heart. They come and go without a trace, are extremely fast, and have extremely strong attack power. Even if you can stop them, without the impact force, their fighting power is still fierce. These are the subhuman race, the hydroxyl slaves. After he recovered from his injuries, he went out of his way to buy information about the hydroxyl slaves. This is the nomadic nomads who believe in the eagle in heaven. They have their own culture and sturdy fighting power. They are known as 10 people, and have become more than 100 people. Once tens of thousands. They even dare to attack the city. That's the central area. The cities all have tall walls, but there are nearly 10,000 slaves there. So they dare to attack and often force the other side to hand over money and food before they stop. The races in the central area have thought about exterminating the hydroxyl slaves, but they have never succeeded. The other side has no base, so they go wherever they go. If they kill a few small hydroxyl slave teams, it will not only be of no use, but will also invite revenge. Let's fight head on. Those powerful tribes are okay. They don't care too much. With the cooperation of various types of troops, it is not difficult to deal with the hydroxyl slaves. The key is that if they don't fight with you, they will continue to harass you in a mobile way, which will make you very annoyed. Walking around your city, digging your river, impacting the village, attacking the transport team, caravan, transportation team. If you send an army to pass, people will run. You can't catch up. Wait for your army to leave, and others come back again. Everything is the same. Several powerful races fought the hydroxys for hundreds of years, and as a result, the hydroxys live better and better. On the other hand, the technological development of several powerful races was delayed. Food production decreased, and the population was lost a lot, and they gained nothing. After learning from the painful experience, I decided to just ignore it and let things take their course. I can't beat you, so can't I just stop fighting? Not to mention, after the various tribes stopped fighting, the hydroxys also stopped fighting, and suddenly became obedient and returned to their previous state. They used practical actions to tell those tribes that if you don't harass me, I won't mess with you on a large scale. I will graze my livestock, and you will grow your crops. Of course, we will still plunder if we need to. However, there are some rules for plundering by hydroxyl slaves. If you give them what they want, they will not kill anyone. In this way, the hydroxyl slaves also have their own place in the central area, but they just have a bad reputation. Being able to have a place in the central area proves that you are strong enough. Palmita just couldn't understand why the brutal hydroxyl slave bandits, who were roaming the central area, had come to his side. Just when he was puzzled, the second wave of charge of the Hydronians had arrived. This group was the Hydronians' Lancers. Their armor was not very thick, and their weapons were 4-meter-long spears as thick as teacups. The Lancers' horses were also specially bred, and their load-bearing capacity was far inferior to that of the heavy cavalry. But their running speed could surpass that of the heavy cavalry by a large margin. Lancers are the fastest among the hydroxys. After the heavy cavalry launches a charge on the enemy, the Lancers will follow closely behind and launch a horrific harvest on the enemy. Their fighting style is somewhat similar to that of ancient Western knights. Their spear barrels are too long, and if they fail to draw their spears during a charge, they would easily be knocked off their horses. So after the spears pierce the enemy, they would immediately drop out of their hands and replace them with light scimitars. There is also a big difference between the scimitars of the Lancers and the heavy cavalry. The scimitar of the heavy cavalry is crescent-shaped and very heavy, allowing them to kill the enemy efficiently when they accelerate and charge with the scimitar raised horizontally. Just like adding blades to both sides of the chariot wheels, the Lancer scimitars have a smaller curvature, are thinner, and lighter, making them easier to swing and more flexible. Tens of thousands of Lancers rushed into the battlefield. The coalition soldiers who had just been killed and wounded by the heavy cavalry were hit head-on by the Lancers before they could chase the heavy cavalry. The tip of the gun was extremely sharp, and it pierced through the bodies of the coalition soldiers directly, nailing them to the ground. However, the coalition soldiers whose bodies were pierced were not dead yet. Their bodies hung in the air, wailing in extreme pain, with heavy cavalry leading the way. The dragoons were like tigers entering a pack of wolves. Unstoppable. They advanced forward with the sound of yow yow yow, nailing all the allied soldiers along the way to the ground. Hack. So strong. Li Ziyu widened his eyes, and watched the two waves of cavalry clear out a large area of the battlefield. Only the undead remained on the battlefield where the cavalry passed. And all the coalition forces and demonized creatures were killed. And this is just the beginning. Behind the heavy cavalry and spear cavalry, there are archers and the main force horse cavalry. Strictly speaking, the great reputation of the Xianu people was earned by their group of Xianu cavalry. After all, they were the real main force, and the largest number of Xianu cavalry. A standard group of horse cavalry, equipped with giant hoof war horses, crossbows, slave scimitars, leather armor, and prayers before battle to increase collective buffs, etc. The group of horse cavalry that went out this time were just like that. Fully equipped and well prepared. Their purpose was to reap the battlefield. So cool. So awesome. I love it. Li Ziyu's eyes are coming out. Men. Who doesn't like the momentum of the time when the horse is running? The kind of bloody feeling. The impulse that can't be overwhelmed. Is like every man has a martial arts dream. It must be said that the Hydroxyl slaves wave after wave of attacks were very methodical. Just like watching a blockbuster movie. Which made Li Ziyu excited. Li Ziyu's happiness was built on Palmeta's pain. Ever since the appearance of the heavy cavalry of the Hydronians, the coalition forces could not hold on. The Hydronians, who claimed to have an army of 1,000 people, were no joke. And these were not just 1,000 people. There were at least hundreds of thousands of Hydronians who had rushed into the battlefield. It was simply a disaster. Are the Hydroxyl slaves planning to migrate their entire clan here? Why are there so many of them? Palmeta looked at the Hydroxyl slaves who had completely turned the tide of the war, as well as the collapsed coalition soldiers, and let out an unwilling roar. There's no need to fight anymore. We've lost. Completely lost. After fighting for so long, the coalition soldiers have depleted too much physical strength. They were only able to fight back against the undead with the help of the demonized creatures. They didn't expect that the coalition of undead were actually Hydroxyl slave cavalry. What's the point of fighting now? Palmeta no longer insisted and ignored the other coalition soldiers. He issued a retreat order to his own people and ran out of the battlefield under the protection of his own guards. The skeleton undead will not miss the opportunity to beat a drowning dog. They will take advantage of the coalition forces' confusion and escape to attack frantically, killing as many enemies as possible. Dead enemies are good enemies. And not only good enemies, but there is a high probability that they will become good brothers in the future. Unfortunately, the skeleton undead were really slow, and after chasing for a distance, they were thrown off by the coalition soldiers. The Hydroxyl slave cavalry had no such concerns, and followed and chased them all the way, continuously reaping the rewards, and only stopped their horses after they had chased for 2 or 3 miles, cheered, and turned back. Won? I won. Damn. Happiness comes too suddenly. Li Ziyu was stunned for a long time, then jumped up excitedly. Chapter 181. Where are you from? The Hydroxan cavalry, who were chasing the coalition soldiers, rode their war horses and slowly returned. They stopped 300 steps away from the skeleton undead and confronted the undead from a distance. The undead received Li Ziyu's order and did not conflict with the Hydroxyl slave cavalry. Instead, they tilted their heads and looked curiously at the large area of unfamiliar life breath in front of them. They could tell from the life breath that these creatures in front of them were not easy to mess with. After the coalition forces were defeated, Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng drove their own fortresses to find Li Ziyu. The 3 fortresses merged together again and moved forward slowly. Li Ziyu wanted to meet the commanders of those cavalrymen. He wanted to know who had extended a helping hand to him and why they wanted to help him. The fortress came to the front, and a Hydroxyl slave cavalryman pulled the reins, and the horse trotted forward and came to the bottom of the undead fortress. He looked up at the fortress of the dead and shouted loudly, "Eddie!" The eagle flying freely. After shouting 3 times in a row, he turned his horse around and returned to the cavalry. After the cavalry returned, the large cavalry unit turned around. The horses galloped, making a rumbling sound, and ran away into the distance. Lu Xingxing turned around and looked at Zhang Peng and Li Ziyu blankly, and asked in confusion, what did he mean just now? Li Ziyu looked at the cavalry troops that were getting farther and farther away, his face also full of confusion. He also didn't understand what the cavalry meant just now. Zhang Peng was muttering to himself what the cavalryman had just said, when suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. He opened his system panel, found the option to add a friend, and typed in Free Flying Eagle. Sure enough, he found a user. Boss, the Free Flying Eagle is a friend's ID. It should be the ID of the person who sent reinforcements. Zhang Peng tried to add the ID and turned to Li Ziyu and said, "Oh, the ID?" Li Ziyu suddenly realized that the cavalryman had a heavy accent. If Zhang Peng had not reacted, he really would not have figured it out. He quickly opened his own system and added the Free Flying Eagle. It passed in almost seconds. Private chat. Free Flying Eagle, hello. Brother. Don't want to get a driver's license. Thank you for your help. Who are you? Free Flying Eagle, are those dead souls yours? Don't want to get a driver's license. Well, it's mine. Free Flying Eagle, I have no ill intentions. I just want to meet you. When talking about meeting, Li Ziyu turned to look at Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng had obviously also contacted the other party, and he also looked over and nodded at Li Ziyu. What's wrong? Lu Xingxing did not contact the Free Flying Eagle, but seeing the looks of Li Ziyu and Zhang Peng, he couldn't help but ask. The leader of the cavalry just now wants to meet with us. Zhang Peng explained. Could there be a ghost? Lu Xingxing said cautiously. Why are you so cautious now? If there was a ghost, he wouldn't come to rescue us. Wouldn't it be better to wait for us to be defeated by the coalition forces? Or, if the cavalry didn't leave and launched an attack directly, do you think we can resist it? Zhang Peng rolled his eyes and said unhappily, judging from the cavalry's series of actions just now, the other party obviously had no ill intentions. Otherwise they would not have contacted them. Zhang Peng thought very clearly, and Li Ziyu had a similar idea. Since the other party had saved him and recalled the cavalry, it was to express that he had no ill intentions, and he did it for them to see. Li Ziyu was not so arrogant as to feel that he could resist the enemy's cavalry with the existing strength. That was a pure cavalry corps. To be honest, he had no way of blocking them if they wanted to attack the undead line. After a few attacks, his undead corps was almost divided. Thinking of this, Li Ziyu sent a message to the other party. Don't want to take a driving test, okay. Let's meet and talk. Where are you? I'll find you. The Free Flying Eagle, no need to go through so much trouble. I will come to find you. Don't move. Just wait for me here. Don't want to get a driver's license, okay. Soon, the ground began to shake strongly. It was obvious that something big was coming. Li Ziyu, Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng clung to the wall and looked into the distance. A big thing emitting golden light was approaching and becoming clearer and clearer. What a big stone horse. What a big tent. Li Ziyu sighed sincerely. 12 stone horses taller than buildings pulled a golden tent as big as a city and kept approaching the battlefield. Every time the horses' hooves hit the ground, it would cause the ground to tremble. The 12 stone horses galloped, and the ground seemed to be shaken. As it approached the battlefield, the stone horse stopped and did not charge forward directly. There were a large number of undead in front of it. If it rushed forward, who knows how many of them would be crushed to pieces. Seeing the stone horse stop, Li Ziyu drove the undead fortress over. The opponent was obviously better developed than him. The opponent's golden tent was even larger than his fortress, and it should be a mobile castle of a higher level. Li Ziyu received a message from the other party. Free Flying Eagle, let your undead stand back and meet among us. Each of you may not bring more than 20 warriors. Don't want to get a driver's license, okay. The undead slowly retreated, carrying the corpses away as they retreated, leaving behind a blood-stained open space. Let's go and meet our savior, Li Ziyu said to Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing, and went downstairs first. He called up 5 skeletons with tattoos, and selected 10 skeleton warriors and 5 skeleton longbowmen as guards. The undead in front of the fortress spontaneously made way for Li Ziyu and his party to pass. Batubu arrived at the open space first, followed by 20 men leading horses. At first glance, one could tell that these men were not simple. They had an aura that was different from that of ordinary soldiers, and was more deterrent. The undead in front made way, and 3 humans came with the undead. Batubu immediately looked over with curiosity. Li Ziyu also saw Batubu at a glance, and couldn't help but look him up and down with raised eyebrows. What a strong man! What did he do in his previous life? Was he a wrestler? He's so strong. The two sides were getting closer and closer. Batubia smiled and walked forward with open arms. Hello, brothers. I am a free-flying eagle. My name is Batubu. Enthusiastic and cheerful. And the name? A minority? Li Ziyu was slightly startled, and quickly opened his arms and walked towards Batubu, introducing himself as he walked. I don't want to take a driver's license test. My name is Li Ziyu. Thank you for your help. The two hugged each other. This scene should have been like heroes meeting each other too late. Unfortunately, Li Ziyu's height was not at the same level as Batubu. Instead, it was the girlfriend who ran into her boyfriend's arms, allowing Batubu to show off his manliness, which made Li Ziyu feel a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, Batubu didn't have any other intentions. He just gave Li Ziyu a bear hug, then let go of Li Ziyu and patted him on the shoulder. Li Ziyu staggered after being hit so hard. She was sure that this guy was a wrestler. He was not only tall and strong, but also very strong. Her small body could not handle him. The atmosphere was harmonious, and there was no awkwardness at all, thanks to Batubu's enthusiasm. It was so nice, just like meeting old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. Brother, I'm sorry for interfering on the battlefield again. Don't blame me. Batubu spoke first with a smile. Don't say that. Without your help, I would have been in trouble this time. I have to thank you for your help, Li Ziyu said quickly. He was too polite. It was not just an interference. It was definitely saving his life. He also understood that the other party was being polite in order to avoid awkward atmosphere. He should not be ungrateful. Oh, it seems that I did a good thing. Okay, as long as you don't blame me, Batubu said with a smile. Li Ziyu felt good about Batubu's cheerfulness and enthusiasm, but he couldn't ask the questions in his mind. So he turned around and introduced his two companions to him. Batubu, these are my allies and good brothers, Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing. Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing had no choice but to step forward and hug Batubu. They saw that when Li Ziyu and Batubu hugged each other before, they looked like a little bird leaning on its parent, which was really disproportionate. However, they didn't want to offend Batubu, so they could only bite the bullet and be the little bird. After some pleasantries, Li Ziyu finally brought the subject back to the main topic. Batubu, I have something I want to ask you, Li Ziyu called out. Brother, if you have something to say, just say it. Batubu looked at Li Ziyu seriously and said, Were you in this land before? Why have I never heard of you? Li Ziyu asked, staring into Batubu's eyes. He was a little nervous now. Batubu had developed better than him. The mobile fortress of the Golden Tent was obviously of a higher level than his Undead fortress, and it also had such a huge cavalry group. The resources required were beyond imagination. Li Ziyu does have a lot of undead in his hands, but skeleton undead are the lowest level undead. The material needed is bones. As long as there are enough bones, any number can be made. The manufacturing requirements are too low, and the combat effectiveness is not good either. But Batubu and the cavalry under his command were different. Cavalry, no matter how you look at it, were not cheap. He saw that when they were attacking the coalition forces, they were able to crush them with ease, which showed that they were not the cheap cavalry with low combat effectiveness. They were at least comparable to the elite soldiers of the coalition forces. If he is really in the same place with Li Ziyu, then how did Batubu develop? Where did he get so many resources? At the beginning, Li Ziyu had taken great pains to get some bones, and he was very cautious in his development. It was hard for him to imagine how the other party could get such a large number of cavalry from this barren wasteland. With such cavalry in hand, the enemy will be able to sweep the entire area. Even the coalition forces will not be able to get away with it in front of such cavalry. But Li Ziyu had never heard of such a powerful force. Judging from Zhang Peng's expression, he was unaware of Batubu's existence. After hearing Li Ziyu's question, Batubu shook his head and said, I'm not from this area. I just arrived here. Just one sentence made Li Ziyu, Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng instantly alert. This was not good news. They just fought a battle with the coalition forces and suffered heavy losses. But they already have the opportunity to rule this area. Why did Batubu come here at this time? Are they enemies or friends? The dark jungle never disappeared. The mobile fortress also has its own activity area. In each area, the system will deploy new traversers from time to time. And leaving the area usually means going to fight. Then why did you come to this area? Zhang Peng asked from the side. Ha ha ha. Don't be so nervous. I'm not here to seize territory. Nor would that be tantamount to making an enemy of you. Seeing the three people suddenly become nervous, Batubu understood what they meant and said with a laugh. If you're not here to grab territory, then why are you here? Lu Xingxing asked curiously. It's a long story, and I can't explain it to you all at once. Rather than saying that I'm here to grab territory, it's better to say that I'm here to find allies. From what you said, you probably have never left this area and don't know the situation outside. Right? Batubu asked back. After he said that, not only Lu Xingxing became curious, but even Li Ziyu and Zhang Peng became curious. They had been hanging around in this area all the time and had never been to other areas. Especially after finding the Ghost Mountains. They almost treated it as their base camp. They stayed there for quite a while and explored even fewer places. And from what Batubu said, he not only came from some other place, but also from a big place. How could Li Ziyu and the others not be curious? For many places rich in resources, the place where Li Ziyu and his friends are now is like the contrast between first-tier cities and remote countryside with inconvenient transportation and different information. It is completely different. It seems that you really don't know. Let me put it simply. We all come from the same place. It is best not to fight among ourselves and to unite. Only in this way can we survive better. Batubu said this. His face became very serious. Obviously, he had an unforgettable experience. Brother Batu, where are you from? Can you tell us? Lu Xingxing asked with sparkling eyes. As a treasure hunter, Lu Xingxing is full of adventurous spirit and is very curious about the outside world. However, the other world is too dangerous and he dare not run around without Li Ziyu's protection, let alone the time travelers. Even the indigenous people can beat him like a dog. As for me, I'm from the central area. Well, the indigenous people call where I am the central area. You should have heard of it. Batubu said happily. Central zone? Li Ziyu was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly realized why Batubu's fortress was higher level than his, and why he had so many soldiers under his command. It turned out that they came from the rich central area. Everything made sense. But, isn't the central area good? Why did you leave the central area and come here? Lu Xingxing asked puzzledly. The central area is the best land in the wilderness, with abundant resources and richness, while their side is a remote and poor area with few resources and fierce competition. Why would they leave the central area and come to their side? Even Li Ziyu and Zhang Peng looked at Batubu in confusion. Because I've never fought before. I was driven here by others. Batubu said with a wry smile on his face without hiding anything. He was not embarrassed at all, but spoke frankly. However, Li Ziyu and the others became nervous again. Loser? Who did you fight with? They could see that Batubu was very powerful. Even if he could not dominate the central area, it should be no problem for him to have his own place. But he was actually driven to the remote countryside to make a living, which was a bit scary. Also, will there be pursuers? This is also a big problem. How strong must the opponent be to be able to drive Batubu away? It will be difficult for them to hold on. Don't worry. We didn't lose the battle to the time travelers. We lost the battle to the indigenous people. They didn't chase us either. Batubu saw what the three were thinking and explained. Li Ziyu and the other two then realized that the other party must have encountered the same situation as them. If Batubu's cavalry had not arrived tonight, they would have found it difficult to defeat the coalition forces and the demonized creatures. And their fate would have been similar to Batubu's. And they would have been chased like dogs. My goodness. Are these two people in trouble? Lu Xingxing looked at Batubu with sympathy in his eyes. Chapter 182 Harvest Time. Li Ziyu and his men were stronger than Batubu. Although they suffered heavy losses, they won in the end. They were not chased around by the indigenous people, but had the opportunity to rule this area. It was gratifying. Brother Batu, what are your plans for the future? Li Ziyu asked after thinking for a while. It depends on whether my brother can give me some food. I am homeless now. Ha ha ha. Batubu said, and laughed heartily again. Being homeless is a joke. Not to mention that he has a mobile fortress, and wherever he goes is his home. He is accompanied by so many cavalrymen, which means they are not a small force. It would not be difficult for him to find a place to survive. Batubu was a man of rules and reason. Before entering this area, he would seek consent from people like Li Ziyu, obviously not wanting to cause any disputes. Batubu has been living in the central area since he crossed over. He has been able to obtain much more information than Li Ziyu and the others. And he knows more about the wasteland than Li Ziyu and the others. So he knows very well what is going on where he is now. This is a remote place, A place that none of the powerful tribes in the central area would even bother to even look at. That is why he would be safe here. In fact, the impoverished people in the central area will choose to live in remote areas around the wilderness. As long as they flee to remote areas, the races in the central area will not kill them all. This is an unspoken rule to leave people a way to survive. This is easy to understand. No one can guarantee that their race will always prosper. Even the strong races in the central area cannot guarantee that they will continue to prosper. Anyone may be ruined due to various reasons. So everyone tacitly came up with a rule that as long as they can escape from the central area and go to a remote desolate land, no one will chase them. But Tubu knew this clearly. So he fled to the area where Li Ziyu was. Only here can he gather strength again, make a comeback, and return to the rich central area. Li Ziyu still did not let down his guard despite Batubu's frankness. As the saying goes, one should not have the intention to harm others, but one must be on guard against others. What people say is one thing. What they do is another. One should not listen to what they say, but look at what they do. Li Ziyu was very grateful to Batubu for lending a hand and helping him win the battle. But he was also very wary of any conspiracy on Batubu's part. Brother Batu, I have no objection to you entering this area, and I have no right to stop you. But I want to make it clear to you that this area is very poor and has few resources. Li Ziyu said after thinking for a while. Ha ha ha. It's okay. It's okay. I'm already very happy to have a place to renovate. Sorry to bother you next. Batubu was very happy to see Li Ziyu agreed, and said with a smile, this area didn't originally belong to Li Ziyu. He was just doing her a favor. If someone really wanted to come to this area, could he stop them? Unstoppable. We are all time travelers. So who doesn't we understand each other? The essence of a time traveler is a mobile fortress, which can move back and forth. I will go to your place to steal resources, and then run away. What can you do? You come to chase me. Are you kidding? Don't you think it's a waste of time? Unless he is blocked, he really can't stop the other party. So why bother? Just let Batubu come in. As long as both sides can maintain peace and not go to war, it will be fine. The resources that Li Ziyu relies on for his development are different from those of other races. Even if Batubu needs resources, there is a high probability that there will be no conflict with him, and the probability of harmonious coexistence is very high. Seeing that Li Ziyu agreed, Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing looked at each other and congratulated at the same time. Welcome, Brother Batu. Ha ha, okay. We are all good brothers, and we will be a family from now on. Batubu laughed loudly, his face full of joy. It would be enough to have a place where he could settle down and stabilize himself. He felt that he would not stay in a remote place with a lack of resources forever. He also wanted to see other places in the world. Several people added each other as friends. Batubu did not stay long. After adding friends, he led his Golden Horde city into the wilderness and left. Li Ziyu watched the Golden Horde city go away and narrowed his eyes. He couldn't predict what would happen next. Today was the first time he and Batubu met. Both sides were unfamiliar with each other and were on guard. Although Batubu seemed to be a cheerful man on the surface, people's hearts were hidden, and they could not know what they were doing. He would know what kind of person the other party was after more contact in the future. Batubu also knew how to interact with people, so he did not stop but chose to leave directly. Anyway, there is plenty of time, so just deal with them slowly. There is no need to rush. The current ending is already very good. Boss. Zhang Peng hesitated to speak. Okay. I understand. We'll get along slowly in the future. Li Ziyu retracted his gaze and smiled at Zhang Peng. Everything has been dealt with, and now it's time for the big harvest. The corpses of the coalition soldiers and the demonized creatures are a huge fortune for Li Ziyu. Go. Undead. Corpse collector. At Li Ziyu's command, the undead took action again and skillfully cleaned up the battlefield. The Tumor Alliance had more than 500,000 soldiers. After a fierce battle with the undead and the charge of the Hydroxyslav cavalry, only about 100,000 of them escaped. The demonized creatures also suffered heavy losses, and their bodies were left on the battlefield. The undead were more powerful in collecting corpses than in fighting. They kept moving them into the undead fortress. Once they were moved into the fortress, they were decomposed by the system. Li Ziyu had no intention of keeping so many corpses, so it would be best to decompose them directly. The smell of blood on the battlefield was too strong. He didn't feel anything during the tense battle, but now that the battle was over, The smell was a bit pungent. Li Ziyu didn't want to wait on the battlefield anymore. So he ordered the fortress to return. Anyway, the undead could find him. And they could form a transport team to carry the bodies into the fortress. It is finally over. Li Ziyu stood up and stretched, his joints cracking. It had been a full month since the last battle. And it was only today that he had finally counted everything. It's not that he was being lazy, but there were simply too many corpses. The corpses of the coalition forces and the demonized creatures totaled over 400,000. It took a full 5 days just to transport and decompose the corpses. And they spent the rest of the time sorting out other spoils. The living undead can clean up battlefields and carry corpses. But they are simply incapable of sorting the spoils. They have no idea what is useful and what is useless. In other words, in their eyes, apart from souls and bones, everything else has no value. So the task of sorting fell on Li Ziyu, Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing. Fortunately, Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng's treasure-hunting cats and mole men were able to help. Otherwise it would take who knows how long it would take for the three of them to finish the task. Picking up corpses is a happy thing. But it becomes painful when there are too many of them. Everything is excessive as well as excessive. Li Ziyu had selected a batch of spoils early on and gave them to Batubu through a trade as a thank you gift for his help and to deepen their relationship. The coalition forces came here to fight. And it was impossible for them to bring all their belongings with them. But even so, Li Ziyu gained a considerable amount of wealth. The soldiers in the coalition forces were all elites. And their weapons and equipment were good stuff. If they were equipped to the skeleton undead, it would at least improve their combat effectiveness. There were also a lot of other miscellaneous things. Li Ziyu gave some ordinary supplies to Zhang Peng, asking him to sell them as commodities. The ones left were basically resources that could be used by time travelers. Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng also participated in this battle. The treasure-hunting cat people and the mole people suffered considerable damage. Li Ziyu was not stingy and took out resources to share with the two. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. The two did not abandon him when fighting against the coalition forces. So Li Ziyu naturally wanted to help them improve their strength. As for what Li Ziyu himself gained from this battle, it was truly a great harvest. Every elite warrior basically had more than 100 units of soul energy. Together with their mounts and summons, Li Ziyu obtained more than 50 million units of soul energy. In terms of skeletons, there was also a great harvest. Li Ziyu didn't care much about ordinary skeletons, as there were plenty of them in the mountains of the dead. But he still cared about skeletons that could be used to make alien undead. The giants in the coalition, the minotaurs among the demonized creatures, and so on, contributed a batch of alien undead skeletons to him. The income from picking up corpses alone is enough to satisfy Li Ziyu. But that is not all. After experiencing this battle with the coalition forces, it can be said that there is no strong resistance force in this wasteland. Li Ziyu ushered in a stable development period, and he also became the overlord of this land. For a month, Li Ziyu honestly sorted out the spoils in the Ghost Mountains. But the news of the coalition's defeat spread across the wilderness, and almost all tribes knew that the undead had won. At the beginning, all the tribes were trembling with fear. They didn't know what they would face next. But as time went on, the natives gradually calmed down. They found that the undead did not sweep across the entire wasteland, as they expected, and let the wasteland return to the embrace of death, but stayed in the mountains of the dead without making any movement. What really diverted their attention was a new force that appeared in the wilderness. That is, Batubu and the Hydroxyslave cavalry led by him. The reason why the indigenous people of the wilderness knew about the Hydronian cavalry was because Batubu and Dashichi had destroyed a large tribe. The reason was that Batubu and Dashichi had gone to ask for resources. Of course, the other party would not hand over the resources honestly. So he took action. In one day, just one day, the large tribe disappeared under the iron hoofs of the Hydroxyslav cavalry. Their resistance was like a joke. It was not a battle on the same level at all. After establishing his authority and destroying a large tribe, Batubu stopped killing people indiscriminately. Instead, he took his Hydroxyl slave cavalry to continue asking for resources. With that large tribe as the chicken, other tribes, in order to avoid trouble, took out resources to keep the peace. If the resources are gone, you can still look for them again. But if you are attacked by Batub, then you will lose everything. Not even the tribe. They are still very clear about how to choose. Batubu knew very well that he was not a traveler from this area, and had no intention of fighting with Li Ziyu. He just asked for resources from various large tribes, and did not even drain the resources of the large tribes. This is called the rules. Li Ziyu allowed him to enter this wilderness out of favor. He is a guest. And as a guest, he must be polite. If he attacks each tribe one by one and robs all their resources, what will Li Ziyu think? How will Li Ziyu develop? Acting recklessly on other people's territory is obviously an attempt to provoke trouble. And others will fight you even if they don't want to. What Batuba needed now was rest and recuperation rather than starting a war. So he was very restrained. The advantage of this restraint was that Li Ziyu was very satisfied. The two of them contacted each other more often, and they seemed to be becoming friends. Before, the Cancer Coalition was like a mountain pressing on Li Ziyu's heart. He had been fully preparing for the war, and had not made any progress for a long time. Almost all his considerations were focused on the war. Now that the crisis of the Cancer Coalition has been resolved, he has ushered in a stable time for development, and has begun to think about his next step. He couldn't stay in a corner of the wilderness forever. He had to go out. Through the information from everyone in the chat channel, he could judge that there were already many strong people among the Traversers, such as the Lords of the Dragon Clan, Giant Beast Clan, Angel Clan, Demon Clan, etc. After so many years of development, their strength had become quite powerful. As a time traveler, Li Ziyu is very clear about the thoughts of time travelers. They will not be content with mediocrity, or be forced to be extraordinary. The other world is too dangerous. If one wants to live safely here, they can only keep getting stronger. However, the road to becoming stronger requires too many resources. If they collect resources by themselves, they will always offend many people. They have to fight all the way to become stronger. At this stage, it's not that the time travelers can defeat the indigenous people, but being able to be on an equal footing with them is already a good thing. But not all the indigenous people in all places are as weak as his. Creatures like goblins, lizardmen, and headhunters are nothing in the other world. The war that almost cost him his life is nothing in the eyes of those powerful city lords. There is still a big difference. Many time travelers are different from Li Ziyu. They will not lie down and do nothing. They are ambitious and really want to dominate and get more. Even if Li Ziyu lives in a corner, they will fight against him sooner or later, rather than being destroyed later. It is better to find a way to gain stronger strength as soon as possible. The development of the Undead Fortress has been stagnant for a long time, and needs to be continued. Li Ziyu dug out the new main city-level building, the cemetery, which he had always wanted to build, but had not been able to build for various reasons. The resources needed for the cemetery used to be an astronomical figure for him. But after a great war, it was nothing. Come on! Build a necropolis. As a main city building, the construction of the cemetery took a long time, and caused quite a lot of noise. The entire bone platform was shaking. An open space was fenced off, and smoke and black fog kept rising, creating a doomsday scene. The Tower of Tab were stunned. They were used to the appearance of new buildings on the platform. They had seen it too many times. But this was the first time they had seen such a big noise. It was a bit scary. What was the city lord planning to build? Li Ziyu was also shocked. He didn't expect the cemetery to make such a big noise. However, he became more looking forward to it. He didn't know what surprises this building would bring him. After taking a look at the system, it indicated that the large cemetery would take 5 days to build. So Li Ziyu simply ignored it. Boss, what are they building outside? Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng saw the construction scene of the large cemetery outside, and rushed over to ask. Oh, build a cemetery, Li Ziyu said casually. Cemetery? What's its use? Lu Xingxing asked curiously. He didn't think the cemetery Li Ziyu was talking about was an ordinary place to bury corpses. I don't know. It hasn't been completed yet. We'll know when it's completed. Li Ziyu shrugged. He really didn't know the specific situation of the cemetery. Lu Xingxing thought about it, and it made sense. So he stopped worrying about it. Chapter 183 Central Intelligence. Boss, what's your plan next? Zhang Peng asked from the side. Hearing this, Li Ziyu was stunned. He lowered his head to think for a while, and shook his head. He didn't know what to do next. Or he hadn't thought about it yet. When he first came here, he was thinking about how to leave the wilderness. He didn't like this barren place. In order to leave, he thought about how to become stronger. Then he ran into 3 bandits from a poisonous race. And he was thinking about how to deal with the coalition forces. Now that the war is over and peace has temporarily arrived, Zhang Peng was a little confused when he suddenly asked this question. People. To move forward, you need a goal. Only with a goal will you have motivation. Otherwise, it is easy to become muddle-headed and become a lazy person. Yes, it's time to think about the next goal. What about you? What are your goals? Li Ziyu asked Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng. I plan to continue treasure hunting. Lu Xingxing raised his hand and shouted excitedly. In the past, he was not strong enough and had to be very cautious when going out treasure hunting. Even the scope of the treasure hunt was strictly controlled, which made him very regretful. As a treasure hunter, Lu Xingxing realized that the alien land was full of ruins and treasures, which was a fatal temptation for him, especially since his subordinates were treasure hunting cat people, which made it more convenient for him to hunt for treasures. There was no reason to leave it unused. After this period of development, he is able to protect himself. Although his combat power cannot compare with that of the undead, he is not afraid of small and medium-sized tribes. If he cannot defeat them, he can just run away. The race controlled by Lu Xingxing, the treasure-hunting cat people, have only SOSO combat effectiveness. They have many types of soldiers, but most of them are auxiliary types. There are not many real combat types. Their main job is treasure hunting after all. But the combat effectiveness of the treasure-hunting cat people fortress is very strong. The treasure-hunting catman fortress and the skeleton undead fortress are completely two different types of fortresses. The skeleton undead fortress is the more traditional one, while the treasure-hunting catman fortress is very powerful and almost technological. Each building can be installed with accessories. In addition to accessories that help with treasure hunting, combat weapon accessories can also be installed. Lu Xingxing had previously told Li Ziyu mysteriously that as long as he could get the blueprints, he could build a cannon in his fortress. He even saw a big bomb called Fat Boy, but it could not be manufactured because it required blueprints, like a cannon. When fighting with the coalition forces, Lu Xingxing mainly relied on the combat power of the fortress, with the treasure-hunting cats as assistants, and basically fought with the help of the fortress. Now that he had the ability to protect himself and was no longer threatened by the coalition forces, he could no longer suppress the urge to go out and search for treasure. Okay, I agree. But you have to be careful about your safety, and never do anything like digging up other people's ancestral graves again, Li Ziyu said with a smile. Boss, can we not talk about this anymore? It's just a small embarrassing thing, and you still blame me every day. Lu Xingxing looked aggrieved. Zhang Peng, what about you? What is your goal? Li Ziyu turned and looked at Zhang Peng again. To continue expanding the trade routes, I plan to spend some time digging a cave network underground in this wasteland, Zhang Peng said. His purpose is exactly the same as before, and has not changed because of defeating the coalition forces. He and Li Ziyu met because of business, and he still does so now. At the same time, he plans to build his own intelligence network. The advantage of the mole man is that he can lurk underground and move through passages like subway tunnels. If he can dig up enough passages underground, not only can he reach anywhere unimpeded, but his safety will also be greatly enhanced. The underground passages will become like a maze, and even if enemies attack, he can remain calm. Your idea is good. I support you. Li Ziyu gave Zhang Peng a thumbs up. After thinking for a while, he continued, now that you two are talking, I have an idea. There shouldn't be any force in this wasteland that can stop us. We can first consider spending some time to transform this place, and turn it into a base for us to transport resources. A rear base. We will eventually go out. This is where we started. If we manage this place well, we will have roots. Li Ziyu became more and more excited as he spoke. He felt that he had found his goal. The mobile fortress could allow them to travel through other worlds. But resources were fixed, just like the Mountain of the Dead. Even if Li Ziyu left, he would not be able to take the Mountain of the Dead with him. If he wanted to obtain resources, he needed to stop and develop. Now a great opportunity lies before him. As long as he can manage this wasteland, many resource problems will be solved. Although this place is remote and barren, there is little competition, and there are almost no powerful races. Oh, by the way, boss, you mentioned about leaving. I have some information to tell you. Zhang Peng suddenly thought of something and said to Li Ziyu. Go on. Li Ziyu nodded and motioned Zhang Peng to continue. I may know what's going on with Batubu. I recently looked through the war reports and found a report about the war in the central area of the wilderness. It was ignored because it was written too unprofessionally. The report said that the time travelers in the central area established an alliance and fought a head-on battle with those powerful indigenous tribes. Zhang Peng said seriously. What's the result? Li Ziyu was shocked. He understood what Zhang Peng meant. Batubu should be a member of the coalition of time travelers. It is completely understandable that the time travelers in the central area united to go to war with the powerful indigenous tribes. There were rumors before that the powerful tribes in the central area were capturing time travelers everywhere and researching mobile fortresses. This brought great crisis to the time travelers. They were not friendly to the time travelers at all. In order to develop and survive, everyone certainly cannot leave the other side alone. This is probably the reason why the war eventually developed into a war. Batubu should be a member of the coalition of time travelers and should be on the losing side. I just don't know whether he failed and ran away, or the coalition as a whole failed. The coalition of time travelers lost, and it was a terrible loss. Many mobile fortresses were destroyed directly on the battlefield. It is said that there were more than 100 time travelers, big and small, who participated in the battle, but only a few dozen strong ones escaped. Zhang Peng told Li Ziyu the outcome of the coalition of time travelers in the battle report. About 100 time travelers? Li Ziyu's eyes widened. It was hard for him to imagine how powerful this force was. Including himself, there were only 3 time travelers around him, but they were already able to fight against the Cancer Coalition. Then, what kind of enemy was the coalition composed of more than 100 time travelers facing? Even so, not only did they fail to easily defeat the powerful tribe, they were also defeated, and even dozens of time travelers died directly on the battlefield. What is the current situation of the powerful tribes in the central area? He remembered that when he first met Batubu, Batubu told him that he was not here to cause trouble, but to find an ally. Li Ziyu finally understood what Batubu meant. The other world is far from being as simple as he thought. And the time travelers are not like those in novels, with the halo of the protagonist. Their enemies are not just each other. There are many powerful races in the other world, and the time for those races to develop is far beyond imagination. They are simply not comparable to the current time travelers. This is like the comparison between the top students and the rich second generation in later generations. What they said actually makes sense. You have studied hard for 10 years. So why should you surpass what 3 generations of mine have accumulated and worked hard for? The development speed of the time travelers is indeed frighteningly fast. But after all, time is here. Even the first group of time travelers have only been in this world for less than a year. Why do we think that a race that has developed for hundreds or thousands of years is nothing? No matter how great the potential is, it still takes time and resources. It is impossible that you can wipe out the development of the indigenous people of the other world over such a long period of time in less than a year. This is unreasonable. Zhang Peng's words made Li Ziyu calm down and think carefully. He was originally thinking about getting out as soon as possible, but now it seems that he was overthinking. If he ran out without being fully prepared, he would probably end up never coming back. Living in a remote corner has both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage is that there are fewer resources and development is slow. The advantage is that there are fewer enemies, and it is more stable and safer. If he had been in the central area when he first crossed over, things might not have developed to what they are now. I understand. Li Ziyu nodded to Zhang Peng with a serious expression. No matter what Zhang Peng meant by this information, it at least reminded him, if you want to leave here and go to the wider world outside, you need to prepare a lot. Intelligence is one of them, and Batubu is the best candidate. It seems that you have to strengthen your contact with this brother. After chatting with Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng for a while, the two left. Night is the time when the undead are active. But Li Ziyu is not sleepy at all, and is very energetic. The cemetery still needs time to build. So he has nothing to do, so he simply starts to study how to upgrade the fortress. Li Ziyu's current fortress level is level 3, which has reached the highest level of the fortress. The next level of the fortress is the fortress, which requires 100,000 units of bones, 50,000 units of soul energy, 50,000 units of stone, 50,000 units of wood. These 4 basic materials are easy to get it for Li Ziyu. It is not called a matter. In addition to 2 basic materials, 100 units of soul crystals, 100 units of sacrifice bones, 3,000 units of 3,000 units, 3,000 units, blood crystals, and 1,000 units of death crystals. Li Ziyu looked at the material and grabbed the scalp. What kind of thing is this? Listening to the strangeness. It is something that I can't use. I have never heard of it. I have seen it. It is really a ghost. Well, go to the warehouse and turn it over. In the gains of the coalition forces, there are many strange things. Some things do not know what use at that time, so they thrown directly into the warehouse. I do not know if there is an upgrade. Li Ziyu opened the warehouse interface and looked around inside. Surprisingly, there really were some. Among those strange trophies were sacrificial bones and blood crystals. The sacrificial bones are obtained from the coalition priests. According to the system's introduction, these bones are the skeletons of the ancestors of the tribe. After a long period of sacrifice, special energy will gather on them. Through the secret method of the priests to stimulate, they can summon the spirits of the ancestors. This is a special item for use by a designated race. The sacrificial bones that Li Ziyu obtained were all from the Lizardman tribe. The head hunt was originally human. After becoming the head hunting, they ran around in order to survive. Where can they consider their ancestors? The meat they eat yesterday is the meat of the older generation of hunting. They do not have the worship of the ancestors of the orcs, let alone the establishment of the altar, not to mention the goblins. They probably don't know what their ancestors are. These green-skinned dwarfs don't care about food or drink, and their brains are full of sex, so they dare to attack any animal. There is no chance for them to offer sacrifices to their ancestors, but it is possible for them to offer sacrifices to the devil. As for the lizardmen, they are a true orc tribe and have always had the habit of worshipping their ancestors. This is also the custom of almost all orc tribes. The Taboo Tauren also worship their ancestors. There are also lizards in the coalition army. Otherwise, Li Ziyu will not get the bones of sacrifice. Blood crystals are so mysterious as no sacrifice bones, and strong as a certain point will condense blood. And when the system decomposes these powerful soldiers, these sperm blood will be condensed to form blood crystals. There were many powerful warriors in the coalition forces, and they had condensed a lot of blood crystals, enough for him to use. Solve the bone and blood crystals of the sacrifice, and place it alone. There is no fixed pattern for the bones used for sacrifice, as long as they are the remains of ancestors. So it does not necessarily have to be a particular part of the body. The bones used for sacrifice include skulls, arm bones, leg bones, and Li Ziyu even saw cervical vertebrae and hip joints. The appearance of these bones was also different. Some were black, as if they had been burnt, the kind that even a dog wouldn't chew on. Others were shiny, and as smooth and warm as jade. One could tell at a glance that they had been taken away by countless old men. It is usually difficult to obtain sacrificial bones. After all, these things are controlled by priests, and they are treasures that priests try their best to protect. If you want to get them, you don't know how many tribes you will have to go to war with. The priest's status in the tribe is quite high. It is impossible to watch people outside the tribe take away the sacrifice bones. It is not much different from grabbing the bone of sacrifice and the ancestral tomb of the family, and it is impossible for others not to live. But after the coalition battle, many priests died on the battlefield, allowing Li Ziyu to harvest enough sacrificial bones, not to mention 100 units. Even if he doubled it, it would be enough. The blood crystals condensed from the essence of powerful warriors are good stuff for many races that rely on blood training to become stronger. They are like a panacea, just like the soul fire of the undead to demonize creatures. Li Ziyu took them out and looked at them curiously. They were coin-sized ruby-like crystals with irregular and multi-shaped shapes. Li Ziyu got tens of thousands of blood crystals this time. He felt that the value of this stuff should be very high, especially for races such as vampires. For the bone dead spirit, the value of blood crystals is really not high. After all, it is a pile of bones, let alone blood. Don't even want to find them on them. What is the use of blood crystals for the undead? There are only two resources left, soul crystals and death crystals. They sound like they are related to the undead, but they are not found in the spoils of war. Li Ziyu has never seen these two resources before, and has no idea what they look like. I often heard about soul crystals in games in my previous life, but this is reality. Where can I get a crystal mine? Not to mention soul crystals. Even if it is a crystal, I have never seen one since I came to this other world. The upgrade of the undead fortress was stuck with resources, which made Li Ziyu a little anxious. He frowned and looked unhappy. Master, what's wrong with you? What worries can tell Meiji? Meiji saw Li Ziyu's appearance, floating over, and floating around him tenderly, with a sense of soothing in his voice. As a ghost and a fox G, Meiji's mental strength is very powerful. Under her soothing, Li Ziyu's brows slowly opened, and a long breath was highlighted. I need 2 materials, but I have never seen them before, and I don't know where to get them, Li Ziyu said softly. The 4 fox girls are as beautiful as flowers and different postures. They are thin and thin. Unfortunately, they are ghosts. They know that they are so cold and ice-like, making Li Ziyu very calm. Other actions dare not. But there is no problem with him. Chapter 184 Death Crystal. Oh! I don't know what kind of material the owner needs. It is better to talk to our sisters. Maybe our sisters have seen it. He heard that Li Ziyu was a headache because of the material, and Meiji flashed a light in his eyes, and continued to say softly, They, the Fox Princesses, are not useless. As royal family members of the Balefit Orc Empire, they are superior to millions of people. They have come into contact with, and know a lot of things. They have seen all kinds of strange and weird materials. At the time, the big businessmen and the Palekite orcs, the Fox people occupied half of the seats. They were not only intelligent, but also well known. After Meiji said this, Li Ziyu suddenly realized that just because he didn't know didn't mean that others didn't know. He still had millions of ghosts from various empires. Maybe they knew. Even if they said for a long time, they couldn't find 2 resources, but gave him a picture to let him know what the stuff looks like. And he can let Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing help find it. TSK. The brain is rigid and not flexible. The 2 materials I need are Soul Crystal and Death Crystal. Do you know? Li Ziyu looked at Meiji expectantly and asked. Meiji was stunned when she heard this and blinked her eyes. As for soul crystals, I'm not too sure. But as for death breath, we ghosts have death breath. But it's all in gaseous form. Not the death breath crystals that the master needs. Yes. Is there no death in the death of death? To ghosts, this breath of death is as common as breathing air to humans. The breath of death is emanating from and surrounding their bodies at all times. The reason why the ghost is so cold and the ice is the same as the ice. It has the credit of death. And the death can also interfere with people's emotions. If the control is not good, let the death spread. It will unconsciously feel the fear, and even have hallucinations. See those things that make them fear. With death, after research, it will be possible to get dead crystallization. Li Ziyu patted his head and became excited. Meiji, make some death. I tried to see if it can condense the death, Li Ziyu said excitedly. Meiji was a little hesitant, but looking at Li Ziyu's excited eyes, she smiled coquettishly, nodded, stepped back a few meters, and slowly exhaled. Li Ziyu looked at Meiji happily, and Meiji looked at Li Ziyu, and the 2 looked at each other for a full minute. Where's the death signal? Li Ziyu couldn't help asking when he saw Meiji hadn't made any move. It's done. Didn't you just breathe a sigh of relief? Meiji blinked and explained in a low voice. Li Ziyu. Only then did he remember that Meiji did exhale just now. But he didn't notice it at the time. And it turned out to be the action of her releasing the breath of death. Let's do it again. I wasn't prepared just now. Li Ziyu scratched his head and said to Meiji. Meiji nodded, waiting for Li Ziyu to start. She exhaled slowly. This time Li Ziyu saw clearly that the airflow coming out of Meiji's cherry-like mouth was mixed with a faint gray-black color. Perhaps because the amount of death breath was too small. The gray-black gas quickly dissipated as soon as it reached the air. After waiting for a while, the system did not issue any prompts. Is it because the distance is too far? That's right. The amount of death breath sprayed out by Meiji is not much. And the distance is several meters, so it is difficult for the system to collect it. Meiji, you come forward and get closer. Li Ziyu waved to Meiji. Meiji moved forward a few steps and looked up at Li Ziyu. No. It's too far away. Stand in front of me. Li Ziyu shook his head, pointing to the ground in front of him. Master, you are the body of human beings, and it is not good for your body to contact with you. Meiji hesitated and advised. Well, it shouldn't be a problem if we have less contact. Come over here. Li Ziyu thought about it and still insisted. Anyway, it's just an experiment. It's just hooliganism to talk about toxicity without considering the quantity. Li Ziyu doesn't believe that Meiji can kill him with a breath of death. If she has such ability, then the ghost will be invincible. Meiji no longer insisted and floated in front of Li Ziyu. Let me breathe a sigh of death. Li Ziyu waved his hand. Meiji exhaled carefully, and the deadly smoke like death spread. because it was close. Li Ziyu looked very realistic this time. And at the same time felt deeper. Cool. So cool. It felt like standing in a cold storage. Li Ziyu shivered from the cold, and his head became confused for a moment. He felt inexplicably depressed. As the dead dissipated in the air, everything returned to normal. Li Ziyu froze. And the system still did not prompt. What is going on? Why is there no system prompt? Without the system's help, how can I collect the death breath and condense it into death breath crystals? Without Li Ziyu saying anything, Meiji had already read the result from his face and stood silently beside him. Death breath crystal. Death breath crystal. I found the death breath. But how can I turn the death breath into crystals? Li Ziyu lost his previous excitement and became a little irritable. Master! Master! At this moment, Ling Ji floated in front of Li Ziyu and shouted with a crispy voice. Ling Ji was different from the other 3 Fox Ji. Her image was like those pure sister-in-law in school, with a taste of her spoiler. And this girl was smart and cold. She could make a piece of happiness in the hearts of everyone. Seeing Ling Ji over, Li Ziyu put away the irritability in his heart and smiled. What's wrong? Master, I also want to help you. But I have never seen the death breath crystal. I just have a guess. Ling Ji said carefully with her big eyes full of cleverness. Well, talk about it. What's the guess? Li Ziyu nodded. This girl likes to pretend to be tender, although she is no longer knowing how many years old ghosts are. They can't compare the tender cat girl sisters. They can always ignore her age and treat her as a little sister. Master, promise first that you won't scold me even if I guess wrong. Ling Ji pouted and said coquettishly. Having been with Li Ziyu for some time, she is already familiar with her behavior and knows that even if she said something wrong, Li Ziyu would not scold her for it. She says this now just to maintain her own image. Fox people are smart, let alone a fox princess. It's normal for her to have 800 thoughts. Ling Ji said silently in her heart. Okay. You tell me. Even if you guess wrong, I won't scold you. Li Ziyu was amused by Ling Ji and said in a doting tone. Then, Master, come with me. Ling Ji nodded obediently and said to Li Ziyu. Then turned and floated towards a corner. Li Ziyu stood up and followed Ling Ji to the corner, where there was a soul coffin. Could it be that Ling Ji found the death breath crystal and put it in the soul coffin? Li Ziyu was guessing in his heart. Here. Master. Look. Ling Ji stopped in front of the soul coffin, waved to Li Ziyu, and pointed at the soul coffin and called out crisply, with doubt in his heart. Li Ziyu came to Ling Ji to look at the soul coffin. The soul coffin was the same as before. There was nothing abnormal. Li Ziyu could not see anything. He turned to look at Ling Ji, confusion in his eyes, not knowing what she wanted him to see. Oh! It's here! It's here! Seeing this, Ling Ji leaned closer to the soul coffin, pointed at the gap between the bones, and asked Li Ziyu to look carefully. Li Ziyu approached, looking at the gap between the bones, and couldn't help but stunned. He saw a small ball sandwiched between 2 bones. It was about the same size as the glass marbles he played with as a child. It was crystal clear and pure white, but in the center of the ball was a dark mass. What is this? He seldom used the soul coffin. Most of the time, the soul coffin was placed in a corner. He had never examined the soul coffin as carefully as he did now. And naturally, he did not know that these small marbles were hidden in the cracks between the bones. Master, is this the crystallization you want? Ling Ji asked with the big eyes. I don't know how to find these beads. Li Ziyu asked while looking at those little beads. I just discovered it by accident some time ago. Ling Ji said, as a matter of course. Ling Ji has a lively personality, but in fact, she is the finest one of the 4 foxy centers. She likes to observe, and is good at discovering hidden things. The lively appearance is also her cover color. The simple silly white sweetness cannot stand out of the superior fox girl. It can become a fox G. Naturally, it will not be a silly white sweetness that only rely on her appearance. After listening to Ling Ji's words, Li Ziyu nodded and stretched out his hand towards the small bead. The soul coffin was his property, and was completely under his control. With a thought, the bones on the soul coffin moved, causing the small bead to fall down. Li Ziyu hurriedly stopped it, passed to the eyes with 2 fingers, and left the system analysis after a while. What is this? It is material or the like. The system can give accurate positioning. But it is difficult to say that the processed items are not easy to say. There are too many items in the world, and the function is strange. It is afraid that the function of all items can be made clear, but the materials are different. There are so many materials, and there are information in the system. Death Breath Crystal Special Material. Introduction. A large number of deaths are condensed. The SHL is hard, transparent, and has certain life attributes. It can be sealed and can accommodate the number of horrible deaths inside. Once the SHL is broken, the dead will spread rapidly. Oh shit. It really is the crystal of the breath of death. Li Ziyu's eyes widened, and he looked at the little bead unbelievable, and was still distressed. He didn't expect to be by his side, and he was stupid and never realized. So he couldn't wait to slap himself. He thought that the death breath crystal would be the same as the blood crystal, and should be in the shape of a pure black irregular polyhedron. However, who would have thought that the death breath crystal would actually be in the shape of a glass marble? And the introduction is also a bit weird. The SHL also has life attributes. Why does it have the opposite attributes that are completely condensed from death? This means the end of death is life, and the end of destruction is creation? Play Tai Chi with me here. It doesn't matter. As long as he has found it, it's good. He just saw that there are many such beads among the bones in the soul coffin. A rough look shows that the number is definitely more than 1,000. He has found another material for upgrading to the fortress. Ling Ji. Do it beautifully. Remember you. Li Ziyu looked at Ling Ji with joy and raised his thumbs to show the road. It's not that good. Ling Ji looked shy and transformed into a pair of white and tender little feet, drawing circles on the ground with her toes. Li Ziyu smiled again, squatted down, let the soul coffin move, and remove the dead crystallization. It is easy to understand why there are death breath crystals on the soul coffin. After all, millions of dead souls live in the soul coffin. Death breath will naturally escape when they go in and out. And obviously, the soul coffin has collected all these death breaths and condensed them into death breath crystals. Collect all the dead crystals. And Li Ziyu discovered that there were actually more than 4,000. Enough. Now there is only one material left. The soul crystal. The 4 fox princesses had never seen a soul crystal before, so they didn't know where it was. But they promised to help Li Ziyu ask other ghosts to see if they knew anything. The materials for upgrading the fortress were almost gathered in a blink of an eye, which made Li Ziyu in a good mood. Time passed quickly. A little. 5 days have passed. The main city building, the cemetery, has finally been completed. Li Ziyu walked out of the main building of the fortress and looked at the tall new building excitedly. The big graveyard is a huge building. It covers a large area. The height even exceeds the main building. The appearance is a dark pyramid image. It is half a meter of height of each brick, all of which are condensed by bones. The strange patterns, symbols, and secrets are full of mystery. At the top of the cemetery, there is also a gemstone like eyes. The gem is blue, exuding energy fluctuations, while the central pupils are green, like cat eyes, and gems are slowly rotating, as if the eyes are observing the quartet. It's magnificent. But, is that all? Li Ziyu walked around the cemetery and scratched his head. It seemed too ordinary. It was grand indeed, but as a main city-level building that consumed a lot of resources, it was a bit unreasonable and seemed a bit ordinary. He wondered if he could go in and take a look. Just as this thought came to his mind, the black bricks in front of him suddenly made a crackling sound and moved automatically, revealing a door. Wow! This is magic. The scene in front of him reminded Li Ziyu in the film Harry Potter movie, to the diagonal lane and the wall movement. It cannot be said that it is very similar. It can only be said to be exactly the same. The passage ahead was dark and ominous, but Li Ziyu felt no fear. Are you kidding? I built the cemetery. It's my building. How can I die in my own building? He stepped into the darkness. After the whole person entered, the brick made a click again, and he returned to the previous appearance. The noise behind him made Li Ziyu turn his head to look, and then he fell into pitch darkness. This is nonsense. I can't see anything. I can't even see the road clearly. How can I walk? A ball of dark blue flame suddenly ignited in the air, and then more and more flames burned, illuminating the surroundings. Li Ziyu found that in a wide passage. He was curious to look around. The walls on both sides were composed of skulls, and those blue flames were the soul fire in the skull. But it burned more stronger than the normal skeleton soul fire. The skull of the soul fire was just a piece around him. Looking at the distance, he still reached out the darkness of the 5 fingers. It is indeed a large cemetery. It is indeed the case. It makes it like the bone hall of the underground tomb. Having had many contacts with skeletons and undead, Li Ziyu was not afraid of skeletons at all. He was calm and walked forward along the passage. As he moved, the soul fire was like the sound control light, and it continued to light up and illuminated everything in front. After walking out of 10 meters, a huge statue of several meters high appeared on both sides of the channel. Li Ziyu raised his head and looked at both sides. The 2 fronts in front were skeletal dead spirits and junior bone warriors. Going forward was the intermediate bone warrior and senior skeleton warrior. Then all kinds of soldiers appeared one by one. Most of the arms. Li Ziyu had not seen it, but the arms he had developed in the statues were displayed. Chapter 185. Inside the cemetery. Walking around Li Ziyu, he found that the color of the statue is still different. The bones that he has already mastered the bones. Skeletal warriors, long bones long archer, and bone short archer of the bones are all white and flawless, with a smooth feeling of the stock. And those soldiers he have never seen and developed are stones. Gray. And the surface is rude. After walking forward for a long time, it is still in the passage. On both sides were the statue. Li Ziyu is a little impatient. I just started to see these statues are spectacular and novel. But I looked a lot, and I felt it didn't mean to see it. That's why. And I was a little tired. There is only one displayed promenade inside the entire tomb. What did I build this? After walking for such a long time, it would not be possible to turn back. How would I explain it to Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng when they asked me about it? Boss, what's inside your big black pyramid? Oh, there's a corridor with statues on both sides. Huh? What statues? A larger version of the skeleton. Thinking about this kind of conversation, Li Ziyu covered her face. Let's go forward and see what's going on in front of us. When he took a step forward, he found that the scenery in front of him trembled slightly, and a circular arch several meters high appeared. Behind the arch was still darkness. Li Ziyu didn't rush in this time, but touched his chin. Something seemed to be wrong. When he came in, he just thought about it, and a door opened in the cemetery. After entering, he couldn't see anything. He thought about it again, and then the soul fire lit up. Now he didn't want to walk through the passage. So an archway appeared? He didn't say what he was thinking. The previous 2 times, he ignored it because of excitement, but he paid attention to it this time. Is the cemetery alive, and can it read minds? Li Ziyu frowned slightly, and he didn't understand. He looked around with his head. Forget it. Let's put this matter aside for now. Let's go and study what is behind the arch. I hope I can reach the core directly. Li Ziyu stepped into the arch. Flames rose up, and the scene in front of him became bright. Li Ziyu looked up, and saw the same ossuary with skulls neatly arranged in a row. The gaps between the skulls were filled with bones. Neatly arranged. This is a vast space. There are half of the size of the football field. The ground is covered with flat bricks. The dark red lines form a large array. And there is a huge throne in the middle of the large formation. Li Ziyu walked towards the throne and stood in front of it. He felt more and more how huge the throne was. The backrest was at least 5 or 6 meters high. Li Ziyu was like a child in front of the throne. Is this thing made for giants? After complaining in his heart, Li Ziyu walked up the stairs step by step and slowly sat on the throne. Boom! A large amount of information flowed directly into his mind, causing a stabbing pain in his head, forcing him to bend down and cover his forehead. It took a long time for Li Ziyu to recover. He was breathing heavily and his tense body relaxed. The pain just now made him sweat, but there was a look of joy in his eyes. No wonder it is a main city-level building. It is strong. Really strong. The flow of information is about the large cemetery. There are all kinds of information in it. All the brains have given him. Now Li Ziyu has just received the information, but has not digested the information. Sitting up with the help of the armrest of the throne, Li Ziyu became more and more excited. This huge cemetery is a treasure house. The space in the big graveyard is different from the outside. It is a bit similar to the folding space. The space inside is far greater than the outside. There are a variety of rooms. The room he is in is the central room, the most important. And this throne is the console that controls everything. In addition to acting as a console, the throne also has another ability. It can give Li Ziyu's ability to transform. At a critical time, he can make Li Ziyu undead with powerful combat effectiveness. Of course, if Li Ziyu wants to use this ability, he has to pay a price. Every time he transforms, it is equivalent to dying once. While gaining powerful strength, he will also lose his life. Fortunately, as a city lord, as long as the fortress is not destroyed, he will not die. The ability to transform is used at critical moments. Under normal circumstances, Li Ziyu will not use this ability. Li Ziyu's previous speculation is indeed correct. This building is alive and has spirit. The spirit of the Graveland is completely loyal to Li Ziyu. It can perceive what Li Ziyu thinks. So Li Ziyu wants to go to any position of the cemetery, and the spirit can help him realize. However, the cemetery had just been built, and the spirit was still very weak. It could control the cemetery, but it could not show up, nor could it communicate with Li Ziyu. After getting information from the Graveland, Li Ziyu finally understood what the big cemetery is. It is indeed a main city-level building, but it is not the same as the main building of the Undead. The large cemetery belongs to defensive buildings. All capabilities are related to defense. For example, the eye on the ground has a reconnaissance function. When Li Ziyu is not using it, it will conduct reconnaissance on its own and organize the surrounding information. If an enemy appears, the cemetery will issue an early warning to Li Ziyu. If Li Ziyu operates it himself, it is like using a telescope and can see very far away. In addition to the telescope, of course, the eyes also have other functions. Consuming soul energy, it can emit laser-like attacks. The power is not small, but the consumption is a bit large. Of course, these are additional capabilities. The real ability of the big cemetery is to produce bones and undead. This move is very powerful, but also very annoying. The powerful part is that even if Li Ziyu does not give the order, the cemetery will continue to create undead and store them in the internal space. The annoying part is that these undead are not under Li Ziyu's control. They act on their own and are purely defensive forces. In other words, if Li Ziyu attacks other people, the undead in the cemetery will ignore him and say, "You can fight if you want. It has nothing to do with me." But if the enemy reaches the fortress platform, the cemetery will enter defense mode and release the undead stored inside to attack the enemy. Except that the undead will not obey Li Ziyu's words to attack. The types of undead summoned by the cemetery are also not returned to Li Ziyu's tube. Completely liberalized. And they will not consume Li Ziyu's resources anyway. If I fall, the most important ability will have nothing to do with me. Li Ziyu rolled her eyes in anger. The reason why he wanted to make the big cemetery is to see the ability of the large cemetery to give birth to the sea, collect soul energy, and the ability to give birth to the bones of the bones. It is true that everything is automated, but it is none of your business, whether it is summoning the undead or dispatching them. Li Ziyu feels like he is purely unjust. But the building has already been built, and the resources have already been spent. What can he do? Is he going to tear it down? Even if it is demolished, the resources will not be returned. Let's bear it. Just build a defense tower to increase the security of the fortress. The function of the cemetery can still be developed in some way, and we can think about going deeper into other aspects. However, it has just been built, and Li Ziyu has no idea for the time being. He plans to study it slowly later. According to the information in his mind, the spirits in the cemetery can continue to grow and need to absorb the soul energy dissipated in the air. Li Ziyu can't help much. As soon as they came out of the cemetery, the fox princesses ran over and told Li Ziyu a good news. They might have found the soul crystal. You really found the soul crystal? Where did you find it? Li Ziyu was surprised to hear fox princess words and asked hurriedly. Upgrading the fortress to the fortress was bad. The soul crystal was not expected to be a double happiness today. Not only did it build a large cemetery, but also the news of the soul crystal. Seeing Li Ziyu so happy, the fox G's face also smiled. And his heart must understand that the soul crystal must have a great effect on him. Master, don't get excited. What we found may not be the soul crystal. We are just guessing. Just guessing. Ling Ji emphasized cautiously. Li Ziyu waved his hand indifferently. Last time, Ling Ji also guessed about the death breath crystal. But the fact proved that what she discovered was the death breath crystal. This time, the soul crystal is most likely the same. Even if what they found was not a soul crystal, it didn't matter. As long as it was material, it would be valuable. Even if they couldn't use it themselves, They could give it to Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng. Even if they couldn't use it, they could trade it to other time travelers and city lords. It would always be valuable. It doesn't matter. Where is the soul crystal you found? Li Ziyu waved his hand, signaling Ling Ji not to worry about these things. In the mountains. Ling Ji stretched his fingers to point the direction of the Soul Mountains, and said crispy, "Ah? Soul crystal in the mountains of the dead?" Li Ziyu asked in surprise. The mountains of the dead are now filled with the undead, and there are even more undead digging for bones in the belly of the mountain. However, with so many undead, they have not discovered the existence of the soul crystal. When Meiji saw Li Ziyu, he came to explain. This soul crystal was really not discovered by their Fox Ji, but the information given by other ghosts. If the ghost did not mention, they could not remember the existence of suspected soul crystals in the Dead Soul Mountains. The ghosts have lived in the mountains of the dead for who knows how many years. They cannot leave the mountains, but can travel through them. It can be said that they are familiar with everything in the mountains. The reason why Fox Princess didn't remember it for a while was because of this sense of familiarity. Li Ziyu wanted the soul crystal, but the Fox girls had never seen a soul crystal, so they felt that it must be some kind of magical treasure. Instead, they ignored the items around them. It was really a case of being in the dark about the light. They asked the ghosts, thinking that with so many ghosts, there must be some clues. But who would have thought that after asking for a long time, no one had ever seen the soul crystal. Until just now, a ghost suddenly found them and told them a piece of news. They didn't know about the soul crystal, but they knew about the crystal. The crystal was hidden in the mountains of the dead. And those crystals are not the same as normal crystals, and they will emit hazy light. If they are alive, they will be used as a baby to mine. But they are already ghost. The crystal has no effect on them, just appreciation. This kind of crystal was discovered by the ghosts when they were wandering in the mountains. After the ghosts reminded them, the Fox Princesses suddenly remembered that this was indeed the case, and they had seen those crystals before. Thinking of the hazy light on the crystal, it is obviously not all things. In addition, this crystal grows around the ghost. They doubt whether these crystals are the soul crystals that Li Ziyu wants to look for. After listening to Meiji's explanation, Li Ziyu felt that it was indeed possible. The death breath crystal was condensed from the death breath emitted by ghosts collected by the soul coffin. The soul crystal might be the same. Millions of ghosts gathered together, even if they were just spreading unconsciously. With such a huge number and such a long period of accumulation, it is absolutely possible for soul crystals to grow inside the mountain. Go. Let's take a look now. Li Ziyu decided to enter the mountain, and went to find the hazy and bright crystal in the mouth of Huji. They led the Fox Princesses back into the Ghost Mountain through the passage, where the undead transported bones. Along the way, the Fox Princesses were quite emotional. It was here that they were trapped in the first place. They had lived here for countless years, and since they left, they had never thought of coming back. Entering the innermost space, even though the undead had been transporting the bones non-stop, the number of bones inside did not decrease much and was still piled up like a mountain. Seeing so many bones, Li Ziyu couldn't help but smile. For others, mountains of gold and silver are treasures. But for him, these bones are the real gold and silver. No, he would not exchange them even if he was given mountains of gold and silver. How do you go next? Li Ziyu looked up at the bones accumulated in the mountains, and turned to look at the 4 Fox Ji behind him. Master, don't be anxious. We haven't been back for a long time. Let us first determine our location. Meiji said coquettishly, and gave Bing Ji a look. Bing Ji immediately drilled into the skeleton mountain and disappeared. They were all in spirit form, and neither the soil of the bone mountain nor the soul mountain could stop them. After a long while, Bing Ji finally emerged from the bone mountain and returned to Li Ziyu. Did you find it? Li Ziyu hurried forward and asked. Found it. They are everywhere around, and there are more of them over there. Bing Ji pointed to a place and said to Li Ziyu. Nothing to say. Dig. Li Ziyu summoned a dozen skeletons and let them dig in the direction of Bing Ji's fingers. A dozen skeleton undeads walked forward silently and began to dig, but there were too many bones in front of them. After digging for a long time, they didn't make much progress. There were too many bones, like a wall blocking them, and if they continued like this, there was a risk of the piled up bones collapsing. Li Ziyu thought about it. Summon more bones and dead spirits, and let them do it together, not only to dig out a passage, but also to make some support. not to dug the bone mountain. Outside this cave is a thick layer of soil. If the support is lost and the cave collapses, it would be a big trouble. With help, the skeleton undead increased their speed. While digging inwards, they stood the bones upright to support the surrounding bones. Gradually, a mine-like passage was formed on the bone mountain, leading directly to the mountain. After digging for 2 hours, a skeleton undead came to report that they had reached the soil layer. Li Ziyu asked Bing Ji to go in and guide the skeleton undead on the next digging route. Bing Ji nodded and floated into the mine. Li Ziyu was waiting anxiously outside. The kung fu was not very large. Bing Ji floated out, and followed by a bone-dead spirit, and came to Li Ziyu through the bone mountains deep and shallow. Did you find it? Li Ziyu asked hurriedly. Fortunately. Don't humiliate. Bing Ji nodded, motioned to the skeleton's dead spirit. The skeleton undead staggered over, and spread out his palm in front of Li Ziyu. In his hand was a palm-sized prism-shaped crystal, which he showed to Li Ziyu. Chapter 186. Rising to the Fortress. Li Ziyu took the crystal from the skeleton undead. The rhombus crystal looks ordinary at first glance, but it feels like holding an ice cube in your hand. The crystal is light blue with a faint blue glow, just like looking at the sea surface while in the water and feeling the sunlight shining down. After admiring it for a while, Li Ziyu asked the system to start identification. Soul Crystal. Introduction. In places with extremely heavy Yin energy, the soul energy wandering in the air will condense into crystal seeds. The crystal seeds will continue to absorb the free soul energy and thus grow. This is the soul crystal. Oh yeah. I found it. It's really the soul crystal. Li Ziyu held the soul crystal and waved his fist excitedly. Seeing this, Fox Princess also knew what was going on. They all smiled and came forward to congratulate him. The last material for upgrading the fortress has been found, which makes him in a good mood. He praises Fox Princess with a smile and expresses his gratitude. The two most troublesome materials were both found with the help of Fox Princess, so I have to thank her for that. How many soul crystals are there? Li Ziyu suddenly thought about it and asked quickly. He needs 100 units of soul crystals. Such a unit is only 1 unit. If there is such a crystal around this, then he will be happy. There are many more, Bing Ji said in a cold tone. She was just like that, a pure and cold beauty. Even though Li Ziyu was their master, she couldn't talk to Li Ziyu with a smile on her face like the other 3 fox princesses. That made her very uncomfortable. Li Ziyu also knew Bing Ji's character and did not care about it. When he heard that there were still many soul crystals, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Dig! Dig them all out, Li Ziyu said with a loud laugh. He waved his hand, and soon a large number of skeleton undead entered the cave, lined up in pairs, and entered the soul crystal mine and began digging. After thinking for a while, Li Ziyu turned back and said to Bing Ji, Bing Ji, I have to trouble you again. Please help me locate the crystal. My undead seems unable to find it. I don't know when I can find the crystal if I keep digging like this. Yes, Master. Bing Ji straightened her chest and raised her head and responded, then floated towards the mine. The other 3 fox princesses looked at Bing Princess with envy. In their minds, it was a great thing that Li Ziyu assigned them a mission, as it meant that Li Ziyu trusted them. And if they could complete the mission, it would definitely add points in Li Ziyu's heart. They have nothing to do every day, just staying with Li Ziyu, which makes them feel uneasy. As subordinates, they are useless. What will be the outcome waiting for them? It's abandoned, with no value. It will eventually be abandoned by the owner. They were all in a superior position before, and they knew the thoughts of the superior too well. Whether they can provide information to Li Ziyu or help Li Ziyu do things, they will be very happy. What they fear most is that they don't have to do anything, which means that Li Ziyu doesn't need them at all. Li Ziyu, who was excited, did not notice the expression on Hu Ji's face. He glanced at the crystal mine in the crystal, and turned to leave the mountain belly cave. He can't stand here. Although he is the master of the undead, he can control the undead, which does not mean that he is the undead. He is still a humanity. The undead cannot care about the Yin here, but he can't do it. Staying in caves in the mountains for a long time will cause the negative energy to constantly erode your body, which is very harmful to your body. At the very least, you will be prone to diseases like rheumatoid arthritis. And at the worst, you may easily lose your life. Li Ziyu left with the Fox Ji, returned to the undead fortress, waiting quietly. With the help of Bing Ji, the skeleton undead dug out the soul crystals very smoothly. Bing Ji would find the crystals in advance, determine the location, and then let the skeleton undead dig along the way. Soon, the soul crystals were carried out one by one. Li Ziyu estimated that he could collect 100 units of soul crystals tonight. Finally, all the materials had been collected. At this time, it was the next night. Li Ziyu looked at the system panel with joy. Excited heart, trembling hand, and pressed the upgrade button. Warm reminder, yes/whether the fortress is upgraded to the fortress. It is expected that the upgrade time will take 10 days. During the upgrade time, the main building of the castle will be unavailable and cannot be built. The main building can't be used. So how am I going to eat and sleep? Li Ziyu has been living in the main building since he traveled through time. Because of upgrades, the main building cannot be used, so he has to move. Fortunately, he had built a large cemetery before, which was also a main city building. Moreover, its solidity and defense were even better than the main building of the fortress, so he would not be left with no place to rest. Upgrade the main building should not be as late as early, and try to finish it as soon as possible. Li Ziyu turned off the system to remind him, started moving, gathered his own things, moved from the main building of the fortress into the central room of the large cemetery, and even the soul coffin was transported by him. It was also the first time for Fox Princess and the two cat girls to enter the cemetery, and their eyes were full of curiosity. Ming Ming and I were already used to staying in the fortress, and they no longer had the fear they had before when seeing the skeletons. Li Ziyu didn't care about them, and let them walk around at will. Soon the Fox G discovered abnormalities. There seemed to be some restrictions in the large cemetery. Even if they were spiritual, they could not pass through the walls of the skulls and bones at will. They could only explore them slowly like two cat women. Click on the system interface and press the upgrade button again. Wow! What's wrong with this? 3 days later, Lu Xingxing returned from the treasure hunt and pointed at the Undead fortress. After he left for a few days, the fort became unknown. Originally, the position of the main building of the Undead was shrouded in the black mist, and the internal situation was unclear. Click on, and the sound of dingling was endless. Not far from the main building of the Undead, there is a giant black building that looks like a pyramid. Its height is even higher than the previous main building of the Undead. At the time, Li Ziyu built a large cemetery. Lu Xingxing knew it. At that time, Li Ziyu was asked, but he did not expect that the big cemetery would be so big. Boss, have you created a wonder? Lu Xingxing followed Li Ziyu to the cemetery, looked up at the tall building, and asked in a strange tone, can the wonders win directly? What is your little child pondering something every day? Li Ziyu took Lu Xingxing's head, took 2 steps forward, and opened a portal. Cool. Is there a baby in it? Lu Xingxing saw the eyes of the portal suddenly bright. Pyramid. Will there be mummy in it? And there will be various gold products. This is a good place for treasure hunting. This was built by me. I am still alive. You said there will be a baby. Li Ziyu said helplessly that the treasure hunting sickness was guilty of Lu Xingxing. Lu Xingxing scratched his head embarrassed and followed Li Ziyu and entered the cemetery. Fortress upgrade? 3 days have passed. Zhang Peng returned, looking at the main building shrouded in the dark mist. He immediately understood and asked in surprise. Li Ziyu nodded. Zhang Peng's response was much better than Lu Xingxing. That's right. Everyone is in the magical world. Not so surprised. Let's go. Go to my big cemetery first. Li Ziyu said, pointed at the black pyramid. Oh, that's the cemetery? Pretty cool. Zhang Peng looked at the cemetery and raised his eyebrows. It was very different from the cemetery in his mind. The black pyramid was too calm and solemn, and there was no such scary feeling. When Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng came back this time, they were attracted by the upgrade of the fortress and simply did not go out again. Every day they were eagerly waiting to see what the fortress would look like after the upgrade. The three returned to chat again, and turned over the chat channel to see the days of the war report. They were comfortable and leisurely, although Li Ziyu had already said that it would take a few days to upgrade. But both of them felt that they had an upgrade day and later. What experience can be learned from this? Not to mention that they control different races. The upgrade is fully automatic. You don't need to worry about anything. What experience can you learn? But in fact, he also understood that the two were worried. After the fortress was upgraded to a fortress, Li Ziyu's main building could not be used. and they were afraid of problems. Whether it is treasure hunting or pioneering underground passage, it is not bad for so many days. So it is guarded by Liziu. It is not possible to help. During the last 4 days of the upgrade, everything went smoothly. There were no unexpected events, and it passed in the blink of an eye. The sun just fell on this day. Lu Xingxing looked around with a habitual probe, but exclaimed, "Boss, there is a change." Ding! Friendly reminder, your fortress has been upgraded to a fortress, and the main building of the fortress has been completed. The main building has resumed normal use. Please confirm the upgrade in time. Confirmation upgrade, yes/no. For more upgrade information, please check the system documentation. Just as Lu Xingxing exclaimed, Liziu also received a system message. He closed the battle report he was reading, jumped up, ran to Lu Xingxing, and looked towards the main building. Zhang Peng also came over when he saw this. After upgrading to the fortress, the main building has grown again, from the original 30 meters to more than 50 meters. The outer wall that was originally built with bones became a black brick and stone outer wall. It looks like the masonry of the large cemetery, which is much stronger than before. And it looks more and more like a castle. It looks better and better. But why did the color change? It doesn't seem harmonious. The surrounding buildings are all white, but the large cemetery and the main building are black. It feels a bit mismatched. Liziu commented in his mind, and suddenly remembered the system prompt to confirm the upgrade. He quickly opened the system and clicked yes. As he confirmed the upgrade, something strange happened. First, the bone plate platform is flipped on the bone plate. It flipped like a scales. The bone plate after the flip quickly was immersed with a layer of black, and the oil was shiny. The mutation of the bone plates was just the beginning. The black color began to spread, and all the skeleton undead buildings were quickly colored, turning from white to black. The skeletons on the buildings were also changing and reorganizing, turning into pieces of black bone bricks and stones, and reforming new buildings. Wow! It's not just the main building that is being renovated. Are they going to renovate my entire mobile fortress? Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng stared with their eyes wide open. This scene was even more impressive than the blockbuster movies they had seen in their previous lives. The Tower of Tab below stared at everything around them in amazement. They didn't know what was going on, but they were not too worried. It's normal for the undead to make some noise. We just need to watch the fun. Tabu Nyo Head was not afraid of the undead, and he was used to doing something when the undead was getting the difference. But this time the movement was a bit big, and they gathered to eat melon. When all buildings become black, new changes have emerged. Black spreads to the edge of the bone board platform, and continues to extend outward. Continuously expand the area of the platform. When the area is expanded, the black bricks continue to fall from the void and stacked upwards. This is a city wall? Liziu's eyes widened. He has long wanted the city wall. As a fortress, there is no city wall. Unfortunately, in the construction page, he did not find the city wall options, and simply made a simple city wall with a light baffle. At this time, the real city wall appeared. The light baffle and collision angle of the original installed, and the edge of the edge was kept in the warehouse, temporarily stored in the warehouse. When it is necessary, Liziu can be installed directly. The changes in the main building, the changes in the architecture, the changes in the bone plates, the changes in the area, everything made Liziu realize that the fortress was upgraded to a fortress. He might have underestimated this upgrade, which might be completely different from the previous upgrades. He opened the system page and called out the fortress information. Skeleton Dead Mobile Castle. Level Fortress Level 1 Area, 2,000 units. Buildings Castle Main Building Fortress. Weapon Workshop 4 units. Armor Workshop 4 units. Skeleton Engine 10 units. Warrior Training Camp 20 units. Large Bone Wheels *16. Small Bone Wheels *32. Cemetery of the Dead *10 1 unit *10. Alien Tomb 10 units. Seal Workshop 4 units. Warehouse 50 units. Archer Training Camp 20 units. Bone Watchtower *4 4 units *4. Edge Spikes *400. Light Baffle *20. Ferocious Horn *1. Race Undead Skeleton. Features skeleton buildings. Some buildings can be transformed into skeletons during combat. Dormant mode cities can be hidden underground. Speed 50 km per hour plus 100 km per hour bone engine. Compared with the previous information, the biggest change this time is the level. from the original level 123 to Fortress 1 level. At the same time, the area has also increased from the original 900 units to the current 2,000 units. No wonder it looks so much bigger. It has more than doubled. Before he continued to study, Lu Xingxing shouted, after building it, "It's the city wall, full of security." Li Ziyu looked up and saw that the city walls of up to 20 meters had stood on the edge of the platform, which seemed extremely heavy. With this circle of city wall protection, it really said to Lu Xingxing, "Full of security. Let's go and take a look." Li Ziyu patted Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing. The three were about to go out when Catwoman and Fox Princess immediately followed them. Seeing their eyes full of curiosity, Li Ziyu smiled slightly, took Fox Princess and Catwoman with him, and left the cemetery. Li Ziyu led his men straight to the main building, which is the most important building. The cemetery was built behind the main building, and they could only see the back of the main building. Now they came to the front, and they took a breath at the same time. This isn't a fortress. It's a castle. They stood in front of the main building of the fortress, which was more than 50 meters high, and looked up. They had a feeling of towering into the clouds. In front of the main building of the fortress was a wide avenue. The ground was also paved with bone plates. But the color of these bone plates was different from the surrounding ones. It was dark gold, and looked more luxurious than the bone plates in other places. In front of the main entrance stood two huge statues nearly 30 meters high. They were two skeletons of the undead, wearing heavy armor and holding lances in their hands. They raised the two lances and crossed them, like loyal guards. The two statues were also black, with 4 sky blue flames burning in their eye sockets. "Boss, this isn't the undead you summoned, is it?" Lu Xingxing looked up at the two statues, swallowed, and asked, "Maybe. Should. It seems they are just sculptures?" Li Ziyu was not sure, given the nature of the undead. As long as there is soul fire, they are alive. He didn't know whether the soul fire was in the eye sockets of these two statues. Chapter 187 Fortress Main Building. "Let's go and talk about it." Zhang Peng glanced at the two and said silently, "Are they here to be funny?" Was scared by the statue at their doorstep? With Zhang Peng's reminder, Li Ziyu immediately nodded and led the two of them inside. Lu Xingxing kept looking up at the two tall stone statues, fearing that the lance would fall down on his head if he was not careful. The two stone statues were so lifelike and oppressive that he had to pay attention. The two stone statues remained motionless until they walked to the door. The stone statue had reached behind them, and Lu Xingxing was relieved. "The gate is open, and you can enter directly." Before entering the main building, Li Ziyu looked at the two gates. They were in the classic skeleton undead style, made of bones. There was a huge skeleton undead image in the center of the two gates, surrounded by many undead in various shapes. And they were still alive and constantly moving. Seeing that Li Ziyu noticed them, the undead spirits saluted him, and then did what they were supposed to do. "Well, great. This is magical." Li Ziyu raised his eyebrows and led his men into the main building. As soon as he entered the main building, Li Ziyu was stunned. Information about the main building was transmitted into his mind. The information was not too much, and it did not give people the feeling of having their heads explode as when information was transmitted from a large cemetery. The information was transmitted in just a few seconds. Li Ziyu turned his head and looked at the two tall stone statues outside. Wow! These two can actually move. The information showed that Lu Xingxing had guessed correctly. The two stone statues were indeed not simple decorations, but the guards of the main building, including those on the gate. They were also the guards of the main building. When the main building was attacked, Li Ziyu could awaken the two stone statues to attack the enemy. Those skeleton undead on the gate do not need to be commanded. They cannot leave the gate, and can only attack when the enemy approaches the gate. "Stars, you are worried about it." Li Ziyu sighed. "Huh?" Lu Xingxing turned his head blankly, not knowing what Li Ziyu meant. Those two outside can indeed move. It's hard to say whether they are undead, but they can fight. Li Ziyu explained with a smile. "Well," Lu Xingxing took a breath. Zhang Peng patted his shoulder and sighed. "Xingxing, everything here belongs to the boss. You don't have to be afraid. Besides, look at the image of the two outside. It is obviously not easy to make them move. There is no need to panic." Lu Xingxing thought about it. It seemed that the same is true, and his mind was settled and returned to normal. Then Li Ziyu introduced them to the new main building. The upgraded main building has a total of 12 floors, except for the 6-meter floor of the first floor. The remaining floors are 4.5 meters high, and each floor has many independent rooms. In addition to being a place to live, it also has warehouse and combat functions. Warriors can be stationed there, and long-range soldiers such as skeleton longbowmen and shortbowmen can be arranged to patrol. There are shooting holes, lookout towers, etc. In addition to these relatively normal fortress functions, the main building also has a magic defense barrier and a special magic dark cloud cover. The magic defense barrier and dark cloud cover are both passive magic that will be activated by themselves. When the enemy launches an attack, the magic defense barrier will automatically start. The defense power is determined by the soul energy. The soul energy in the main building, in addition to the one infused by Li Ziyu, will also be replenished by drawing free energy from the air and the void. But the replenishment speed is relatively slow. Dark cloud cover is an auxiliary magic that will be automatically activated after the sun rises, forming a dark cloud with the power of death and darkness, covering the entire skeleton undead mobile fortress. The undead under the dark cloud will not be affected by the sun, and their combat effectiveness will not be reduced. Just like in the Dark Night, with dark clouds covering the sky, Li Ziyu can now move with a fully combat-capable undead during the day. This magic will also consume soul energy, and the range of masks is only the fortress. After the range of the fort is separated, the undead will still be disturbed by the sun, but there is always no stronger than. That's basically it. The rest, such as enhanced defense and adding more undead to make the fortress more stable, are things that everyone can see, or are abilities that the fortress already had. So Li Ziyu is too lazy to explain them. After Li Ziyu introduced the new main building, Lu Xingxing immediately ran upstairs. "What are you doing?" Zhang Peng couldn't help but ask. "Pick a room. First come, first served. Don't compete with me for a room," Lu Xingxing shouted while running. Zhang Peng covered his face. So many rooms are not enough? The main building has 12 floors. Even if there are only 3 or 4 rooms on each floor, there are still dozens of rooms. Are you still worried that you can't choose a room that you are satisfied with? Xingxing is acting crazy every day. Li Ziyu couldn't help laughing, and he reached out and patted Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng shocked and looked at Li Ziyu in surprise. "Go ahead. Pick one you like," Li Ziyu said with a smile. "Understand?" Zhang Peng grinned, and then disappeared in the place. When Zhang Peng appeared again, he had reached the second floor. Lu Xingxing ran up happily, and he looked up stupid. Why did you run ahead of me?" Lu Xingxing asked blankly. "You have to ask the boss. Who let you run first?" Zhang Peng smiled and turned to choose the room. "Wait. Stop right there and tell me what's going on." Lu Xingxing glared and quickly chased after Zhang Peng. But after chasing for only 2 steps, he realized something was wrong, because Zhang Peng ran 2 steps and suddenly disappeared from his original place as if he had flashed, moved forward a long distance, and quickly left him behind, and even turned back to make faces at him. Lu Xingxing was so angry that he jumped up and down, but he couldn't catch up. He scratched his head, turned around and ran back to the lobby on the first floor. "Boss!" Zhang Peng bullied people. "Did you turn him into a ghost? How did you run in 2 steps and flashed?" Lu Xingxing ran over to Su. "TSK. Don't blame me. You ran too fast. I only gave him basic authority in the main building." Li Ziyu held back his laughter and spread his hands. "Primary permissions?" Zhang Peng was puzzled and didn't understand Li Ziyu's meaning. "Yes. With primary authority, he can move freely in the main building." Li Ziyu shrugged and said, as a matter of course, "Are you kidding? This building is over 50 meters high. In my previous life, a 6-story building was only 20 meters high, and it was very tiring to climb it. Climbing a 50-meter building would be even more tiring on foot. Fortunately, this is a magical world, and the main building has permission settings. After obtaining the permission, you can move freely in the main building without running back and forth. It is more convenient than an elevator." After hearing Li Ziyu's explanation, Lu Xingxing immediately refused to do it and shouted, "I want authority too." Li Ziyu didn't tease him anymore, and he reached out and patted him on him. He gave Lu Xingxing's primary permissions. As soon as he got the permissions, Lu Xingxing's figure suddenly disappeared and went to chase Zhang Peng. Why is he like a child and seems like he hasn't grown up? Li Ziyu shook his head helplessly and smiled. He didn't hate this feeling, It was a good thing that he could maintain such a mentality in another world. Did he have to be sad every day? Let them be. Li Ziyu turned around and gave Catwoman basic permissions. The Fox Princesses didn't need them. Although they couldn't move freely in the cemetery, they could still pass through walls in the main building and float around very conveniently. Li Ziyu walked around the main building. He didn't need to choose his own room deliberately. He could choose any room he liked. The whole main building was his. If he didn't feel comfortable living there, he could just change it later. Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng need to decorate the rooms they choose. But Li Ziyu does not need to do that. If he wants something, he can just tell the system directly. And it can be done through the changes of the skeleton. Bookshelves, tables and chairs, beds, wardrobes, all can be created by the system. The first floor of the main building is very high, and it is not divided into rooms. Instead, it is a super large open space. Li Ziyu can be dominated at will, and it is okay to use it as a living room. Having just been promoted to a fortress, there were many new things in the system. Li Ziyu's mind was all on the new things. So he just decorated his bedroom, and then hid away. When he opened the system page, he saw a large number of buildings on the building page. All of them were fortress-level buildings that could only be built. Even in the weapon workshop and armor workshop, there were a large number of new weapons and armor that could be developed. Li Ziyu felt dizzy when he saw it, as if knowing that there are too many newly added buildings. The system has considerately classified them into 4 categories: fortress buildings, scientific and technological buildings, civilian buildings, and military buildings. It is convenient to check after classification. Li Ziyu clicked on the fortress building first. This is about the fortress itself. It is all-encompassing. For example, the skeleton engines, large and small wheels, light-loaded baffles, hideous horns, edge spikes, etc. that had been built before were all placed in this category. In addition to these buildings that have already been built, many new buildings have also been added, such as the Undead engine module, an upgraded version of the skeleton engine, which can provide more sufficient power for the fortress. The skeleton engine used before has basically reached its limit and can no longer support the huge fortress, so it needs to be replaced with a better engine. In order to use the engine more efficiently, a new skeleton power module is also provided. Li Ziyu doesn't quite understand this. He temporarily understands that this thing is the engine, allowing the Undead engine module to work more efficiently. Since the engine has been replaced, the wheels have also changed. It provides a linkage wheel set, a crawler wheel, and even a skeleton-powered exolimb for climbing mountains. Li Ziyu found this thing a little creepy. The design of this exolimb is a bit alternative, like a spider leg that has been magnified countless times. And these are just the basics. There are still a lot of defensive and offensive buildings for the fortress itself, such as the upgraded version of the ferocious ram, the charge ram, which can be launched into the skeleton claws to grab the enemy's fortress, and the bone cableway and bone chain bridge that provide boarding battles. Thickened bone plates, tortoise backbone plates, thorn wall panels, and lighting defense nets can be installed on the city walls to increase the defense of the city walls. Reconnaissance posts with reconnaissance and attack capabilities can be installed. Even sentry towers are included in it. This time there are archer towers, crossbow towers, turrets. Wait, turrets? Li Ziyu looked at the building and his eyes widened. I have a gun? Damn. Has this evolved from a fantasy world to a technological world? I flipped through it again and found that there really were cannons. There were even main guns, secondary guns, defensive guns installed in the main building of the fortress, and all kinds of cannons used on the city walls. In addition to the normal cannons fired with gunpowder, there were also magic cannons driven by magic power and psychic energy. However, these cannons cannot be manufactured yet. They are all gray and in a state where they cannot be built due to a lack of technological research and development. But is that the problem? That's not a problem. As long as there is a chance. You can take it slow. The artillery must be created. The power is based on the sword Feng Feng. The truth is within the range of the artillery. This stuff is a pure large kill. It can directly make up for the short board with insufficient remote firepower of Li Ziyu. There are also many new buildings in the science and technology buildings, people's livelihood buildings, and military buildings that did not exist before, which makes Li Ziyu very excited. Some of the original buildings can also be upgraded. For example, The weapon workshop and armor workshop can be upgraded to the weapon research room and armor research room. Li Ziyu saw that it was a bloody boiling. But the road had to go step by step, to eat a bite at a time. And it was impossible to climb the sky step by step. He now needs a little bit to build. However, compared to before, it is much easier for him to build new buildings now. After all, he has a lot of resources accumulated, which he can use this time. So many things. What do you do first? Is there any need to think about it? Of course. We start with the engine. Cannons are good, but the engine is the key. If the engine is not well built, his fortress cannot move at all. Then the biggest advantage will be gone. Of course, the engine must be well built first. Undead engine. Introduction. An upgraded version of the skeleton engine. As the mobile fortress becomes larger, the skeleton engine can no longer meet the power requirements. In order to allow the fortress to continue to move in this world, the undead engine came into being to replace the skeleton engine to provide sufficient power for the fortress. P.S. The undead engine has a link system that can link several engines together to form a new undead engine module to power the fortress. Construction requirements: skeleton * 100 units, soul energy * 100 units, psychic core * 1, occupied area 5 units. Well, compared to the skeleton engine, the construction of the undead engine requires 50 more units of bones, but the area occupied by each one is 5 units less. And the soul energy required is reduced from the original 500 units to 100 units, which saves a lot. But what is the psychic core? Li Ziyu was confused. He found that psychic power was becoming more and more important. Now everything seemed to be related to spirit. There was a psychic crystal before, and now there was a psychic core. It was endless. He was sure that he had never seen the psychic core in the warehouse. So he had to open the system and search for information about the psychic core. As a result, Li Ziyu took a breath. Wow! This is also a key item for the development of the skeleton undead fortress. In addition to being used in the undead engine, it can also be used in all aspects. It is a must-have item. Psychic core. Introduction. One of the most proud inventions of the undead. Developed jointly by the skeleton undead sage, great lich, necromancer, ghost sage, and other outstanding undead. With the psychic core, the undead can truly control the power of psychic energy and apply it everywhere, opening up the technology of the undead. P.S. Key item. Extremely important. R&D requirements. Lingning Research Office. I wanted to get an undead engine, but I got 2 front conditions for me. Li Ziyu turned her eyes. What could he say? Just build it. The system has already reminded him that the psychic core is a key item. Extremely important. Is it still a joke? Putting on technology buildings. The first place is Lingning Scientific Research Office. Lingning Scientific Research Office. Introduction. The growing undead race has encountered a bottleneck. They find themselves limited and unable to make further breakthroughs. Psychic energy has always been the power of the undead, but they are unable to better control this power and use it as they please. In order to break through the current dilemma, the Psychic Energy Research Laboratory came into being, specializing in the research of technology to deal with psychic energy. Construction requirements: skeleton * 500 units, psychic energy * 5,000 units, soul crystal * 50 units, stone * 1,000 units. How did such a magical world become technological? I don't understand. Li Ziyu sighed and chose to build. Chapter 188. It would take some time to build the Psychic Research Laboratory, so Li Ziyu simply went to look at other buildings. He had been thinking of upgrading the weapons workshop and armor workshop, but when he saw the upgrade requirements, he realized that they both required psychic cores. Well, he decided to give up and wait until he had researched them out. After searching inside the building, he finally found a gargoyle nest that interested him. Stone Statue Ghost Chow Point. Introduction. Have you heard of them? They are a group of magical creatures created by the undead. Under the sun, they will turn as stone statues, and they will recover again at night. They will observe you silently, and then suddenly jump out to scare you. Unlocked unit, Gargoyle Guard. Construction requirements: stone * 10,000 units, skeleton * 1,000 units, psychic energy * 2,000 units. Area of land: none needs to be built within the main city level building. Having just experienced a great war and upgraded to a fortress, the entire mobile fortress is in need of reconstruction. it would be a good idea to add some garrison soldiers. So let's build a gargoyle nest. From the perspective of the previous life, gargoyles will transform into stone statues. In addition to being used for guarding, these stone statues can also be used to decorate the cemetery and the main building of the fortress to increase popularity. Li Ziyu placed the gargoyle's lair in a room in the main building and started construction. Leaving the construction of the gargoyle's nest aside, Li Ziyu continued to study other buildings. Many buildings now required psychic cores and could not be built for the time being. But some buildings related to the city wall could be built. Thicken bone plate. Introduction. Add a layer of bone powder and mix bone plates for the city wall to increase the thickness of the city wall while bringing a certain defense. Construction requirements. Stone * 1 unit. Skeleton * 1 unit. Thickening the bone plate actually means adding a layer of bricks to the city wall, which can make it more resistant to construction. The construction requirements are also based on unit area. If you want to wrap the entire city wall, it will also consume a lot of resources. Fortunately, Li Ziyu did not plan to wrap the entire side of the city wall with thickened bone plates. He just planned to thicken the bottom of the city wall as prompted by the system. From the base of the city wall to the top 4 meters, it would be enough to stick a layer of bone plates on it. The lower 4 meters of the city wall are covered with bone plates. And Li Ziyu plans to arrange thorn wall panels on the upper 16 meters of the city wall. This kind of wall panel is covered with spikes. In addition to having defensive and magic resistance properties, it can also cause damage when the enemy attacks the city. Thorn wall panels. Introduction. In order to increase the defense of the city wall, the Undead designed the thorn wall panel inspired by thorns, with spikes on the outer layer, like thorn vines. Don't think this is to provide enemies with a chance to climb. The Undead are not so stupid. These thorns are alive. P.S. It would be more perfect if it can be combined with other defenses. Construction requirements. Stone * 1 unit. Skeleton * 3 units. With thickened bone plates and thorn wall panels, the city walls will become stronger and have the ability to resist enemy sieges. When the city wall began to be renovated, the system prompted that the gargoyle lair had been built and the new type of soldiers had been unlocked. Li Ziyu opened the system page and found a new type of soldier, the gargoyle guard. Only after this look did he realize that the so-called gargoyle guards did not all look the same, but were a category that included several types of soldiers, such as flying gargoyles, armored guards, stone warriors, etc. It's not that new soldiers have been unlocked. It's just that the various gargoyles seem to have opened up a new race. Li Ziyu didn't know that his complaint was actually correct. In the history of the Undead, gargoyles were a race created by them using soul energy. But after countless years, the Undead, especially liches, improved the gargoyles generation after generation. The Undead is actually a lazy race. They created the stone statue ghost, hoping that the stone statue ghost can help them complete some things. So after the improvement of generations, they successfully let your statue ghost have the ability to think. This is equivalent to creating a race. After gaining the ability to think, the gargoyles gradually got out of control and even started a war, fighting with the Undead for nearly 100 years. Finally, the Undead felt that they should not destroy the race they created, and decided to accept the gargoyles and make them a member of the Undead race. The decision of the Undead is actually not difficult to understand. Not to mention that the gargoyles are the result of their painstaking research and development. The Undead are infertile. They almost treat the gargoyles as their own children, even though the children clamor for freedom and clamor to overthrow the rule of the Undead. But the parents still love their children, and the Undead just think that the gargoyles are throwing tantrums. Apart from the Undead, who else would accept these creatures created by magic? The war ended with the gargoyles returning to the Undead race and becoming a new branch. So Li Ziyu was really right to complain. The gargoyles are indeed an independent race. And the gargoyles, a branch race of the Undead race, are the same as the skeleton Undead. However, the race of the stone statue is created by the Undeads. So any Undead can have some stone ghosts. The lowest level stone ghost provided in the stone statue ghost nest is the stone statue warrior. A quite basic stone statue ghost warrior. Ugly, muscular, one-handed sword, one-handed knife, one-handed axe, etc. as a weapon. Even though they are the most basic warriors among the gargoyles, the fighting power of the stone warriors still far exceeds that of the skeleton Undead. They are a battle sequence used for defense and are slightly stronger than the skeleton warriors. Stone statue warrior. Introduction. The low energy in the stone statue ghost. The completely silly man is not evolved. Although the combat effectiveness is not good. They are stupid. Requirements: stone asterisk 5 units. Bones asterisk 5 units. Soul energy asterisk 80 units. Alas, the system's poisonous tongue is as good as ever. After reading the introduction of the system, Li Ziyu could only say that it was indeed a low-level unit. And it did feel a little lacking. His gaze fell on Fatian's stone ghost. This kind of stone ghost was what he wanted to summon. And he also matched the stone statue ghost in his mind. Judging from the pictures, the flying gargoyles are a bit like a combination of bats and humans. The most conspicuous thing is the pair of huge black bat wings behind them. They look subhuman, with noses and ears similar to those of bats. The ears are pointed and long, and the noses are facing the sky. Not only are they collapsed, but the nostrils are also very large, which is quite ugly. The body was slightly hunched, using the soles of the feet with only 3 toes as support, with the heels pulled back and the body padded up. Flying gargoyle. Introduction. A classic type of soldier among the gargoyles. They are like big bats flying in the sky at night, ready to attack the enemy at any time. These guys are sensitive and agile, ruthless to the enemy, and like to play pranks. Their combat effectiveness is not satisfactory, but they can fly freely in the air. Requirements: stone asterisk 10 units. Bones asterisk 15 units. Soul energy asterisk 150 units. Compared with the sure statue warriors, Fakian stone statue ghost is a lot more expensive. If you forget, Li Ziyu has to think about them. But now, he has sufficient resources in his hands. First summon 100 flying gargoyles to see the effect. Li Ziyu just waved his hand. After waiting for a while, Li Ziyu heard that there was movement outside. He opened the door and walked out of the room, and looked around, but found nothing. Just when he was about to turn around and go back to the house, a figure suddenly fell down, and the dark shadow enveloped Li Ziyu. Looking at the shadow that suddenly appeared in front of him, Li Ziyu narrowed his eyes, and a head of the dark bones in the shadow in front of him appeared, staring at the figure behind Li Ziyu. And the figure stretched out a finger and gently fell to Li Ziyu's shoulders. "Wow!" Li Ziyu shouted. Squeak! The flying gargoyle was frightened and screamed, jumping backwards. Its wide bat wings spread out, and it instantly flew into the air, looking at Li Ziyu with a little panic. He had just been summoned and had the idea of playing a prank. He wanted to scare Li Ziyu, but he didn't expect that he didn't scare his master, but was scared by him instead. Li Ziyu showed a triumphant smile on his face and pointed at the flying gargoyle in the air. "Come here." The flying gargoyle calmed itself down, then flapped its huge wings and flew above Li Ziyu, then slowly descended, while the dark skeleton silently returned to the shadows, as if it had never appeared. Li Ziyu looked up at the flying gargoyle. He couldn't see it in the picture, but now that the flying gargoyle was standing in front of him, he realized that this guy was very tall, at least 3 meters tall. Ugly is really ugly. In this image, putting it in the screaming house to be used as props, that is really a problem. Scaring people is a scare. Looking left and right, Li Ziyu couldn't find where the flying gargoyle's weapon was placed. Thinking that this guy was a magical creature and might have hidden his weapon, he said, "Where's your weapon? Take it out and let me see it." Fakian stone ghost nodded. 5 fingers held in the void, and a long sword condensed. The shape of this long sword is somewhat similar to the two-handed sword in the Middle Ages in the West, and it can exert very powerful power when used for chopping. Li Ziyu nodded, and walked around the flying gargoyle again, and even studied his bat wings, which were smooth and soft. He pinched the gargoyle's arm, which was hard, but felt like muscle. The undead is still very things. Where can I see that it is summoned by stone and skeletons? It is obviously a normal life. It was not until Li Ziyu placed his finger under the flying gargoyle's nose to feel it that he discovered that this guy was not breathing and was indeed a ghost. "Okay, go ahead." After studying it for a while, Li Ziyu waved his hand, and the flying gargoyle left. Flying gargoyles generally don't like to stay in the house. They prefer to stay in high places such as eaves or roofs, looking down and eating melons silently, which makes them feel very happy. Li Ziyu does not need to arrange a place for them. They will find their own position. The flying gargoyle nodded, squeaked, leaped back towards Li Ziyu, spread its wide bat wings, and flew out of the main building in an instant. He had just been summoned to this world, and was full of curiosity. He flew out of the main building like a bat, and immediately chose the rooftop and flew up. At the top of the main building, Li Ziyu arranged a few skeleton-long archers to alert and temporarily treated it as an observation deck. When he saw something flying up, the long archer immediately bent and arrowed. It was found that the flying stone statue ghost, and the long archer took the direction of the bow and arrow again. Feiqian stone goes flying in the air. Curiously, with a large number of bones below, the long archer below saw that they had no hostility, so they fell down and followed behind the gangsters. After walking for 2 times, mixed his face, and patted the long archer gently. Did not let these guys have any scared reactions. This made Feiqian stone statue ghost feel boring. He simply no longer ignored the archer. He ran to the edge of the top floor, put his wings, squatted down, and looked below. It was very lively down there, with teams of undead going in and out of the fortress, constantly sending back resources mined from the mountains of the dead. The Tauren tribe of Tab was equally bustling, with a group of Tauren trying hard to learn combat skills from the Tauren ghosts. Dust was rising in the direction of the city wall, indicating that it was being renovated. The flying gargoyle was watching with great interest, thinking about how to make trouble and play some pranks. While he was thinking, he suddenly looked up at the sky. In the center of the huge and bright moon, a black figure appeared. The figure stayed in midair, with bat wings spread, and flew towards him. Squeak! Feiqian stone ghost beckoned and greeted him. The newly summoned Feiqian stone statue fell beside him, nodded, squeaked, and looked below. In addition to the flying gargoyles, Li Ziyu summoned 100 armored guards. Armor Guardian. Introduction. Gargoyles developed based on the Black Warrior template. They have heavy armor and are good at defense. They are excellent candidates for guarding the house. These guys are lazy. Whether it is day or night, they don't like to move around. Maybe it's because the armor is too heavy. But don't worry. If there is an enemy, they will become very brave. Requirements: Stone * 30 units. Bones * 3 units. Soul Energy * 120 units. When the first armored guard appeared in front of Li Ziyu, he was quite amazed. This guy stood straight. His height was about the same as the flying gargoyle, over 3 meters tall. His body was wrapped tightly in armor, and he held a 2-handed sword like a German knight's sword in his hand. The armor guards are like the knight armor that medieval nobles placed in castles or home corridors. In particular, the armor of the armor guards is modeled after the Black Warrior. It is very ornamental and confusing. They are indeed excellent defenders. The armor on their bodies did not transform into metal armor, and still looked like stone. However, if you knock on it with your hand, you can feel that the stone has been changed by the magical energy. Although it still looks like stone, it is made of metal and has strong defensive capabilities. After Li Ziyu studied, let the armor guard go to the first floor as a decoration. Compared with Feiqian stone ghost, the armor guards look a lot of it. They stepped downstairs and stood calmly downstairs, standing downstairs, and honestly, I'm afraid this guy's weight is also amazing, Li Ziyu murmured. When the armored guard went downstairs just now, his steps were very heavy, and his movements seemed a bit stiff and slow. As more armored guards were summoned, Li Ziyu discovered that they were wearing different armors and using different weapons. Most of them used 2-handed swords, but there were also many using other weapons such as spears, 2-handed axes, and long swords. Standing in the lobby on the first floor, although the weapon armor seems not so neat, the ornamental has increased a lot. Just like a stone, like a sculpture, making the hall look as empty as before. Chapter 189. Warm reminder. The Psychic Research Laboratory has been completed. The prompt sound from the system made Li Ziyu happy. He looked out of the window and found a brand new building that looked a bit like a temple. When I opened the interface of the Psychic Research Laboratory, there were many projects that could be developed. The first one was the research and development of the Psychic Core. Unlocking Spiritual Energy Core requires 10,000 units of bones, 50,000 units of soul energy. Li Ziyu's eyelids did not blink, and chose to understand the lock directly. Even if there are more resources, he will unlock it. And too many buildings need this thing. Unlocking the Psychic Core is the same as unlocking a normal weapon. There is no need to wait. As long as there are enough resources, it will be unlocked in seconds. Manufacturing Lingning Core Basic Version. Lingning * 100 units. It is unexpectedly cheap. Li Ziyu thought that such an important thing would be expensive. I didn't expect to only need the soul energy of 100 units. What else is it? The manufacturing speed of the psychic core was very fast. Li Ziyu didn't have to wait too long before the 10 psychic cores were in his hands. They were sky blue marbles. Looking ordinary. Is this Lingnan core? Li Ziyu played 10 polygraphic cores that had just been released, and had a feeling of being playing. Didn't you say that this is one of the most proud inventions of the undead? Wasn't it agreed that this thing was developed jointly by the skeleton undead sage, the great filthy demon, and others? It took such a lot of energy. The most proud invention is glass marbles? It is hard to understand why a marble was praised to the sky. It is similar to the death breath crystal, but one is black and the other is blue. Li Ziyu sighed. As long as it could be used to build new buildings, there was no need to consider too much about anything else. With the key item, the psychic core, Li Ziyu can start making the undead engine. Let's build one first and see what it looks like. The undead engine is also very fast. Li Ziyu got a brand new object from the system. A small bone quality box like a previous life car and battery, with a skeleton logo on it. No. What I mean is, has the undead changed their nature? The more advanced something is, the more plain it is. Is this undead engine too simple? Look at the skeleton engine back then. How domineering it was, and how good it looked. But look at the undead engine in your hand. It is so far off. Without any sense of design, and without any handsome appearance. It is the kind of thing that no one would want even if it was thrown on the ground. Li Ziyu scratched his head, not quite understanding the direction of the undead's development. The change was a little too fast, and he sprained his waist. Wait, am I overlooking something? After opening the system and studying it again, Li Ziyu suddenly realized that the undead engine could not be used alone. The skeleton engine was separate, and could be used directly after installation. But the undead engine was different. It could not be used alone, but needed to be equipped with a skeleton power module. Okay, let's get another power module. Skeleton power module. Introduction. What introduction? Isn't the name clear enough? Manufacturing requirements. Skeleton * 500 units. Li Ziyu chose to create a bone power module. This stuff made the same fast. When he took out the power module out of the system, he nodded with satisfaction and was like that. The power module is about 400 centimeters long and 150 centimeters high. Its shape is like a blazing flame of purgatory. Half of a skeleton body is sticking out of the flame. It is made entirely of bones and is white, as if it was a model that had just been made with a 3D printer and has not yet been painted. Li Ziyu stepped forward to study it and opened the chest cavity of the half-skeleton body. There were 6 empty spaces inside. Judging from the size, they were the places to install the undead engine. He picked up an undead engine and installed it directly into the empty space. After the undead engine, which was originally just a box, was installed into the empty space of the skeleton power module, white tubes immediately emerged from it and connected to the inner wall of the chest cavity. Li Ziyu took 2 steps back and saw a flash of light on the power module. Does this mean the electricity is on? Let's start it and give it a try. Li Ziyu gave the order to the skeleton power module in his mind. The open chest cavity closed automatically. The power module vibrated violently. The undead engine lit up and began to beat like a heart. A blue halo burst out from the engine and was transported along the pipe to the entire power module. The light flashed, and the power module was activated. Boom! A ball of soul fire was generated in the skull. The skull came to life and opened its mouth to spit out flames. However, this flame was not real, but a kind of energy that ignited the flames below. The blue flames of purgatory rose up, and the roaring sound was endless. That's enough. Stop! 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 Li Ziyu was shocked, and his eyelids were twitching. He covered his ears and shouted loudly. The energy instantly returned to the undead engine. The fire of purgatory was instantly extinguished. The soul fire in the skull also dissipated completely, and everything returned to peace. Wow! This thing is powerful. It's just an undead engine, but it can make a lot of noise that only a sports car can make. Li Ziyu patted his ears and still felt some tinnitus. It must be said that this performance is still acceptable. At least Li Ziyu feels that the power engine can make the much larger fortress soar. After his hearing recovered, Li Ziyu made 5 more undead engines and installed them in the skeleton power module to fill all the empty spaces. Where should I put this skeleton power module? We can't put it in the room. If it's running, will people be able to stay in the entire main building? The noise is too loud. It has to be placed in a place where there is no one. Li Ziyu opened the system, looked through the fortress building categories, and found expansion. From the time of the fortress, he could expand the bone board platform, and now it has been upgraded to the fortress. It also has the function of expansion. As long as it consumes resources, he can expand the fortress as soon as possible. Li Ziyu decided to expand a secret room under the main building to house the skeleton power module, which would serve as the power center of the fortress. Expanding the secret room is very simple. It just involves some skeletons. After the secret room is expanded, Li Ziyu installed the skeleton power module into it. At the same time, he ordered the power module to be connected to the fortress. To a certain extent, the skeleton power module is also a kind of undead. After receiving Li Ziyu's order, it immediately extended hollow bone tubes as thick as arms, inserted them into the wall of the secret room, and spread along the wall to the entire fortress. Li Ziyu checked the information and found that the speed had become 50 km per hour plus 150 km per hour skeleton power module, which was much faster than before using the skeleton engine. Warm reminder, the power is unstable. It is recommended to increase the number of engines or the number of power modules. The system suddenly sent a prompt, and Li Ziyu was slightly stunned. One set of power modules was not enough. That's fine. Since we have the resources now, we must get the power right. Li Ziyu simply built 4 more secret rooms and 5 more skeleton power modules. He placed 1 skeleton power module in each of the last 4 secret rooms, and 2 in the first secret room. Now it's settled, stable, and full of power. Looking at the speed again, it directly becomes 50 km per hour plus 200 km per hour skeleton power module, with a speed of 250 km per hour, which can catch up with the D-series train, which is quite fast. Li Ziyu wanted to get a few more power modules to directly bring it to the speed of high-speed rail. But the system prompted that the fortress could not withstand such a high speed and would fall apart, even at the current speed of 250 km per hour. He had to be careful as accidents were prone to occur. The other world is not the modern world. There are no railways for Li Ziyu to use. The ground is full of all kinds of things, including potholes, stones and trees. They are very common. If a fortress is hit at a speed of 250 km per hour, it will not be easy. The system suggested that it is safer to drive at a speed of 100 to 200 km per hour. At the same time, it reminded Li Ziyu not to forget to upgrade the wheels, as it is dangerous to move at high speeds with the current wheels. The skeleton power module is complete. What's left is the wheels. The original wheels are no longer needed, so replace them with better ones. The linked wheel set has 12 wheels in a set, which are divided into action wheels and steering wheels. I don't know how many sets I need. Ask the system to fill them up for me. There are enough resources. Isn't it just consuming bones? There are plenty of them. Just do it. After finishing the linkage wheel set, Li Ziyu still felt unsatisfied, so he asked for the crawler wheels. Go ahead and install them for me. In order to allow the 2 types of wheels to move better, Li Ziyu also installed an alternating system, which allows him to switch wheels at will. If he wants to use a linked wheel set, he can use the linked wheel set. And if he wants to use a crawler type, he can use a crawler type. I solved all the problems related to mobility in one go. The only thing I didn't install was the skeleton-powered Exilims. That thing is better for climbing mountains. But there are not so many mountains in the wilderness. I won't use it for the time being, so I decided not to install it for now. Li Ziyu accidentally glanced at the time displayed on the system and realized that a night had passed without him noticing, and dawn was about to arrive. The happiness of construction made me a little happy. I was so emotional in my heart. Li Ziyu hurried time and raised the weapon workshop and armor workshop. This allowed the fortress to enter the dormant mode. After acquiring the magic of dark clouds covering the sky, it is actually not necessary to enter the dormant mode. But dark clouds covering the sky will consume soul energy. Li Ziyu is not generous enough to waste soul energy, so she still has to save as much as possible and be thrifty. Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng did not see Li Ziyu, and knew that he was hiding to build new buildings and develop new technologies, so they left on their own. Anyway, with the system, they can communicate anytime and anywhere. And with the mobile fortress, it is also convenient to come back. They also have their own things to do. Now is the best time for development. In the first battle between the coalition forces, the Undead won a great victory. Taking advantage of this victory, as allies of the Undead, Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng naturally cannot miss it. Lu Xingxing is better. He doesn't fight for territory. He simply looks for treasures everywhere. He doesn't have a fixed location, and just goes wherever he goes. Don't say that letting him find a lot of good things. The treasure is often followed by history. During this time, Lu Xingxing was looking around. Not only found many hidden treasures, but also found a lot of history of different worlds. This made him very excited. He was convinced that the history of the alien world was actually long distance, and even longer than what they imagined. Through the connection with other tribes, Lu Xingxing also got the treasure map. His recent energy was basically put on the treasure map. He always felt that there was a secret in the treasure map. The treasure hunt was irresistible about this secret. Zhang Peng was doing well. Whenever he arrived at a tribe, he would say hello and not stay for long. He would basically tell them that he was a businessman and that they could come to him if they had any business to do. Not all tribes were willing to trade with Zhang Peng. There were always some who felt they were powerful and wanted to take advantage of others. But when Zhang Peng took out a 3-meter-long stick with a skull on top, those tribes immediately stopped. Undead banner. Li Ziyu once gave it to the Tauren tribe of Taboo to serve as a territory landmark. The strange style easily reminded those tribes that wanted to attack Zhang Peng of the Undead. No fool would be willing to attract the Undead to his tribe, because he is afraid that he will die prematurely. More and more tribes reached an agreement with Zhang Peng and formed a trade network. Underground. Countless underground passages connected these tribes, forming a huge network. Zhang Peng was still not satisfied. He hoped to cover the entire wasteland, which would not only maximize the trade network, but also make it safer, paving the way for what Li Ziyu would do in the future. In addition to these, Zhang Peng is also constantly collecting intelligence, especially the information about Batubu. He is particularly concerned about it. When he first saw Batubu, he was worried. This is a strong man, and a strong man means he is uncontrollable. Even if Li Ziyu joins forces with him and Lu Xingxing, they may not be able to defeat Batubu. If Batubu stirs up trouble in this wasteland, they won't even be able to control it. Zhang Peng likes a stable environment, which is why he is willing to stay with Li Ziyu. He is most worried that Batubu will become an unstable factor. During this period of time, Zhang Peng felt a little more relieved. Although Batubu and Wu Sambo looked like rough men, they were actually very methodical in doing things. Although they wandered around the wilderness every day and collected resources everywhere, they did not cause chaos in the wilderness. The tribe had some complaints about Batubu, but they did not call for fighting. In the end, they maintained a balance, which was good. Batubu knew that Zhang Peng was collecting intelligence on him, but he had no intention of paying any attention to him. He let Zhang Peng collect the information, and even contacted Zhang Peng from time to give him some intelligence. A large part of this information was about the central area. This remote corner is the base of Li Ziyu, Zhang Peng, and Lu Xingxing, but not his own. Batubu's roots are in the central area. He wants to go back and compete with the indigenous people there once again. Their coalition of time travelers failed at the beginning, but he was unwilling to accept it and still wanted to go back. However, it was impossible for him to return to the central area with his own ability. Those indigenous people had been keeping a close eye on him. Once he went back, the other side would send a large army to wipe him out. Ally. He needs powerful allies. And in this wasteland, the most powerful are the Undead and Li Ziyu's 2 allies, Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing. Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing's mobile fortress is just SOSO. Not very strong. And the combat effectiveness is not high. But the Undead are very strong. Batubu can see the potential of the Undead, which is a strong ally. But he also knows that the 3 of them are from the same alliance. If he wants to integrate into it, he must make them believe in himself. Do not break their rules. Make friends with them. And provide intelligence. This is the way to integrate with them. Don't be impatient. Do it step by step. Benefits are a must. And so is communication. Batubu reviewed the reasons for the coalition's failure last time. In addition to the enemy's strength, internal disunity was also a major factor in the failure. If it weren't for the Lord's lack of effort, they wouldn't have lost so badly. Learn lessons, and stable and united alliances can we play a more powerful combat effectiveness. The other world is changing every day. Every day. Lords rise up. Mobile fortresses become stronger. And every day, lords die for various reasons. The world is different every day. However, Li Ziyu, who lives in a remote corner, Seems to be very relaxed and comfortable. If the lords from other places knew that Li Ziyu lived like this, I wonder if they would be angry. They fight to the death every day. But Li Ziyu can remain calm. Chapter 190 Core Arms. I sleep well. Li Ziyu sat up, yawned, stretched, and felt refreshed. After entering hibernation mode, Li Ziyu still had no desire to sleep. He studied the new buildings, technologies, and arms in the system for a long time until he was so sleepy that his eyelids were trembling. And then he fell asleep. After a good night's sleep, Mimi felt completely refreshed. As he woke up, blue flames lit up on the surrounding walls. Although they had turned into bricks and stones, the skeleton undead were still skeleton undead. And their soul fire was still a natural lighting source. The soul fire lit up, alerting the Catwoman sisters next door. They knew their master had woken up. So they quickly began to prepare toiletries and ordered the undead to prepare food. They were already very skilled at this, which was much better than the flustered situation when they first arrived. Please watch the owner. Ming Ming took a towel, a water cup, toothbrush, jumping in, and said to Li Ziyu with full vitality. Behind her, Ming and I walked in with a basin of water, smiling, and stood in front of Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu nodded with a smile. Washed with warm water. And then the undead came up the barbecue and fruit. Let's eat together, Li Ziyu said to Ming Ming and Ming Ni. The two cat women responded. First put the washing things, and then sat in front of the table to eat with Li Ziyu, according to the customs of the other world. Although Ming and I and Ming Ming were not considered slaves, they were also servants, and were not qualified to sit and eat with their master. But Li Ziyu was not from the other world. He did not have so many rules. And he was not so harsh on the two cat women. The two women were not used to it at first. But after Li Ziyu's repeated requests, the two women gradually got used to it. After dinner, the night fell to the earth again. Li Ziyu announced the end of dormant and started a new day. The main building of the fortress, the cemetery and various buildings rose one by one, and the blue soul fire swayed like bright lamps. The ghosts could not wait to rush out of the soul coffins. Some hovered over the fortress, and some flew into the wasteland. The gargoyles screamed under the moonlight and revived from their stone statues. The flying gargoyles flashed their wings and flew into the air like a group of big bats. The Tabunyo head walked out of their newly built house, looked at the moonlight, and looked at the dead spirits who recovered, grinned and smiled. What should they do? They are not satisfied with their current life. There are food and drinking, and can be used to exchange new clothes through the fortress's public warehouse. Even their houses are brand new woodstone structures. Compared with the previous living, they are too strong. These are all changes brought about by the undead. The undead is not as scary as it is legendary. And even under the rule of the undead, they will live better and better. Once, a Tauren from Tab asked Tashjalin during a casual chat why the undead were so kind to them, and why they didn't just kill them. Don't the undead need corpses? Even if they weren't killed as parasites, they shouldn't have been treated so well. Right? At that time, Ta's twin just smiled and explained to them that the undead really needed a corpse. But there were too many corpses in the Dead Soul Mountains. They were not bad. Besides, even if there was no Dead Soul Mountain, the undead would not kill them. The Minotaur didn't understand and continued to ask. Tashjalin smiled and asked the Minotaur, "It is very easy to understand. If they kill us, they will only get a few corpses. But if we are alive, we can continue to give birth to more children. And we will eventually die of old age. When we die of old age, our bodies will become undead. But our children will grow up, continue to have children, and die of old age. The city lord calls this sustainable development." The head of the Nyoto was suddenly stunned and could play it like this. So I then asked, "Then it is not so good to us to be so good. Let us barely alive and do it." Tashjalin laughed again and motioned for Momo to speak. As the patriarch, Momo naturally wanted to show off. So he explained that only if we live a good life can we have more children and achieve better sustainable development. Moreover, the most important thing is that the undead don't care about us. The last sentence is the absolute truth. The undead really does not care about the stuff consumed by the Tabunyo head. Or in other words, except for the bones and soul energy, everything else is outside the body. In addition to the ancestors, the Tabunyo head is most trustworthy now is Li Ziyu, the owner of the undead city, is really reliable. After finishing the dormant mode, Li Ziyu still stayed in the room to study new things. He found that this upgrade was too surprise to him. Yesterday it was just a start. The weapons workshop and armor workshop have been upgraded and are now weapons research rooms and armor research rooms. The equipment inside has also increased a lot. No, it's not just an increase. It's a hacking technological update. In addition to adding a lot of cold weapons, various long-range weapons have also been added, such as various firearms, such as shotguns, rifles, magic hand cannons, and a lot of them have been added, making Li Ziyu drool. Although Li Ziyu felt a little uncomfortable with the sudden change from a magical style to a technological style, the truth is that the fist is strong, no matter what kind of weapon it is. A cat is a good cat as long as it catches a mouse. For modern people, who doesn't like guns? These things are so convenient. But unfortunately, firearms require technological support and have prerequisites. And one has to climb the technology tree. Li Ziyu's current plan is to figure these things out. As long as he figures them out, his combat effectiveness will soar. Whether you are knights or cavalrymen, heavy armored soldiers or light armored infantrymen, wait until I get the guns, and then I will shoot you and kill you all from a distance. In addition to the individual combat weapons in the weapons research laboratory, he also found that there were more buildings in the military buildings, such as tank manufacturing plants and cavalry training camps. Just hearing the name sounded so grand and impressive, and it made people want to build them. Chariot. Listen. Setting stones. Tanks. Armored vehicles are wood. The technological style is the technological style. As long as it is strong enough. We must do it. If you can get me big mushrooms for me, I don't care if the undeads are not dead. What race is? I am in a different world. I am unhappy. And I learned to mention the mushrooms and let their family see their second grandfather. This is also the reason why Li Ziyu couldn't sleep after hibernation. She was too excited. In addition to the new weapons, there is also a special building that has attracted the attention of Li Ziyu. No, it cannot be said to be one, but a series, or a set. The core building is called the Seoul Base Station. Seoul Base Station. Introduction. Seoul Network Node. Through the Seoul Base Station, can connect the Seoul Network to a farther position to form a wider Seoul Network connection point. Construction requirements. Skeleton * 10,000 units. Soul Energy * 10,000 units. Psychic Core * 1. This thing is equivalent to the signal base station of the previous life, which is a similar existence of a transit station. There is no way to speak for the bone dead spirit. Their information spread is completely through the soul network brought by the soul fire. If the distance is too far, the soul fire will be interrupted, and the soul network will naturally have no way to use it. Just like the mobile phone has no signal, the soul network actually has a huge disadvantage, which is tolerance. Strictly speaking, the soul network is actually a linked soul fire link. The information transmission speed is fast, convenient, and the more information, the greater the pressure, and reaching the limit will cause the soul fire to extinguish. The more powerful the undead, the stronger the soul fire, and can bear more information. But there is the same limit. This is why the Bones Warrior can become the commander. As the number of undead increases, it becomes more and more difficult to manage. A few million undead are a burden. And if there are tens of millions, hundreds of millions, or even billions of undead, it would be devastating. All war plans may become a joke due to information blockage. Orders from above cannot be issued, and the low-level undead below cannot obtain effective wisdom. With the Soul Base Station, a relay point is provided to disperse and spread the blocked information, which can ensure that the soul network can connect to farther places and ensure that the undead in a larger range can receive information, which is equivalent to providing the basis for ultra-long-range command and combat. The importance of information transmission is self-evident in war. Li Ziyu finally understood why the legendary managed undead was called Bai Chao, and why Bai Chao could sweep the whole world. The existence of the Soul Base Station can make the command more efficiently reach the locations, so that the senior undead can more calmly control the low-level undead and play a more powerful combat effectiveness. The Soul Base Station is the core building. Surrounding the Soul Base Station, there are a large number of other buildings, such as defense towers, supply points, garrison points, etc., directly building an undead stronghold around the Soul Base Station. The biggest advantage of mobile forts is the ability to move, so that the crosses can be accepted in any place in the other world. As long as the mind is flexible, The enemy cannot even find you. And the guerrilla war can fight the opponent. The biggest weakness of the mobile fortress is also moving. It is difficult to create a truck that really belongs to its own. Once stopped, it is equivalent to giving the enemy coordinates and making the enemy surrounded. The emergence of Seoul base stations provided Lee Ziyu with a completely new idea. Not only could he engage in guerrilla warfare with the enemy, he could also use Seoul base stations to build settlements for the undead to increase control over the area. Even if his fortress was surrounded by the enemy, he could dispatch troops from other places to rescue it. No wonder the system said in the introduction that the Seoul base station is one of the most important buildings of the undead. Try it out? Well, we have to try it out. Lee Ziyu did not hesitate to choose to establish a Seoul base station in the Seoul Mountains. It is not built on the bone board platform. The beasts in the dead Seoul Mountains. There are still a lot of warcraft. He arranged for the defenders of the bones and dead spirits to avoid being destroyed by the beasts. The main body of the Seoul base station was made of bones, which was very attractive to some beasts. After building the Seoul base station, Lee Ziyu began to study how to unlock the guns and cannons in the weapons laboratory. This thing is a powerful weapon. Guns and cannons are divided into several categories. Some are relatively normal, some are magic, and some are similar to biochemical technology. This is a different world. So in comparison, magic ones are more powerful, stronger, and have higher research and development costs. Lee Ziyu had previously unlocked the longbow and shortbow. After upgrading to the weapons laboratory, a crossbow was added. The range of the crossbow is similar to that of the shortbow, but it is closer. The firing rate cannot be compared with that of the shortbow. The skeleton shortbowman does not have to worry about muscle issues. And the firing rate is extremely high. Continuous firing is a basic operation. The advantages of the crossbow are that it has a stable range, stable firing rate, stable power, is not expensive, and can be equipped to skeletons and undead. There is no need to summon separate arms, and a long-range army can be quickly equipped. Skeleton crossbow, even the dumbest undead can use it easily. Just pull the trigger, and it will shoot arrows. If you feel your ranged attack power is insufficient, make a batch. R&D requirements: bones * 1000 units, animal tendons * 1000, soul energy * 100 units. Unlocked. Lee Ziyu's eyelids did not blink. In his opinion, the value of the crossbow is not inferior to guns. After all, the crossbow can be equipped with the bones, and the most under his hand is undoubtedly the bones. On the battlefield, high-level undead are indispensable. But the combat effectiveness of skeleton undead is what truly determines the trend of the battlefield. The battle sequence is powerful, but also very energy-intensive. After unlocking the skeleton crossbow, Lee Ziyu also unlocked the bone crossbow arrows and crossbow quiver. Each quiver can hold 20 crossbow arrows, saving the time of installing crossbow arrows and allowing continuous shooting. Manufacture skeleton crossbow, 1 unit of skeleton, 1 unit of animal tendon. Manufacturing bone crossbow arrows * 10, skeleton * 1 unit. Manufacturing crossbow quiver * 3 pieces, skeleton * 1 unit. It's cheap. Really cheap. It is indeed a powerful weapon for equipping skeleton undead. The cost is so low, and even soul energy is not needed. What is there to hesitate about? Get 100,000 sets first, and get a wave of equipment. Lee Ziyu got excited just thinking about 100,000 skeleton undead equipped with crossbows going to the battlefield. If they were to receive a volley of arrows, it would really be like a dark cloud covering the sun. What kind of creature could withstand the attack of so many crossbow arrows? While they were making crossbows, Lee Ziyu turned his attention to other weapons. Two-handed knight broadsword? Research and development. Skeleton knight spear? Research and development. Lee Ziyu, who holds a large amount of resources, has started the batch unlocking mode. As long as it can be developed now, he will develop it directly. Firearms development requires prerequisites, so he will develop other things that can be developed first. After some operations, Lee Ziyu had more troops, including 2 core troops of the skeleton undead system, the Black Knight and the Skeleton Knight. Throughout the history of the skeleton undead, these 2 types of soldiers are well known. They have made an indispensable contribution to the undead's great reputation. They are the nobility among the skeleton undead, and the elite among the elite warriors. Dark Warrior. Introduction. The core unit of the skeleton undead warriors. Heavy armored infantry, with strong combat power. is a classic skeleton undead unit, and is the leader on the battlefield. With the advancement of technology, it can continuously improve its own capabilities and develop more types of black warriors. No black warrior can be ignored. Demand, Skeleton * 100 unit. Black Warrior Armor * 1 set. Black Warrior Long Sword * 1 handle. Soul Energy * 10,000 unit. Skeleton Knight. Introduction. The core unit of the Skeleton Undead Tribe's mobile troop. Whether they are on horseback or on foot, they all possess powerful combat capabilities. When they ride on war horses, they roam the battlefield with few enemies. They are one of the most feared existences by other races, and they can continuously strengthen their capabilities as technology improves. Requirements: 200 skeletons, 1 set of knight heavy armor, 1 two-handed knight broadsword, 1 knight lance, 15,000 soul energy. Mounts available. Wow! They have come up with some awesome advanced military units. Looking at the resources required, the Black Knight needs 10,000 units of soul energy, and the Skeleton Knight needs 15,000 units of soul energy. This shows how powerful these two types of soldiers are. Chapter 191 Shotgun. For the Black Warrior and Skeleton Knight. Summon 100 of them first to see the effect. Li Ziyu waved his hand and gave a heroic order, thanking the Cancer Alliance for sending the soul energy. Otherwise, he would not be able to summon the Black Warrior and Skeleton Knight. 100 of them each, which means 2.5 million units of soul energy. I stood up, went to the window, and looked towards the mountains of the dead. The Soul Base Station has not been built yet, and the construction is a bit slow. After rubbing his eyebrows to relax his eye muscles, Li Ziyu came back, opened the system, and started studying the gun. In the weapons research room, there is a separate technology tree for firearms. There are 3 most basic types of firearms, and the system provides pictures. The first type is somewhat similar to a 3-barreled gun. The barrel is made of polished bones and is very long. There is a wooden buttstock at the back. It has a simple structure and does not look very powerful. It feels not as powerful as the guns used by the previous werewolf spearmen. The second type is a biochemical pistol, which has granulation tissue, muscle, and blood vessel-like tissue on it. It is full of flesh punk style and looks weird. The last one seems much more normal. It is a magical weapon. A spear. The barrel is connected by bones and inlaid with gems. There is a ball at the back, just like a horizontal magic wand. What can I say about this basic firearm? It's really ugly. The shapes are getting worse and worse. There is absolutely no aesthetic appeal at all. It's simply explosive. If you want to research and develop firearms, you have to open 3 technology trees. The 3-eyed gun is the mechanical technology tree. The biochemical pistol is the biochemical technology tree. And the magic spear is the psychic technology tree. Li Ziyu went to the psychic research laboratory and looked around, only to find that the psychic technology tree was the most orthodox undead technology. The undead still tended to be inclined towards magic, and had even developed something like a psychic core. The materials needed for the research and development of technology were basically magic materials, so it was obvious that it was very expensive. The mechanical technology tree is the most money-saving. It is similar to the machinery in the previous life, but it is more punk style and requires mostly mineral resources. Although it saves money, the mechanical technology tree has more branches than the other 2 technology trees. In the system, the mechanical technology tree is very prosperous. The biochemical technology tree is quite strange, and the technology inside looks very creepy. Li Ziyu flipped through it and found that the materials needed for the research and development of technology were almost all things he had never seen before, and they were very difficult to deal with. All 3 technology trees look pretty good, and I really want them all. But if I try to get all of them, I won't have enough resources. I can only climb 1 technology tree. Oh, it's so difficult. Li Ziyu was about to suffer from a fear of making choices, and was scratching his head in confusion. At times like this, you need to rely on friends to help you out. Li Ziyu sent a message to Zhang Peng, telling him about his concerns, and wanting to hear his opinion on which technology tree is best to choose. Private chat. Conscientious businessman. So, there are 3 technologies, and you don't know which one to choose? Don't want to get a driver's license. That's right. Conscience merchant. Do you say that you see and climb 3 technologies together? Don't want to take a driver's license test. Climbing just one type requires a lot of resources, And I can't handle climbing all 3 types at the same time. Conscientious businessman. What if they are staggered? Don't want to get a driver's license. What does it mean? Conscience merchant. You pick a simple one first. Study first. And then accumulate other resources. One by one. You can only climb one technology tree. What are you struggling? Don't want to get a driver's license. Damn. What you said makes sense. Liziu slapped his head. His thinking was rigid. No one said that the 3 technology trees should be developed at the same time. He could develop machinery first and collect psychic resources. When enough resources were accumulated, he could develop the psychic technology tree. As for the biochemical technology tree, he could leave it to the end. My brain is really inflexible. If Zhangpeng hadn't reminded me, I would have been stuck. Liziu figured it out. Thanked Zhangpeng. Closed the chat. And started studying the mechanical technology tree. As a crossing, the understanding of mechanical machinery far exceeds magic and mechanical technology. The most important thing is the foundation. That is really 1,000 miles. The foundation is not good. And the more you go. The system's explanation of the mechanical technology tree is that the skeleton undead have walked their own path, making metal into various tools and integrating them with their bodies, forming a technology unique to the skeleton undead. The first item of the mechanical technology tree, smelting. There's nothing wrong with it, my friend. This technology is great. Liziu directly clicked to unlock. Smelting technology unlocked. Congratulations on obtaining a new building. The smelting workshop. Smelting workshop. Introduction. Are you still asleep? What is a smelting workshop? Copper, iron, steel, and other metals all come from here. You don't think you can make equipment with ore, do you? Construction requirements. Skeletons * 100 units. Stone * 100 units. Copper or * 100 units. Iron or * 100 units. Occupied area, 50 units. Whatever you want to think about. Just build it. The smelting workshop entered the construction stage. And Liziu continued to study technology. Above the smelting technology were some basic materials, such as mixed material gears and mixed material pipes. These basic materials were what were needed for primary firearms. Of course, gunpowder also had to be studied. Liziu unlocked the gunpowder easily. He actually had all the materials he needed. They were all in the warehouse. They were probably the spoils captured after the battle with the jackals. They had been left in the warehouse and were getting moldy. Now they were used this time. The smelting workshop was built very quickly. And then the smelting of various metals began. Liziu did not need to be in charge of these. As long as there was enough ore, mass production could be carried out. Liziu now had a lot of ore in his hands. Over in the Ghost Mountains, the mining of various resources had never stopped, so that a large amount of basic materials were piled up in the warehouse. The smelting workshop is used to refine ore into metal ingots. After the first batch of copper ingots came out of the furnace, the system sent a prompt that there was a new building. The processing workshop. Processing workshop. Introduction. This is the most important building in mechanical technology. All basic materials will come from here. Construction requirements. 500 units of bones. 500 units of stone. 500 units of wood. Occupied area. 100 units. This is not a workshop at all. It is clearly a factory area. The area of 100 units is as big as a cemetery. Okay. That's fine. It's more convenient to build things with a larger area. Come on. Let's go! After working hard all night, Liziu finally successfully unlocked the first firearm called Three-Eyed Fire Stick. The name is really appropriate. It is very troublesome to load this thing. After firing 3 bullets, it is basically equivalent to a stick, which is perfect for hitting people. Three-Eyed Fire Stick. Introduction. Ha 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 ha. This thing is garbage. If you don't load it with ammunition in advance, you can only use it as a stick on the battlefield. It has poor accuracy and penetration. Its greatest use may be to scare away wild beasts. Manufacturing Three-Eyed Fire Stick *3. Skeleton *1 unit. Mixed material long tube *6. Gear *6. Liziu looked at the system's introduction and couldn't help rolling his eyes. He didn't have much expectation for the Three-Eyed Fire Stick. It was the most basic firearm, and was indeed not very useful. It was even not as useful as a crossbow. However, it is still stronger than the three-eyed musket in ancient history. The system has prepared fixed ammunition, And the three-eyed fire stick is equipped with internal trigger and trigger, which makes it much more convenient to use. But even with fixed ammunition, it is quite troublesome for the undead, and they can only fire one round on the battlefield. Li Ziyu didn't care. As the most basic firearm, the three-eyed fire stick was not even considered as transitional equipment. He also had no plan to equip the undead with a large number of three-eyed fire sticks. What he was looking forward to was the subsequent firearms. The appearance of the three-eyed fire stick aroused Li Ziyu's enthusiasm. He simply chose to go into seclusion and concentrate on unlocking technology, trying to develop more powerful weapons and technology. When you are serious, you always fail to notice the passage of time. More than 10 days passed quickly. Li Ziyu locked himself in the house, unlocking various technologies every day, and never got tired of it. The only people who could see him were the two little cat girls Ming Ming and Mingni who served him, and the 4 fox ghosts. Fortunately, everything was stable in the wilderness and nothing out of control happened, so he naturally didn't need to be distracted. Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng came back in the middle and were surprised to see 2 more buildings on the bone plate platform. They wanted to see Li Ziyu, but Ming Ming told them that Li Ziyu was in seclusion. The two knew that their boss must be busy with important things, so they did not force him and left after resting for a day. On this day, the door of the room opened, and Li Ziyu walked out of the room with a happy face. He was holding a gun in his hand, a shotgun that was a fusion of undead style and mechanical punk style. The white bones have a metallic luster. The brass and bones are fused together, and there are strange tubes connected to them, giving a strange sense of coordination. The overall shape of the gun body is a bit similar to the Winchester Defender shotgun, but it is longer and thicker, with a length of about 1.2 meters. Jeter 1. Introduction. A shotgun developed by the skeleton Undead through mechanical technology. It is fed in a horizontal tube and can store 7 special shotgun SH/LS. It has a single-shot shooting mode. When the Undead were researching the Jeter, they were only concerned with increasing its power and ignored other aspects, resulting in the Jeter having a good attack power, but a slow attack speed. Manufacture Jeter 1, 1 skeleton, 3 gears, for mixed material long tubes, 20 mixed material parts. Manufacture Jeter special ammunition normal shotgun enhanced power 10 pieces, mixed material bone 1 unit, high explosive gunpowder * 10 units, metal marbles * 200 pieces, mixed material parts * 10 pieces. The Jet 1 is much better than the three-eyed fire stick. Li Ziyu plans to experience the power of this gun. He carries the newly made Jet 1 to the rooftop and asks the Undead to set up a thick wooden board for him as a target. Pick up the heavy dwelling ammunition, and a piece is pressed into the magazine. Then just pull the lower Li to pull, pull, pull. Why not pull? Li Ziyu gritted his teeth and pulled the handguard hard to load the gun. But after trying for a long time, he just couldn't pull it. I still don't believe it. Is it so difficult to load a gun? Li Ziyu pushed the muzzle on the ground, pinched the gun body with both legs, and moved his hands to protect the wood with both hands. Click click. The sound of the bullet being loaded made Li Ziyu pause, and joy appeared in his eyes. It's done! He quickly raised the gun and took a look. Sure enough, it was loaded successfully. What the Undead was thinking. It took so much effort to load the gun. He raised the gun like he had done in the movies, put the butt of the gun against his shoulder, aimed at the thick wooden board, and was about to pull the trigger when his fingers suddenly stopped. He then put the gun down and scratched his head. No. I ain't come here. This stuff is so strenuous. The power is not so big. The system introduction is said that when the Undead designed the gun, it was specially increased. As we all know, the greater the power of the gun, the stronger the recoil. Besides, he had never fired a gun in his past or present life. Or rather, this was the first time he touched a gun. It's better to call an Undead to do the experiment. To be on the safe side, let's let the violent skeleton come. In fact, it is most reliable to let the physical skeleton do it. Even if the barrel explodes, it is estimated that the physical skeleton will not be harmed. Unfortunately, this guy is too big. The Jet 1 is just a toy in his hands, and you can't see anything at all. The body shape of the violent skeleton is at least normal and more intuitive. After receiving Li Ziyu's call, the violent skeleton quickly ran to the roof. This guy still did not take the usual route. He climbed up from the bottom and suddenly jumped out, scaring Li Ziyu. Here, take it. Aim at the vertical wood in front. And pull the trigger. It's here. Li Ziyu handed the Jet 1 to the violent skeleton and pointed to the thick wooden board. Fearing that the violent skeleton would not understand, he explained the trigger specifically. Boom. Li Ziyu just explained where the trigger was after. And before bending his waist, he didn't wait to get away, and saw the violent bone buckle the trigger. And there was a burst from his ears. There was a strong smell of gunpowder in his nose. And he could not hear any other sound. There were double images in front of his eyes. He was staggering and almost fell. He staggered for a few steps before he covered his ears and tried to stand firm. Li Ziyu shook his head vigorously. After a while, the double image in front of his eyes disappeared, and the buzzing sound in his ears gradually weakened. Li Ziyu loosened his hands that were covering his ears and wanted to stand up straight. But he staggered 2 steps and was hugged by a soft body. Master! 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 The sound in his ear gradually became clearer, from soft to loud. Li Ziyu turned around and saw Ming Ming with a panicked look on her face. Just now, Li Ziyu was excited to try out the gun, and Ming Ming and Ming Ni followed him out of curiosity. When the violent skeleton pulled the trigger, the loud noise scared the 2 cat women. But they were far away after all, and they quickly recovered after the shock. Seeing Li Ziyu staggering and about to fall, Ming Ming hurried forward and hugged him. Master, are you okay? Ming Ming asked anxiously, and Ming Ni also ran over and looked at Li Ziyu worriedly. Li Ziyu took 2 deep breaths, waved his hands, and slowly stood up. His mind was still a little confused, so he shook his head again before he came to his senses. Violent skeleton. You, huh? Li Ziyu cursed and looked up, only to find that the violent skeleton was gone. Where are the people? Where have they gone? Li Ziyu turned his head to look for it, but found a violent skeleton shattered into pieces under the wall on the other side. This guy fired without any preparation and was blown away by the recoil. He hit the wall and fell to the ground. He was even more miserable than Li Ziyu, and his soul fire was still spinning. You deserve it. I made you anxious. Li Ziyu looked at him, feeling so relieved, and cursed harshly. The soul fire of the violent skeleton finally stopped spinning, and its body reconnected and returned to its normal appearance, still tightly holding the Jet 1 in its hand. He looked at Li Ziyu, then looked down at the Jet 1 in his hand. Suddenly he raised the gun up and jumped up and down on the spot, looking extremely delighted. Li Ziyu read out the message he sent. Great. Really great. This thing is so exciting. I am so. Li Ziyu looked at the violent skeleton with gritted teeth. What the hell is this thing? It doesn't even remember the beating at all. It's still in the mood to jump around after flying so far? It is indeed a violent stamp. And even the undead can make it crazy. Li Ziyu also felt a lingering fear at this time. Fortunately, he did not try the gun himself to see the end of the violent skeleton. If he had tried the gun himself, it would probably not be his body that flew out, but his shoulder and arm. The recoil of the Jet 1 was too strong. Chapter 192 Punk Army. It must be said that the violent skeleton has been improved to its current level, and its physical fitness is stronger than most skeleton undead. Although it cannot compare with the specially developed physique and strength, it is definitely not weak. He can't withstand the recoil of the Jet 1. So how could other undead resist it? Should we give the Jet 1 equipment to the elite hammer skeleton warriors? This is ridiculous. The proportions are out of balance. Ordinary bone-dead spirits could not use the Jet 1 at all, and it was estimated that the soul fire could be extinguished. Thinking of this, Li Ziyu fell silent. He felt as if, maybe, he had jumped into the big hole dug by the system again. Hey, why do you say again? After taking a look at the violent skeleton that was still jumping around excitedly, Li Ziyu walked towards the thick wooden board. Whether he would use Jet 1 in the future depended on how powerful it was. When he came to the thick wooden board, Li Ziyu took a breath. 1/3 of the top of the wooden board is gone directly. It is estimated that the violent bone is not grasped by the recoil. After the shooting, the barrel is picked up, and 2/3 of the wooden boards below have a few half-fist-sized holes. The wooden board has been penetrated. The location where the violent skeleton fired the shot just now was about 20 meters away from the thick wooden board. Looking at the power, what could withstand it within 20 meters? The size of the bullet hole is that of a shotgun, but it feels like it was made with a sniper rifle. A powerful weapon. Keep it. You must keep it. Li Ziyu immediately decided to see the miserable appearance of the thick wooden board. The Jet number 1. He must find a way to equip his undead army with this stuff. He is afraid of who is not to death. Even if you are thick-skinned and tough and one shot of spray doesn't kill you, I will spray you again and make sure you see how utterly miserable you are. Then Liziu became curious. What was the purpose of the Jet 1 designed by the Undead in the first place? What kind of enemy required such a powerful jet? Isn't it used to fight dragons? It's true that with the power of the Jet 1, it is possible to break the dragon's scales into pieces. But the problem is, the range is 20 meters. Which dragon would be stupid enough to stand in front of you? A dragon's breath will come from a distance, and the battle will be over. And you can't spray it. Forget it. Let's not think about it for now. We need to study how to make the Jet 1 usable. Liziu came to the violent skeleton and saw that he was still crazy. He raised his hand towards his skull and said, "I'm going to slap him." Taking advantage of the violent bones, he grabbed a shotgun and returned to his room. Previously, Liziu was busy studying how to unlock the firearms. Now, after a careful study, he realized that in order to use the Jet 1, he had to unlock a specific undead. After developing the Jet 1, the skeleton undead also encountered the same problem. The power of this gun was indeed great, but the skeleton undead could not withstand it. Not to mention continuous attacks. They could not even withstand a single shot. Therefore, the clever undead did not think about developing new firearms, but thought about solving the unbearable problem. After all, they had spent a lot of effort to research them, so they couldn't just abandon them. Right? So they invested a large number of manpower, gathered more strength, and spent a lot of time. Finally, they found a way to transform their own people. That's right. What they think of is to transform themselves. Since the firearms can be manufactured by hybrid metals, why can't we use a hybrid metal to transform the bone shelf so that the bone shelf can use the sprayer number 1? Hack! You are such a bunch of brainless people. How come you only think of reforming your own people? Liziu slapped his forehead helplessly. After seeing these records, Liziu felt that he should give up the Jet 1 that he had unlocked with great effort and continue to research more advanced firearms. But the facts told him that it was not possible, because of the subsequent firearms. It is basically needed to transform the undead to use it. It is entirely an alternative pump technology, so that Liziu has to feel the magical brain circuit of the undead. What to do? Just continue researching and developing. What else can you do? You have already done so much. It would be a pity to throw it away. Fortunately, he has a system, so he doesn't have to start from scratch like the skeleton undead. As long as he has enough resources and finds the right way, he can always unlock it successfully. After testing the Jet 1, Liziu went back to his room and once again began his journey of seclusion to unlock technology. With the experience of developing Jet 1, Liziu knew how to unlock technology. Many basic technologies had already been unlocked during the development of Jet 1. Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng came back and ran into Liziu in seclusion. After asking Ming Ming, they found out that he came out once, tested a powerful weapon that made a loud noise, and then locked himself up again. The two looked at each other later, guessing that Liziu did something again, and then left again and continued their journey. Time passed in the research and development, and in a blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. Completed, Liziu raised his hands and cheered at the extra number of recruits. In order to develop this new type of soldier, Liziu built a new building skeleton transformation workshop. Skeleton transformation workshop. Introduction. Don't think this place is normal. Everything here is abnormal. It can transform everything, but also destroy some things. Construction requirements: 500 skeletons, 200 stones, 200 wood, 200 copper ingots, 200 iron ingots, 1 psychic core. Occupied area: 50 units. After building the skeleton transformation workshop, a new type of soldier was unlocked. And now the skeleton blaster 1 has been added to Liziu's luxurious soldier lunch. The first skeleton Jet 1 is already under production. This thing is not cheap and requires a lot of resources. Skeleton Blaster 1. Introduction. The first type of mechanical skeleton undead that was successfully researched by mechanical technology. They were born because of a shotgun called the Blaster 1. Among the many mechanical skeleton undead, the Skeleton Blaster 1 is the oldest type of mechanical skeleton undead. But even so, they still have excellent combat capabilities. Requirements: 1 skeleton undead, 10 skeletons, 300 soul energy, 1 psionic core, 20 copper ingots, 100 gears, 10 mixed material long tubes, 100 mixed material parts, 1 jet 1. Just looking at this pile of materials made Li Ziyu's scalp tingle. Was he sure that this was to transform a skeleton undead? And not to build a chariot or something? It would cost 20 copper ingots alone. He couldn't imagine how heavy the skeleton blaster one was. Li Ziyu was very eager to see this new type of soldiers. This time, the soldiers were different from the previous ones. It took him more than a month to get it done. Now, he was just one step away from success. One could imagine how anxious he was. In this mood, the waiting time seemed extremely long. In his eyesight, the bone transformation workshop's bonding sound finally stopped. And Li Ziyu stood at the door of the workshop full of expectations. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy footsteps mixed with metal sounded. And the new bone-dead spirit full of mechanical punk style came out step by step from the transformation workshop. Li Ziyu's eyes widened as he watched the skeletons come out. Shit! Did I create a robot? This transformation is a bit too much. What he sent to the transformation workshop was an ordinary skeleton undead. About 175 centimeters tall. Now, after some transformation, the skeleton undead's height has exceeded 200 centimeters. The change in size was the smallest. And the skeleton undead in front of him was almost unrecognizable to Li Ziyu. The skull of the skeleton blaster one was wrapped in a layer of metal. And even the eye sockets and nostrils were sealed, leaving only the upper and lower jaws. It was like wearing a full protection helmet. And the soul fire could not be seen. Looking down, the chest area has also been remodeled and reinforced with a thick metal plate to block the inside. Metal tubes are connected to the arms from the inside. The original bone arms have been replaced with hybrid metal arms. Many exposed parts and springs can be seen. And the jet one, which is difficult to load and has terrible recoil, is installed on the right arm. The legs have also been remodeled, with the addition of obviously heavy leg guards, which have metal columns connecting to the chest cavity. Li Ziyu bent down and looked inside the chest cavity. It was full of gears and parts. In the center of the gear parts was a faintly glowing psychic core. It was this thing that supplied power to the entire equipment. If the energy in the psychic core was exhausted, the skeleton Jet 1 would not be able to move at all. As the skeleton Jet 1 moved, steam continued to rise from its body, making a hissing sound. Is this something I made? Li Ziyu couldn't believe her eyes. Even in her previous life, there probably wasn't such technology. This must be something that could only appear in movies. Right? Since traveling through time, Li Ziyu felt that his heart had grown bigger and bigger. After all, anyone could travel through time and become the lord of a mobile fortress. This world also had demons, behemoths, dragons, and all kinds of other strange races, as well as completely supernatural things like magic and psychic powers. It would be bad if he didn't have a big heart, but he still found it hard to accept. Technology is the thing that humans are most familiar with. Every time traveler knows about technology. Although Victorian steampunk technology is fictional, it is also based on people's cognition, and everyone can distinguish between the true and the false. But when real punk technology is created and appears in front of you, it is a shock. It feels like you have met a group of primitive people wrapped in animal skins who have never seen cloth. Suddenly they smiled at you, turned around and took out a rocket launcher and a Barrett. It is full of surprise, astonishment, and a sense of unreality. Is the technology in the other world not as good as that in the previous life? If it was before seeing the skeleton sprayer one, Li Ziyu would have dared to say confidently, yes, it is not as good as the world before we traveled through. And the difference is like heaven and earth. But now, he is not sure. Maybe the technology from the other world is not as convenient as in his previous life. But in war, it is hard to say. He is still only unlocking the low-end mechanical technology of the undead. Who knows what will emerge as it is unlocked? Moreover, mechanical technology is not the most important technology of the undead. Psychic technology is the most important technology. Li Ziyu swallowed and tried hard to accept the reality. He felt that he would not be surprised even if he saw a spaceship on the battlefield in the future. After a pause, Li Ziyu took the skeleton blaster one to do the test. Several targets were prepared this time, including thick wooden boards covered with metal, and targets simply hammered out of metal. They were all specially used for testing the skeleton blaster one. To be on the safe side, Li Ziyu did not arrange the test site on the bone plate platform, but left the fortress and tested near the Ghost Mountains. Along the way, He discovered the first shortcoming of the Skeleton Blaster 1, its slow speed. This guy had too many things installed on it, and was quite heavy. Every step would leave a footprint on the ground. And its movement speed was even slower than that of a normal skeleton undead. In other words, this guy's movement speed was not as fast as that of an old man who came out for a walk after dinner. After finally arriving at the testing site, Li Ziyu first had the Skeleton Blaster 1 load ammunition. The Skeleton Blaster 1 raised its left hand and aimed it at the loading hole, then loaded special bullets into it one by one. Li Ziyu moved closer curiously and found that there was a small mechanism on his left arm, which was connected to the single hole, and the bullet was easily pushed in by him. After loading the ammunition, the gears on the Skeleton Blaster 1 started to turn. Steam rose up, and he easily pulled the handguard to complete the loading. Absolutely amazing. Li Ziyu raised his eyebrows. He had tried it before, and it took a lot of effort to load the gun successfully. Now, with the help of the device on his body, the Skeleton Jet 1 easily completed the loading process, which made Li Ziyu even more excited for the next test. Attack the target. Li Ziyu stepped back a few meters and pointed at the target in front of him. After all, he is still a skeleton undead, not as cunning as the violent skeleton. He waited until Li Ziyu gave the order to attack before shooting. The first shot was aimed at a thick wooden board. It hit the center firmly and directly. The entire board shattered, and wood chips flew all over the sky. Li Ziyu didn't even look at the thick wooden target, but stared at the Skeleton Blaster 1 with burning eyes. He wanted to know how the undead solved the recoil problem. Just before Skeleton Blaster 1 pulled the trigger, a piece suddenly appeared on his shin guard and fell to the ground, fixing his body. After he pulled the trigger and fired, white smoke came out of the pipes on his body, releasing some of the recoil. The reinstalled shoulder blades were surrounded by thick springs, which offset the remaining recoil. The movements of these columns allow the bones to spray one to keep the body motionless when shooting, and at the same time to control the firearm steadily, making the shooting more accurate. Li Ziyu wondered if the skeleton undead had secretly studied physics and mechanics. Otherwise, how could they have developed such a transformation? After understanding how to solve the recoil problem, we entered the normal testing phase, and just hit the targets one by one, and it worked. The bone spray 1 type of carving is not fast. Each time it is carved, it will wait to let the parts on the body run. At the same time, it is also prepared for the next fire. Although the speed of the loading is not fast, the power is really small, which can cause damage to various targets. The target was made of metal, so I couldn't penetrate it, but I could at least make some holes in it. If I had this type of soldier when I was fighting against the cancerous coalition, would I still need Batuba's help? Just spray it on, and it will be easily done. Goblin warriors and lizard knights, just knock them down with one shot. This is the real heavy firepower. Li Ziyu explained sincerely. The Skeleton Blaster Type 1 is good, and a batch of them can be produced. However, we still need to consider how to deploy them on the battlefield. Their advantages are obvious, but their disadvantages are also obvious. The advantage is the strong firepower. If it forms a group, it can cure the lack of firepower syndrome. The disadvantage is the slow movement speed and attack speed. The range is not as good as the crossbow and shortbow. It relies heavily on the body's modified equipment. Once the modified equipment is destroyed, it will be a disaster. If you want to make the Skeleton Sprayer 1 fully exert its combat effectiveness, you either have to deploy it in advance, or you can only find a way to directly drop it over. Rely on them to walk over little by little, and then shoot. That is pure nonsense. Chapter 193. Share it with you. Li Ziyu thought about it, and decided to build 100 Skeleton Blaster 1 type first. The mechanical technology of the undead still needs to be further developed, and there will be many more firearms in the future. Maybe there will be more suitable soldiers. There is no fighting now, so there is no need to consume a lot of resources to manufacture Skeleton Blaster 1 type. After arranging the task of manufacturing 100 Skeleton Jet 1 types, Li Ziyu sent a message to Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng, asking them to come back as soon as they have time and give them a surprise. That's right. What Li Ziyu was thinking about was to throw some of the Skeleton Sprayer 1 type to the two of them. Anyway, they were running outside every day, so it would be a good idea to try the effect. After receiving the news, Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng immediately agreed and said they would return as soon as possible. They hadn't seen Li Ziyu for a month, and they didn't see him the first 2 times they came back. Now that Li Ziyu had finally come out of confinement, the two naturally had to come back to see him. 3 days later. Boss, I'm back. With a cheer, Lu Xingxing ran into the house excitedly, shouting loudly, "You're late." Zhang Peng, who had his back to Lu Xingxing, turned around and said calmly, No. The boss didn't tell us when to come back. You came back early." Lu Xingxing ran to the table with a bright smile on his face, saw a table full of delicious food, and sat down quickly. Ming and I brought him cutlery, and made a face at him. Lu Xingxing immediately made a face back at her, and Ming and I ran away smiling. "Xingxing, I haven't seen you for a month. You seem to be more lively than before?" Li Ziyu said with a smile, as he looked at Lu Xingxing. "Well, it used to be like a cheerful golden retriever, but now it's a husky that is broken free from its reins," Zhang Peng added. "Bah! Zhang Peng, you will never be able to spit out ivory from your mouth," Lu Xingxing shouted in dissatisfaction. "Then come on. If you can do it, if you can spit out the ivory, I will definitely help you sell it for a good price." Zhang Peng was not going to tolerate Lu Xingxing at all. This kid was too jumpy and needed to be punished from time to time. After not seeing each other for a month, Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng have changed. Looking at the two noisy people, Li Ziyu's smile widened. Zhang Peng still had dark circles under his eyes and looked half dead, but he had gained a lot of weight. Lu Xingxing was just as Zhang Peng described, more cheerful and full of energy. Boss, why are you locking yourself in the room? What kind of powerful weapon are you researching?" Lu Xingxing asked vaguely while stuffing food into his mouth. Hearing this, Zhang Peng also raised his head and looked towards Li Ziyu. He was also very curious. Li Ziyu had never been in seclusion for such a long time. They had come back several times, but had not seen him. With such concentration, he might have really created a powerful weapon. The tribes in the wilderness forgot about eating and fighting. When the coalition war just ended, those tribes were terrified. They would be terrified whenever they heard any news about the undead. When Zhang Peng just started to expand his trade routes, he could do whatever he wanted with the help of the flag of the undead. But recently Zhang Peng felt something was wrong. It seemed that because Li Ziyu's undead had stopped making any noise and had been staying quietly in the mountains of the dead, those tribes felt that they were doing well again and started to move around again. Zhang Peng has already encountered several groups of natives from other worlds who were planning to rob him. It is said that harmony brings wealth. If one wants to expand business, harmony is the most important. Zhang Peng was very unhappy when someone was causing trouble for him, although he did not suffer much loss. With the development to the present, even without the help of the undead, some indigenous bandits could not rob him. The size of the Rat Man's fortress was there, and they could be crushed to death. Want to know? Li Ziyu laughed when he heard that, put down the food in his hand, looked at Lu Xingxing and asked. He called the two back. One because he wanted them to help him test whether the skeleton blaster one was useful or not. And the other reason was of course to show off. He had spent so much time developing this type of soldier. If he didn't show it off, wouldn't that mean he was good enough? Lu Xingxing nodded quickly, with curiosity in his eyes. That line, "I have eaten meals and take you to see," Li Ziyu said. Seeing him like this, Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng no longer had the appetite to eat. They quickly put down their food and urged Li Ziyu. Seeing this, Li Ziyu stopped eating and led the two of them out of the fortress and walked towards the factory. He had arranged the skeleton jet ones there. In addition to the skeleton jet ones, the Black Warrior and the skeleton knight were also there. Be careful. Don't start down the chin. Be a dwelling. Li Ziyu turned his head and looked at Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng happily, grinned and said. At the same time, he waved his hand and opened the door of the main house. The 3 tofu blocks appeared in front of the two, and the powerful atmosphere rushed to the face. And Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng stopped instantly. Hack, shit. Lu Xingxing muttered to himself as he looked at the 3 formations in front of him. These are 3 types of soldiers that we have never seen before. We don't need to look at their performance on the battlefield. Just from their quietly standing figures, we can tell that these guys are not easy to deal with. They are not comparable to the undead before. The phalanxes from left to right are the Dark Warrior, Skeleton Knight, and Skeleton Jet 1. The Black Warrior was 2 meters tall, from head to toe. He was heavily armored. He was armed to his teeth. He was holding the Black Warrior sword with both hands. He stood still like armor sculptures. They exuded a stream of heart chills. Anyone could see at a glance that this was a heavy warrior who could run across the battlefield. Next to the Black Warrior's square array is the Skeleton Knight's square. Li Ziyu's recent energy is on R&D mechanical technology. There is no time to study mounts. So Skeleton Knights are also standing in form. The Skeleton Knights are nearly 3 meters tall and are also wearing armor, but not as completely covered as the Black Knights. Their heavy armor consists of a helmet, shoulder armor, breastplate, skirt armor, leash, and combat boots. There is also a long cloak behind them, a two-handed broadsword on their backs, and a knight's lance standing upright at their sides. Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng could accept both the Black Knight and the Skeleton Knight, influenced by the film and television dramas of their previous lives. These two types of soldiers were still within the scope of the undead, and they had seen similar images in anime, film, and television dramas. But when it came to the Skeleton Blaster 1 Phalanx, the two of them couldn't close their mouths. What is this? What is this? Steampunk undead? The mechanical undead in 40K. The universe dead? Boss, this is fake, right? Lu Xingxing didn't believe his eyes at all. He wiped them, swallowed, and asked with difficulty. Let me introduce them. The first phalanx on the left is the Black Warrior Phalanx. The one in the middle is the Skeleton Knight Phalanx. And the one on the far right is my masterpiece after such a long period of seclusion. The Skeleton Jet 1 Phalanx. Li Ziyu pointed at each phalanx and introduced them to the two, his tone full of pride. The Dark Knight and the Skeleton Knight are the core arms in the undead battle sequence, with terrifying combat power. The Skeleton Blaster 1 has a very powerful weapon, but its true combat capability remains to be tested. However, its appearance is quite intimidating. Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng looked at each other and noticed the disbelief in each other's eyes. No wonder the boss was in seclusion. So that's the case. Smacking his lips, Lu Xingxing suddenly found something to complain about. He looked at the Skeleton Knight's formation in the middle, looked left, looked right, and even poked his head to look behind the Skeleton Knight's formation, and then shifted his gaze to Li Ziyu. What's wrong? Li Ziyu asked. Boss, these are Skeleton Knights, right? Lu Xingxing asked, pointing at the Skeleton Knight's formation. Yes. Li Ziyu turned his head, took a look and nodded. The cavalier should have a horse. Horse? Boss, don't fool me. This is obviously a group of steps, Lu Xingxing said. Wasn't it me who invented the mount? Li Ziyu said in his heart, scratching his head awkwardly, and waved his hand. It's just the Skeleton Knight. Don't worry about so many details. Is that a detail? As a knight, how can you display any combat effectiveness without a horse? This is pure nonsense. You are just bullying me because I don't understand. But you can't do this. Seeing Li Ziyu getting angry because of Lu Xingxing's sabotage, Zhang Peng quickly came out to smooth things over and change the subject. These soldiers look very strong. Boss, you called them back just to show us, right? What's the matter? Zhang Peng's words immediately diverted Lu Xingxing and Li Ziyu's attention. Lu Xingxing quickly continued. Yes, boss. What is it that called us back? Li Ziyu grinned and said, of course I have something good to tell you. I've been working on technology lately, and don't have time to go out for a walk. So I'm thinking of asking you for a favor. Wow. Is helping others a good thing? Boss, you are becoming more and more like a capitalist. Lu Xingxing screamed. Zhang Peng raised his hand and slapped Lu Xingxing on the head. This guy really didn't know how to chat. Every word he said was offensive. It was hard to change the subject. He was not happy until he made Li Ziyu angry. That's how it is. Lu Xingxing covered his head and muttered softly. Ahem. Li Ziyu pretended not to hear Lu Xingxing's words, pretended to cough twice and continued. I plan to let you help me test their strength. Ah? Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng exclaimed at the same time and looked at Li Ziyu. Don't be so surprised. What I said is true. I have to continue to climb the technological ladder, and I really don't have time to go out and do things. So the task of testing their strength can only be left to you, Li Ziyu said, spreading his hands. This is good. No problem. Leave it to me, Lu Xingxing shouted with shining eyes, rubbing his hands. Just now, he was looking at the 3 square formations within the. Although his greatest hobby was treasure hunting, he had been in the alien world for so long and had experienced so much. He also knew the importance of force. Without the protection of powerful force, treasure hunting would be terrifying. Zhang Peng's eyes were shining brightly. He was worried about how to deal with those active robbers and bandits before. But now it seems that he doesn't have to worry about it. He can take the opportunity to test the combat effectiveness of his troops and sweep away those robbers and bandits. Not only can he eliminate potential threats, but he can also gain some resources. A man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth. A horse cannot grow fat without night grass. And a business with no capital is the most profitable. Li Ziyu saw the two people's excitement and said directly, Skeleton Jet 1. 50 each. Black Warrior. 20 each as guards. I will give you temporary command. Don't worry. The quantity is a bit less. But something that comes for free is very delicious. Boss. And the Bone Knights. Lu Xingxing saw the Black Warrior and the Bone Sprayer -1 type. And quickly reminded. Let's not test the Skeleton Knight for now. Just test the Skeleton Jet and the Dark Warrior. Li Ziyu waved his hand and said, after all, without a mount. Just as Lu Xingxing said, the Skeleton Knight's combat effectiveness will be compromised without a mount. And the tested combat effectiveness will not be accurate. Lu Xingxing glanced at the Skeleton Knight with some disappointment. The Skeleton Knight looked very powerful. Who would complain about having too many soldiers under his command? Li Ziyu opened the temporary authority to the two, allowing the two to command the undead. Neither Lu Xingxing nor Zhang Peng had experience in commanding the undead, which was different from the feeling they usually had when they commanded their own race. The races under their command are still living beings after all, so they can be commanded with language. But when it comes to the undead, language is no longer useful, and the undead must be commanded with the soul network. When obtaining permissions, the two entered a separate soul network. Before gaining command, both Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing believed that the undead could not speak, and even had no thoughts. There was no brain in the undead's skull, only a ball of soul fire. But after connecting to the soul network, they found that they were wrong. The undead were conscious and could transmit information quickly. We have a new commander? I don't want to work under that smirking guy. How to communicate? Black warriors are not just as simple as core soldiers. They have their own consciousness, and they will think that the degree of cleverness is better than humans. In other words, Senior Undead has its own consciousness and cannot treat them as low-level skeleton undead. The Black Warrior's information was very active. Zhang Peng was surprised, and Lu Xingxing's face was dark. The smirk guy refers to him. On the contrary, the skeleton sprayers have very little information transmission, and all the information is very simple. Their roots are just low-level skeleton undead. Although they have been transformed, their thinking mode is still that of low-level undead. They rarely think for themselves, but simply execute orders. Okay. The command is now in your hands. You can control the undead yourselves. Li Ziyu nodded to the two of them and made way. It was the first time for the two to command the undead, so they needed some time to get used to it. Soon, 50 skeleton Jet 1 types moved. They walked out of the long room slowly with heavy steps and lined up beside Zhang Peng. At the same time, 20 black warriors also broke away from the square formation and came to Zhang Peng. Li Ziyu nodded. Zhang Peng adapted very well. He turned his head and looked at Lu Xingxing in surprise. Haven't you adapted yet? Lu Xingxing's face flushed red. Flames rose in his eyes, and he looked like he was holding back a fart. What's wrong with this guy? Li Ziyu frowned and connected to Lu Xingxing's soul network. You scolded me. I heard it. No. You said you don't want to do things under my hands? No. You are not a man. You dare not admit it. No, yes. I'm not a man. No. You are not an undead. You are not worthy of being an undead. Can you help me reincarnate as a human? Li Ziyu eavesdropped for a while, then looked at Lu Xingxing with a frown on his face. Hey man, I asked you to command the undead, and you are arguing with them? He walked up to Lu Xingxing and slapped him. Are you done yet? Arguing with the dead. How free do you have? Lu Xingxing was awakened and realized that what he was doing seemed to be wrong. He smiled awkwardly and began to command the undead. In fact, it is really not difficult to command the undead. Just give the order directly. The skeleton blaster one quickly took action. But when it came to ordering the Dark Warrior, Lu Xingxing's face turned dark again. Hey. Did you see that? This guy got beaten up. I saw it. A silly look on his face. Damn it! Being criticized by the undead. Chapter 194. Take a look. If you need anything else, our tribe still has many good things. Okay. Let's take a look. Accompanied by the chief, Zhang Peng strolled in the tribe. It was the third day since he left the Ghost Mountains. He found a new tribe. The tribe was not big, with about 2,000 tribesmen in the whole tribe. Although the tribe was not big, Zhang Peng did not underestimate it. After all, business is a matter of accumulation. Who knows which tribe may have good things hidden in it? Upon learning that Zhang Peng was a businessman who came to trade, the chief was very enthusiastic and asked each household to take out all their items for Zhang Peng to choose. The wilderness was too barren and transportation was not convenient. It was quite difficult for a tribe of 2,000 or 3,000 people like theirs to exchange what they had. The chief was naturally happy to have a businessman coming. Zhang Peng mainly trades basic materials, which are easy to sell, not only among tribes but also among lords. The upgrade of each mobile fortress is inseparable from basic materials, and the demand is huge. The summoning and manufacturing of soldiers are also inseparable from basic materials, which makes basic materials very popular. In addition to basic materials, Zhang Peng would also purchase some specialty products or magical items and store them in the bottom of the warehouse. Even if they were not used, he would not lose much. After wandering around the tribe, the transactions were almost complete. Zhang Peng received all the basic materials that could be purchased. As for the rest of the items, such as the weapons that the natives liked, Zhang Peng didn't even look at them. He had no need for them. If he wanted weapons, there were plenty of them in the warehouse. After the battle against the Cancerous Alliance, there were so many weapons that they filled a whole warehouse. Anyone who wanted one could take it. But whether it is Lu Xingxing's Cat Man or Zhang Peng's Mole Man, they all come with their own equipment when they are summoned. Unlike Li Ziyu's skeleton Undead, they do not come empty-handed, but fully equipped and do not need weapons in the warehouse. Among the items that Zhang Peng is trading now, many are weapons, and they are very popular among various tribes. The Cancer Coalition sends out elite warriors, and the weapons of those warriors are very good compared to those of ordinary races. Okay, that's enough. Let's leave it like this for now. I'll come again next time. After returning to the front of the tribe, Zhang Peng said goodbye to the chief. Welcome. Welcome. You must come next time. The chief held Zhang Peng's hand and shook it vigorously. He was very surprised that a caravan came, especially since Zhang Peng's goods included a lot of food and weapons, which were good things they lacked. At first, when the chief saw Zhang Peng constantly taking out food and weapons, he was tempted to keep Zhang Peng and rob him of his goods. But when he saw the black-armored warriors following him, the chief quietly gave up his little idea. Those guys looked difficult to deal with, and he might as well not lose his life without getting anything. He nodded, turned around and was about to leave with the mole people and the black warrior, when a group of figures appeared in the distance, staggering towards the direction of the tribe. Zhang Peng looked towards the group of people curiously, but did not notice that the chief's face behind him suddenly became extremely ugly. Why are those guys here? Zhang Peng heard the chief whisper to talk to himself, turned his head and looked at him. What's wrong? The chiefs didn't care about Zhang Peng, and they ran back to the back, running, and shouted loudly, packing things. The bandits? The bandits are coming! At the chief's shout, the entire tribe fell into chaos in an instant. The tribesmen, who were originally happy because they had traded a lot of things, quickly packed up the things outside and brought them into the house with panic on their faces. The women and children hid in the house, while the men rushed out with weapons and followed the chief to the front of the tribe, staring at the figure in front of them. The scorching sun above made people's shadows longer. Zhang Peng leaned his hands against the sunshade and looked forward, but he could not see the faces of those people clearly. He counted them and found that there were 200 or 300 people. They were not of the same race, but of all races. Mr. Zhang, you go first. It's still not too late to leave now. The chief brought the man with the weapon back to Zhang Peng, glanced at the team in the distance, and said to Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng looked back and turned his head to look at the chief. Is that a bandit? Yes. It is a gangster around us. Occasionally. I didn't expect you to catch up with it. And hurry up. The chief said slightly. He asked Zhang Peng to go away for Zhang Peng. Only the first time he met Zhang Peng today. Although it is not easy to come to a business team in the tribe, the caravan seems to be insignificant compared to the security of the tribe. The chief persuaded Zhang Peng to leave because, on the one hand, he hoped to use Zhang Peng to attract the attention of the bandits, and on the other hand, he was afraid that the bandits would find out that they were with the caravan and would ask for more resources. Zhang Peng nodded to show that he understood. But he did not move. He still stood there. But there was some excitement in his eyes. The wilderness bandits are actually robbers and local bandits in the wilderness. A group of parasites, who make a living by robbing and looting. Zhang Peng encountered the wilderness bandits several times last month. The bandits are not the same as the cancerous race. The cancerous race is unreliable, and likes to bully people. They are a single race or an entire tribe. The bandits are not like that. There are all kinds of races among them. And they are not tribes, but a group that gathers together for interests. After all, it is a living for robbery. It is a buy and selling the head on the waist of the pants. There is no strength to do it. Therefore, the bandits' personal combat effectiveness is not bad. To some extent, the bandits' combat effectiveness exceeds the tumor race. The only problem is the issue of unity. The cancerous race is a race after all. There are requirements for hierarchy and class patterns. No matter whether they are goblins, lizardmen, or headhunters, it is the same. Moreover, there is more trust and unity among the same race. Although the bandits have strong individual combat effectiveness, they come from different races. The combination of their interests is purely based on mutual interests. There is no trust at all. And naturally there is no unity. You'd better leave quickly. If the bandits get close, you won't be able to escape. Seeing that Zhang Peng did not move, the chief said anxiously. It's okay. Don't worry. I want to see those bandits, Zhang Peng said calmly, and at the same time turned to look at the mouse. The mole man immediately understood, called his companions, took out a stick wrapped in black linen, and carried it in front of Zhang Peng. The bandits' speed increased, getting closer and closer, and they stopped about 50 meters away. Two bandits walked towards Zhang Peng and the nervous chief. The leader was a porcupine man, and next to him was a lizard man holding a bow and arrow. When the chief saw the two of them, he was about to step forward, but the lizard man suddenly bent his bow and shot an arrow. The arrow flew out with a whoosh and pierced the ground obliquely in front of the chief's feet. The chief immediately stopped. Zhang Peng turned his head and looked, then looked at the lizard man who was shooting the arrow. His face remained calm. He reached out to take the stick that the mole man brought over and untied the black linen cloth on it. The porcupine man had a defiant and disdainful smile on his face. He pointed with his broad-backed broadsword and snorted twice, saying, "Humph. Resources in exchange for lives. Resources are given based on the number of people. Food is the best. You know the rules. Don't let me talk nonsense. Half. Not so many. Only half." The chief shouted loudly at the arrow pig's people. At the same time, the tribal citizen behind him raised his weapons and screamed. This was a kind of intimidation. He was telling the gangsters, almost, we really did not mess with it. Zhang Peng continued to untie the black linen cloth while looking at both sides curiously. It was the first time for him to see the tribesmen and the bandits arguing with each other, so he was quite curious. He had always thought that the bandits would just rob without saying a word and take as much as they could. He didn't expect that it was not the case. They could actually negotiate. And judging from the chief's appearance, this kind of thing had happened more than once or twice. This is where Zhang Peng got it wrong. The bandits are not fools. They are here for money, not to kill people. If they just rob them, the other party will fight back desperately, and people will die. The bandits don't want to throw their lives on such a meaningless thing. The best thing is to get the resources without losing anyone. Who are those guys? Why haven't I seen them before? The porcupine man did not respond to the chief's words, but pointed his knife at Zhang Peng and asked, They have nothing to do with us. They are a caravan. We won't give them head money. The chief sold Zhang Peng without hesitation. Anyway, all the things had been exchanged and Zhang Peng was no longer useful. There was no friendship between them. Friends were meant to be sold. Zhang Peng glanced at the chief and clicked his lips. He didn't care about the chief betraying him. This was normal. The tribes he came into contact with were basically like this. The tribe's interests were the greatest. He was just a businessman. Without him, Zhang Peng, there would be Lu Peng and Wang Peng. Anyway, there would always be the next businessman. People would not fight to the death with the bandits for him. They were originally two groups, and they had to protect their own interests with their own hands. They had to have their own strength to live a better life. When he was making acquisitions in the tribe just now, Zhang Peng saw the chief's changing eyes from time to time. If it weren't for the protection of the Black Warrior, the chief might have turned into a bandit in advance. When he heard the word caravan, the Porcupine Man's eyes suddenly lit up. Caravans are good. They have abundant resources. Whether it is robbery or extortion, caravans are a good target. A big fat sheep. Merchants. Come out of a personal speech. The Arrow Pig people simply ignored the chiefs and shouted at Zhang Peng. Anyway, the tribe could not run again. The Lizard Man stuck out his tongue, drew his bow, and aimed it at Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng looked at the Porcupine Man coldly, and finally untied the black linen, revealing a long stick about 3 meters long inside. He walked towards the Porcupine Man with a long stick. Seeing Zhang Peng's movement, the Lizard Man's arrow immediately locked onto him, and his eyes looked at the long stick in Zhang Peng's hand. The two black warriors silently took 2 quick steps forward, stood in front of Zhang Peng, and protected him as he moved forward. The remaining dozen or so black warriors followed Zhang Peng. After taking a few steps forward, Zhang Peng stopped, raised his long stick in his hand, inserted into the ground hard, and the top of the stick was a skull at the top of the stick. Zhang Peng held the flag of the dead, looked at the Porcupine Man calmly, and said slowly, "What do you want? Tell me." The murderous aura of the black warrior spread, and the muscles at the corners of the Lizard Man archer's eyes twitched. With fear in his eyes, he glanced at the Porcupine Man imperceptibly, and the Porcupine Man's expression was not good either. This murderous aura shows that the guards of this human merchant are extraordinary. The Porcupine Man had a vague feeling that something was wrong. The merchant in front of him seemed different from other merchants he had met before. He was not panicking at all, and was very calm. He looked at Zhang Peng, then at the erected undead flag. His eyes suddenly bulged. Skull? After the battle between the Undead and the Cancer Alliance, the skull symbol was no longer used casually in the wasteland. It was the symbol of the Undead. Although the Undead had never acknowledged it, everyone tacitly acknowledged it. What does it mean that this human beings with a skeleton with a skull in front of them mean? The Porcupine Man suddenly remembered a rumor he had heard recently. There was a human businessman wandering in the wilderness. He had a large amount of resources, and claimed to be a companion of the Undead. Human. Skull. Could it be that the human businessman in front of him is the person in the rumors? The Porcupine Man rolled his eyes, pointed at Zhang Peng and groaned. Humph. What are you doing with that broken pole? Put it down. Who are you trying to scare with a skull? I've seen a lot of people's heads, but I'm not afraid of skulls. Zhang Peng didn't say anything, but a faint light came out of the skull on the Undead flag, as if there was a flame rising from it. I tell you, whether you are a member of the Undead or not, you have to hand over the resources today. 5 copies per person. No. 10 copies. The Porcupine Man was basically certain that the human in front of him was the guy who claimed to be an Undead companion. But this not only did not make him retreat, but made him even more arrogant. The Porcupine Man thought it over. What could the Undead do to him? Are there any Undead around? If not, he would just rob and then run away. He was a bandit, not a member of any tribe. If he moved to another place, he could still thrive, and the Undead would not be able to catch him. Moreover, just thinking about robbing things from the Undead is exciting. It would make him famous. And then, he would get more rewards from robbing again. This thing can be done. You're quite courageous. From the look of you, you know who I am. Since you know who I am, you still dare to speak. It seems that you don't take us seriously. Zhang Peng's eyes became gloomy. He hated this kind of thing. It was so good when it was quiet before. As long as he took out the flag, there would be no trouble. It has only been a short time since Li Ziyu showed up, and these guys have become arrogant. They clearly know my identity, but they still dare to make demands. This shows that the deterrent effect is not enough. Hee hee. When I come out to be a bandit, do I need to consider the face of any race? If I have to consider your face, what will we eat? The Porcupine Man said with a big laugh. I have the resources. If you have the ability, come and get them yourself. Zhang Peng shrugged and said casually. The Porcupine Man reacted and finally realized that the negotiation had broken down. What else was there to say? Just rob it. Brothers, charge and grab all the resources. The Porcupine Man howled as he swung his broad-back sword vigorously. The Lizard Man loosened his fingers, and the arrow flew out with a whoosh. The Black Warrior moved his feet, and the arrow hit his armor, and was easily bounced off, without even a mark left on the Black Warrior's armor. The bandits in the rear shouted and rushed towards Zhang Peng. When the chief saw the fight had broken out, he immediately called upon his tribesmen to retreat back to the tribe. They will not participate in the battle. On the one hand, the caravan is the bandit, and the love is fighting. If the bandits died, his tribe would be safe. If the caravan died, they would suffer no loss and might even gain some resources. Seeing the bandits rushing towards him, Zhang Peng stood still without moving. He didn't believe that these 200 or 300 people could do anything to him. The one guarding him was the famous black warrior of the Undead clan. Was he joking? Even if the Dark Knight failed to protect him, so what? He would die if he died. As long as the fortress was still there, he could be resurrected. There was nothing to be afraid of. He still has a lot of backup plans. Not to mention the mobile fortress and the rat people in the fortress. There is also the skeleton blaster 1 type, which has not come out yet. The 200 or 300 people in front of him are not enough to spray. Chapter 195. The bandits collapsed. The arrow shot by the lizard man was easily blocked by the black warrior's armor, which was within his expectations. The arrow was just a test, and he didn't expect it to succeed. The bandits rushed past him one by one, and the lizard man reached into his quiver and took out a pure white arrow. Pure white arrows are very particular. The arrow shaft is made of a wooden core, and is soaked in a secret potion for a year. The arrowhead is made of white steel, which is not only sharp but also hard. There are also patterns engraved on the arrow body, which increases the sharpness of the arrowhead and has an armor-piercing effect, which is just right for dealing with enemies wearing thick armor. Since obtaining this enchanted arrow, the lizardman has never used it once. Pure white arrows are too precious, and the races in the wasteland generally do not wear heavy armor, so there is really no need to use this arrow. But today he had the opportunity to test the power of this arrow. He bent his bow and aimed at the black warrior standing in the front. The mark on the pure white arrow was activated, and wind elements gathered around the arrow. The lizardman and the arrow were surrounded by a hurricane. The black warrior sensed the magical aura, but did not even look at the lizard man. Instead, he silently watched the enemy rushing towards him. You are so arrogant that you actually ignored me. Don't blame me. This arrow will take your life. The lizard man loosened his finger slightly, and the arrow wrapped in the hurricane made a whistling sound and shot out with a bang, heading straight for the black warrior. The arrow was flying extremely fast, and even at such a close distance, the lizard man couldn't miss it. The arrow passed through the gaps between the bandits, creating a gust of wind on the ground, forming a wind dragon that roared towards them. Zhang Peng suddenly looked up, and his eyes widened. Magic arrow? What a waste! Give me as much of this thing as you want. Even if I can't use it, I can still exchange it for a lot of money. Facing the wind arrows, Zhang Peng was not afraid, but was distressed because of the lizard man wasted the arrow. The magic arrow of wind arrows is a sought-after goods. The thief is easy to sell, and the price is high. It is a kind of priceless. For many small tribes, a magic wind arrow is equivalent to a killer in the tribe. The speed of the arrow was much faster than those of the bandits. Facing the flying arrow, the black warrior was extremely calm. He raised the sword, turned his wrist, and drew a circle in front of him with the sword. And then, nothing happened. The wind stopped and the arrow broke. Seeing the black warrior so calm and effortlessly cutting the wind arrow into 2 pieces, the lizardman archer's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He had guessed many endings, the wind arrow piercing the black warrior, the wind arrow being blocked by armor, and the black warrior using his sword to knock the wind arrow away. But he had never thought of the ending where the wind arrow was cut off. It felt like someone threw a small wooden stick towards the black samurai, and the black warrior cut off the wooden stick to cut off. But that was a wind arrow, an enchanted arrow with terrifying magical energy. The arrow shaft was also specially made, even harder than steel. How could it be cut off so easily? Zhang Peng's face twitched, and his hands shook behind the black warrior. It was over. It was broken. There was no recycling value. He lost money. He really wanted to rush up to the lizard man and ask, "Are you stupid? Why would you use such a good arrow to shoot the Dark Knight? Are you sick?" Black warriors are one of the core arms of the bones and dead spirits. It is not a joke, let alone a magic arrow in the district. Even if the powerful magic of the magician, the black warrior can ignore it. They have extremely scary magic resistance. Among the many titles of the black warriors, in addition to the battlefield dumplings, there is also a magician nemesis. After cutting the wind arrows into 2 sections, The black warrior retracted the sword, and he was on his chest, and there was no other movement. The charging bandits paused and looked at the black warrior in front of them with doubt and surprise. Something seemed to be wrong. Several bandits turned their heads to look at the lizardman archer in confusion, as if asking, "What are you doing?" At such a close distance, the arrow didn't hit the target, but was cut into 2 pieces by someone. "What are you waiting for? Go up and kill them!" The arrow pig pointed at the black warrior, and Zhang Peng's roaring angrily with a knife. His opponent suddenly slowed down and felt dissatisfied. Since the leader said so, the bandits had no choice but to rush towards the black warrior again. The black warrior standing in front was too lazy to move, and 2 of the black warriors who were guarding Zhang Peng came out, dragging the sword to meet the bandits who rushed. Brush! A cold light flashed in the air, and the 4 bandits were instantly beheaded. They blocked it, but it was useless. The weapons in their hands were cut off together with their necks. The long sword of the black samurai was far superior to imagination. It was a weapon that could not be resistant. 2 black warriors rushed into the crowd, swinging their swords continuously and killing everyone. Anyone who dared to fight them would not survive. And broken limbs and arms flew all over the sky. The porcupines watching the fight from behind were dumbfounded and silently retracted their feet that had just stepped forward. Isn't this too cruel? The black warrior was too lazy to deal with Huang Kai. He simply stepped forward and swung his sword. Those Huang Kai bandits seemed to be rushing to die, offering their necks, hearts, and bodies to the sword. Their attack seemed to be deliberately lopsided, hitting empty space every time. A slight mistake would lead to a huge error, and the sword would just brush past the edge of the black warrior's armor. More than 200 bandits, the 2 black samurai against the battle, couldn't fight, could only watch each other's companions dying. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could this happen? The porcupine man's eyes were trembling. What he saw before him was not a battle at all, but a cold-blooded and ruthless massacre. A scene he had never seen before. With so many bandits, it would have been great if only one of them could attack the black warrior. But no one did. Everyone who went up seemed to be rushing to die. Monster. That's a monster. Why do I want to find such a monster? Sure enough, you can't offend the undead. The porcupines watching the fight were terrified. Not to mention the bandits fighting the black warrior. They were all numb. How do you fight? Instead of saying that you can break the other party's armor, just say you can't cut people at all. Do you want to do it? Despair. Yes, it's despair. The dark warrior is the enemy they cannot defeat. There is no compassion, no for mercy, and do not care about the enemy saying. They are just killing and killing bandits on the spot without leaving any living. Have you seen 2 people chasing more than 200 people and running? Zhang Peng had never seen it before, but he saw it today. There were only 2 black warriors, chasing all the bandits for their lives. The black warriors were responsible for swinging their swords, and the bandits were responsible for dying screaming. What made the bandits most desperate was not that they could not chop the Black Knight, nor the Black Knight's extremely sharp sword, but that they could not outrun the Black Knight. You say that you are wearing heavy armor. Why do you run so fast? The bandits collapsed. They thought that the black warrior was wearing heavy armor, and the speed must not be able to go anymore. It would not be a problem to run. There was no problem running. But I never expected that they couldn't run the black warrior wearing heavy armor. It seemed that they had not chased them at full speed. What kind of reason is this? The black warrior did not use any skills. He simply relied on the sharpness of his sword and his fighting skills to suppress more than 200 people. He followed behind them and killed them one after another, as if he was playing a game of cat and mouse. After chasing the bandits for 200 or 300 meters, a black warrior stopped. Perhaps he was tired of chasing, and he fell into thought. His behavior seems to be bullying and weak, and bullying weakness should not be what he should have such a black warrior. So give them a happy. Realizing this, the black warrior raised his sword. Black energy was injected into the long sword along the armor. The long sword became black and black, showing the chilling halo that made the stocks. When the energy accumulated to the apex, the black warrior waved the sword vigorously, and simply swept the thousands of troops. Call. The long sword passed through the void, and the half-moon-shaped black sword air was spunning from the long sword. At a very fast speed, the bandits who were still running ahead flew into the distance until the sight was not available. The black warrior who was still chasing the bandits stopped, looked at the bandits in front of him who suddenly stopped, turned to look at his companions behind him, seemed a little angry, and turned around and walked back. Just as he turned around, the bandits fell one by one, and his body was chopped by his back, breaking into two. Zhang Peng, who watched the battle behind, took a deep breath. Strong. This black warrior was really strong. He could see that the black warrior faced the bandits, completely fighting in the mentality of the game. And even the last time the black crescent was waving out, I am afraid that he did not do his best. What kind of monsters has the boss developed? Zhang Peng swallowed and opened the system. Private chat. Conscience businessman, boss. I have tested it. Don't want to get a driver's license. Oh. Someone attacked you. Conscience merchant, when they met the bandits? The problem was not big. And the two black warriors got it. Don't want to take a driver's license. How many bandits? Conscientious businessman, more than 200? I didn't check carefully. Don't want to take a driver's license. What about the results of the battle? Conscience businessman, black warrior is so strong that there are no friends. The two black warriors chased the bandits, and the last trick of Munya was destroyed. Don't want to take a driver's license. Crescent? Are you serious? Conscience merchant, seriously. It is really Crescent. Black Crescent. And cut over 100 bandits at once. Don't want to get a driver's license. Okay. Got it. Turn off the chat window. Li Ziyu was calm. He had no accident to this result. As the black warrior of the core fighting sequence of the bones. If even a group of scandal bandits cannot be solved, the skeleton dead spirit does not need to mix. The cost of a single black knight is as high as 10,000 units of soul energy, which is equivalent to the cost of 20 skeleton longbowmen and 100 elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors. Using such an expensive black knight to deal with bandits is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. What Li Ziyu wants to know most is the performance of the bone sprayer one in the battle. He probably estimates the performance of the black samurai and skeleton knight. Well, do and consider this matter. Continue to develop technology. The jets are still number one. The model of the subsequent sprayer needs to be developed. There are other weapons that need to be developed. By the way, do you have to consider the problem of mounts? You seeing it let the bone knights always fight. It is shameful. Li Ziyu turned his head and threw the black warrior behind his head and continued to study. However, Zhang Peng reminded him that in the past few days, he was unlocking mechanical technology and forgot that the bone knight has not been mount yet. It is time to get the mount out. There are no buildings such as horse stocks. As a dead creature, even mounts are all undead. The mounts of Skeleton Knight are produced in a building called Beast Bone Cemetery. Animal Bone Cemetery. Introduction. Buried beast bones and converting the bones into the place where the mounts are right. You can unlock more cavalry and soldiers. Construction demand. Skeleton asterisk 500 unit. Animal bone asterisk 500 units. Stone asterisk 100 units. Spiritual energy core asterisk 1. Animal skin asterisk 100 unit. Occupied area 30 units. Li Ziyu swept his eyes to build the demand, and chose to build it. So he was thrown over there. He was about to turn off the construction page and continue to study mechanical technology. Charlanated manufacturer? When he was just promoted to a fortress, he had seen it in a military building and was excited for a long time. However, he was unable to build it at that time. Later, when he devoted himself to the research of mechanical technology, he forgot about it. Now that this building has been unlocked, it should be related to the research of mechanical technology. Tank Factory. Introduction. Championships that gathered bones and undead mechanical technology. So that those liches who once thought of magic are higher than all. Who can refuse such cool things? Construction demand. Skeleton asterisk 3000 units. Soul energy asterisk 10,000 units. Stone asterisk 300 units. Wood asterisk 300 units. Copper ingot asterisk 500 yuan. Iron ingot asterisk 500 fast. Spiritual energy core asterisk 1. Occupied area 100 units. Wow. This is another big project. Occupying an area of 100 units. Which is another large factory area. Li Ziyu raised his eyebrows and immediately became interested. He now had a guess that for mechanical technology, the larger the area occupied, the more things it could produce, and the stronger it would be. Facing the tank manufacturing plant, Li Ziyu had only one word: do it. After clicking the build button, another construction site appeared on the bone plate platform. There was a rumbling sound and dust flying everywhere. The Tower of Tab just took a curious look and didn't care. In recent times, the changes on the platform have become more and more significant, with more and more buildings. Their hearts have become stronger and stronger. After seeing so much, everything has become natural, as if the undead would not kill them. Instead of paying attention to undead buildings, it is better to learn combat skills from the ancestors. The Tower of Tab have changed a lot. They have more smiles on their faces, and are full of hope for life. Their houses are built with great care, and are very sturdy, not afraid of wind and rain. The children are taught by their ancestors, and are growing up very fast. And the adult Tauren are much stronger than before. They have no worries about food and drink. And there are people who teach them combat skills. The Tob Tauren are no longer cowards, who are afraid when facing demonized creatures. Although their numbers are small, they are confident that they are not weaker than any other race. After completing the building, Li Ziyu devoted his attention to the research and development of mechanical technology. Continuously studying and unlocking technology made him find the joy of work and become a workaholic who never gets tired of it. His previous slackness is gone. Every day when he opens his eyes, he thinks about what to research that day. And he goes to bed only when he is too sleepy. He feels fulfilled and satisfied. In recent days, the undead fortress has not entered a dormant state, and it has been standing tall on the ground during the day. After all, the coalition forces have failed, and there are almost no opponents in this wasteland. Li Ziyu is now the most powerful force, and there is no need to hide and be cautious. So he simply does not enter a dormant state. The undead will be weak in the sunlight, but without enemies, it doesn't matter if they are a little weak. Just when Li Ziyu was concentrating on his research, Mao Mao and Tashurin came to the outside of the main building and asked to see Li Ziyu, because he has been researching technology. Li Ziyu has not seen guests for a long time. Mao Mao and the others will not disturb him unless there is something. If there is anything, Catwoman or Fox Princess will have to report it. The undead found Mingni and told her that there was someone outside. Mingni hurried out of the main building and met Mumu and Tashuling. Chapter 196, Snake People Refugees. What happened? Why are you here? Ming and I asked softly, looking at the two minotaurs in front of her. During the day, the Tauren of the Taboo tribe were either collecting supplies or practicing combat skills according to the teachings of their ancestors. The fact that Mumu and Tashuling came over at this time must have been an emergency. In Mao Mao's eyes, Ming and I and Meng Meng are already Li Ziyu's women. Although they may not be the city lord's wives, they are at least Li Ziyu's bedmates and need to be respected. Mao Mao smiled and said, Ms. Ming and I, we have something to ask the city lord. Ming and I shook her head and said gently, the city lord is in seclusion. If there is nothing important, don't disturb him. If you have anything, you can tell me first and I will tell the city lord. Tashuling glanced at Mumu, shook his head slightly, took a step forward and said to Mingni, Sister Mingni, please tell the city lord that we found a group of refugees outside the fortress. I would like to ask how to deal with them, whether to expel them or let them come to the fortress. Ming and I frowned slightly when she heard this. Refugees were found around the fortress. This was something that Li Ziyu really needed to know. The area around the Ghost Mountains was still a forbidden area. Even if there were tribes, they would stay away from it because this was the territory of the undead. Why did the refugees come to the Mountains of the Dead? Don't they know that this is a forbidden area? Or do they have some other plans? Ming and I nodded, asked Mao Mao and Tashuling to wait at the door, and hurried back to the main building, trotted all the way to Li Ziyu's room, and gently knocked on the door. Who? Lord City Lord. It's me. Ming and I. What's up? As Li Ziyu asked. He opened the door and looked at Ming and I outside with confusion. Mingni is not a reckless person. She is completely different from her younger sister Mingning. Mingning is a lively girl who jumps around all day long and makes trouble everywhere, while Mingni is gentle and steady. After spending some time together, Li Ziyu handed over some things to Mingni. Ming and I lived up to everyone's expectations and managed things in an orderly manner. She has a talent for management and knows how to take care of people. When Li Ziyu was in seclusion, Ming and I never disturbed him, allowing him to concentrate on studying mechanical technology. He was a little puzzled as to why Ming and I came to him. Was there anything she couldn't handle? Lord City Lord. Ming and I bowed and saluted when she saw Li Ziyu, and then continued, Mao Mao and Tashuling are here. They said they encountered refugees outside the fortress and wanted to ask you how to deal with them. Li Ziyu blinked his eyes. He had been concentrating on unlocking the technology for a while. so he didn't react for a while. After thinking for a while, he finally understood what Ming and I was talking about. He raised his eyebrows and said, "There are refugees outside? Where are they from? How many people are there? What race are they?" Mingy watched him when she heard her words. She didn't speak for a while. She was not a professional steward, but just asked Moo Moo and Taz tacked in something. The specific situation forgot to ask, so she hurried to find Li Ziyu. Now Li Ziyu asked, but she didn't know how to answer. Seeing her confused face, Li Ziyu guessed what was going on, waved his hand and said, "Didn't you ask clearly? Forget it. Let Mao Mao and Tashjiling come to see me." Ming and I quickly bowed and said anxiously, "I'm sorry, Lord City Lord. I didn't think it through." Li Ziyu yawned and said tiredly, "It's nothing serious. There's no need to be like this. Just ask clearly next time." "Okay. Go get someone." Ming and I nodded and trotted away. Li Ziyu looked at Ming Ni's slim figure, chuckled, and turned back to the house. It didn't take long for Ming and I to lead Mao Mao and Tashjiling to Li Ziyu's door. Although the door was open, Ming and I still reached out and knocked to remind Li Ziyu. "Well, come in." Li Ziyu's voice came from inside the house. Ming and I gestured to Mao Mao and Tashjiling. The two Minotaurs smiled at Ming and I and entered the house. Li Ziyu's house is very big and is divided into suites with a special reception room. Mao Mao and Tashjiling came here for the first time and looked around curiously. This place is much better than where they lived. When they came to the reception room, they met Li Ziyu. The two Minotaurs haven't seen Li Ziyu since he went into seclusion to unlock technology. When they saw him again this time, both Minotaurs were very surprised. "Lord City Lord." Mao Mao and Tashjiling shouted in unison. Li Ziyu slumped in the chair, waved his hand with a sleepy look. "Sit down. There is a special sofa in the reception room. The main body is still made of bones, and it is covered with several layers of animal skins. Although it is definitely not as soft as the sofas in modern society, it is almost the same as the environment in this alien world, and is still quite comfortable." Mao Mao and Tashjiling sat carefully on the sofa, occasionally looking down at the animal skin underneath, gently stroking the skin with their hands, with love in their eyes. The City Lord is the City Lord. He knows how to enjoy life. What kind of place did the Taboo Minotaurs originally live in? Although it is much better now, it is nothing compared to Li Ziyu's place. Not to mention the chairs they sit on. Even the bed is made of hay, which is far from being as soft and comfortable as animal skins. "Why? You like animal skins? I'll give you a few when we leave," Li Ziyu said as he yawned again. When he was concentrating on unlocking the technology, the excitement would make Li Ziyu forget his tiredness temporarily. Now that the tiredness was coming up, he felt very sleepy and wanted to sleep. When Mumu and Tashjiling heard what Li Ziyu said, they waved their hands and said, "No, no, thank you for your kindness, Lord City Lord. We really don't need it." Li Ziyu raised the corner of his mouth, smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. Let's talk about business." The two Minotaurs just remembered their purpose. Mumu glanced at Tashjiling and motioned him to speak. Tashjiling nodded and said to Li Ziyu, "Lord City Lord, when we were collecting resources, we found refugees. We didn't dare to make the decision, so we wanted to ask you how to deal with it." Li Ziyu rubbed his temples and stretched his stiff neck. As he stretched his neck, he asked 3 questions in quick succession. Where did the refugees come from? How many people are there? What race are they? Without even thinking, Tashjiling answered directly, reporting to the Lord City Lord. "It is the serpent people. There are several hundred of them, including many old and young. As for where they came from, it's hard to say." I asked, but I don't believe what they said. This is easy to understand. Refugees often appear in the wilderness. All homeless people are considered refugees. Some are even refugees all their lives. Some have to wander because their tribes are destroyed for various reasons. There are many reasons. It is precisely because of this that the wilderness races are clear about this and try not to believe the words of refugees. There are too many exiles. They almost do not believe anyone. For the sake of eating, they may kill people. Let alone the news they say. "Snake man? What kind of snake man?" Li Ziyu sat up slightly and looked at the two Minotaurs in front of him to confirm. "If you talk about snake people, then I won't be sleepy. The orcs that Li Ziyu wants to see the most are the foxes, cats, snakes, and rabbits. These races have beautiful women. So who can not like girls with rabbit ears, fox ears, and cat ears? Now he has seen the cat people, and there are even 2 cat girls around him. He has also seen the fox people, and there is a fox princess, a top-level fox person, who is just a ghost. But he has never seen other works. Snake people. Think about a little excitement. But I don't know if the snake people outside are that kind of orcs. I hope they are not people with beast heads. Otherwise it will be boring. No matter how good the figure is. With a beast head, it will make people lose interest. Liziu has a serious human aesthetic. He can accept orcs, but not people with beast heads. It's a snake man. Moo Mao scratched his head and replied blankly. Tashjuling pondered over Liziu's words, and then thought of the cat girl sisters Ming Ming and Mingni. He suddenly understood what the city lord meant. He patted Mumu, signaling him not to talk nonsense. And then he said, he is a half-orc from the Viper clan, a hybrid of human and human. Liziu raised his eyebrows. Oh, the mixed-race type. I see. That's the type I want to see. It was said in the novels of the previous life that foxes are charming, cats are spirited, rabbits are gentle, and snakes are demonic. If that's the case, then I have to see for myself how demonic they are. Maybe I'll even become Master Fahai again. Hee. Hello orcs. Low orcs. The Viper clan. Let's go and meet them. Liziu showed a smile that all men understand. And he stood up energetically and said to the 2 minotaurs. When Mao Mao saw the smile on Liziu's face and remembered Tashjuling's strange answer, he finally realized that this was what the city lord meant. He was too hasty. It turned out that it was the right choice to bring Tashjuling here. If he had come alone, he probably wouldn't have figured out what the city lord wanted to ask. Liziu and the 2 minotaurs left the main building, called upon 50 elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors, 50 skeleton longbowmen, and 2,000 skeleton undead, and left the fortress in a mighty manner. There are hundreds of people on the other side. Liziu will not be so stupid as to run to meet the snake people without bringing anything. What if the other party has malicious intentions? Should he rely on the Minotaur? It is better to bring the undead with him. Even if the opponent attacks, he can deal with it. Even if he cannot defeat him, he has time to call more undead to support him. After walking for about an hour and a half, Liziu saw from afar the snake people that Tashjuling had mentioned. There were indeed hundreds of them, gathered together in a huge crowd. In front of the snake people were a dozen adult minotaurs holding totem poles with vigilant eyes. When Mao Mao discovered the snake people refugees, he called his companions over and asked them to watch the snake people while he and Tashjuling went to report the news. The 2 sides were very peaceful. The snake people did not use their numbers to attack the minotaurs. They just gathered together and seemed to have no ill intentions. Seeing a large group of undead coming from afar immediately caused the snake people to panic. The male snake people stood outside one after another, protecting the women, children, and the elderly in a circle as if they were facing a great enemy. They were waiting for Nyotota to come back, but they did not expect to see the undead. Undead. A male snake man in the lead pointed at the approaching large group of undead, swallowed his saliva, and reminded the Minotaur. He didn't know what the other party's situation was. If something went wrong, he would have to protect his people and escape. Those were the undead. The cancerous coalition was destroyed by the undead. Who knew if the undead would do anything bad to them? A few minotaurs looked back and found that they were indeed undead. They shrugged at the snake men as if nothing had happened. Yes, they are undead. I warn you not to move. If you move, we will not show mercy. The leading snakeman looked at the approaching undead, with an anxious look on his face, and said again, the undead are coming. If you don't run, then stay here and wait to die. After saying this, the snake man planned to take his people away. But as soon as he made a move, a minotaur immediately took a step forward, and the totem pole slammed heavily to the ground with a dull sound. Boom! Let's see who dares to move. The minotaur said sternly with his eyes wide open. Don't you want to live? The undead are here. If you want to die, then die. Don't drag us down. The leading snake man spit out his snake tongue and shouted in a hissing voice. Then he asked his people to speed up and leave here quickly. If they were slow, they would be surrounded by the undead, and it would be difficult to deal with them. The snake people really can't understand. Why do these dozen bulls ignore those undead? Didn't they see it? Why not run? Seeing the undead? It was a matter of the bull head, and he and the clan had no obligation to accompany them to death. The snake people want to go, but the bullhead does not want to let them go. Joking, they went to the city master to come over. When the city owner came over, but did not see the snake people, then these people were not easy to make a difference. The head of the cattle picked up the totem column and surrounded the snake people. Damn, you don't run, but instead try to stop us from running. You're really asking for your life. The snake-headed snake man panicked. Although there are only a dozen cattle people, they have hundreds of snake people. Even if the cattle are powerful, they can kill each other. But there are many old and weak among the snake people. There are children. And the undead keeps closer to let the other party slow down. And then suffer. What on earth are you going to do? The leading snake man shouted anxiously. And at the same time told his tribesmen to let the women, the elderly, and the children run first. And they, the male snake men, would resist first. The snake people in the rear made way. And the women, the elderly, and the children in the tribe ran out through the vacated passage. Don't run, Nyoto shouted quickly. But where would the snake people listen to him at this time? The male snake people pulled out their weapons and stopped in front of the Nyo head. Their traditional weapons were double knife, like snake teeth. The poison was applied on the blade to see the blood sealing the throat. Tazwalin's eyes were coming in the distance. And when he saw the situation ahead, he quickly turned his head and said to Liziu, the master of the city, the situation in front of it is wrong. Liziu also discovered that the Minotaur was heading towards the snake man. Was there a problem? He waved his hand to signal the undead to speed up. And let Taz Twin and Mumu pass first. See what is going on. How can it be good? Mumu and Tazjuling responded, quickened their pace, broke away from the undead team, and rushed to the front. The Minotaur in front was holding a totem pole and confronting the snake man. Seeing that the snake man did not listen to him and wanted to escape, he became anxious and waved the totem pole, intending to rush over to stop the escaping snake man, while the other party also waved his weapon, intending to fight for his life. Sizzle, sizzle, bang. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound of electricity in the sky, and then a bolt of lightning struck between the Minotaur and the snakeman, scaring both sides so much that they stopped fighting at the same time. Looking in the direction of the thunder, they saw a Minotaur holding a totem pole and slowly standing up. What kind of ghost are you doing? Taz Twin. You come just. They are going to run. When he saw himself, he was relieved, and then pointed at the snake man who had run out of the distance. When the leading snake man heard his words, he became even more nervous. He held two swords and looked warily at Tazjuling who was falling from the sky. Did you attract the undead? Asked the leading snake man in disbelief. Why? It was the first time we met, and I didn't offend him. So why was he so cruel that he wanted to attract the undead to kill them? Was it really God who wanted to destroy me? The leading snake man felt sad. Chapter 197 Viper Snake Girl. The undead is indeed I attracted. But things are not like what you think. Call your tribe back. Don't intensify contradictions. Tazwin looked at the snake man and said calmly, exacerbating the conflict? You have attracted the undead. Are you going to leave us to die? The leading snake man felt sad, with a fierce light in his eyes. He wanted to fight a way of survival for his people. He couldn't let all of them die here. As long as the child was alive, the tribe still had hope. I persuade you to know the point. Don't know how to do it. A bullhead behind Tazjuling screamed to the snake. What's wrong with the undead? Since we, the Tauren, arrived at the fortress of the undead, our lives have become more and more hopeful. And the undead will not disturb our lives. I really don't understand why some people feel that the undead are bad. Two people were very puzzled. And they forgot that they were also afraid of the undead. The snake man spit the snake's letter, and the double knife in his hand held tighter. He stared at Nada's twin and the speaking bullhead. Tazjuling frowned, turned around and glared at the Minotaur who was speaking, then looked at the leading snakeman again, sighed and said, Didn't you ask where this place is when you came here? I didn't lead the undead here. But the forbidden undead mountains are all the territory of the undead. It's you who invaded the territory of the undead. The pupils of the leading snake man contracted when he heard this. He really didn't know that the surrounding area was actually the territory of the undead. He had been busy leading his people on the journey. When passing by other tribes, he was afraid of danger and did not go forward to inquire for information. As a result, he mistakenly entered the territory of the undead. Doesn't that mean that he had sent himself to the undead? It's over now. In this way, it is equivalent to provoking war. and it is impossible for the undead to let them go. The more you want to think about the heart of the snake people, the colder. And suddenly, he realized that there was something wrong. The snake faith was swallowed twice. And he looked at Taz tightly and asked, "This is the land of the undead. Then why are you here?" The Minotaur who had just spoken placed the totem pole in his hand on the ground, spread his hands, and said casually, "That's naturally because we are together with the undead." This sentence almost stopped the heart of the snake man. The heart was cold and cold. The bullhead and the undead were together. They took the clan to wait for the other party to call people silly. "Ancestor, have you abandoned our snake people?" The leading snakeman looked at Tashjalin angrily and roared, "Is what he said true? You lied to me." Tashjalin turned his head again to look at the fast-headed bullhead. The cowhead also realized that he had said something wrong. Gritting embarrassingly, Tashjalin sighed silently. With this kind of crickets, what can he say? He is not attentive. He can only forgive me. Liziu is getting closer and closer to the undead. And those snake people run further and further. Taz Tuliang silently mentioned the totem pillar and looked at the snake-headed person with a cold tone. "Say to you again. Let your family come back. Otherwise the undead will think that you are provoking. And then you will really die. Do you think you can escape the death of the undead? Do you want your family to be exiles for a lifetime?" In some words, the anger just rose to the heart of the snake, and the struggle and pain in his eyes appeared. Who is willing to live a stable life, who is willing to be a destroyer, is not so good on the people on the wasteland. Which means that there is no fixed territory, thinking that it may be chased and killed at any time. Which means that there is no shelter, even food. But what can they do? Their tribe is gone, and they can only wander. The situation is so difficult. If the undead is remembered again, it is called the Scourge of the Sky. Once the undead expresses to chase them, it is estimated that there is no need to shoot the undead themselves, and the surrounding races will swarm up in siege, just to leave a good impression on the undead, so that the undead should not attack themselves. Since the undead agreed to the 3 major tumor races, it has become the most powerful forces in this wasteland. And it is also a taboo forces. No one wants to see the undead swimming in the wasteland. Which tribe is not nervous? For fear that one night, the undead suddenly appears at the door of the house. If they could use their lives in exchange for the undead's promise not to attack, the tribes in the wilderness would definitely not hesitate, including the 3 major cancer races. By then, they would have nowhere to hide. Tashjalin saw the emotions of the leading snake man and felt a little relieved. He was most afraid that the other party would not care. Then with just a dozen of his men, they could not stop the fleeing snake people. As long as the other party hesitated, there would always be a chance. After thinking for a while, Tashjalin put the totem pole back down and said in a slow tone, "Think about your people and look at us. We have lived with the undead for a long time, and we are doing well. The undead are not as scary as you think. Let your people come back and don't anger the undead." The snake man raised his head and looked at Taz Tuliang suspiciously. Do you really live with the undead? Didn't the undead kill you?" Tastian shrugged and pointed to his nose and said, "Do you see me like an undead? Am I not living well?" You look at them again. The Nyohead understands the meaning of Taz Tuliang. When the snake man's eyes, muscles were shown, and one by one showed it like Mr. Bodybuilding. The leading snakeman hesitated. These minotaurs were fat and strong, and indeed did not look like undead. Moreover, they seemed to be living well. His hesitation made the other snakemen anxious. The patriarch. Can't believe them. That is the undead. Yes, he has lied to us. The undead does not kill them, but it will kill us. Yeah, let's fight. The snake people shouted one by one, and the snake man suddenly shouted, "Stop your mouth." As the patriarch, the snake man naturally had prestige. The rest of the snake people quickly closed their mouths and looked at him. The snake man raised his eyes and looked at the undead that was still approaching, and looked at Taz Tuliang. He hesitated and asked, "Can you ensure that the undead will not do it at us?" Hearing the words of the tribe leader, the snake people around trembled, and the tribe leader compromised. Tastian nodded, and said seriously, "The master of the undead is not a murderer. As long as you do not make trouble, obey the arrangement, the undead will not kill you, it will. You can rest assured." The leading snakeman was still hesitant, and asked hesitantly, "Then how did you deal with the coalition forces before?" Tashjalin rolled his eyes and said angrily, "That's how they are looking for death. Do you think about it? Is it the coalition forces that the undead fights? Obviously they gathered so many people to run to the Souls Mountains. Can't the undead be repaid? This says, it makes sense. After such a reminder, it was true that the Snake Man suddenly reacted. Compared to the three major cancerous races, the undead were very well behaved. He had never heard of the undead bullying other tribes. Even before this war, he had never heard of the appearance of the undead. The only reason he knew about the war was because of the propaganda of the coalition of the three major cancerous races. Their understanding of the undead comes completely from the legend. In fact, the undead in this wasteland seems to be different from the legend. Or it is very different. I did not hear that the undead slaughtered all the way. The Lord of the Undead is almost here. You make a decision yourself. Tasting twisted his head and looked at it. The front of the undead was not far away. So he said to the snake. The leading snakeman looked at his tribesmen who were dirty, naked, and skinny with hunger. His hands holding the knives were trembling slightly due to hunger. He turned his head to look at the muscular minotaurs, who were obviously living a good life. He finally made up his mind. He wanted to bet that the gambling of the dead spirit was really the same as the cow head, and would not kill them, and even gave them a safe place to let them settle. If the minotaurs can make the undead accept them, then the snake man can do it too. Let the people come back. Speaking slowly, the snake man tribe said slowly, Chief, this is not possible. Too dangerous. Let's fight. Chief. The snake people became restless again, and each of them looked at the leading snake man with anxious faces. Listen to me. Let them come back, said the leading snake man as he put away the two swords in his hands. The snake people were silent. Their hearts told them that this was not the right way to do it. It was like walking a sheep into a tiger's mouth. The undead would kill them all. But the chief had spoken. So how could they not listen? This is how the tribe is. The words of the tribe leader are the most effective. For a long time, everyone in the tribe has obeyed the words of the tribe leader, and it has become a habit. It is still the same now. The leading snake man has made a decision, and they are not qualified to refute it. The helpless snake people sighed. Call the clan in the way of the tribe, and let them return. When the snake man in the running escaped, he heard the call and obviously stunned. They stopped and looked back at the back, looking at each other. Some unknown. So after hesitant, they slowly wanted to return. Cautious and careful. Just as Ta's turn talked with the snake man, Li Ziyu finally arrived with the undead. Looking at those pale skeletons. Those tall elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors. And the skeleton longbowmen who stopped in the distance and watched them silently with longbows in their hands. The snake people felt a chill in their hearts. Is this the undead? The three tumor races are also really big. Such guys dare to provoke and live impatient. The atmosphere was somewhat serious. Li Ziyu called 10 elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors. So he reassured to Tashjilan. The leading snake man was stunned when he saw Li Ziyu. What was going on? There was a human mixed in with a group of skeletons. And it seemed that the skeletons were protecting the human. When he looked at Li Ziyu for the snake man, Li Ziyu was also looking at him. It seemed that he was not right. It was not the same as what he thought. This is not a complete man. There is ambiguity. But in fact, the snake man in front of him only looks like humans. From the waist, there is a long snake tail below. The average height of these male snake people is close to 2 meters, which is much taller than normal humans. And that's not even counting their tails. If they lie down and measure, they would probably be 4 meters including their tails. What happened? Li Ziyu came to Tashjilan, looked at the snake man, and looked at the snake man who came slowly in the distance, and asked, tussling towards Tashjilan. It's a bit misunderstanding. It's almost resolved. Tashjilan said to Li Ziyu. When I walked back to half of the snake man, when I saw the undead standing ahead, my footsteps were slower. And I even stopped it. They looked frightened. They were undead but every move. I immediately turned and ran. The actions of the snake people tattling understood that they didn't wait for them to come over, and took a step towards the direction of the snake man, pointed at Li Ziyu and said loudly, This is the master of the undead, the ruler of this land. The leading snake man was extremely surprised when his guess was confirmed. He had never imagined that the controller behind the undead was actually a human. The other snake men were even more surprised. They couldn't understand why humans could control the undead. What qualifications did they have? But Tashjilan's introduction was very formal, and his expression was very serious. So the snake man had no way of doubting the truth of his words. It's not an undead but a human. which is a good thing. If it's an undead, it would be difficult to communicate with him. But if it's a human, at least we can communicate with him. We don't have to worry about the other party shouting and killing as soon as they come up. No wonder the Minotaur said that the Lord of the Undead is not a bloodthirsty person. The leading snakeman moved forward, put his hand on his heart, and saluted Liziu, and said solemnly, "The Viper clan, the chief of the Sinyonite tribe, Zaliki, greets the noble Lord of the Undead." Liziu nodded, but his eyes turned to the snake people who were standing in the distance and didn't dare to come over. He pointed and asked in confusion, "Why don't they come over?" The snake man turned his head and looked back deeply. "The respect of the undead. They are afraid of the majesty of your majesty warriors. Dare not come here." This strange and immature way of speaking made Liziu feel uncomfortable. He tilted his head and asked, "Do you speak like this normally?" Zaliki was stunned for a moment, then shook his head awkwardly. He spoke like this to appear formal and polite. Aren't humans all about this? It was the first time he met Liziu, and he didn't know what Liziu's personality was like. He was afraid of offending the other party, so he spoke in this formal way on purpose. Unexpectedly, it seemed to make the other party uncomfortable. Liziu shrugged and said, "You don't need to talk to me like this. I'm not a very particular person. Just communicate normally. Call your people over. As long as you don't attack me, the undead won't attack you. Don't worry. I don't have to kill you." Zaliki hesitated and nodded towards the snake man around him. Since he was gambling, then he gambled all. I hope that the Lord of the Dead is the same as what he said, and he will not do it to these snake people. But judging from his conversation, he is indeed not a bloodthirsty madman, but a real human being. The summoning signal was sent out again, and the snake people who had stopped moving slowly came back hesitantly, their eyes always drifting towards the undead not far away from time to time, feeling uneasy in their hearts. Liziu was curiously looking at the snake people who came back, and only women, old people, children. Liziu found that the snakes of these viper are very different. Men seem to have no evolution and retain the long snake tail, and those women are almost human. Finally saw the snake girl. Wow! She is so beautiful! The snake women's skin tone of the Sinyonite tribe is divided into two types. One is light brown skin, and the other is white skin. They have typical oval-shaped faces of internet celebrities, and slender figures, especially the waists, which are slender. They twist and turn when they walk, but this is not intentional. After all, they are snake people, so they still retain some characteristics, such as twisting and turning when they walk, and a pair of long legs. Wow! If this were in their previous lives, they would definitely be internet celebrities, who are all the rage on the internet. Snake girls with light brown skin are generally short hair, which looks cool and wild, while the white-skinned snake girl has a black chestnut directly to the long hair of her waist, which is attractive. At first glance, they look the same as humans, but if you look closely you can see the difference. These snake women still have the eyes of snakes, with vertical pupils. Chapter 198. Give me a chance. The height of these viper people is much shorter than that of the male snake, generally 164 to 167 centimeters. The snake people are good at using poison and like to use knives or daggers as weapons. Male snake people are much taller and stronger than female snake people. They usually serve as warriors. Female snake people are flexible and faster, and they will become assassins. Hundreds of snake people gathered together, looking at Liziu anxiously, waiting for the judgment of fate. Seeing Liziu's eyes, Zaliki has always turned around on his own people, and couldn't help but say, "Adult?" Liziu withdrew his gaze from the snake girl to Zaliki, coughed lightly, nodded and said, "Okay. Let's talk about why you and your people came here. Even if you don't know that this is the territory of my undead clan, you should know that the Ghost Mountain Range here is a forbidden area." "Right. What is a forbidden area?" "It is a death area for the indigenous people in the wilderness. Each forbidden area has different characteristics, but there is one thing in common among all the characteristics. That is, entering the forbidden area is equivalent to seeking death. In addition, each tribe has its own territory, and they will not leave easily." When Zaliki introduced himself just now, he said very clearly that these snake people belonged to a tribe called Sinyonite. Liziu had never heard of this tribe. This was not a tribe around the Ghost Mountains. So why did they come all the way here? Liziu couldn't figure it out. Zaliki looked at his people, lowered his head, and said in a sad tone, "Our tribe was attacked. And the tribe is gone. Li Ziyu nodded in understanding. This situation was quite common. There were no laws in the wilderness. Whoever had the bigger fist had the final say. Tribes being attacked and destroyed happened from time to time. And that was how many refugees came to be. These snake people probably have no idea where this place is. They just ran towards this side, and accidentally entered the undead territory of the Ghost Mountains. I thought about it slightly. Li Ziyu said to Zaliki, I can't let you go forward. So far. What do you have to do next? Wonder? As he spoke, Li Ziyu's eyes drifted towards the snake people again. The snake girls were so pretty. Well, it was the snake people who were so pitiful. The homeless children wandering far away would not have an easy future. The wilderness is like this. Cruel and ruthless. Since they are refugees, they are attacked without restraint. Even normal tribesmen will not be merciful to refugees. When facing refugees, they don't mind being robbers. Anyway, no one will care if they bully these poor guys. Even the things that Li Ziyu knew it. Zaliki naturally knew that he had a bold decision. He wanted to give his family a certain way out. Zaliki was lying on the ground, with his hands on his forehead, as if a man kneeling, the Lord of the Dead. I asked you, asking you to give us a chance to give us a snake in the Snouted tribe. What's going on? Why did you suddenly lie down? Li Ziyu blinked. His eyes looked at Taz Tuanan with puzzled eyes. Tasty and quickly explained to Li Ziyu, this is the highest etiquette of the snake people, which means completely surrender. Oh, so that's why. I was wondering why you suddenly lay down. It turned out to be a sign of submission. But I wasn't even shocked at all. And you already submitted? Li Ziyu slowly said to Zaliki. You said let me give you a chance. What kind of chance do you want? Zaliki was still lying on the ground, saying sullenly, let us live in your territory like the cows. Li Ziyu glanced at Tasturin and saw that Tasturin glanced at the Minotaur behind him with a helpless look on his face. So he said to Zaliki, do you know why they can coexist with us? Zaliki raised his head and shook it. How would he know? He only knew that the Minotaurs lived a good life. And no one told him anything else. Alas, he knows nothing, yet dares to say that he wants to live in the territory of the undead. Only he can do that. Li Ziyu looked up at the other snake men behind Zaliki, and saw that they all had confused and helpless looks on their faces. Joining the undead was a decision made by Zaliki alone. And he had never discussed it with the other snake men. Deep down, Li Ziyu did not object to the snake people joining the undead forces, and even welcomed them to live in the fortress. Although the race under his command is the undead, Li Ziyu himself is a human being. As we all know, humans are social animals who need to communicate and like to be lively. The undead obviously cannot do that. Compared with those living races, the undead are silent. Compared to the hustle and bustle, the undead prefer silent sleep. Even with the convenient means of communication such as the soul network, low-level undead rarely communicate. Often only high-level undead will communicate back and forth. This may also be because low-level undead lack intelligence. Li Ziyu has long thought that more people live in the fortress, which will make the fortress more human instead of coldness. At first, the absorbing tab bull head was based on this idea. Moreover, doing so is very beneficial. Even though there are corpses in the mountains of the dead now. No matter how many corpses there will be a day when they are all dug up. The undead have a huge demand for corpses, which can be said to be endless. No matter how many corpses there are, they are not enough for the undead to consume. Take the battle against the Cancerous Alliance for example, which consumed millions of low-level skeletons. Based on this calculation, how many such wars can the corpses in the mountains of the dead support? What if all the corpses in the mountains of the dead are dug up? There is a way to be safe. And Li Ziyu can't want to. Compared with the entire alien world, the war of the Cancer Alliance can only be regarded as a local war. The place where he is now is originally a remote place. If he goes to a rich place, the enemy will become stronger. And how many undead will be needed to win the battle? Li Ziyu would think about this kind of thing, and figure out how to solve this problem. What he thought of was to let more indigenous people live in the fortress, and let them reproduce, and thrive in the fortress. The Tower of Tab has set an example. They can live well in the fortress, better than living in the wilderness. With such a good life, they will subconsciously want to protect it. Anyone who wants to destroy their good life will be ruthlessly attacked by them. During the Tumor Alliance, Li Ziyu did not call the Taboo Minotaur, but they volunteered to join the war at the call of Mao Mao and Taschuling. Of course, Their number was insignificant on the battlefield with tens of thousands of people. But this was a turning point. There was a huge difference between being willing to fight and being unwilling. And between voluntarily fighting and being forced to fight. If there were more indigenous people like the Taboo Tauren living in the fortress, when the enemy came and they joined the battle, they would also be a very powerful force. Not necessarily weaker than the undead. In addition to helping Li Ziyu attack the enemy, the indigenous people living in the fortress will also become providers of corpses needed by the undead. They are protected by the undead during their lifetime. And with the help of the undead, they obtain a stable and peaceful living environment. After death, they contribute their bodies and become members of the undead. This makes sense, right? And reproduction will never stop. When the father dies, there will be a son. When the son dies, there will be a grandson. It will be passed down from generation to generation. The more indigenous people living in the fortress, the more corpses there will be. Right? This is called the path of sustainable development. On the construction page, there is also a building specifically for expanding the area of the bone plate platform. Li Ziyu was wondering about the purpose of this building at the time. Perhaps because he was worried that the building area would not be enough. So he put it specially on the construction page. But now he understands that this is prepared for the indigenous people to live in the mobile fortress. As more and more indigenous people join the fortress, the living space will naturally become insufficient. Li Ziyu can expand the bone plate platform to provide more indigenous people with a place to live. It seems that the system has already thought of this. If you want the snake people to live in the fortress, you have to make it clear. Looking at Zaliki lying on the ground, Li Ziyu slowly said, "It's a contract. The Minotaurs signed a contract with me. They can't betray the undead. Nor can they betray me. They have to listen to me." Dependent race. As soon as the Leaky understood this, these bulls in front of them were slaves of the undead or family members. They had no freedom. They were different from those tribes. They were part of the undead. So that's why. No wonder they can coexist peacefully with the undead. The undead have no need to kill their own relatives and will even consciously protect them. At the cost of losing freedom. In exchange for a stable life. This thing is not that he can do the master alone. It is a good thing to live in the undead territory. Being a slave or a dependent is another code. Zaliki turned to look at his own. "I will give you some time. But not too much. I'm very busy and have other things to do. If you don't want to sign the contract, just leave my territory as soon as possible." Li Ziyu also knew that such matters concerning the entire tribe could not be decided by Zaliki alone. So he planned to give him some time. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the undead. Before leaving, he glanced at Tashuling and gave him a look. If this look was given to Mao Mao, it would directly burn out his CPU, as he would not be able to understand the meaning of that look at all. Fortunately, Tashuling was a smart guy, and he immediately understood what Li Ziyu meant. This was to ask him to find a way to deal with the snake people. It seemed that the city lord felt very good about these snake people and wanted to recruit them. The snake people of Sinyanet are lucky. I hope they don't make stupid mistakes and follow the undead, where they can have a good life and be safe. It is much better than building a tribe in the wilderness and living in fear every day. Even though there are hundreds of snake people, which is more than the number of minotaurs in their taboo tribe, they are still the ones that are threatened in the wilderness. Races like lizardmen and headhunters often attack them. When Li Ziyu walked back into the midst of the undead, some of them naturally came over and used him as a chair for him to rest. Zaliki got up from the ground and sighed imperceptibly. He felt that it would be difficult for him to convince the tribesmen behind him. He wanted to live in the territory of the undead because he saw that the minotaurs lived well. But that did not mean that his tribesmen would accept it. They were still afraid of the undead. Tashuling took 2 steps forward, came to Zaliki, and said softly, "Joining the undead is not a bad thing. The undead are not as evil as you think, nor as scary as you think. Don't give up the opportunity to make the tribe better because of your appearance." Zaliki looked at Tashuling strangely. He didn't expect the Minotaur to come over and talk to him about this. He just nodded and walked towards his tribesmen. "Chief, what are you going to do? Are you going to lead us all to death?" "Yes. Our ancestors will not allow you to do this. We can't join the undead." Just now when Li Ziyu was here, the snake people didn't dare to speak freely. But now they are making a fuss. They are very dissatisfied with Zaliki's approach. This is tantamount to sending them all out. How can that be possible? Although you are the chieftain and your words are trustworthy, you can't do this. The chief's purpose is to make the tribe live a better life, and let the tribe members live a stable life. Not to lead the tribe members to death. If Zaliki insisted on having his own way under such circumstances, they would leave or even kill Zaliki and elect a new patriarch. The snake people came around, surrounded Zaliki, spoken, and kept discussing. Zaliki's snake pupils became straight lines, and he shouted in a hissing voice, "Shut up! I am still your clan leader." The Lord of the Undead said that he was very busy and would not have much time. What good would it be if his people continued like this? Now they had to come up with a result quickly. Whether they joined the Undead or not, there had to be a result. Quarreling would only easily arouse the Undead's anger. Zaliki's majesty, as the chieftain, was still there. The snake people shut up again and looked at Zaliki with unfriendly eyes, waiting for him to give an explanation. "You think I want this? Do we have any better choice? People, our tribes are gone. We are currently exiles, and we are likely to die on the wasteland. Do you not understand? It's okay if you don't want to join the Undead tribe. In that case, we need to leave here, change direction, or even go back the way we came. Are you willing?" Glancing at the snake people around him, Zaliki asked angrily. The snake people were silent. Some of them followed the crowd, while the rest did not want to join the Undead. However, if they did not join the Undead, they had no other place to go. They simply did not want to join the Undead. That was the side effect of the long-standing legend. "Then there's no need to join the Undead," a snake man muttered in a low voice. "You all heard what the Lord of the Undead just said. He didn't force us to join. He asked us to discuss it. It's okay if we don't want to join. You have to give me a solution," Zaliki said calmly, without getting angry at the words of his tribesmen. Since the tribe was destroyed, they became refugees. Along the way, they have lost many of their people. If this continues, sooner or later, this group of snake people will completely disappear in the wilderness, and the entire tribe will no longer exist. The snake people looked at each other, and finally someone whispered, "If the Undead are willing to take us in, then other tribes should also be willing to take us in. Otherwise, let's go find other tribes." The other snake people thought it made sense and nodded in agreement. Yes, let's go find other tribes. Zaliki sighed and asked his people, "Which tribe should we go to? Do you know which tribe will take in refugees? Will they treat us well?" This sentence reminds the snake people's rumors on the wasteland. It is not that there is no tribe to collect the citizens, but after the gathering, the end of the exiles will not be good, and there is no essential change. Most of the tribes in the wilderness are one clan, and there are very few tribes that are united by several races. After all, the living habits of different races are different, and the refugees who are gathered are equivalent to slaves. Even if the tribesmen kill the surrendered refugees, no one will care. If the refugees resist, they will be expelled from the tribe at best, and executed at worst. Most of the tribes that took in refugees were warlike. Once the refugees surrendered, they would immediately seize their resources, and only let them live in their tribe. Since these tribes were warlike and often went to war with others, the purpose of taking in refugees was to use them as cannon fodder in battle. Chapter 199. Because the snakes are very clear about this. They never want to invest in which tribe in the past. After all, after relying on it, it is not much better than the wandering. "Chief, even if we surrender to the Undead, what will happen? Won't they treat us as cannon fodder? Will they treat us well?" said a snake man dejectedly. "Yes. Is it better to serve the Undead than to serve other tribes? Those are the Undead, the embodiment of death. They probably care less about the lives of outsiders than other tribes. No, they don't even care about their own lives. They have heard about the battle between the Cancer Coalition and the Tumor Alliance. The number of Undead deaths was several times more than that of the Cancer Coalition. But even so, the Undead still fought to the death. Would such a race really care about their lives?" Zaliki looked around at his tribesmen, spat out his snake tongue, sighed and said, "Didn't you notice those minotaurs? What happened to the Tauren?" The snake people looked at the chief Zaliki in confusion, then turned to look at the minotaurs carrying totem poles. These minotaurs were quite normal. Oh, they seemed to be a little stronger. But that was all. "Chief, what do you want to say? Just say it. What happened to those minotaurs?" a snakeman asked directly. Other snakemen nodded as well. They didn't notice anything wrong. "What do you think of those minotaurs?" asked Zaraki. "Minotaur is Minotaur." "So what?" the snake people said in confusion. That's the problem. The Tauren are still Tauren. But they are strong and full of spirit. They are even more spirited than the Tauren in the Wasteland tribe. This means they are living well. If the undead needed to use them as cannon fodder, would they let them live so well? Zeliki said helplessly. It was because of seeing the mental state of the Tauren that he decided to join the side of the undead. After his explanation, the snake people finally realized what was wrong. These minotaurs were indeed very energetic and full of vitality. They did not look like the kind of people who had to make a living in the wilderness, and were tortured by the wind and sun. If the other side really wants to make them slaves or cannon fodder, they will not let the minotaur live so comfortably. After all, if they are well fed and have strength, they will not be so obedient and will resist. No one wants to die. This makes it very difficult to control. Therefore, when the other side collects refugees as cannon fodder, they will not let them live well. Aboriginal people in the Wasteland tribe are not fools. What the chief said made sense. If viewed from this perspective, it seemed that it was not impossible to join the side of the undead. The snake people were shaken. The minotaur was right in front of them, and they had seen it with their own eyes. So of course they believed it. Hey, are you guys okay? Are you going to let the Lord of the Undead wait for you like this? Tashjuling suddenly shouted. Zeliki was startled, and quickly turned back and said with a smile, "Please give us some more time." Tashjuling waved the totem pole in dissatisfaction, smashing it to the ground with a rumbling sound, and looked impatient. "We don't have much time left. I don't plan to make the decision on my own this time. I want to ask for your opinion. What do you think? Should we join the side of the undead? Or should we leave here now?" Zeliki didn't dare to delay any longer and asked directly. The snake people didn't know what to do. If the patriarch hadn't asked them to observe the minotaur, they would have just left. But after seeing the minotaur's mental state, they understood the patriarch's thoughts. So should they take a gamble and bet that the undead would treat them the same way they treated the minotaur? This is actually very attractive. Not to mention that they are refugees now. Even if they are not refugees but tribal people, it is still very attractive. Who doesn't want to live a better life? Who wants to risk their lives every day to find resources and food outside? If they can live a stable life, that would be the best. Chief, I support you. A snake man made up his mind, stood up, and said to Zeliki. It was easy with someone taking the lead. Immediately, more snake people stood up. Both men and women, including many elderly people. Women and the elderly, who already have children, actually want to stay. They would rather take a gamble than to continue to run around with their tribesmen. When refugees, children and the elderly suffer the greatest losses and can easily die during exile. Women hope to settle down and let their children grow up. Even those tribes that use refugees as cannon fodder will give their children a way to survive. At least they will raise them before letting them be cannon fodder. This is an unwritten rule that everyone tacitly accepts. Since you have recruited them, at least you have to let everyone see that I have tried my best to protect this race and want them to leave roots behind. As for the old people, they can no longer walk and do not want to be a burden to their tribesmen. So they just die. What is the difference between dying among the undead and dying in other tribes? If they die here, at least they don't have to suffer the trouble of wandering anymore. As more and more snake people stood up, those who were still hesitant and planning to leave finally gave up their insistence, lowered their heads, and stood among their tribesmen. Everyone agreed to take a gamble and join the undead. Seeing this, Zeliki breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Since everyone agrees, then it is decided. I will report to the Lord of the Undead. As soon as Zeliki turned around, Tashjuling came over and asked with a smile, Have you reached an agreement with your people? Staring at the smiling Tashjuling, Zeliki nodded and said softly, It's settled. I want to meet the Lord of the Dead. Tashjuling glanced in the direction of the snake man and waved to Zeliki. Okay. Follow me. He was not far away from the snake people. What Zeliki and the snake man said, he heard it really, and knew what decisions they made. Zeliki took a deep breath and followed Ta's twin to the undead. The undead made way for the two, allowing Tashjuling and Zeliki to come in front of Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu was already getting a little impatient at this time, and he wanted to go back to continue unlocking the technology. What do you mean? Li Ziyu sat lazily, looking tired and sleepy. Hearing Li Ziyu's question, Zeliki lay on the ground without hesitation, facing the ground, and said loudly, Zeliki of the Viper clan, leading the snake people of the Sinyunai tribe, is willing to serve under the Lord of the Undead. Ha ha ha. Li Ziyu stood up with a smile, helped Zaliki up and said, "Very good. You made the right choice." Having said that in the system, the contract was exchanged, and it was handed to Zaliki, signed a contract. Zaliki swallowed, looked at the contract carefully, and read the contents of the contract one by one. The contract that Li Ziyu gave him was more demanding than the contract with the Taboo tribe. But in Zaliki's eyes, this contract was still relatively lenient. More lenient than most contracts in the wilderness. After reading the contract, he immediately signed it, and became one of the dependent races under Li Ziyu, successfully blending into the Undead team. Welcome aboard, Zaliki. You will not regret your decision today. No. This may be the best decision you have ever made in your life. Tasjeling stepped forward to congratulate him. After living with the Undead for so long, Tasjeling felt that joining the Undead tribe and becoming Li Ziyu's dependent race was the most correct choice made by Mao Mao as the team leader. Look at the current Tab tribe. The tribe no longer face yellow muscles and is full of sorrows. They are back against the soul of the soul. They can enter the mountain under the protection of the Undead to collect resources. Although they have no way to stay on the mountain for a long time because of their deadly. It is enough. With food, drinks, and ancestors, they became stronger than before. With happy and satisfied smiles on their faces, the children could play freely and run on the bone platform at will. With the teachings of their ancestors, it was no surprise that when the children grew up, they would become excellent warriors and live better lives than them. What the Wasteland tribal people want to see most. Of course, the more the tribe can develop, and the Undead gives them everything, so that all their dreams are true. If Zaliki chose to leave, Tasjeling would call him a fool behind his back. A fool who understood nothing, knew nothing, and had no experience. Fortunately, Zaliki made the right choice. Zaliki looked at Tasjeling and forced a smile, and said to him, "I hope so." These words made Tasjeling a little unhappy. He shook his head and said to Zaliki seriously, "I am telling the truth. You don't feel it now. When you live among the dead like us, you will understand that being accepted by the dead is a blessing. You will be very grateful for your choice today." Just as Zaliki was about to say something else, Li Ziyu interrupted him and said, "That's enough. You've been out long enough. Zaliki, take your people and come back with me." Li Ziyu spoke, and Zaliki naturally had to obey. He quickly responded, turned around, and called his tribesmen to follow him. Li Ziyu, Zaliki and Tasjeling walked side by side, followed by the Undead and Minotaurs, and behind them came the Snake Men who were worried about the future. In other words, how did you have been attacked by your Psionid tribe? Li Ziyu asked curiously, and was boring anyway. Just walking while walking, passing the time. This question obviously brought back painful memories for Zaliki. Or rather, the fact that the tribe was broken up is a painful memory for every indigenous person. And talking about it casually would cause anger. But Zaliki is now a member of Li Ziyu's dependent race. Especially as a newly joined dependent. He naturally has to tell everything he knows, and leave a good impression on his new master. Since Li Ziyu wanted to know, he would not hide anything. He sighed and said, "I don't know why the other party attacked us. That day was just like any other day. I had just gotten up, and was about to collect supplies, when the other party suddenly rushed over to attack us. They were too strong. Fortunately, their purpose was not to kill people, but to plunder our tribe. Otherwise, we would not have been able to escape alive. To put it bluntly, he was ambushed. A common attack method in the wilderness." Li Ziyu nodded in understanding and continued to ask, "What race is the other party?" Zaliki frowned slightly, and said in a strange tone, "It should be the Dragon Lizard clan. But I have never seen them. They are not a race within our range of activities. And there are no Dragon Lizard clan members in the tribes around us. What kind of race are the Dragon Lizards?" Li Ziyu scratched his head and looked at Tasjeling blankly. There were a large number of non-human races in the alien world. And there were branches between each race. For example, his skeleton undead race was a branch of the undead race. The undead race was a general term. And the ghosts living in the soul coffin also belonged to the undead race. They were the ghost race among the undead race. Even the indigenous people could not know all the races in the other world. Li Ziyu had never heard of the Dragon Lizard clan. But Tasjeling might know them. After all, he was not only an indigenous person, but also had shaman blood. He knew much more than others. Receiving Li Ziyu's gaze, Tasjeling closed his eyes and thought for a while. Then said, They are a group of orcs with thin dragon blood. They call themselves half-dragons. In fact, they are a branch of lizardmen. Oh, I will understand it in this way. The lizard man, the desert tumor race, and the attack of sneak attacks are completely understandable. It is not surprising. After Tashjalin finished speaking, he paused and added, "What's strange is that the dragon lizards don't seem to live in our wasteland. And there don't seem to be many of them." Zaliki, who was standing by, heard this and quickly shook his head and said, "No, there are a lot of them. So many that we have no way to resist them." Li Ziyu turned around and looked at the hundreds of snake men following behind him, and said softly, "Are there 2,000 people?" Zaliki shook his head again and said, "No, not 2,000 people, but thousands of thousands. But just rate our dragon lizard family. When I saw that there were more people behind them, I am afraid there were tens of thousands, or tens of thousands of thousands." "Impossible," Tashjalin exclaimed. His eyes widened as he said, "It's impossible for such a large dragon lizard tribe to exist, especially in this wasteland. It's impossible for such a large dragon lizard tribe to exist." Li Ziyu frowned. He also felt that it was unlikely. A tribe with tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people, was definitely a large tribe in this area. And since the dragon lizard clan was related to the lizardmen, then during the war, the lizardmen must have asked them to join the battle. But obviously, after the battle, there were no corpses of the dragon lizard clan lizardmen among the decomposed corpses. These dragon lizardmen are weird. They are either killed from other places, or they are the lords of the mobile fortress. I hope it's not a time travel lord. A time travel lord with an army of over 100,000 people is not so easy to deal with. He looked at Tashjalin and asked, "You haven't updated your information for a long time. Is it possible that the dragon lizard tribe has developed to this size?" Tashjalin shook his head and said firmly, "Impossible." Li Ziyu frowned and asked, "Why?" Tashjalin took a breath, frowned and explained seriously, "Our area is not suitable for the dragon lizards to survive. Although they only have a thin amount of dragon blood, it is still dragon blood. They need a lot of food to replenish their energy. Our wasteland is barren and cannot provide so much food. Besides, it is difficult for a dragon lizard tribe of more than 100,000 people to exist. It is almost impossible. Dragon blood makes the dragon lizard people powerful. But it is also because of the dragon blood that the fertility of the dragon lizard tribe is reduced. It is difficult for their offspring to be born. The phenomenon of dead eggs often occurs and cannot be solved. This is because of the blood problem. Let alone hundreds of thousands of people. Even a dragon lizard tribe of a few hundred people is powerful enough. If placed in the wasteland where Li Ziyu is, it can suppress a medium-sized tribe. In the heritage of Tashjalin, there has never been a dragon lizard tribe of more than 10,000 people in the wasteland. Also, the actions of the dragon lizard tribe that Zaliki encountered were contrary to the dragon lizard's habits. The dragon lizards call themselves half-dragons, and they are proud of their bloodline. It is this pride that makes the dragon lizard tribe never disdain to use conspiracies and tricks. If they want to attack a tribe, they must notify that tribe first, and then launch an attack. They will not launch a surprise attack, especially not a surprise attack on a tribe weaker than them. This made Zaliki blush. Well, that weak tribe was definitely them. Chapter 200 Negotiation Failure. Well, now that Tashjalin has said this, the dragon lizard man who attacked the Sinunite tribe is most likely the time travel lord. Damn, the situation is not good. Li Ziyu smiled bitterly, turned to look at Zaliki and asked, "Have you seen any strange things, such as a movable castle?" Zaliki thought for a second and immediately nodded. "I see, but the castle is not close. It is very far away, on the back of a triceratops. And there are two super large Tyrannosaurus guards beside it. That's it. The mobile fortress has appeared. No doubt it must be the time travel lord. However, the leader of this dragon lizard did not have the hydroxy slave Lord Batu, and so people who did not say loudly, and ran directly to the wind and the rain." Li Ziyu's face darkened. Seeing that Li Ziyu's face was not good looking, Tashjalin and Zaliki immediately shut up and hurriedly rushed. Private chat. Don't want to take a driving test. A new lord has appeared in the wasteland. Treasure hunter. Huh? There's a new person? I didn't receive any news. Don't want to take a driving test. I'm not a newcomer. I'm a lord who came from other places. Please be careful recently. Treasure hunter. Is the opponent very strong? Don't want to take a driving test. Well, very strong. Probably on the same level as me and Batubu. Treasure hunter, damn. So strong. I will be careful. I will go back in 2 days. Don't want to take a driving test. You think about it yourself. I'm just reminding you. Conscientious merchant, boss. Is the new overlord race you are talking about a dragon lizard? Don't want to get a driver's license. Have you encountered this? Conscientious merchant, no. But I heard that many tribes were attacked. Not by plunder, but by direct annihilation of the tribes. Treasure hunting star, milk all kills? Conscientious businessman, no. They just robbed all the resources of the entire tribe. If the indigenous people did not run away and dared to resist, they would all be killed. Treasure hunter, this method is a bit cruel. Conscientious merchant, it is indeed a bit cruel. The number of refugees in the wilderness has increased a lot. Some refugees attacked other tribes because they could not survive. It was a bit chaotic. Don't want to take a driving test, Zheng Peng. You should be more careful. If the situation is not right, don't act recklessly. If you have any news about the Dragon Lizard Lord, tell me. Conscientious businessman, I know. Zheng Peng already knew about the Dragon Lizard. It seemed that this matter was quite serious. The number of refugees increased, and the wasteland would become chaotic again. This was not a good thing. In the past, it didn't matter whether the wasteland was chaotic or not. In fact, the more chaotic it was, the better. The more chaotic it was, the more opportunities Li Ziyu would have. But now it is different. He, Li Ziyu, is the biggest force in the wasteland. Naturally, he does not want the wasteland to be in chaos. Stability is the best. Only when it is stable can he develop with peace of mind and consider the next plan. This Dragon Lizard Lord is here to cause trouble for him. However, the behavior of the Dragon Lord is in line with the habit of the Lord of the Crossed. The vast majority of the Traversal Lords do not care about the territory because they have the existence of a mobile fortress. Anyway, they can move. Where to go? Where is their own territory? It is normal to destroy indigenous tribes in order to collect resources. In the eyes of the Time Travel Lord, those indigenous people are simply NPCs, small monsters in the game, and they are believed to be used to gain experience. As for the fact that the indigenous peoples are also intelligent and living creatures, they are not even considered at all. Their own well-being is the only real well-being. There are no other places in Li Ziyu, and the cross by the crosses does not matter. But now, this area is not good. This is his old nest. He can't make that guy chaos. He has to find a way to see the guy. Talking about it, the resources can be shared. If you eat alone, others will naturally be jealous and come to fight for it. Li Ziyu is very clear about this. What is worrying is not the lack of food, but the uneven distribution of food. Therefore, Li Ziyu has never thought of preventing other lords from involving this area. Just like Batubu. Just say a word to him and enter the wilderness. We are all time travelers. So let's be harmonious. The Dragon Lizard Lord is a bit unruly and acts recklessly. Where did this guy come from? Li Ziyu closed the chat window, frowned and thought for a while. Then opened the system chat window again. Private chat. I don't want to take a driver's license. What is the recent time? Free Flying Eagle, brotherly. You haven't contacted me for a while. What's the matter? Do you have something to talk to me about? Don't want to take a driving test. There is indeed something I want to ask you. Free Flying Eagle, who? Don't want to take a driver's license. Do you know a dragon lizard? Free Flying Eagle, are you talking about the Dragon Lizard Lord who has been plundering the wasteland recently? Do you have something to do with him? Don't want to take a driving test. Well, there is something. His behavior makes me feel a little embarrassed. I want to talk to him. Do you know him? Free Flying Eagle, of course I know him. I'm looking for him too. Don't want to take a driving test, your friend. Can you contact him? The Eagle of Freedom, I have his friend. But the question is that he dare not return to my news and dare not see me. Don't want to take a driving test. What? Do you two have a grudge against each other? The Free Flying Eagle, this guy is a jerk. Back then in the Central Zone, it was this guy who caused trouble and tricked us. The coalition forces couldn't defeat the indigenous people in the Central Zone. And it had something to do with him. When I see him, I have to get friendly with him and twist his head off. Don't want to take a driver's license. Is the relationship so stiff? Free Flying Eagle, it's not that weird. I just simply want to kill him. There's no other intention. I've been tracking down his whereabouts recently. Brotherly, if you have any news, Remember to let me know. Don't want to get a driver's license, okay? Okay. Free Flying Eagle, that's it for now. I'll come and have a drink with you when I have time. Don't want to get a driver's license, haha. Okay. Free Flying Eagle, oh, by the way, that stupid guy's ID is Arrogant Brother Ping. Don't want to get a driver's license, got it. After ending the chat, Liziu sighed. My goodness. Batubu has a deep resentment towards this dragon lizard lord. What on earth did this guy do? Regardless of the grievances between the two, things are always solved. And the opponent's ID has arrived. At each other's friends first. Adding a friend requires the other party's approval. Liziu thought she would have to wait for a while. But she didn't expect that the other party would approve the friend request before she returned to the fortress. Private chat. Arrogant Brother Ping, who are you? I don't want to take a driver's license. You are the Lord? I am the Undead Lord. Gold you Ping brother, oh? Is me. Looking for me. I don't want to take a driver's license. Something is something. Let's say. Can we not want to plunder the original residents on the wasteland? It is a bit damaging the environment. Right. Brother Ping, are you environmentally friendly organization? I don't want to take a driver's license. Can't say interference. But this one is basically my site. Do you have to say low to me when you come to me? Arrogant and I Pingu, I cannot agree with this. We are all time travelers. Not NPCs. The castle can be moved and can be wherever we go. You say this is your territory, and your name is written on this land. If you call it, will it respond? Don't want to take a driving test. That's a bit too much. I'm just talking to you about it. I am arrogant. Ping brother, I haven't scolded people either. I am also a good discussion. Don't want to get a driver's license. Does that mean there's nothing to talk about? Arrogant and I Pingu, where did you get my ID? Don't want to take a driving test. Then don't worry about it. Just ask if you could please not go too far. There are many refugees in the wilderness during this period. And it's not peaceful. Gold you Ping brother, then don't care about it. What does it have to do with you? Well, the talks fell through. Liziu's face was calm and stopped replying. But opened Batu in chat. Private chat. Don't want to take a driver's license test. Has the Dragon Lizard Lord always been so wild? So arrogant? And so unreasonable? Free Flying Eagle, have you contacted him? Don't want to take a driving test. We got in touch. But the conversation didn't go well and fell through. Free Flying Eagle, haha. I didn't feel he was arrogant before. When we first came into contact with him, he was quite polite. Spoke in a pleasant way and gave people a good impression. Don't want to take a driving test. That means you have something against me and don't want to talk to me. Free Flying Eagle, that's not true. This guy was very weak when he came into contact with us. He relied on sweet words to beg us for resources. After we gave him the resources, he developed and then he started plundering everywhere and expanding continuously. Just like now. Don't want to get a driver's license. Then what? Free Flying Eagle. Then he angered those powerful tribes and was chased by them. He turned around and asked us for help. We thought he was a good guy at the time. So we helped him and told him not to plunder like that. We were not yet a match for the powerful tribes. He agreed on the surface. But still did his own thing. He was a typical person who said one thing and did another. Don't want to take a driver's license, then say it. Free Flying Eagle, what else can I say? This guy is sweet-mouthed but evil-hearted. Every time he gets into trouble, he comes to us for help. If we don't help, he will lead the Chong tribe to our side and then run away. Anyway, he has caused a lot of trouble. Our war with the Chong tribe has a lot to do with him. The problem is that when the decisive battle came, this guy ran away. I don't want to take a driver's license, lying down. It is a personal talent. Freedom of the Eagle, ha ha ha. That pair is a personal talent. Otherwise why do I want to find him, and find him to twist his head? It seems that this Dragon Lizard Lord is a complete villain. Liziu has a rough idea of this. Although he and Batu are not familiar with. Batu and the aid hand were stretched out at a critical time. And during this time, they were also very observed. Liziu was willing to believe it. At least better than that Dragon Lizard. According to Batu said, this Dragon Lizard is a selfishness. Just for themselves. Only for themselves. And acting for their own interests. There are many people like people in previous lives that are difficult to count. In the words of friends of previous lives, this is the father-in-law. When you have money, this guy is like a dogskin plaster. sticking to you, and you can't tear it off. He keeps saying sweet words to you, and he almost calls you his ancestor. When he gets into trouble, he will come to you for help, and he will not change his ways even after repeated admonitions. If you don't care about him, he will go around talking bad about you, spread rumors about you, and say bad things about you. Anyway, he thinks you are not a human being and you have let him down. This is still good. Whenever you do into it, it is difficult. He will not take care of his previous feelings. That is because he turns his face and doesn't recognize people. The first one who makes trouble is often this product, and he will think that you see and step on you. It belongs to a person who is aside the chest, heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys, and blood is black. Unfortunately, Li Ziyu had also encountered this kind of wild father before traveling through time. Fortunately, he escaped as soon as he discovered the clues, and did not let the other party cheat him too badly. This guy can't stay. It is a time bomb that comes to deal with it. Li Ziyu touched his chin and said to himself, Lord City Lord, what did you say? Tasjuling, who was standing aside, heard Li Ziyu talking and asked in confusion. Oh, it's okay. Let's go fast. I still have something, Li Ziyu said with a smile. Okay. Tasjuling saw that Li Ziyu was thinking about something, so he didn't say much. He just greeted him and hurried back to the fortress. While walking, Li Ziyu communicated with Zhang Peng and let him start collecting information on a large scale. And it is necessary to find the Dragon Lizard Lord. Private chat. Conscience Merchant, boss. What is the situation? Don't want to take a driving test. We can't let the guy cause trouble. It will be bad for us. Conscientious businessman. Start a war? Don't want to take a driver's license. Don't listen to persuasion. There is no way to start war. Conscience Merchant. The other person seems to be very strong. Not easy to fight. Don't want to take a driving test. Don't worry. It's not just us. Batubu is also looking for him. Conscience businessman. Oh, then I understand. I do want to take a driver's license. Hurry up. And there are types of skeletal spray 1 experiments. What is the effect? Conscience Merchant. Boss. I am a businessman. I met the bandits last time. As a result, I was wiped out by the Black Samurai. Don't want to get a driver's license. Okay. Just when Li Ziyu took over the Sinunite Snake tribe, Lu Xingxing was digging for treasure underground. Master of the city. Someone is close to us. A cat with a helmet ran to Lu Xingxing with a cat with a shovel. Is the surrounding tribe? Lu Xingxing asked. No. They might be bandits or something like that. Our companions up there said those guys were cavalrymen. And they came here riding on dragons. The Catman said hurriedly. Ah? How many people? Lu Xingxing immediately felt alert and asked. There are probably about 100 cavalrymen, said the Catman. Stop digging and go back to the fortress, Lu Xingxing said without any hesitation. Treasures can be dug at any time, and safety is the top priority. The Catman and Lu Xingxing, who were digging for treasure underground, ran out in a hurry and returned to the treasure-hunting Catman fortress. They stood on a high place and looked out with a telescope. A group of figures can be seen from afar. They are lizard men riding on Asian dragons. They are wearing armor, with bows and arrows on their backs and big swords on their waists. The sub-dragons in the other world are very similar to the dinosaurs in the previous life. They are beasts or monsters with thin dragon blood, but without developed intelligence. The Asian dragons ridden by the lizard men in front looked a bit like the velociraptors in Jurassic Park, with streamlined bodies, short forelimbs, and a mouth full of sharp teeth. They ran extremely fast and were very flexible. Those lizards have obviously found the treasure-hunting cat fortress, and they are far from rotating along around the bastion. They seem to be observing. No, Lu Xingxing had never seen the Dragon Lizard clan, but he had also never seen these lizard men riding dragons in front of him. He was sure that these guys had never appeared on the battlefield of the last Cancer Coalition. He instinctively felt that the other party should be the Dragon Lizard clan that Li Ziyu mentioned. Change equipment and prepare for battle. Skeleton Blaster 1. Everyone get in position on the deck. Dark Warrior. Come to me and protect me. Lu Xingxing is no longer the naive boy who knew nothing. A series of commands came out of his mouth. The treasure-hunting cats acted quickly. The mechanical arms originally used for digging were replaced with offensive accessories such as hammers, spears, and broadswords. The Skeleton Blaster 1 walked out of the fortress with heavy steps, came to the edge of the platform, and silently lined up. The Black Warrior walked to Lu Xingxing's side in the Soul Network, cursing and feeling very reluctant. At this time, Lu Xingxing didn't care what the Black Warrior said. He just looked nervously at the dragon riders in the distance. Those guys seemed to have finished observing, and were ready to attack.